Chapter 1. Discovering Haibara Ai and gaining the bloodline of the demi-human. Hissing. Sigh. Aoki Tomohiro sat at the edge of his bed, taking a sharp drag from his cigarette before glancing at the calendar on the wall, his fingers running through his hair in a fit of agitation. Tokyo, Mihua Town, April 30th, 1994. He had been at home indulging in anime when, unexpectedly, the wall crumbled and a truck came barreling towards him. Simultaneously, he heard a voice proclaim, "Young boy, it is time to reincarnate into another world." When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported into the realm of Kagoro, inhabiting this new body. The original owner was a member of the black organization, codenamed Mimosa Pudica. Moreover, he served as a police action consultant, possessing considerable skills in solving cases, which was precisely why he earned that codename. However, what troubled Aoki was that he resided at 223 Mihua Town. Indeed, right across from the residence of Kudo Shinichi. Thus, Aoki was now filled with melancholy, pondering why he had to be neighbors with the Grim Reaper, for wherever that fellow goes, death is sure to follow. Gurgle, his stomach protested, and with a resigned sigh, Aoki decided he should venture out for a meal, especially since he had run out of instant noodles at home. He might as well buy a couple of boxes while he was at it. Peering through the window, he noticed that a torrential downpour had commenced, and amidst the deluge, a white figure was visible on the street. Brown hair, wearing a white coat, could it be? He grabbed an umbrella and approached, and as he drew nearer, he recognized that the face of the little girl before him was strikingly familiar. Ah, Shiri. Aoki stood in the rain, black umbrella in hand, gazing at the unconscious girl before him, his expression bordering on the unsettling. This was fate's design. He had intended to move away, yet destiny had orchestrated this encounter. It seemed he was meant to stay. Following his inner impulse, he cradled the girl in his arms and took her home. "I see you're soaking wet, so we'll get you a change of clothes. I'm not a pervert. I truly am not a pervert." Although he had long been aware the plot she had been shrunk due to medication, seeing it unfold in reality was still quite absurd. However, even in her diminutive form, Shiho remained remarkably beautiful. After administering some fever-reducing medicine, Aoki stepped out to procure supplies, aware that Shiho had just left the organization and was understandably wary of her unfamiliar surroundings. Thus, time was needed for her to relax momentarily. At that moment, Mayano Shiho had already recovered from her fever and groggily crawled out of bed. "Where is this?" Surveying the unfamiliar environment, a sense of panic welled up within her, compounded by the recollection of hearing someone speaking before losing consciousness. This place did not resemble the organization's base, yet it bore a faint aura of the organization, suggesting that it had been vacated for some time. Upon further scrutiny, she realized there were no observers around. This was not a place to linger, and she had to leave promptly. Shiho initially planned to slip away quietly, but as she took a step, her body collapsed to the floor, utterly devoid of strength. Only then did she notice that the large coat she had been wearing had been replaced with a pink nightgown, causing her to flush with embarrassment. "I have been seen." She quickly shook her head. After all, her current form was that of a child, and the person who had helped her likely hadn't given it much thought. At that moment, she noticed a handgun on the bedside table, fully loaded. Mayano Shiho picked up the gun and concealed it within her clothing. However, just as she reached the doorknob turned from the outside, prompting Shiho to aim the gun at the intruder without hesitation, pulling the trigger. Bang! The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, a large hand lifted her off the ground. "It seems you have quite the affinity for firearms. Shall I get you a sniper rifle next? You just recovered from a fever and aren't fit to play, yet we can discuss it later." Aoki set down what he was holding and ruffled her hair. "The texture is rather pleasant." Shiho glanced at the bullet on the floor, realizing it was merely a toy gun. The individual before her carried the faint scent of the organization, though it was not particularly strong. A peripheral member of the organization. Or perhaps he had only recently made contact with them. "Thank you for saving my life, but I must take my leave. Would you not like to rest for a while?" Mayano Shiho froze in place, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Aoki Tomohiro, her body trembling uncontrollably, her complexion paling as if she had encountered a specter. Just moments ago, she had felt fortunate to have avoided detection by the organization, yet it appeared she had been exceedingly naive. Aoki, meanwhile, shut the door and settled onto the living room sofa, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a brief pause, Mayano Shiho regained her composure. I thought I could evade your notice. It seems I was exposed far too soon. You've realized Kudo's situation as well, haven't you? Come on. If you wish to kill me, do it swiftly. With that, Mayano Shiho closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death, though her body continued to tremble, starkly contrasting her words. Aoki Tomohiro rubbed his head, cursing his slip of the tongue that had inadvertently revealed her identity. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aoki Tomohiro, codename Mimosa. I have no intention of killing you, nor do I plan to inform Jin. I was coerced into joining the organization and harbor no fondness for it, so you need not worry. If you wish to find Professor Agasa, simply turn right upon exiting. He resides in the building next door. This body belonged to a member of the Black organization, yet he had been transported here. Thus it was reasonable to assert he had been forced into membership. As someone who originally belonged to this world, his desire was to protect the person before him. But Aoki struggled with articulation, resorting to the most rudimentary method of expression. Upon hearing these words, Shiho opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting a flicker of emotion. Yet she felt somewhat lost, although Aoki had no reason to deceive her and could easily eliminate her. The emotional whiplash was difficult to acclimate to. Stay here. They will not come for you again. Unless I die. Seeing her standing there, gently biting her red lip, Aoki drew her into his embrace, offering continuous words of comfort. Before long, his shoulder bore 2 lines of moisture, leaving him uncertain whether they were sweat or Shiho's tears. Completely relaxed, Shiho soon succumbed to slumber once more. Professor Agasa, where's my granddaughter? Has my tall granddaughter vanished? After gently placing Shiho back onto the bed, Aoki prepared to seek out Professor Agasa, as he had no experience caring for others, having been a recluse in his previous life. At this moment, he regretted his impulsive decision to keep her here. Thus, he would need to enlist Professor Agasa's assistance in looking after her while he was away. Ding! The host has successfully altered the plot. The system is now activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demi-human bloodline. Chapter 2. I shall become the second Sato. System. Brother TKO. Aoki was now in tears, having thought he was free from To's grasp. Little did he know that he was to participate in the plot. If memory served. After Haibara Ai enrolled in Mihua Elementary School, she fell into danger alongside Conan, ultimately incurring the wrath of Meguer. It seemed to involve a kidnapping case, and he could not allow Conan to take Haibara Ai to such perilous locales next time. He would ensure to knock some sense into him. Subsequently, Aoki snapped a photo of Haibara Ai sleeping. However, he made slight adjustments to the image, changing her hair to black and lengthening the style a bit, while the overall appearance remained largely unchanged. Big brother, please assist in creating an identity. Name her Haibara Ai. Photo.ing Mimosa. If there's something called Big Brother, if not, called Jin, please send the information over. Jin, come by tomorrow, there's a mission. Jin. Understood, Jin. Mimosa. After deleting the message, a smile crept onto Aoki's lips. Having Jin assist with the arrangements would temporarily mask the situation. Moreover, it was improbable that a child of such tender years would connect the dots regarding Mayano Shiho's transformation. After all, it was far too fantastical. Without concrete evidence, Jin was unlikely to take action. Yet, given his unpredictable nature, it was hard to foresee his course of action. If he insisted on eliminating Haibara Ai, then Aoki would have no choice but to flee. However, if he could navigate the situation successfully, then he would be largely safe moving forward. Yet, he still needed to guard against Conan, for he might unwittingly bring trouble upon himself. Before Aoki could rise, the doorbell rang. Curious, he opened the door to find a delivery person holding a package. Excuse me, are you Mr. Aoki? Hey, raise your package, please sign for it. Aoki was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't recall having ordered anything. Who could this be from? After signing for the package, he lifted it, noting that it felt surprisingly light, almost weightless. It seemed not to be a bomb. With that thought in mind, Aoki quickly unwrapped it, only to be rendered speechless. Inside were a multitude of documents and photos concerning Xiao AI, including the very image he had just sent. Was Jin truly that efficient? It appeared to have taken less than 10 minutes. He truly was the hardest worker within the organization. 2 words, impressive. At that moment, Xiao AI awoke, glancing curiously at Aoki seated in the living room before heading to the bathroom to wash up, perhaps due to the mental strain experienced yesterday. Once she finally relaxed, she fell into a deep slumber until 10 o'clock. Ordinarily, in the confines of the laboratory, she would rise at 6 every morning and spend the entirety of the day immersed in her work. After a brief moment, Xiao AI changed in her clothes, all of which had been purchased by Aoki the previous day. The styles varied greatly, yet the majority featured cartoon designs, which Xiao AI found rather distasteful. At 18 years of age, how could she possibly wear such attire? In the end, Aoki insisted she don the outfit, asserting that it would make her appear more like a little girl. Your identity is all set soon. I shall take you to transfer schools. Aoki, holding a jam sandwich, pushed the documents across the table and then reclined on the sofa, speaking casually. Xiao AI furrowed her brow in response. But I am a PhD graduate. Is it truly necessary for me to attend school? You're merely 6 years old. Besides, Conan is there as well if you wish to research the antidote. You will need Conan as your little test subject. Xiao AI stood before the table, gazing down at her toes. Perfectly flat. She then helplessly rubbed her forehead if she wished to avoid detection by the organization. Attending school was the only option. Moreover, since Kudo was also present, it was indeed necessary to pay a visit. At Titan Elementary School, Class 1B. At that moment, Conan was slumped over his desk, staring blankly out the window. As a high school student, why was he being forced to repeat elementary school? This was utterly torturous. Have you heard? Today, our class is getting a transfer student. I wonder what kind of person they will be, Ayumi exclaimed, pulling her 3 friends into a discussion about the day's events, her face alight with excitement at the prospect of making a new friend. Jenna chimed in, really? I hope it's a cute girl. Kagoro added, ever since Conan arrived, we haven't had any transfer students, whether male or female. What matters most is their personality. Ayumi turned to Conan. Conan, what do you think they will be like? Conan replied, it could very well be a bookworm. At that moment, the teacher opened the classroom door, prompting the 3 little ones to rush forward. And when they laid eyes on the newcomer, they all gasped in astonishment. It was a girl. She is so adorable. Conan thought to himself. She's just a girl. What's so special about that? She's not a rare animal. Xiao AI scanned the classroom and quickly spotted Conan, her gaze devoid of any emotion, not a single ripple of feeling. Meanwhile, Aoki was peering through binoculars, observing the situation within the classroom. Fortunately, there was no one nearby to notice him otherwise. He might be mistaken for a pervert and promptly reported to the authorities. Seeing Xiao AI surrounded by her classmates, a smile crept across his face. It seemed the plot was unfolding smoothly. Now, he needed to deal with the kidnapper. By eliminating the threat in advance, he was, in a sense, participating in the narrative. He wondered what reward he would receive this time. If memory served him correctly, the target was seemingly at the Dado station, conveniently located beside the police station, an ideal place to conduct dark dealings. Aoki wasn't entirely sure, as it had been a long time since he had last watched Conan, and many details had faded from memory. He needed to visit the destination first. With that thought, he boarded a train, heading straight to his objective. Upon reaching the familiar streets, he finally retrieved his phone and called, summoning Megur, while reminding him to avoid setting off any alarms. If the criminal were to hear, they would undoubtedly threaten the hostage. As a consultant for the police department, he also had to consider their interests. Upon receiving the call, Officer Megur promptly rushed over, and after neutralizing the threat, Aoki felt a sense of relief. You truly are something else, Aoki. You've solved yet another case. Your reputation now surpasses Kudo's. Hearing Officer Megur's words, Aoki couldn't help but twitch his lips. That kid was still in elementary school, and he had the script. What could Kudo possibly compete with him on? What a joke. I'm incredibly courageous. Thank you very much. Ding. Host successfully altered the plotline, acquiring firearm proficiency. Firearm proficiency, a basic understanding and ability to use all types of firearms. Not too shabby. With my demi-human bloodline, I shall become the second Sato. Speaking of which, although I have gained the demi-human bloodline, it seems it hasn't activated yet. Must I die first? Suicide certainly won't do if Haibara Ai were to witness it. She would likely be left utterly shocked. Seeking Jin won't work either if the organization were to discover it. They would undoubtedly dissect me for research. I need to take on a mission first. Chapter 3. I have no wife, why should it concern me? Upon returning home, Aoki Tomohira found himself rather bored and began to fiddle with the firearms he had procured from the organization. While the organization didn't mind, he dared not be careless. After some time of tinkering, he concealed the handgun and then reclined on the sofa, adopting a relaxed posture as he listlessly stared at the television. Where on earth is Haibara Ai? I'm so bored. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Aoki, and he recalled certain details of the plot. If his memory served him correctly, the deceased, in this instance, was likely named Hirota, a university professor. However, it seemed he was not killed by the organization, but rather by one of his students. Although this was not the organization's doing, it certainly bore some connection. At that moment, his phone began to ring. Aoki picked it up and glanced at the screen, noticing it was an unfamiliar number, so he chose to ignore it and headed off to the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Conan anxiously dialed a number, his eyes filled with concern. Indeed. The call he had just made was to inquire about the well-being of consultant Aoki. What have you done to him? Conan exclaimed, dropping the headset and glaring at Ai. Ai, with a mischievous grin, nonchalantly replied, why not go and see for yourself? Perhaps there's a delightful surprise in store. Stunned by her words, Conan dashed off in a frenzy towards Aoki's residence. Upon arriving at Aoki's doorstep, he leaned against the wall, surveying the surroundings. To his astonishment, the lights within the house were illuminated. Could it be that the organization's members were inside? This is outrageous. Why would they seek to eliminate consultant Aoki? Did he uncover some secret? This organization is audacious enough to even threaten the police. I hope Aoki is safe. He must hold on. Once he ascertained that the area was clear, Conan swiftly pushed open the door and hurried into the living room to assess the situation. There were no signs of blood, nor any bodies. Snacks lay scattered on the table, and the television remained on, suggesting that no incident had occurred. Perhaps, out of necessity, they had chosen to abduct him instead. At that moment, Aoki emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed, and was taken aback to find Conan standing in the living room. He furrowed his brow and questioned, what brings you here? Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Conan, momentarily stunned, felt a wave of relief upon realizing that Aoki was unharmed. Well, Ai, who transferred here, mentioned that she resides with you, which piqued my curiosity. Prompting me to come and see you, Conan replied, scratching his head and letting out a light-hearted laugh. Aoki's lips curled slightly as he changed his clothes and remarked, oh, you haven't bullied her, have you? She's my sister now. If you dare to mistreat her, I shall not let you off easily. Bullied her? Are you referring to me? He chuckled. She was just playing tricks on me. Who is truly bullying whom? Subsequently, Conan settled onto the sofa, stroking his chin in contemplation. He did not believe that Shiho was lying, and Aoki's demeanor suggested he was unaware of her true identity. What could this fellow's intentions be? Was he attempting to steal information from the police department? Such matters would be better suited for an undercover agent, wouldn't they? I'm back, Shiho announced as she pushed open the door and changed her shoes before entering. Ignoring Conan, she chose to sit on the adjacent sofa and picked up a magazine to read. Upon witnessing this, Aoki couldn't help but smile, then turned and headed to the kitchen to commence preparations for the day's meal, allowing the two a moment's respite, which would facilitate the unfolding of events. Subsequently, as in the original narrative, Shiho boldly laid her cards on the table, indicating that the information regarding the drug was seemingly in Professor Hirota's possession. Aoki then led them, along with Dr. Agasa, toward their destination. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that Professor Hirota had met his demise. At that moment, Aoki's attention was drawn to a black Porsche outside, which appeared to belong to Jin. What was he doing here? Before Aoki could ponder further, a message arrived on his phone. What are you doing here? Jin, I am a police consultant. It is perfectly reasonable to be here with a death occurring. Mimosa, inside. There is information about the organization. Remember to retrieve it. Jin. After sending the message, the vehicle drove away without delay. At this juncture, Shiho was concealed behind the door, trembling involuntarily. Upon seeing Aoki delete the message, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated that members of the organization were lurking nearby. Thankfully, Aoki was present, or they would have surely been exposed. Was it them? Indeed. It was likely related to that information. Did they commit the murder? Not necessarily. Perhaps it was orchestrated from behind the scenes, which was certainly plausible. The two stood by the window, whispering to one another. Conan naturally took note of their conversation. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. Aoki cannot possibly be affiliated with the organization, otherwise, he would have adopted Shio. Now that Haibara has become a traitor to the organization, encountering her would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Let us first solve the case. The evidence is right here. It cannot possibly escape our grasp. Shio has successfully located the disc, while Aoki discreetly stowed the remaining discs into his pocket, attracting no one's attention. Once a model citizen of Mahama, Aoki had never engaged in any illicit activities until today, marking his inaugural transgression. In summary, it can be encapsulated in 2 words, exhilaration. Before long, Officer Megure arrived, grumbling as he entered. Honestly, we've already clocked out. Yet here we are, forced to work overtime. Megure had been about to enjoy a meal when a sudden phone call summoned him, causing him to rush over before finishing his dinner. Aoki, my dear fellow. Have you been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately? Why is it that you always find yourself at the crime scene? Perhaps a visit to the shrine tomorrow might be in order? Megure leaned in closer, whispering softly in Aoki's ear. Suddenly, Aoki paused. If his memory served him correctly, he believed that this particular case was not originally under Megure's jurisdiction. Could it be that his presence had inadvertently disrupted the narrative? Never mind. It matters not. As long as the plot unfolds normally, he could accrue ample system rewards, making tomorrow's tasks more manageable. However, it would be best if there were a hint of danger. Otherwise, he would not awaken his latent abilities. I already know who the perpetrator is, Aoki declared, interrupting Conan's contemplation. What? I haven't even pieced it together. And you already know the culprit? Are you jesting? You haven't even examined the scene, having remained by the window the entire time, and yet you claim to know. Am I merely a charlatan detective? Is that so? Aoki, my dear brother, do enlighten me on how this transpired. My sister-in-law is waiting for my return. Let us hasten to solve the case. Megure whispered, exuding a sense of exasperation. Why should I concern myself with that? I have no wife. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, his body betrayed him. The real criminal is you. Chapter 4. Vodka. He has certainly betrayed us. Mr. Shirakawa. The murderer is you. Aoki Tomokazu glanced towards the entrance and pointed at Shirakawa Haruki. At that moment, Shirakawa had just arrived on the scene and felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing someone accuse him of being the perpetrator. However, he quickly regained his composure. Is this the police consultant? How could the investigation be so hasty? I have only just arrived. How could I possibly be the culprit? Dressed in a white denim jacket and blue jeans, Shirakawa wore a faint smile and shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. Good grief. It's you. Come on, let us settle this. Namika Wataro. Aoki, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Mr. Shirakawa has only just arrived and clearly had no time to commit a crime. And besides, we have no evidence. Mikuru Juzun pulled the others aside and leaned in to whisper, if Aoki is mistaken, Shirakawa will lodge a complaint, claiming the Metropolitan Police is defaming him. Upon hearing this, Aoki rolled his eyes. After all, he was the one with the script. How could he possibly err? He then patted Mikuru on the shoulder. There's no mistake. The culprit is you, Mr. Shirakawa Haruki. Before coming here, I conducted an investigation. And Professor Hirota seems to possess a photograph of you in women's clothing. You've been trying to retrieve those photos, haven't you? Furthermore, upon my arrival, I noticed your car parked nearby, and I distinctly saw you loading something into it. These so-called observations were merely fabrications. Aoki recalled the details of the case. It all originated from a photograph of Shirakawa in women's attire. Professor Hirota, having consumed alcohol, had jokingly remarked to Shirakawa about the photograph supposedly being sent to the newspaper. Although that was never the case. Yet, Shirakawa took the jest seriously and, in a fit of rage, murdered the professor. The summary could be reduced to 6 words. He cannot take a joke. What followed was a classic confession, with Shirakawa kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely and rambling on. Only after he had finished speaking did the Metropolitan Police take him away. It was rather absurd. Why not just take him away immediately? Meanwhile, Conan, feeling utterly disheartened, crouched in a corner, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. After all, deduction is the detective's prerogative. How could one disgrace oneself by tossing evidence at others? The joy of being a detective lies in uncovering clues and cornering the culprit, leaving them with no escape. You say he is not a detective? Well, that settles it. However, Aoki was momentarily bewildered. The plot seemed to deviate from expectations. In the original narrative, it should have been Officer Yakamizo who arrived. And Haibara had not found the drug's magnetic strip upon her arrival. Could it be a bug in the script? Officer Mikuru, shouldn't you be dealing with that Silver Fox incident? Aoki Tomo, curious, inquired of Megure Juza. In response, Megure chuckled foolishly, saying, I entrusted that matter to Yakamizu, coincidentally. He is on duty tonight, so I returned home after work. The original owner of this body, although a member of the organization, had a penchant for slacking off. Consequently, Officer Megure, having long accompanied him, developed the habit of leaving work early whenever possible, firmly eschewing overtime. Meanwhile, within the precinct, Yakumizu was still engrossed in writing a report. With a coffee cup in his left hand and a pen in his right, he inadvertently lost his grip, spilling coffee all over the table. Darn it. Now I have to rewrite the report. Subsequently, Aoki drove home with Shiho. As for that little brat Conan, he had gone to the precinct to give his statement. After all, having obtained the drug tape, there was no point in holding on to it any longer. The other tapes in his possession were intended for Jin. Should he inquire about the lack of information, Aoki planned to say they had been destroyed by Akai, even if Jin were to become infuriated. It was of no concern to Aoki. The destruction was the doing of Akai. What did it have to do with him? After a brief respite, Aoki arrived at the home bar. The atmosphere was somewhat desolate, the dim lighting rendering it nearly indistinguishable from darkness. Only the bar counter revealed any signs of life. Where are the items? Aoki had just taken a seat at the bar when a voice emerged from beside him. The speaker was clad entirely in black, sporting a dark hat, with golden hair cascading down to his waist. Were it not for his flowing locks, he might have remained utterly inconspicuous in that setting. We are all here, he declared. However, a portion has already been obliterated. Aoki ordered a mimosa. Truth be told, he had never tasted it before, in his previous life. He abstained even from beer, so in this life, he felt compelled to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Jin paused for a moment, then tucked away the magnetic card and handed over a document. This contains the details of the mission. Remember to dispose of it after reading. With that, Jin finished his drink and rose to leave. Following closely behind, Vodka downed his beverage in one swift motion and promptly hurried after him. It was no jest. He had to drive for his elder brother. How could he possibly indulge in alcohol? Aoki gazed at the folder, promptly opening it to examine its contents. Mission objective: Yureo Chun information, a local thug in Tokyo Bay, who, during a transaction with the organization, murdered a member and absconded with the goods. Mission requirement: eliminate Yureo Chun. Subsequently, the document detailed Yureo Chun's personal information, meticulously chronicling every aspect of his life, his number of wives, the times he rose for the restroom, and even the dates when he shared a bed with others. One must admit, the distillery possesses remarkable prowess. After Aoki recorded the information, he exited the tavern, calling out, "Boss, charge this drink to the account of Jin." Subsequently, he sought a secluded spot where he set the document ablaze, delivering a few decisive kicks to it until no trace of ash remained. Only then did he depart with a sense of satisfaction. This mission was ostensibly a solo endeavor, merely an assassination, yet Jin would be shadowing him discreetly. Aoki first visited the base, where he acquired a handgun along with several magazines, and additionally prepared a few knives in anticipation of the possibility of self-termination should he sustain injuries. Possessing the bloodline of an altered one, he could resurrect perfectly after death. With all wounds healed, "Are you planning to go again tomorrow?" he was asked. Tomorrow he must also visit the Metropolitan Police Department. After all, it was a legitimate job. Although not an official member of the force, his identity proved quite advantageous. "Hiss," the man remarked, as he continued with his habitual approach, immediately fulfilling his mission before retreating home to indulge in idleness. Jinjio, seated in the passenger seat, took a deep drag from his cigarette, watching Aoki ride off on his motorcycle, a faint smile gracing his lips. This mission had been specifically chosen to test Aoki's abilities. After all, Aoki had been undercover at the Metropolitan Police Department for 2 years. Should his skills have diminished, he would need to be sent for retraining. Upon successful completion of the task, Jinjio intended to assign him more missions. Vodka remarked, "I truly wonder what the B0SS is thinking. Allowing this lazy dog to remain undercover for 2 years without any intel. I suspect it would be better to eliminate him and replace him with someone else. I am beginning to doubt his loyalty." Chapter 5, not enough to buy a bag for Xiao Ai vodka. It seems you harbor a grudge against him? You seem particularly agitated whenever he is mentioned. Did he sleep with your wife? Jinshio pondered, intrigued. He had interacted with Aoki as well, and found him merely a bit lethargic, otherwise quite competent. Strangely enough, after engaging with Aoki, he too found himself uttering flirtatious remarks. Aoki was simply too captivating. His speech was always distinctive, and his abilities remarkable. Had it not been for these traits, Jinjio would not have sought him out. If not for recent news of Akai Shuichi's impending return, Jinjio would have preferred to avoid conflict. Yet, the mere thought of that individual ignited a flicker of anger within him. No. However, brother, you are too lenient with Mimosa, which is why he has become so indolent. I believe he needs some pressure. After Vodka spoke, he cautiously glanced at Jinjio, relieved to see no fury in his expression. In that moment, Jinjio merely inhaled his smoke, contemplating Vodka's words. Indeed, that kid was excessively lazy. Let us not concern ourselves with him. It's merely a solo mission. Given Aoki's capabilities, there should be no issues. Ding. The host successfully altered the narrative and received mastery of combat. Mastery of combat. Any martial art can be learned and mastered, though perhaps practical experience is required. At that moment, Aoki stood at the edge of a cliff, holding a pair of binoculars, gazing towards a villa by the sea, where 8 individuals were patrolling. They were clad in black suits and wearing sunglasses? Wearing sunglasses at night? Wasn't that madness? Aoki set down the telescope and pondered while stroking his chin. Perhaps It would be best to charge forward. After all, possessing the bloodline of an otherworldly being meant he could resurrect even after death. So what harm would there be in dying a few times? However, Aoki hesitated, for he had never taken a life before. He couldn't even bear to harm a chicken, let alone commit murder. Damn it. He resolved to think of it as a struggle against invaders. With a resolute heart, Aoki swiftly moved around the villa, strategically placing explosives at the exit to thwart any potential escape. Once prepared, he approached the entrance of the villa. Bang! A shot rang out, striking a patrolling guard in the head. Before they could react, another guard fell. After dispatching 2 guards in quick succession, Aoki felt no remorse, rather. A thrill coursed through him. Each shot was a satisfying victory. However, at that very moment, a bullet suddenly struck him squarely in the forehead. Thud. His body crumpled to the ground, kicking up dust as blood trickled from his wound. The remaining 6 guards, once assured that the area was clear, exchanged glances, and one hastily entered the villa to report the incident. The other 5 approached, intent on disposing of the bodies. Yet, as they drew near, Aoki abruptly sat up, drawing 2 daggers from his waist and lunging at them. By the time they comprehended the situation, the daggers were already at their throats, leaving them stunned and clutching their necks. Hadn't he been dead? How could he still move? Although the bullet wound on his forehead had begun to heal, the evidence of blood remained glaringly apparent. Utilizing his mastery of combat, Aoki efficiently dealt with his adversaries. That hurt, he muttered, gazing at the lifeless bodies on the ground while rubbing his forehead. Though he possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely, being shot in the head was an unpleasant experience, prompting him to adopt a more cautious approach. Turning his gaze behind him, he noticed a shadowy figure standing there, resembling a mummy, its body swathed in bandages, with sand swirling around it. Was this the shadow? Standing approximately 6 feet tall, it appeared to be a tangible embodiment of darkness. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Invisible to others, possessing formidable strength and capable of traversing walls, an assassination tool. Go inside and eliminate everyone. And remember to destroy the surveillance footage. Understood? He commanded the towering, pitch-black figure behind him. Upon receiving the order, the shadow mechanically turned its head and then darted towards the villa at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Boom. Before Aoki could react, the villa's walls cracked open, and a conflagration erupted, consuming everything in its path. Incredible, he exclaimed, glancing down to see blood pooled at his feet, including his own. This evidence could not remain. Aoki swiftly concealed the blood and subsequently cast several bodies of bodyguards into the sea to feed the fish. After completing these actions, he departed with a sense of satisfaction. However, before leaving, he reminded his shadow to cleanse the footprints on the beach. Meanwhile, from a distant hilltop, Jin, armed with a sniper rifle, witnessed the entire sequence of events. The earlier spectacle of death and resurrection left him somewhat perplexed. Additionally, the bizarre incident of conversing with thin air, followed by the explosion of the villa, perplexed him further. Although he could not comprehend it, he was greatly astonished. Nonetheless, the mission was accomplished. Was it a superpower? Jin abruptly took a drag from his cigarette before discarding the butt on the ground, stowing away his rifle in preparation to depart. He had encountered superhumans before, but none exhibited such resurrection abilities. Now that he had his own men, he could assign the task of sending them to their demise to Aoki, for he was impervious to death, making it a case of resource optimization. The next mission would indeed require such sacrificial acts. Had he not felt uneasy, he would not have returned, fortuitously witnessing Aoki's death and revival. However, Aoki remained unaware that he was already being considered. At this moment, he had returned home, intending to take a shower before sleeping, wary of the bloodied scent that might disturb little Ai's slumber. He also feared that the odor could frighten her. This time did not count as part of the narrative, thus there were no rewards, yet the monetary compensation was substantial. After all, it was an assassination mission. They could hardly withhold payment. Ding. Your bank account has received a transfer of 1,500,000 yen. Freshly bathed, Aoki glanced at his phone and was taken aback. This is 1.5 million yen? For a brief moment, he almost mistook it for soft currency. A quick conversion revealed it to be roughly 70,000 yen. And upon consideration, the sum seemed rather meager. It was insufficient even to purchase a bag for little Ai. It seemed he would need to undertake more missions, lest he become destitute. Strangely enough, just yesterday was May 9th, and how could it suddenly transform into June after merely passing midnight? Is this some sort of deduction from the realm of Conan? Chapter 6. Conan is the Grim Reaper. Keep your distance from him. Happy New Year, young Aoki. Aoki sat in his office, languidly stifling yawns, when suddenly, Muro's words left him utterly bewildered. Just yesterday it was May 9th. After the clock struck midnight, it was June. Now, upon awakening, had it truly transformed into a new year? Had he slept for 7 months? Alas. Happy New Year, Officer Muro. Aoki let out a resigned sigh, his spirit appearing utterly depleted, as if he had not yet fully awakened. This world is indeed peculiar, no matter how chaotic it may become. How could 6 months pass in the blink of an eye? It seems today is a perfect opportunity to indulge in idleness, for there are unlikely to be any cases especially since little AI has been taken away to accompany the three youngsters to a football match. What a tranquil day it is. However, at that very moment, the telephone at the Metropolitan Police Headquarters rang abruptly, prompting a collective sigh from the officers, just when they thought they could enjoy a day of respite. Yet another emergency call had come through, and on this day of celebration, could they not be afforded a moment of peace? After a brief inquiry, they soon learned the dire situation. Someone armed with a handgun had opened fire at the football venue and was now demanding $50 million. Upon hearing this, Aoki felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Before long, they arrived at the scene, and as they began to gather information, Conan's voice suddenly cut through the air. "Officer, I found this bullet at the scene." Officer Magyar immediately took a look at it and was astounded. "This is a 7.62mm bullet." Upon hearing this, Aoki became even more perplexed. The narrative felt strikingly familiar. How could it be that no deceased individual appeared in the presence of Conan? At that moment, he caught sight of Shiho, adorned in Conan's hat, and instantly recalled the unfolding plot. Without hesitation, he seized Conan and swiftly pulled him aside, delivering a sudden and forceful punch. Smack! Conan clasped his head and exclaimed in surprise, "Ouch! What are you doing?" Aoki clenched his fist, casting an indignant glare at Conan. "You little brat. If you dare to flirt with my Xiao AI, I shall flay your skin." "Huh, I didn't do anything." "Oh, I see. You are a pervert with a penchant for lolis." Initially, Conan felt wronged, questioning why he was being struck without reason. However, he suddenly realized, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he looked at Aoki. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Aoki's forehead was adorned with bulging veins. Such remarks should not be uttered lightly. It is permissible to speak of them privately, but what if someone were to overhear? How could one possibly navigate society thereafter? Would my illustrious reputation not be tarnished by your words? Enough. Now, please elucidate the situation for me. What is truly occurring? After regaining his composure, he regarded Conan with seriousness, endeavoring to recall the narrative. He remembered there were two culprits, one wielding a firearm, the other on the phone. At that moment, Conan had already shared a multitude of thoughts, but upon noticing Aoki deep in contemplation, he realized that he had not been listening at all. Where have those three little ones gone? Suddenly, Conan was taken aback. They had been right here moments ago, yet now they had vanished without a trace. A sudden spark of insight illuminated Aoki's mind. He finally recalled the plot and identified the perpetrator. He hurriedly approached Magyar and articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, the others felt as though they had been enlightened, truly a testament to the acumen of the Metropolitan Police's advisor, who had managed to pinpoint the culprit in such a short span of time. Subsequently, the officers successfully apprehended the criminal. Only Conan remained despondent, bewildered that his own deductions had gone unheard, questioning how Aoki could arrive at the conclusion so swiftly. "I must report this. He must be cheating." "Cheating? You are mistaken. I simply possess the script." "How did you know? You didn't even visit the scene. How could you deduce the identity of the offender?" Conan found himself perplexed and, in frustration, returned to inquire further. He had never realized before that this individual's deductive abilities surpassed his own, rivaling even those of his father. One must not employ the logic of law enforcement to speculate on the criminal's actions, but rather consider the situation from the offender's perspective to determine the most suitable hiding places. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to speak with utmost seriousness, albeit with utter nonsense. Although his words appeared to possess a semblance of logic, the truth was, it was merely Aoki's fanciful fabrication. "If you were not the protagonist of an anime, I would genuinely contemplate ending your life with a single shot." After he finished speaking, Conan stood frozen in place, stroking his chin in contemplation. However, after a brief moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. "So that was it. Truly. It is just like you, Aoki. So this is your method of solving cases. First simulating the criminal's mindset, then deducing the possible locations they might occupy. For a criminal, the position of the camera can observe any area while providing cover for accomplices." Conan's glasses glimmered with reflection as he chuckled. With his hands tucked into his pockets, wearing an expression that conveyed, "I understand now." Yet, when he turned to look at Aoki's previous position, he discovered that Aoki had already departed, leaving only the three little ones behind. At this moment, on his way home, Aoki glanced at Shiho, who was still donning Conan's hat, and felt a surge of irritation. That damn little rascal. How dare he flirt with my Shiho in my absence? From now on, every time I see him, I shall deliver a beating. A certain peculiar uncle seems to be acting strangely. Could it be that he harbors some inappropriate thoughts towards a young girl? At this juncture, Shiho also noted Aoki's expressionless face, then looked up at the hat atop her head, realizing that he was indeed feeling jealous. Recalling the time he had changed her clothes, Shiho instantly comprehended the situation. I did not. Do not say such things." Upon hearing this, Aoki felt a wave of panic and immediately refuted with a flurry of denials, swiftly diverting the conversation to the subject of practice questions. "From now on, keep your distance from that fellow. He is favored by death itself. No matter where he goes, he will inevitably encounter cases." Hearing this, Xiao AI furrowed her brows, subsequently shaking her head. "That is simply impossible. Such peculiar occurrences do not exist. As a scientist with dual doctoral degrees, she believed that her transformation after taking the medication was scientifically substantiated. The notion of being favored by death was entirely unscientific. It was inconceivable. Ding. At that moment, Aoki's phone chimed, but he was driving and had no opportunity to check it. Thus, Xiao Ai picked it up. There is a mission tonight. Report to Base 2. Jin. Upon reading the message, Xiao Ai instinctively swallowed hard and promptly relayed the information to Aoki. Another mission. Just reply with received. It seems you'll need to stay at Professor Agasa's house for the next few days. Aoki felt a tinge of frustration, having only spent 3 days with Shio. He was now compelled to embark on a mission, all the while hoping to nurture their burgeoning relationship. Damn that Jin. Moreover, once he departed, that insufferable brat Conan would undoubtedly attempt to get close to Shio. It seemed he would have to consider relocating. You'd best keep your distance from Jin. That man is exceedingly perilous. Should anything happen to you? After finishing her reply, Shiho leaned back in the passenger seat and began to express her thoughts. Rest assured, I shall not meet my demise, for I possess the ability to resurrect. Upon hearing this, Aoki smiled lightly and then spoke. Xiao Ai shot him a glance, as she could hardly believe such childlike deception. Chapter 7. Have I been exposed? At this moment, Aoki arrived at Base 2, but as soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a pungent odor of smoke, as if cigarette butts had been left unattended for 2 months. Don't ask how he knows. It's simply because he has done so himself. Looking inside the room, he discovered 3 individuals seated there, including Jin, vodka, and a woman with golden hair. On the table before them lay an ashtray filled to the brim with cigarette butts, all of which were smoked by Jin. How many cigarettes must he have smoked? Aoki himself only consumed a pack a day, yet this must account for at least 5 packs. The woman was clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure. Belmode, you are Mimosa? I have heard so much about you, but this is my first encounter. I didn't expect you to be such a striking beauty. At that moment, Belmode approached him, resting a hand on his shoulder and casting him a flirtatious glance. Upon noticing this, Aoki took a step back. This woman was indeed strikingly beautiful, but her intent to eliminate Xiao Ai necessitated maintaining a safe distance. Are you serious about stepping back? Vermouth questioned, harboring doubts. Had she been neglecting her appearance lately? Or was it that his standards were rather high, as he exhibited no reaction to her allure? It must be Aoki's issue. Surely her charm was intact. And he must be impotent. Indeed, that had to be the case. Is everyone assembled? Follow me. Upon seeing that all were present, Jin extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and promptly rose to head towards the door. The other 2 remained silent, merely trailing behind, while Aoki appeared utterly bewildered. Wasn't there a mission at hand? What was the purpose of going out? Thus, what exactly was the mission? Once they reached outside the base, Jin swiftly raised his handgun, aiming it directly at Aoki's head. Before anyone could react, he had already pulled the trigger. Thud. Aoki collapsed directly to the ground, ultimately ceasing all movement. Dead beyond any possibility of revival. Vodka, witnessing this, was overjoyed. He had finally been slain by his older brother. He had long harbored a disdain for him. Once, his elder brother had been remarkably handsome and spoke very little, but ever since Aoki's arrival, he had become excessively loquacious, losing the cold demeanor he once possessed. It was all Aoki's fault. Now, his most respected elder brother had returned to his former self. Belmode was equally astounded, questioning the sanity of Jin for having killed one of his own. If Aoki were a mere rat, such an action was hardly characteristic of Jin. Jin, however, paid no heed to the astonishment around him. He merely took out a cigarette and began to smoke, the silence thickening as no one dared to utter a word. Say, Jin, did you already know that I would resurrect? Aoki finally broke the silence, rising from the ground and rubbing his forehead, where a wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Vodka and Belmode stared in disbelief. They had just witnessed Aoki's head being pierced. Yet now he appeared entirely unharmed. Was this some form of magic? Well, if I don't leave, will you not rise? Do enlighten us about your superpowers. Jin remained largely unaffected emotionally, presenting a stark contrast to Vodka. Belmode, on the other hand, quickly regained his composure. To be exposed so swiftly. But it matters not. I possess the ability not only to resurrect, but also to command a shadow that remains unseen by anyone, and its power is immense. Aoki let out a resigned sigh and summoned his shadow, which swiftly seized the firearm from Jin's grasp. From their perspective, it appeared as though the pistol had been effortlessly flung aside by Jin, ultimately resting in front of him as if an unseen hand held it. As for the matter of resurrection, he could not divulge the entire truth. The demi-humans had the ability to revive themselves from the largest piece of flesh left behind. Should he disclose this information, Jin, judging by his character, would likely sever an arm to safeguard against any potential betrayal. Should Aoki meet an untimely demise, he would inevitably return to the organization. Even if he could not be eliminated, he would serve as a valuable test subject. Terrifying. It was imperative that he kept this secret from Jin, lest he seal his own fate. At that moment, Jin gazed at the handgun, seemingly deep in thought, before casting a glance at Aoki and allowing a faint, sinister smile to grace his lips. No, What are you smiling about, brother? Your gaze is quite unsettling. Your skills are perfectly suited for assassination. I shall entrust future tasks to you. With that, Jin discarded his cigarette butt and spoke. Aoki, am I merely a tool now? The organization's assassination missions seem rather scarce. Most of them are private jobs, primarily for you, Kiryu. It's absurd to risk one's life without compensation. Let us get in the car. It's time to discuss serious matters. Kiryu said nothing further, but instructed everyone to enter the vehicle. Once inside, he spoke plainly. Recently, Akai Shuichi has returned, and this matter will be entrusted to Vermouth. Mimosa will fully cooperate. All the accumulated assassination tasks will be assigned to Mimosa. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback, subsequently feeling a sense of peculiarity. Was it as though he were delivering a final farewell? A mere text message would suffice. Was it truly necessary to speak face to face? Moreover, had you not mentioned that a mission was scheduled for tonight? It has already been half an hour. And yet there is no departure in sight. Just as Aoki was engulfed in confusion, Jin's phone suddenly rang. Jin, it's me. Voice on the other end, the target has appeared. Currently situated on the outskirts of Mihua town, seemingly waiting for someone to rendezvous. Jin, keep your eyes on them. I shall be there shortly. With that, Jin hung up the phone and promptly instructed Vodka to drive. Who exactly is the target? Are they intent on extortion? Or perhaps seeking confrontation? You utter not a single word, leaving me in utter ignorance of the purpose. Jin, is it not time to reveal the nature of the mission? I remain utterly bewildered. Aoki could no longer contain himself. After letting out a sigh, he inquired, are we going to eliminate a certain organization? They have recently become exceedingly active, not only stealing from us but also killing several peripheral members. The last person I tasked you with eliminating was indeed a member of that organization. Jin cast a glance at Aoki before proceeding to elucidate. Upon hearing this, Aoki fell into contemplation. How audacious it was for an organization to have its possessions seized, and not merely once. When did the organization become so inept? Therefore, their current destination must surely be Tokyo Bay. You speak of annihilating that organization, and Aoki instantly comprehends the situation. Why must one meander endlessly before addressing the crux of the matter? Wouldn't anyone find it bothersome? Ding. The protagonist has altered the narrative. Reward, voice modulation technique. Protagonist, Aoki Tamaharu. Bloodline, demi-human. Abilities, shadow manipulation, proficiency in firearms, mastery of combat, voice modulation technique. Chapter 8. What of being a virgin? Is it any of your concern? Aoki stood amidst the suburban woodlands, clutching a pair of binoculars as he gazed intently at the dilapidated warehouse before him. Surrounding the structure was an overgrowth of weeds. Yet a few vehicles were parked nearby, accompanied by a throng of individuals. Clad in black suits and equipped with earpieces, these figures bore telltale bulges on their left chests, leaving little doubt as to their purpose. Upon further observation, Aoki discerned that numerous armed individuals lurked in the shadows, ever vigilant in safeguarding the perimeter of the warehouse. Having gathered the pertinent details, he turned to Jin and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, am I to venture forth alone? What is your role in this? It's to watch your performance. And, by the way, allow Vermouth to make your acquaintance. The voice was not Jin's, but that of Vodka, who wore a mischievous grin as he regarded Aoki, seemingly in on a prearranged plan. Vermouth, standing nearby, exhibited no intention of opposing the arrangement. It appeared that there was no avoiding participation today. Perhaps he should have exercised greater caution. What a predicament. Aoki let out a helpless sigh before arming himself and setting off, simultaneously summoning Shadow. After ensuring that his pistol was in proper working order, he instructed Shadow to enter the warehouse and eliminate everyone inside. He then strode confidently into the presence of the crowd. Aoki suddenly shouted, capturing the attention of everyone present, good evening, dear friends. However, the only response he received was a barrage of bullets. In mere seconds, Aoki was riddled with bullets, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of life. The bodyguards at the entrance exchanged glances and approached to assess the situation. What was this guy here for? I have no idea. The moment I saw him appear, I fired. He's dead anyway, so why worry about it? Let us hurry and bury him. We mustn't let anyone see. All right. The others returned to their posts, while two individuals stepped forward, preparing to drag the deceased Aoki into the woods for burial. However, in the next moment, they noticed the horrifying wounds on the corpse rapidly healing. What the hell? Is this a ghost? They intended to call for assistance. But before they could utter a word, two swift flashes of cold light sliced through the air, severing their necks. Thud. Two lifeless bodies fell to the ground, devoid of any breath. The remaining individuals, upon witnessing this, immediately raised their guns, preparing to shoot Aoki. Yet, he seized one of the fallen bodies, using it as a makeshift shield. He then drew his handgun and began firing, not necessarily aiming to hit, but merely to buy some time, knowing he still had a Shadow to rely on. Of course, if he could kill them, that would be ideal. A fierce exchange of gunfire erupted in the suburbs. Although Aoki was being suppressed, he was impervious to death, and soon his adversaries realized that no matter how they shot at him, he would not fall, rendering their efforts a waste of time. Let's just bind him, they suggested. Just then, a grenade appeared out of nowhere, exploding and sending these individuals sprawling. This was followed by a series of explosions that reduced the entire villa to mere scraps of metal. Indeed, it was the work of the Shadow. The Shadow had eliminated all the personnel in the warehouse and set various explosives, which would detonate upon any disturbance. This was all orchestrated by Aoki, and the materials for the explosives were sourced on site. Not only were there an abundance of weapons, but also various pieces of gold jewelry. He had not even spared the cash. Anything that caught his eye was swiftly relocated by the Shadow, leaving behind only weapons and some jewelry. He certainly could not take everything, lest Jin become suspicious. A portion had to be left for him. Otherwise, he would be left out in the cold next time. It seemed the mission had been accomplished, and this place was now temporarily entrusted to you. Bermude, Jin said, putting down his sniper rifle and tossing the cigarette butt to the ground. Subsequently, Vodka drove away without a second glance. Bermude and Aoki were left behind. Upon Aoki's return, he noticed the absence of the Porsche and furrowed his brow in confusion. Where's the car? Did they leave? No one to take us back? He glanced at Bermude, who was standing nearby, smoking, unable to comprehend the situation. So they come and go as they please, huh? Hiss. You did well on your mission, but this was an assassination task. Your commotion was too loud. By the way, have you found a girlfriend? Bermude sighed and began walking ahead. There's a car in Tokyo Bay. Although it has been sitting idle for a long time, I never imagined it would come in handy. No. Why do you ask about that? Aoki, perplexed, responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Belmode leaned in closer, resting a hand on his shoulder and said, So, what do you think of me? From now on, my sister can take care of you. Aoki's face flushed crimson, and he immediately turned his head away. What nonsense is this? Is this the test for a cadre? Who can withstand such an examination? No way. What I cherish is Shiho Miyano. No. What I truly admire is Shiho Miyano. I am not a lowly enthusiast, nor am I some perverted uncle. Oh my, are you still a virgin? Seeing Aoki's reaction, Vermouth was somewhat taken aback, covering her mouth in exaggerated surprise. What of it if I am? Does it concern you? That damned woman, you are playing with fire. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Why not come over to my place tonight? I'll show you how to play some games. As Aoki's face turned a deeper shade of red, Vermouth leaned in closer, whispering softly and seductively into his ear. Upon hearing this, Aoki hurriedly distanced herself. Ahem. Please be mindful of your image. I am a consultant for the Metropolitan Police Department. Kindly maintain your distance from me. Very well. Enough of the jesting. Let us proceed. I shall escort you back. With that, she approached the roadside and opened the door of a convertible sports car, gesturing for Aoki to enter. That insufferable woman. In my previous life, I never had a girlfriend, and now, in this life, to be ridiculed by her is simply intolerable. Upon returning to Mihua Town, he did not hasten home but instead sought a discreet location to examine what he had acquired this time. The items were retrieved by a shadowy figure, who remained hidden from prying eyes, thus evading notice. Let me see what I have. Is this a diamond necklace? Just perfect for little AI. There's cash amounting to 20 million. The other jewelry, though largely useless, likely totals around 10 million as well. I should find a time to sell it. Aside from money, Aoki glanced over everything, finding it either unappealing or lacking in value, and keeping such items would only risk exposure. Thus, apart from the necklace, he resolved to sell everything else. After taking inventory, he intended to head home, but first, he needed a shower. The smell of smoke clung to him, mingled with a hint of perfume. If Zio discovered this, he would surely be in trouble. You smell of perfume. Chapter 9. Solving cases is no match for Zio's scent. Before Aoki could push open the door, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind him. It sounded like Zio's voice. Goodness. Wasn't she at Professor Agasa's house? Why was she waiting by the gate? How careless of him. He should have showered before returning. Are you concerned for me? Rest assured. I won't be deceived by women, for my heart belongs to Zio. Aoki steeled himself and turned to Xiao Ai, promptly utilizing his skill. The art of topic diversion. I am merely a child, you peculiar uncle. Xiao Ai gently flicked her hair and swiftly retreated to her room, closing the door in one fluid motion. Leaving no time for a response, Aoki sighed helplessly, gazing at the necklace in his hand, murmuring to himself. It's all that Vermouth's fault for causing this misunderstanding. Shinichi, please let me explain. I don't have a dog outside. How about we go out to play tomorrow, Shinichi? Upon hearing Aoki's intention to explain, a smile unconsciously graced her lips, yet she disregarded everything and dove into her slumber. Fool. The following morning, as Aoki rose from his bed, he was greeted by the ringing of his phone. The caller was Kagaro Mori. What could he possibly want so early in the day? However, considering their acquaintance, he promptly answered. Detective Mori, what brings you to call so early? Ah, Aoki, could I trouble you to give my daughter a ride? And her classmate, Sonoko as well. I'll treat you to drinks later. Mori's voice came through, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Aoki, resigned, agreed. As he had plans to go out anyway, he would simply bring them along and, after dropping them off, continue on with Shinichi. He had promised her an outing yesterday. After listening to Mori's explanation, he learned that Sonoko was attending an event, specifically a gathering of magicians. This seemed somewhat familiar. Is it part of a certain plot? Let me think. Since Ran would be attending as well, then surely Conan, the Grim Reaper, would be present too. If he were to attend, then a death was inevitable. Given the current circumstances, it was likely a magician who would perish. Regarding the plot involving magicians, I seem to recall there being two, right? Oh, it just came to me. Kid would also be participating. Since that is the case, I might as well go. It would be a great opportunity for a little excursion, and I wouldn't even have to spend my own money. It's a freebie after all. Hastily, he donned his clothes and took Shinichi out to pick them up. However, Shinichi wore a sulky expression. He had promised to take her out, yet here he was. The very next day, picking up others, 3 people at that. Yet, she held her tongue, knowing full well she was not Aoki's girlfriend, merely a temporary resident. What could she say? Still, an inexplicable emptiness lingered in her heart. What's wrong? Are you upset? Aoki observed her every gesture and leaned closer, softly inquiring. Of course not. Accompanying 2 stunning ladies, and I'm merely a child, how could I possibly be upset? Shinichi turned her head away, snorting in response. Akamoto was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The level of sarcasm was indeed quite high. At that moment, Yoko and Ran had also arrived at the front of the car. Mr. Akamoto, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. Oh, who is this girl? She is absolutely adorable. Suddenly, Yoko noticed the petite figure of Shiho sitting in the passenger seat. She intended to open the car door for an embrace, but was swiftly evaded by Shiho, who displayed a look of disdain. Ran chuckled at the scene and hastily interjected. All right, let us get in the car quickly. We can discuss Shiho later. Oh, so her name is Shiho. What a lovely name. Far cuter than that certain little brat. While speaking, Yoko cast a sideways glance at Conan, who was standing nearby, with an expression of disdain. Upon hearing this, Conan rolled his eyes in response. Humph. I haven't even complained about you. Initially, he wished to accompany them. But since he had caught a cold, Uncle Muri forbade him from going, fearing he would be a hindrance. Consequently, Conan resorted to his signature technique, pouting for sympathy. Ultimately, Akamoto spoke up, agreeing to let him join, but only on the condition that he behaved obediently. Otherwise, he would capture an unflattering photo of him and share it with those 3 mischief makers. Hearing this, Conan instantly complied, remaining silent throughout the journey. He was determined not to leave behind any embarrassing history. He wished to maintain his innocence in the world. Suddenly, Akamoto remembered to inquire, what is the date today? It's December 9th, replied Ran. Why do you ask? What? Just yesterday it was January 1st, and now it's December? Are we living in reverse? He sighed. Oh well, let it be. As the group arrived at their destination, just as they were alighting from the vehicle, Akamoto halted abruptly while holding Shiho's hand, shaking his head to signal her not to proceed. Shiho looked perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Let them stay here. We can enjoy ourselves elsewhere and return to pick them up tomorrow. Aoki gently rubbed his head and then smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai was momentarily taken aback, before revealing a slight smile and nodding. Yes. Please let Xiaolan and the others know, or they might worry later. All right. Originally hesitant to alert Conan, Aoki felt that his presence had slightly diverted the course of events. If something were to happen to them, he would bear the blame. Although this particular narrative was not significantly tied to Conan, and there was little to worry about, he had initially hoped to meet Kaido Kuroba. Nonetheless, he decided against it. Whether it was the prospect of meeting Kaido or the allure of system rewards, nothing compared to the joy of accompanying Xiao Ai. Conan, come here for a moment. Aoki then found Conan and pulled him aside. Huh, what is it? Conan asked, his face a mask of confusion, yet he approached cautiously, covering his head in fear of another potential blow. I just heard on the news that a magician has died. It seems he was part of an enthusiast group and was supposed to attend an event today. They mentioned that when he died, there were a few words left on his computer. One has been resolved. Shadow Mage. Therefore, I suspect it was one of the individuals from that group. Be careful. Xiao Ai and I will head back and check with the police department. By the way, it appears that Kaido Kid is also here. Aoki candidly recounted everything he knew. Conan was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding seriously as he declared, rest assured, I will ensure their safety. After uttering these words, Aoki took his leave. Conan returned to the group, feigning nonchalance. Hey, where's Mr. Aoki? At that moment, Ran surveyed her surroundings and noticed the absence of Aoki and Shiho, prompting her to inquire with a hint of confusion. He had to leave suddenly due to an urgent matter at the police headquarters. Conan interjected hastily, feeling the need to provide Aoki with cover. One couldn't help but wonder if Aoki had anticipated something. After all, would an ordinary person confide such matters to a child? If that were the case, then Shiho must have already. Chapter 10. A cherished gift. Let us ride the roller coaster. At that moment, Aoki and Shiho had arrived at the amusement park. He took Shiho's hand and led her towards the roller coaster. However, Shiho felt somewhat exasperated. After all, she was already 18. And yet he treated her as if she were a child. With each step, he would inquire if she wanted a balloon or something similar. While she thought to herself that she was not a little kid, she couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. Perhaps this was the same feeling she experienced when her sister was still around. Suddenly, a remark her sister had once made flashed through her mind. Mayano Akemi, you should find yourself a boyfriend soon. Be careful not to end up as a leftover. With that thought, she lifted her gaze to Aoki, who was holding her hand, and her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to hastily lower her head. For a fleeting moment, she had found him quite handsome. Yet he was, after all, a peculiar man, an eccentric older gentleman. Just then, Aoki scooped her up and set her down on the roller coaster. As Shiho opened her mouth to speak, she was met with his goofy grin, which instantly silenced her. What kind of boyfriend would act so foolishly? Just moments ago she thought him handsome, but it seemed she had overthought things. Shiho, this is for you. Aoki produced a box and presented it to Shiho, a subtle smile gracing his face, leaving her curious about his thoughts. Shiho was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze to the box, which was exquisitely crafted, resembling a work of art. The surface was adorned with intricately carved petals, and beneath them, her name was inscribed, to Shiho. It was evident that this was a handmade piece, recently created, and while it appeared as a masterpiece, it bore numerous imperfections upon closer inspection. Suddenly, she noticed Aoki's hands. Though gloved, it was clear that he had been the one to carve it. His efforts to conceal this fact were in vain. Foolish boy. He could have simply given it to her without the embellishment of a carved box. Shiho did not open the box but instead lowered her head, caressing the gift she had just received. Her words were barely audible, and Aoki, unaware, assumed she was lost in thought or perhaps feeling a bit awkward. It seemed that gifting could not be done lightly, lest it plunge the recipient into silence, much like the current moment. Do I lack the skill of silence? Thank you. This gift. I truly cherish it. Upon hearing Shiho express her fondness, Aoki exhaled a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with affection as he gently ruffled her hair. As long as she liked it. Wait a moment, that doesn't seem quite right. She has opened the box, has she? Did she perhaps take a liking to the box itself? It appeared that Shiho favored bags more. So perhaps he should consider gifting her one next time. She had no interest in diamond necklaces. He must remember that. As he pondered, Aoki retrieved a small notebook and began jotting down notes, deliberately shielding his writing from her view. Shiho wondered what he was writing, intrigued by his secretive demeanor. What are you writing? She inquired. Startled, Aoki quickly closed the notebook, forcing a sheepish smile. Oh, nothing. I'm just writing lyrics, a song for you. Hiki. A song for me? I never expected you had such talent. I shall eagerly await your creation. Shiho smiled at his words, playfully tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she gazed at Aoki's face. Oh no, I spoke too hastily. What nonsense have I gotten myself into? I can't write a song to save my life. I had hoped to gloss over it, but now I've dug my own grave. If I fail to produce anything, will she ignore me? Blast it. I wish I could slap some sense into myself. Ah well, I've only just begun. I need more time. Even if I manage to write something, I certainly cannot sing. Reflecting on songs from my past life, a few seem quite fitting, such as More Than Friends, Yet Unfulfilled Dreams, or Dramatic Love, or perhaps F would suffice. However, the first song is the BGM of Shinichi and Rand. It feels wrong to borrow that. Never mind. I shall contemplate it later. Today, I am here to enjoy Shiho's company, so why dwell on such matters? What about Conan? She suddenly asked. What of him? I don't know. Don't ask me. Conan chimed in. Let me express my gratitude to you. And so, Aoki spent the day with Shiho at the amusement park, followed by a shopping spree for bags and an array of trendy clothing. Aoki gazed at his wallet, which was visibly dwindling, utterly devoid of funds. Although his wallet was empty, he still had at least 20 million yen at home, all acquired from yesterday's escapades. What a needless panic. Unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen. Suddenly recalling the matter of the villa, Aoki hastily decided to alert the authorities. Primarily because he had been engrossed in daytime revelries and had momentarily forgotten. He hoped that Conan was unharmed. Naturally, it would be even better if nothing had transpired. No, that was not right. Conan must not perish. That woman, Vermouth, seemed intent on safeguarding Conan, along with Ran, if anything befell them. Would she not spiral into madness? After hurriedly reporting to the police, Aoki paid it no further mind and, with Shiho in tow, sought refuge in a nearby inn, deciding to spend the night there. Hey, Shiho, shall we share a bed tonight? Aoki tucked away his phone and glanced at the seat beside him, discovering that Shiho was engrossed in a magazine. With a smile, he spoke up. What are you up to, you peculiar old man? Shiho briefly lifted her gaze before returning to her reading. Just thinking. Before Shiho could fully react, Aoki had already approached from behind and enveloped her in a warm embrace, his face pressing against hers as he revealed a rather infatuated grin. You are such a peculiar one with your penchant for Lolas. Shiho chose to ignore him, continuing her reading while casting him an exasperated glance. Aoki remained silent, simply holding her close. Her hair exuded a delightful fragrance. Oh dear, cough cough. I assure you, I am not a pervert, merely offering an earnest observation, though it is undeniably pleasant. Do I have such shampoo at home? Have I inhaled enough? How absurd. If this continues, I may have to report it. At this moment, Xiao Ai felt quite helpless. This fellow was not only grinning foolishly, but also incessantly inhaling the scent of her hair. What else could this be but peculiar behavior? Cough cough. I am not deranged. Hear me out. No. Allow me to clarify. The situation is not as you perceive. Aoki hastily released the person and subsequently took a seat beside them. remarking that his previous actions indeed bore a resemblance to those of a pervert. However, he insisted he was a respectable individual. You must believe me. Embracing the little girl with a silly grin and inhaling the scent of her hair, it would be difficult for anyone to believe he was not a deviant. Xiao Ai displayed a crescent-eyed expression, shaking her head in exasperation. Moments later, she yawned and nestled into Aoki's blankets, resting her head upon him and drifting into slumber. Aoki, still awake, succumbed to sleep only after being enveloped by a delightful fragrance. Yet, Xiao Ai opened her eyes, sensing she had forgotten something, though the memory eluded her. Oh well, time to sleep. Chapter 11. Identity revealed, Conan in a panic. Aoki leaned over the balcony, gazing at the street below, where not a single trace remained. As if the snow had never fallen. The world is truly wondrous. Just yesterday, the snow was still cascading down, and now, everything seems to have vanished. A glance at the clock reveals it is October 30th. He finds himself perplexed, pondering how many times within a year one can encounter peculiar occasions such as Valentine's Day and New Year. Moreover, he distinctly recalls being outside yesterday, only to discover upon returning that he had somehow participated in a mission for the organization. To his astonishment, an additional 50 million had appeared in his bank account. What on earth transpired in between? Aoki appeared somewhat bewildered. This world was truly absurd. If it weren't for Ai-chan, he would struggle to comprehend even the date. Aoki, Professor Agasa has asked you to assist him. He mentioned something about an outing. Could you help keep an eye on the children? Haibara, would you like to join? Just as Aoki was lost in thought, the door swung open abruptly. The visitor was none other than the infamous Conan Adagawa. At that moment, Conan was clad in a striped outfit, light blue interspersed with deep blue, and atop his head sat a beige hat. Aoki felt a pang of exasperation upon seeing him. It seems that every outing inevitably leads to some sort of incident. I really wish Ai wouldn't have to join. All right, since there is nothing else to do, let us go together. Upon hearing this, Ai put down her magazine, noticed Aoki's disgruntled expression, and instantly a smile graced her lips as she readily agreed. During this period, she had mostly been at home or at Professor Agasa's, spending her days immersed in research for the antidote. It was just the right moment to take a breather. Moreover, hadn't he mentioned that Conan was some sort of Grim Reaper? This would be an excellent opportunity to observe the situation closely. The last incident with the magician might have been merely a coincidence. Very well. I'm on vacation for the next few days. I shall accompany you both. With a resigned sigh, Aoki proceeded to Dr. Agasa's residence to ascertain if any assistance was required. Since Shiho had expressed her intention to go, he felt it inappropriate to decline further. At that moment, Dr. Agasa was busily organizing his belongings, meticulously checking to ensure everything was accounted for. Oh, Aoki, you've arrived. Your help is invaluable this time. I have so much to manage, and as an elderly man, I find it quite overwhelming. I can only trouble you for assistance. My sincerest apologies, Dr. Agasa exclaimed, rising to greet him with a warm smile while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Aoki, however, appeared utterly oblivious, his attention entirely fixated on the Mediterranean hairstyle atop his head. Each time I beheld it, a chuckle would escape me, coupled with his round visage. There was an inexplicable air of amusement. I have no concerns. By the way, Dr. Agasa, do you possess any inventions that would allow one to bathe in the great outdoors? Perhaps a portable shower that is not overly cumbersome? Aoki hurriedly stepped forward, resting a hand on his shoulder, and softly murmured. Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa immediately became intrigued. This notion was quite promising. Such a creation would undoubtedly appeal to enthusiasts of mountaineering and surely sell exceptionally well. However, while the idea is indeed commendable, I truly do not possess it at the moment. I can only await the next opportunity. Should you have any further inspirations, you must certainly share them with me. I will prioritize you for the new product. Although I yearn to rush back home and sketch out the draft immediately, I must attend the outing now, leaving me no time for that. Indeed, the perspectives of youth starkly contrast with those of the elderly. A mere utterance has truly enlightened me. Aoki smiled helplessly. His inquiry stemmed entirely from concerns for Shiho. After completing each mission, she would need to take a bath before returning, lest an unpleasant odor linger, especially the scent of Vermouth's perfume. At that moment, Aoki was in the car with Shiho and the persistent Conan, who insisted on accompanying them. Seated in the back, Conan's gaze was fixed intently on Aoki. He had initially intended to question Shiho, but she remained tight-lipped, either evading the topic or dismissing it entirely. Following recent events, he had grown suspicious, convinced that Aoki must know something. Was it possible that he was merely alerting the police while simultaneously informing the child? Aoki, my advisor, do you possess any knowledge? Conan, noticing Aoki's silence, directly posed the question, hoping to elicit a response. Upon hearing the words, Aoki was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. Yet his curiosity lingered as he inquired, what do you know? Are you referring to the incident from last time? I only received the information when I heard Officer Muku speak of it. Moreover, what could Rand and the others do even if they were aware? They would only raise suspicions. Yet you, being just a child, would arouse no doubts. That is precisely why I chose to confide in you. Besides, do you not have a fondness for deduction, Kudu? Initially, Conan found Aoki's earlier remarks quite reasonable, But the final two words struck him with profound astonishment. Despite his previous suspicions, the revelation unsettled him. How had he discerned such a detail? How could you know about this? Do you truly believe others to be fools? Your acting is remarkably poor, and many of your habits cannot obscure your past. Only someone as naive as Rand could be so easily deceived. At that moment, Aoki halted the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and quietly remarked while standing by the roadside. Conan was drenched in sweat, his heart racing with dread. If his identity were uncovered, the organization might also learn of it. This was disastrous. What should he do next? If this implicated Rand and the others, he would be the villain. Enough. Do not frighten him further. You have nearly rendered him senseless. Just as Conan was engulfed in anxiety, AI finally interrupted, having anticipated this day, yet never expecting it would lead to such terror. Upon hearing AI's words, Conan suddenly realized he had been played. In retrospect, he was merely a child. How could he have been discovered? AI had informed him of this. Otherwise, how could Aoki have known? Despite Aoki's formidable skills, he was merely a consultant. And anyone who met him would not jump to such conclusions. Only then did Conan breathe a sigh of relief, grateful he had not been unmasked. For that would have led to calamity. Honestly, how could you divulge such matters? Conan slumped in his seat, as if all his strength had been drained. Life is indeed filled with tumultuous ups and downs. Who told you it was I who mentioned it? Since the day I appeared, he had already been aware of this. There was no need for me to speak, AI remarked, flicking her hair before turning to Conan. What? Chapter 12, The Blue Castle. At this moment, Conan's face was a canvas of shock, even suspecting he might be affiliated with the organization. Had he been but a mere jester? Knowing everything yet choosing to conceal it from him, were they not allies? Thus, Aoki had always been aware. Conan felt despondent, feeling foolish for having speculated endlessly, even doubting Aoki's true nature. With a resigned sigh, he rose, observing the two. There seemed to be an undercurrent between them. You were too conspicuous. No one would have suspected that Shinichi Kudo had transformed into a child, yet someone's lack of subtlety, coupled with an explosive demeanor in the face of a case, made it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. AI shook her head in exasperation before re-entering the vehicle. Meanwhile, Conan was left dumbfounded. Had he been so obvious? Surely not. His acting skills should have sufficed, having learned from his mother. Others had not caught on, which only underscored Aoki's brilliance. It had to be that way. Even if the organization housed intelligent individuals, should they truly suspect anything, they would undoubtedly investigate the surveillance. If they uncovered the footage, discovering Haibara would be effortless. At that point, capturing him would be child's play. Casting a glance at Aoki, who was still smoking, Conan returned to the vehicle, thinking that as long as Aoki kept this from Rand, she must not be entangled in this predicament. I say, Haibara, you do not harbor feelings for Aoki, do you? Upon returning to the car, Conan noticed AI gazing at Aoki, her eyes softening in a manner he had never witnessed. Instantly, a notion formed in his mind. And with a teasing expression, he inquired. At his words, AI shot him a glare, then turned away with a huff, indicating her desire to ignore him. Moments later, Aoki re-entered the car, fastening his seatbelt before setting off. Professor Agasa had already arrived by the riverside, where he had set up a barbecue, now awaiting their arrival. However, just then they realized they had forgotten the tent and reluctantly continued their journey, hoping to find nearby accommodations for the night. Honestly, we kept discussing it before leaving, urging you to gather everything, and yet you still forgot the tent. Conan sighed, then proceeded to voice his frustration. Professor Agasa, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head sheepishly. He had lost track of things while chatting with Aoki. Aoki felt a sense of perplexity as the unfolding plot seemed strikingly familiar. Was this not the first outing of the Shinigami team to that ancient castle? Although that particular episode did not result in any fatalities, it became a haunting memory for many from their childhood. However, with the passage of time, Aoki struggled to recall the specifics, only remembering that the old woman was, in fact, an imposter. If memory served correctly, Shiho had also been involved and nearly suffered injury at the hands of the old woman. Aoki contemplated this and promptly summoned his shadow to accompany Xiao Ai, ensuring she would not be harmed by the elderly woman. Soon, the group arrived at the ancient castle, and the three children exclaimed in awe, "Wow, how beautiful." The speaker was Bume, her voice sweet and high-pitched. For some inexplicable reason, Aoki felt a shiver run down his spine. Although she was undeniably charming, he couldn't shake off the feeling that she resembled a green tea girl. As the others marveled at their surroundings, they noticed Yuan Tai attempting to climb the iron gate, ready to breach it directly. Fortunately, Aoki caught him just in time. Otherwise, he would have faced a scolding. "What are you doing, you little rascal?" Entering without permission and trespassing into a stranger's home constitutes an invasion of privacy, especially when you blatantly attempt to scale someone else's front gate in my presence. Aoki, with a hand pressed against his forehead in exasperation, pondered the behavior of the children. Had their parents not instilled in them the basic courtesy of not intruding upon the homes of others? Yuanta, lowering his head, began to sincerely apologize. Although they had erred this time, he was certain that he would not repeat the mistake in the future. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a sharp black suit appeared, his demeanor imposing as he glared at the assembled group. "Who are you people? If you have not made an appointment, I must insist that you leave. The master does not tolerate disturbances from outsiders. The old man's fierce countenance caused the three children to cower together, retreating behind Aoki and clutching his leg as they peered out timidly. Fortunately, Dr. Agasa stepped forward, identifying himself as a scientist, which granted them entry for a tour. As for Aoki's reluctance to emerge, perhaps he was aware of something significant and wished to observe for a while longer before making a decision. Regardless of his intentions, if he chose to remain in the shadows, there was no need to press him. Aoki, do you know something? Is there an issue with this castle? Conan approached, tugging at his sleeve with a question. Aoki cast a sidelong glance. Are you some kind of prophet? It seems that everything you perceive is problematic. Perhaps you should consult a physician. You might be suffering from a mental ailment. And remember to address me as Nisan. Brother, do you understand? You foolish little Ajuo, younger brother. Having said this, he took little Ai by the hand, and together they entered the castle. Though the structure appeared quite dilapidated, it was evident that the surroundings had been meticulously manicured. Conan chuckled softly. Moreover, in front of the main entrance lay a lawn adorned with precisely trimmed chess pieces. While he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the game, he could not glean any significant information from it. Aoki only needs to take care of Shiho. He need not concern himself with anything else. What about Conan? His injuries are of no consequence to me. How long will you keep this up? As they approached the castle's grand entrance, Shiho revealed her crescent moon eyes and turned to Aoki. Upon hearing her words, he did not release her hand. Instead, he tightened his grip, saying, I am merely concerned you might get lost. A delightful child like you is adored by many. What if you were sold off? Enough. Shiho rolled her eyes but did not attempt to free herself from his grasp. The three little ones, having surveyed the castle, noticed this interaction. Hikaru was taken aback, realizing that Shiho had a preference for older individuals. Did this mean he stood no chance? No. It was impossible for them to be together. Aoki regarded her merely as a sister, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. He must make Shiho understand that her relationship with Aoki was unattainable, thus paving the way for his own success. Yes, I shall consult Ran next time. She surely possesses greater insight and will undoubtedly guide Shiho back to the right path. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged in a wheelchair, surveying the gathered crowd. A flicker of malice crossed her eyes, but was quickly subdued. However, before she could utter a word, she caught sight of Aoki, whose gaze brimmed with lethal intent, compelling her to remain silent. What had just transpired? Her expression certainly seemed off. Chapter 13. A Hero's Rescue. Delving into the heart. Aoki surveyed his surroundings, noting that the environment bore little difference from his memories. However, the door that had been opened seemed to belong to a gardener, yet it had transformed into that of a small, elderly butler. Was it due to his late arrival, or some other reason? Could it be that this world lacked the so-called narrative correction? Despite his inner doubts, he paid them little mind. Only Conan, stroking his chin, pondered other matters. From Aoki's earlier expressions, Conan deduced that there must be a hidden story, and his gaze shifted toward the chessboard, where the pieces were significantly larger than the people, with the board itself resting on the lawn below. He recalled the butler's anxious questions upon their entrance. The master of the castle, Maniwa Mitsuyoshi, had invited them to stay, yet the butler appeared quite flustered. Sir, is it truly acceptable not to consult the lady? The lady? At that moment, the three children scampered over, curiously touching the international chess pieces and voicing their confusion. Conan then activated his skill. I have questions, and you must answer. It was the last words left by the master 15 years ago, which the old butler had always respected and never contradicted. The elderly butler gazed at the lawn, his eyes filled with nostalgia. At this moment, Conan was even more puzzled. Wasn't the current master of the House of Maniwa? Where did this Mitsuyoshi come from? Before he could ponder further, Dr. Agasa interjected with his question. Are you referring to the former master? Then who was that just now? He was the second husband of the lady. Mitsuyoshi sadly passed away 6 years ago due to illness, and the lady herself perished in a tragic fire 4 years prior. Conan, initially bewildered, instantly grasped the situation upon hearing this explanation. The elderly woman they had just encountered must have been the lady, indeed. Meanwhile, Aoki was wandering around the estate with Shiho, disinterested in these matters, preferring to take the time to enjoy the rare beauty of the scenery. After all, it was his day off. Why should he involve himself in a case? The police department wasn't offering overtime pay, so he decided to leave the case to Kudo. As the two entered the castle, they were greeted by a large portrait in the hall. Aoki raised an eyebrow. It was a portrait of Mitsuyoshi. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, is that Zhang Zia? Do you know him? Shiho asked, intrigued by Aoki's expression. I don't know him. I just felt he resembled someone I know, which surprised me. Aoki shook his head and subsequently released his grip. Although he was accompanied by Shiho, a peculiar feeling lingered within him. Perhaps it stemmed from his awareness of the plot, which diminished his sense of immersion, making him feel slightly out of sync with the world around him. Observing this, Shiho refrained from probing further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets, and it was not her place to pry. As night fell swiftly, Conan had vanished, and the trio of children grew increasingly concerned for him, prompting them to search the castle. Shiho joined them, for Conan was an experimental subject, and his safety was paramount. especially since he would be required for future drug trials. Upon realizing that everyone had disappeared, Aoki found himself wandering aimlessly through the castle. Though a tinge of worry gnawed at him, the presence of a shadow nearby suggested that Shiho would likely remain unharmed. He resolved to seek out the others, especially since the trio had ventured off and Professor Agasa was also present. Was he caring for the children or for everyone? Guided by his memory, he ascended to the second floor and gently adjusted the clock's hands. In an instant, a crevice appeared in the wall, revealing a hidden door before him. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, aware that while a shadow accompanied Shiho, the others might not be so fortunate. If something were to go awry, he would have much to answer for. Oh, what a bothersome little imp. Aoki gazed into the pitch-black passageway and promptly lit a cigarette. The surrounding silence was profound. Not even the faintest sound of footsteps could be detected, suggesting that no one was nearby, and he would need to venture further ahead. At that moment, Shiho was hiding in the restroom, covering the mouth of a Yumi. Outside, footsteps could be heard approaching, clearly indicating the presence of someone nearby. And it was evident that it was neither Conan nor Aoki. Judging by the sound of the footsteps, it seemed to be a woman. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps finally receded, and both girls breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to have been discovered. Phew, it seems the person has left, but we must remain vigilant. They could return at any moment. We need to leave this place swiftly. Shiho observed her surroundings, calmly analyzing the situation. Their adversary was evidently familiar with the terrain, which posed a disadvantage for them. They had to locate the individual and escape as soon as possible. Do you think Aoki will know we are here? Ayumi inquired. To which Shiho nodded. Aside from Shiho herself, Ayumi had no one else to trust unless Aoki could find them. He should, right? Shiho replied, somewhat uncertain. Their interactions had been limited, given that it had only been a few days, but she sensed that Aoki held a certain fondness for her. Meanwhile, Aoki, sensing the presence of shadows, made his way smoothly. However, he did not wish to reveal himself just yet and intended to wait for the right moment. If memory served him correctly, the old woman would soon emerge to pursue them. It would be the perfect opportunity to make a heroic appearance and rescue them, which could strengthen their bond, though he felt it somewhat underhanded. Without this approach, he would struggle to breach Shiho's guarded heart. Despite her outward normalcy and playful demeanor, Shiho was profoundly fragile, lacking a sense of security. A timely heroic act from him could very well break down her defenses. Perfect. Aoki followed closely behind, making every effort to minimize the sound of his footsteps to avoid heightening their tension. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared. The figure raised a stick and swung it toward Shiho, while Yumi shut her eyes in fear. Shiho, however, positioned her hands defensively in a combat stance. It was Kuro. Aoki swiftly advanced, extending his hand and using his left arm to block the attack, then promptly delivering a powerful kick that forced the assailant to retreat. Observing the unfavorable situation, the shadowy figure immediately turned to flee. Despite being a woman, that blow was quite painful. Are you alright? Ai, Bume. Upon witnessing the figure's retreat, Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Although the shadow could mimic, it could not truly match his presence, necessitating his direct involvement. Aoki? You're injured. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ai hurried over, grasping his left hand to inspect the wound. I'm fine. Just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. Aoki gently rubbed his temples and then led them to search for the others. Chapter 14. It's over. I've become an experiment. Doctor, Agasa has met a tragic fate. One could say he has suffered the most in this incident. Not only was he struck from behind, but his glasses were also shattered. Conan was nearly attacked as well, though he ultimately escaped unscathed. It was unexpected that had I not come here, Shiho would have been injured. A twist not found in the original narrative. Aoki, are you alright? Ayumi asked softly, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her heart filled with fear. Yet she possessed an unusual boldness from her association with Conan. I'm fine. I possess extraordinary abilities. I can even come back from the dead. He reassured her. We must locate everyone quickly. This place is not as safe as it appears. Conan and the others should be fine. That kid has remarkable luck. Aoki smiled as he looked at the two and then stood up to walk ahead. Upon hearing this, Ayumi nodded and promptly followed Aoki. In a brief moment, the three arrived at the summit of the tower, only to find Conan there, accompanied by Dr. Agasa. At that moment, Conan was examining the inscriptions on the wall with a flashlight. This little rascal seems to be unscathed. It appears that aside from Hikaru, they have nearly encountered the elusive Black Organization. As for the other events, they remain rather hazy in my memory. Had I known I would traverse to this place, I would have paid more attention to Conan. Conan. Ayumi rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears as she embraced him. Meanwhile, Aoki and Shiho exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, you little rascal. So you have a penchant for befriending children. If only Ran knew. Huh? What are you all doing here? Conan, taken aback, felt a wave of panic wash over him. He despised seeing others cry and was suddenly at a loss. Especially with Aoki's expression making it seem as if he had committed a crime. Aoki, how can you still say that? Shiho, wasn't it all to find someone? If it weren't for Aoki, we might have faced dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Conan scratched his head. He had originally ventured out himself, but had forgotten in the chaos. And with the murderer still lurking, he dared not leave. He had not anticipated that they would all come together and that they would nearly be ambushed. He began to analyze who the mastermind could be and what the motive behind the crime was. But Aoki was completely oblivious, engrossed in conversation with Shiho. Why did you come to save me? You really didn't have to. Then you wouldn't have gotten hurt. After all, someone like me doesn't deserve anyone's sympathy. Shiho averted her gaze, unwilling to meet Aoki's eyes, perhaps unable to comprehend or face the situation. Though her heart felt warm, she didn't know how to confront Aoki, who was beside her at that moment. Why? Is there a need for a reason to protect you? Taken aback by the question, he then responded with a playful grin. You fool. We should check your injury quickly. If your arm is broken, I want to be able to help at all. This unexpected reply caused her to mutter a soft curse under her breath, yet a smile crept onto her lips. Clearly pleased with his answer. I've already told you I possess superpowers. My wounds have long since healed. Aoki raised his left hand and waved, displaying his healed hand. Once again, such childish deception. How could anyone possibly possess superhuman abilities? Xiao Ai furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the situation. She then rolled up her sleeve and began a meticulous examination. Although not a doctor, she was adept at assessing injuries. However, upon inspecting the area where he had just been struck, she found something amiss. The spot where he had been hit showed no signs of damage, not even a bruise. Surely, this was impossible. Could it be that he truly had superpowers? A new realization dawned upon her, which was quite extraordinary. We must extract a vial of blood for analysis, even if he does not possess superhuman abilities. The regeneration capacity of his body is undeniably remarkable and could significantly aid in our quest for an antidote. Xiao Ai crossed her arms and began to ponder. The most evident sign of regenerative ability is rapid cellular division. Just moments ago, Aoki had been struck with a blunt object, clearly injuring his bones. If even his bones could heal, one could only imagine the potency of his cells. At that moment, Aoki felt a surge of panic. Had he known better than to disclose this information, he would not have become a subject of experimentation. However, it seemed that as long as Xiao Ai was conducting the research, there shouldn't be any significant issues. As Conan continued to analyze the situation and deduce the identity of the perpetrator, a figure approached them. It was none other than the old woman. To be precise, it was the maid who had slain the elderly lady and assumed her appearance, squandering her time for the sake of a so-called treasure. Upon discovering that the treasure was, in fact, merely a scenic view, she collapsed to the ground, weeping while covering her face, having anticipated gold or various jewels. Gazing at the rising sun, Aoki let out a soft sigh. Such is the nature of humanity. In the pursuit of profit, people resort to unscrupulous means, only to later realize that everything was a mirage. It is only the foolish who would resort to theft. The wise create their own fortunes. She has brought this upon herself. Aoki felt no sympathy for such a fool. Rather, he found it amusing. Her methods were utterly unsophisticated. She didn't even know where the treasure lay, and in her quest for those trinkets, she had not only set fire and caused death but had also wasted her own life. Hence, he deemed her foolish. By the way, where are Kei-Goro and the others? At that moment, Conan suddenly noticed that two individuals seemed to be missing from the scene. Kei-Goro had found Genta, only to discover that he was asleep. With no alternative, Kei-Goro had to remain there to prevent anyone from unexpectedly returning. And so it was that both of them fell asleep. It was not until the police arrived that they were located. Aoki, my friend, I truly appreciate your assistance. I feel terrible that you had to solve a case during your vacation. Let Conan handle the paperwork. You should return and rest, Officer Megure said, patting him on the shoulder, unable to suppress a laugh. Despite his training that typically forbade laughter in serious situations, Aoki was indeed unfortunate. Even a casual outing could lead to encountering a case. He seemed to rival Kagoro in this regard. Alas, I never intended for this to happen. It's all because of Conan. That boy has a knack for getting himself into trouble, insisting on investigating everything here. I must ask Detective Muri to properly discipline him. Aoki, in a state of exasperation, placed his forehead in his palm and began to reflect on the original storyline of the anime. In truth, it should have been the case that when he saved Shiho, Conan and his companions would have emerged to assist. However, due to his own unexpected appearance, the narrative had taken a different turn. Had he not intervened, that insufferable brat, Conan, would have undoubtedly endeared himself to Shiho once more. Thankfully, he had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Shiho might have been abducted. Chapter 15. Aoki, under the thumb of his wife at that moment. Aoki found himself at the Muri residence, where the television was broadcasting a program featuring none other than Yoko Okino, the object of Muri's fervent admiration. How infuriating. How dare he kiss Miss Okino? Why could it not be me? Witnessing his idol on screen, locked in an embrace with another man, Muri felt as though his heart was shattering. In a fit of frustration, he struck the television, only to find that it remained unyielding, while his hand throbbed in pain. Aoki felt a sudden unease as his eyelids twitched, fearing the television might explode at any moment. He had planned to come over for a drink today, only to find Muri fervently pounding on the screen. Father, Aoki is already here, and yet you continue in this manner? Can't you tidy up a bit? Honestly, apologies, Aoki. My father is quite accustomed to being lazy. Please do not take offense. Come in and have a seat. Mori covered her forehead, expressing her exasperation without reserve, as they were old acquaintances and there was no need for pretense. She hurriedly invited him inside and began to clear the clutter from the table, which was strewn with empty beer bottles and overflowing ashtrays. It was hard to imagine how chaotic the place would become without Rand's presence. Oh, Aoki has arrived. Quickly, come and sit. Let us enjoy a drink together. Rand called out. At that moment, Mori Koger's face was flushed from the alcohol, and he appeared somewhat dazed, yet upon seeing Aoki, he immediately beckoned him to take a seat. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of Aoki's mouth. Uncle Mori was truly unreliable. Ever since his separation from Irie, he seemed to have succumbed to a rather despondent state. Ah, but wait. Just a moment ago, Hattori called to inform that he would be visiting tomorrow. Apparently, he plans to meet at Shibuya Station. It might be an excellent opportunity to enjoy some leisure time there, so do join us. Honestly, that kid has the audacity to ask for a tour and expects us to pick him up. Suddenly, Mori's expression turned serious as he recalled the phone conversation, only to launch into another round of complaints. In truth, he was reluctant to go. Yet, Xiaolan interjected, saying he called us. So it wouldn't be polite to decline, would it? Reluctantly, Kogoro agreed, and upon seeing Aoki arrive, he immediately thought to invite him along. Especially since Aoki was also in need of a smoke. He had a certain fondness for fellow smokers, though he couldn't quite pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it was simply a case of kindred spirits? Shibuya, huh? Well, I suppose since I have no plans for tomorrow, I shall accompany them. Initially, I intended to invite Xiao Ai, but she mentioned she had research to conduct, not only concerning the antidote, but also regarding Aoki's cellular structure. There was nothing to be done. Aoki, unwilling to impose upon Shiho, chose to let her remain at the Dr. S residence, hoping that Conan would demonstrate some consideration. Subsequently, he found himself being pulled along to drink with Muri, and they indulged until 8 in the evening, at which point Shiho arrived to collect him. Having completed her experiment, she discovered her home devoid of anyone, and only upon hearing Conan's explanation did she realize he was here. Observing Aoki in such a state of inebriation, she could only sigh in exasperation. After all, she was merely a child yet found herself having to care for others. Time to go home, Shiho said, approaching Aoki and tugging at his arm. At that moment, Aoki, somewhat dazed, reached out to pat her head before succumbing to slumber. Shiho sighed in resignation. It appeared they would not be going home tonight. You should stay with me. Let Conan and Aoki sleep together. Ran, witnessing the scene, stifled a giggle and called Conan over to assist. Though he was internally reluctant, his body was quite obedient. After all, it was a sleeping arrangement, and failing to help might lead to reprimand. The thought of Rand's formidable strength made Conan tremble. He had no desire to experience her wrath firsthand. In truth, Aoki was not truly asleep. He simply preferred not to return, as he anticipated Shiho's potential complaints. He was taken aback, however, when Shiho decided to stay, prompting him to feign sleep. As dawn broke the following day, the group set out for Shibuya, with Shiho accompanying them. Initially intending to return home, she decided to join them upon hearing they were picking someone up, concerned that Aoki might encounter trouble outside. However, upon their arrival, Hyuga's expression soured. Shiho wore a blue-striped outfit reminiscent of Hattori's, leading her to instinctively suspect that the two had conspired together, leaving her in no mood for pleasantries. Ran, hearing this, could only respond helplessly and promptly changed into another outfit. Hyuga's cheeks flushed. You truly are a good person. Ran, puzzled, replied, Is that so? Oh, my head aches. Aoki yawned, feeling a throbbing pain in his head, evidently the result of overindulgence in drink. Had he known better, he would have refrained from accompanying Maori. To make matters worse, he had spent the night on the floor, which, despite the blankets laid out, had provided little comfort. A significant factor contributing to his discomfort was the presence of Conan. This young lad had the audacity to kick off the covers while sleeping. Consequently, Aoki found himself awakened by the cold several times throughout the night, having to rise and recover himself. Who told you to drink so much last night? Upon hearing this, Shiho could not help but make a light-hearted remark before offering him a bottle of ice-cold water. Yet, she deliberately avoided making eye contact, likely indicating her displeasure. Thank you. Shiho truly is considerate. Upon witnessing this, Aoki couldn't help but smile as he took the ice water and drank it down. Indeed, after consuming the cold water, the pain was no longer as intense as before. Although it still lingered subtly, it was far less severe. It was clear that warm water was the preferred choice. Aoki, do you have a girl you admire? At that moment, Yi and Xiao Lan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback before gently ruffling Xiao Ai's hair. Of course there is. Why do you ask? He inquired. Oh, she must be quite beautiful, right? Have you confessed your feelings to her? When did you first meet? The inquisitive nature of Yi manifested as she unleashed a flurry of 3 questions, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ah well, I could introduce you too if the opportunity arises. It seems Hattori has encountered an acquaintance. Let us hasten over to see. Aoki was reluctant to speak. The person he admired was still a child, which would surely lead to accusations of being a pervert. After expressing this thought, he took little Ai by the hand and approached Hattori. Uncle Shigematsu. Hattori turned to the newcomer and noticed a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. The man immediately stepped forward to greet him, exclaiming, "I thought you had already returned home. I didn't expect to see you here. Who is this uncle?" At that moment, Keo looked on with a puzzled expression. Having grown up alongside Hattori, she was familiar with most of his acquaintances, yet this gentleman was a stranger to her. "This is Butler Shigematsu. He works at my mother's classmate's house, so he is somewhat of an acquaintance." Chapter 16. I just want to go home and sleep. You brought this upon yourself. At that moment, Aoki stood aside, unwilling to involve himself, as it was a matter concerning others. And he had been informed beforehand that a wedding was to take place today. He only learned of this once Hattori arrived. The idea of attending a wedding seemed utterly tedious to Aoki. It merely entailed eating a meal and then returning home. However, with Conan present, he was certain that a crime would transpire today. He had also noticed that the woman standing beside Hattori, despite saying nothing, had tears streaming from her eyes. This is the fiancée of the young master of the Kiku family, Miss Katajiri. Just then, Shigematsu began to introduce the woman dressed in white, adorned with a gem pendant at her chest, who appeared to possess a gentle elegance. Judging by her hairstyle, she seemed to have a broad forehead, but she was not unattractive. Before Aoki could ponder which episode this was from, little Ai approached. More than their conversation, I'm currently more curious about who you like. At that moment, little Ai stood beside him, casting a sidelong glance at Aoki. If looks could kill, Aoki would have perished on the spot. He understood the implication. Who is that vixen? When did you meet her? Do you wish to know? Her name is Mayano Shiho. Aoki crouched down and whispered in her ear. Xiao was taken aback for a moment, her cheeks flushing crimson. And steam seemed to rise from her head as if she were about to burst, her eyes widening in astonishment. She swiftly dashed to Xiaolan's side, grasping her hand tightly. What's wrong, Shai? Your face is so red. Are you burning up? Xiaolan inquired, puzzled, as she reached out to touch her forehead. Only to find no sign of fever. Yet, why was her face so flushed? Xiao hurriedly shook her head, assuring that she was fine. However, she soon regained her composure. Reminding herself that she was still Xiaohai, not Shio Mayano, and thus had no reason to feel embarrassed. She resolved to confront this man later tonight. Humph. Aoki stood at a distance, unable to suppress a smile. Achan was truly delightful. By the time dusk arrived, he realized it was time for dinner. And by the time he returned home, it would likely be the early hours of the morning. As he walked along the path to the villa, Xiaolan and Hiyi, unbeknownst to them, seemed to have become good friends. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from a large tree ahead, and a man in white descended, cradling a small gray cat in his arms. Observing this, Shosuk immediately stepped forward and admonished, Sakuraba, you are being far too reckless. This will frighten the guests. I sincerely apologize. The master's cat has been running amok, prompting me to climb the tree to retrieve it. The man, named Sakuraba Yuki, explained. He was a servant of the Moriura household. Aoki furrowed his brow. Was there such a plot in the original work? I seem to have no recollection of it at all, not even the faintest impression. However, the name sounds familiar. Perhaps I have heard it somewhere before. This woman is the princess of my younger brother? I care not who you are. You had best be prepared. From this day forth, I shall establish comprehensive rules for the household. As they were observing the cat, a woman clad in red entered from outside. Katajiri Maple appeared startled. Instinctively taking a step back, is this woman named Moriura Lily? She is the sister of Moriura Kiku and usually resides abroad. What she just said was merely intended to frighten. After speaking, she repeatedly nudged Katajiri Maple with her arm. Once everyone was introduced, they dispersed after dinner. Hattori watched Conan depart, letting out a sigh of relief. Hattori remarked, that guy always shows up when a case arises. Fortunately, nothing happened tonight. Keiho interjected. What kind of situation is this? You are being utterly ridiculous. This comment was overheard by Shio. As the distance was not great and they had yet to exit the premises. Initially, she thought little of it. Perhaps it was merely bad luck. However, if one person expressed such a sentiment, it could be explained, but when two individuals voiced the same notion, it warranted attention. Furthermore, upon reflection, it seemed that Conan had been present during their previous outings, and incidents had occurred each time. Could it truly be as Aoki suggested? Before they could step out the door, the window on the second floor suddenly shattered with a tremendous noise. Hattori immediately rushed upstairs, followed closely by Conan. Yet Shiho stood frozen, realizing that yet another case had transpired. It seemed that Aoki's assertion was indeed accurate. Wherever Conan went, cases followed. Initially skeptical, she now found it impossible to disbelieve. Do you now believe what I have said? Aoki gazed at Xiao Ai and soon inquired. Although reluctant to accept the truth, it was indeed as you stated. Wherever Idagawa may be, it seems there is always a murder case. Xiao Ai let out a resigned sigh and then ascended the stairs. She paused at the doorway, her eyes fixated on Conan, as if attempting to see through him or uncover some hidden secret. Aoki, however, paid no heed to his surroundings and instead ascended the tree, searching for something. Just moments ago, he seemed to recall a memory surfacing, suggesting that the weapon might be concealed within the branches. If it were indeed as his memory indicated, he would discern the identity of the perpetrator. As he climbed higher, he discovered a blood-stained garment, bound tightly with a rope. Upon unwrapping it, he found not only a pair of gloves but also a kitchen knife and even fine thread. Thus, the unfolding narrative felt somewhat surreal, akin to the intertwined affections between Sakuraba and Katajiri, reminiscent of the relationship between Akira and the wife of Lord Morin. At that moment, Aoki perceived a green glow emanating from Kikujin's head. Love is a radiant light, so vibrant it can be overwhelming. As for the culprit, it was none other than Kikujin. He intended to frame Sakuraba by fabricating false evidence, aiming to implicate another for reasons unknown. After all, he was not a detective. So why delve too deeply into the matter? Well, I now know who the criminal is. Will you confess, or shall I expose you? Master Kikujin. Aoki ascended to the second floor, armed with evidence, and presented the items, unequivocally identifying his wrongdoing, even detailing the methods employed, including but not limited to framing Sakuraba. Conan and Hattori were left in a state of disbelief. The swiftness of the proceedings was astonishing. They had merely uncovered clues and were on the verge of investigating further, only to find that the matter had already been resolved. What a twist of fate. Aoki, I merely wish to return to slumber. It is you who insisted on stirring up trouble. This matter cannot be attributed to me. Subsequently, the Kiku individual confessed and was taken away by Merle. Ding. The host has successfully altered the narrative, acquiring the Conan script. Ding. The host has successfully altered the narrative, acquiring face-changing technique. Chapter 17, truly worthy of being the doctor. The first encounter with Gil. The Conan script? Aoki Tomo was filled with bewilderment upon receiving the script. He had been contemplating whether he would be able to remember the plot, and now, unexpectedly, the script had arrived. If he were to sketch it out, could he possibly become a manga artist? He feared that if Jin were to discover this, he would undoubtedly compel him to draw. With a gun aimed at Aoki's head, Jin demanded, "Draw for me. Who else in the organization is a rat?" Although Aoki was not afraid of death, the situation was indeed frustrating. Moreover, if he were to actually illustrate it, he was uncertain if the storyline might veer off course, perhaps leading to a visit to his grandmother's house. Such aspirations might only be realized after the organization's downfall. He opened the script to see what would unfold next. Much of the plot was only vaguely familiar, akin to catching up on a series. Is this a script for a movie? I thought it was a slice-of-life narrative. Although slightly disappointed, Aoki decided to keep it, unaware of when the film would commence. At that moment, Aoki was home, holding hands with Shiho. So soft. Shiho remained silent, merely gazing at Aoki. How long are you going to hold my hand? We've already arrived home, yet you continue to cling to me. This guy truly is peculiar. Realizing this, Aoki recalled that he had been engrossed in the system, to the extent that he had no memory of their journey home, relying solely on instinct to navigate. Even how he had opened the door was a blur. Shiho, let go. You're being weird. Shiho looked exasperated and pushed him away with disdain. Aoki sighed. It appeared that he still had a long way to go. He needed to interact more with Shiho, and he could not rush things. Patience was essential. Just then, his phone rang. Tomorrow we have a mission. Make sure to come over. Vermouth. Another assassination task? Couldn't they offer something more refreshing? Mimosa. These are tasks left by Jin, and you are quite suited for them. However, this time, someone will assist you. I'll introduce you to your teammates. Vermouth actually had teammates? Who are they? Aoki inquired. You will find out in due time. Vermouth replied, and after that, she ceased responding. Aoki decided not to press further. This woman was not to be trifled with, and it was wise to limit future interactions. Another mission? Shiho emerged from the house, now dressed in a pink pajama set. A gift from Aoki. Indeed, but there is no need for concern. It's not dangerous. The task will be completed within 3 days. You can stay with the doctor, and I will come to pick you up. He affectionately ruffled Shiho's hair before turning to head back to his room for some rest. In total, he had only undertaken 2 missions, yet the records indicated that he had executed 8 recently. His pay reached nearly 100 million. This was utterly absurd. He had done practically nothing and was being compensated so handsomely. Surely, he hoped for more such opportunities. Who wouldn't he enjoy profiting without effort? By the next morning, Aoki took Shiho to the designated place and explained his situation, stating that he would be away for a few days and that Shiho would stay here. Thankfully, Dr. Agasa was a good man, and it seemed necessary to facilitate a connection with the doctor's first love. By the way, Aoki, the item you mentioned last time, I have finally developed it, Dr. Agasa declared, producing an object wrapped in cloth. At first glance, it appeared to be a book, so lightweight that it seemed almost weightless in hand. Upon unwrapping it, Aoki was astonished to discover it was a portable shower room, with all components foldable into a suitcase-like form, and incredibly lightweight, approximately only 2 kilograms. Inside, there was a shower head, a curtain, a hose, and a heating unit. Aoki was genuinely impressed by the doctor's ingenuity, particularly with the compact heating unit, which, despite its small size, was fully functional. You truly are remarkable, Dr. Agasa. Aoki grasped the items in his hand, and after feeling their weight, he departed with satisfaction. However, as he left, a hint of reluctance flickered in Xiao Ai's gaze. Doctor Agasa naturally noticed this and, with a smile, urged, "If you have something to say, now is the time. Once he walks away, the opportunity will be lost." "I'm merely contemplating things," Xiao Ai replied. "By the way, doctor, have you been indulging in those unhealthy snacks again?" She turned her gaze towards the table and spotted a donut, her brow furrowing in disapproval. Startled by her words, "Doctor." Agasa dashed over and quickly stuffed the treat into his mouth, exclaiming, "Huh? No, you must have seen it wrong." At that moment, Aoki had already arrived at the base. The absence of Jin in recent days rendered the atmosphere unusually quiet, devoid of the usual pungent smell of smoke. Instead, there lingered a hint of perfume, presumably from Vermouth, who must have found the odor intolerable, prompting someone to come and clean, as well as to spray a bit of fragrance. Speaking of which, who exactly is the teammate? It's Beiji. Aoki stepped into the base, but as he crossed the threshold, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. The interior was devoid of any presence, and an eerie silence prevailed. He instructed his shadow to scout ahead and ultimately discerned that someone lurked behind the iron door at the front, not the one behind him. The figure clutched a stick, seemingly poised for a sudden assault, perhaps to assert dominance. Although the identity remained obscure, the shadow's observation suggested it was a woman. Within the organization, only a handful of individuals possessed codenames. There were merely 3 women. One was Kir, another was Chianti, and the last was Vermouth. Vermouth would hardly engage in such trivialities. While Kir was an undercover operative for the CIA in America, known by her real name, Raymune, Chianti partnered with Conan, making her presence unlikely as well. Thus, the only remaining possibility was Kir. Kir, it seemed, was rather striking, albeit with peculiar bangs that resembled lightning. "Come forth. The one summoned by Sister Bay. You must be Kir, correct? Among the women in the organization, there are only 3. Will you reveal yourself, or shall I compel you to do so?" Aoki, unwilling to squander time, directly called out for someone to emerge. Tap, tap, tap. "Impressive. How did you discern my presence without entering?" Kill, concealed behind the door, sighed at the remark before stepping out, perplexed. "I merely guessed." Chapter 18. You are nothing short of a monster. The sound of footsteps drew nearer, and a woman emerged from the shadows. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her hair was styled in a ponytail cascading behind her, with lightning bolt-shaped bangs framing her forehead. Complemented by black high heels, she appeared to stand at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. "However, what is the purpose of the steel pipe you wield? Are you a mimosa? Your demeanor is entirely inconsistent with that. I had presumed you to be shy, yet your speech is remarkably mature. No wonder you summoned me for assistance. Truly unlikable." Shui Walinga placed her left hand on her hip, scrutinizing Aoki from head to toe. Belmode had other matters to attend to, and the number of codenamed members was limited. Otherwise, she would have had a partner. As a fellow undercover operative, she had been chosen to join the team. Moreover, being a journalist and Aoki serving as a police consultant, their paths were bound to intersect. Now, embarking on a mission together allowed for an early acquaintance. "I sincerely apologize for inadvertently becoming your teammate. If you wish, you may return to your own tasks. I am quite capable of managing on my own." Aoki was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with her. This woman exuded an air of aloofness. Although she possessed a somewhat haughty and sophisticated demeanor, his lack of social skills rendered interactions with her rather burdensome. As for Xiao Ai, she currently presented as a youthful girl, her actual age being a mere 18, which hardly qualifies her as a mature woman. Nevertheless, there was already a hint of that mature allure, and with a few more years of cultivation, she would likely embody it fully. Mizuno Reina furrowed her brow. This individual was truly infuriating. Despite having a rather appealing appearance, it was unfortunate that he possessed such an unappealing disposition. Humph, quite unlikable indeed. "This is the mission dossier. I have already perused it." With a final cold huff, she produced a document and tossed it dismissively in his direction. Aoki extended his hand to catch it, and upon opening it, he discovered that this mission entailed the assassination of a parliament member, specifically a high-ranking official among the enemy. This was well within his expertise. Mission target, Abe Shintai mission requirement. Eliminate mission details. Proceed to the Tokyo area, assassinate Abe Shintai, frame Moritomo Taro for the act, and retrieve a document stored in a safe. Safe code, 789,465. Goodness. That name, quite impressive. After perusing the document, he promptly incinerated it. In fact, Tokyo was not far from here. Mahanakuchi also fell under Tokyo's jurisdiction, albeit positioned at a relative distance. Thus, this mission was not overly challenging. The crux lay in how to orchestrate the framing, a matter worthy of contemplation. Soon after, the two gathered their belongings and armed themselves before departing. While the concealed Vermouth observed their earlier performance, his expression growing somewhat grave. Aoki Tamaharu, truly a perilous man. Did he notice my presence just now? Although his marksmanship is rather mediocre, his ability to come back from the dead makes him quite a formidable opponent. It seems the only course of action is to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. After all, his status is undoubtedly more advantageous than my own. After rubbing his temples, Belmode departed, and Jin soon returned, the mission accomplished. The current mission assigned to Aoki is the last remnant left by Jin. At this moment, Aoki Tamahisa has arrived in Tokyo, where the documents indicate that Abe is affiliated with the organization, albeit as a peripheral member. In his desire to extricate himself from the organization, he intends to produce evidence that will expose the distillery. Consequently, it is imperative to eliminate this individual. As for Moritani Taro, he has incurred the wrath of the organization, and there are those who wish for his demise. Thus, a task has been dispatched. And between Moritani and Abe, there exists a considerable amount of personal animosity. Now, with the two missions converging, both targets must perish after Abe's death. The blame will be placed on Moritani, disguised as a suicide driven by guilt. To be frank, while Aoki excels at eliminating adversaries, he is utterly inexperienced in the art of framing others. A glance at Mizunashi Rina finally illuminated why Sister Bay had summoned her assistance. Aoki stood at the edge of the rooftop, peering through a telescope at the target across the way, while Kira observed through a sniper rifle equipped with an 8-fold scope. The Onbei residence was prepared, the documents had already been taken away, and as for the situation with Maritami, it was still on its way back. Mizunarina retracted her sniper rifle, realizing that today would indeed prove fruitless for action. She must wait until the actors were in position. Aoki found the situation troublesome. Why not simply take action instead of complicating matters with extravagant displays? He perceived that everyone in this world was rather peculiar, always inclined to fabricate evidence, which seemed utterly meaningless to him, except for Xiao Ai. Moreover, it appeared that the people here held detectives in high esteem, which struck him as utterly absurd. Suddenly, a thought crossed Aoki's mind, and a faint smile graced his lips. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. "Come to my house tonight. I have matters to discuss with you." Aoki disguised his voice as Moritake and subsequently placed a call to Abe, followed by a similar call to Moritake Taro. Although both men felt perplexed, upon hearing that the matter was of utmost importance, they resolved to meet as arranged. After executing this maneuver, Aoki dispatched someone to gather information regarding Moritake Taro's embezzlement and various past scandals. Meanwhile, Mizunashi Reina was astonished by this operation. Was this individual truly so formidable? There seemed to be no need for her cooperation, as he appeared capable of handling everything single-handedly. Her plan was to first eliminate Abe, then seize the documents from his residence, ultimately revealing the assassination plot against Moritake, leading him to take his own life in guilt. Yet this man was audacious enough to contemplate mutual destruction? Incredible! I am left utterly speechless. Subsequently, the plan unfolded with remarkable success. That evening, the two men met at the agreed location, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. In the midst of their shock, they were both struck by gunfire and collapsed to the ground. A flurry of documents regarding Moritake's embezzlement and various scandals filled the room. Finally, each of them was left with a handgun in hand, and to authenticate the scene, Aoki forcefully tugged at Abe's clothing, ripping off a button in the process. Moritake's right hand was partially clenched, with threads wedged beneath his nails, and every trace of his presence had been meticulously eradicated. At this moment, Keel was utterly astounded. Was this truly a human being? Not only had he fabricated a murder, but he had also meticulously crafted these intricate details. This individual was indeed a monster. The mission was accomplished. Standing at a distance from the villa, Aoki gazed upon his masterpiece, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Just as he was about to return, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Pay close attention to Kira's movements. Report to me at any time if something arises. If necessary, eliminate Jin. When are you coming back? I quite miss you. Mimosa. Tomorrow. Perfect timing for you to accompany me. There is a task that suits you. Jin, please. I've just completed a mission. I need a few days of respite. In Chapter 19, an aircraft was breached. Shortly thereafter, it was discovered that a politician had perished, and this time, 2 lives were lost. The Metropolitan Police swiftly arrived at the scene. Among them was Aoki. Crafting a premeditated excuse, he claimed he had come due to certain matters. And upon witnessing the sudden mobilization of police vehicles, he decided to follow. After a thorough investigation and based on the evidence at the scene, he confidently explained, Abe Yamadai possessed incriminating evidence against Mori regarding embezzlement. Moreover, given their pre-existing animosity, it culminated in a heated argument, resulting in a mutual exchange of gunfire that led to their demise. With Aoki's serious yet fabricated narrative, everyone nodded in agreement, as his reasoning was coherent and well-supported. Additionally, given his current esteemed reputation, they were inclined to trust him. Fortunately, Conan was absent today. Otherwise, deceiving them would have proven challenging. Just as he was about to depart, a woman approached him, microphone in hand. Before Aoki could react, the microphone was thrust directly into his nostril. Mr. Aoki, do you have any further thoughts on this case? The deaths of 2 politicians represent a significant loss for all of Japan. The journalist was none other than the undercover agent, Mizuna Reina. Aoki reached out to push the microphone away, convinced that this woman was acting deliberately. As a professional journalist, how could she possibly thrust the microphone so close to his face? It was hard to believe that it was unintentional. This matter was of great significance, and he refrained from commenting further, urging everyone to await an official statement from the police department. With that, he hastily departed, fearing another confrontation with the microphone. This woman was seeking vengeance. Having been thwarted from acting the previous day, she now harbored resentment. Cursed woman. How much better it was to be with my dear AI. At that moment, a sleek black Porsche halted before him. After glancing at the occupants, he climbed into the vehicle without hesitation. In the passenger seat sat a man with flowing golden hair, his countenance appearing somewhat austere, clad in a black trench coat and adorned with a black round hat. The driver mirrored this appearance, though he sported sunglasses instead of long hair. Indeed, it was gin and vodka. Once inside, no words were exchanged. Vodka steered the car towards the base, and judging by the circumstances, it seemed they had failed to apprehend anyone, and this return hinted at other assignments. Initially perplexed, he recalled that they were supposed to return the following day, only to realize that it was already the next day. Thus, there was no cause for concern. However, Jin's demeanor appeared rather grim. Despite their familiarity, he dared not overstep his bounds in such a tense moment. Upon arriving at the base, Jin made a beeline for the armory. What could be amiss? Why was Jin so furious? Even if they had failed to capture Akai Shuichi, it shouldn't warrant such a reaction, should it? Aoki grasped Vodka's arm and quietly inquired about the situation. In response, Vodka simply stated, just go and retrieve the weapons. Don't concern yourself with anything else. After all, you will be at the forefront. What? Aoki wore a perplexed expression, pondering the meaning behind those words. What a mystery it all was. What could the task entail, that it remained unspoken? Although he was unaware of the circumstances, he had no choice but to arm himself. After all, he could not perish, yet a sense of danger loomed over him. Particularly the fear that Jinjio might suddenly pull the trigger. Then, as if to fortify this notion, Jinjio declared, I am in a foul mood today. You won't die anyway, so allow me to shoot you a few times. Once they set off, Jinjio finally spoke. You will draw the fire. I shall handle the rest. Just after these words, a vehicle appeared in the distance, racing towards them. Before Aoki could gather his thoughts, the door was flung open, and he felt himself being unceremoniously kicked from the car. He found himself face down on the ground, rolling uncontrollably for what felt like an eternity before he could regain his balance. Just as he was about to rise and unleash a tirade of curses, the sound of gunfire pierced the air. Rat-a-tat-tat. In mere moments, his body had been riddled with bullets, lying there like a discarded rag doll, blood staining the earth beneath him, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Damn, it hurt like hell. Only when the gunfire ceased did Aoki contemplate standing up. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was struck again as a vehicle ran over him, effectively sealing his fate for the third time that day. Was there no desire to let him live? You son of a. Aoki hastily rose to his feet, drawing his rifle to commence firing, while the vehicle that had just passed by appeared momentarily dazed. Wasn't that fellow supposed to be dead? Before they could ponder further, the driver was struck by a bullet, causing the car to lose control and topple over. Boom. Suddenly, the vehicle erupted in an explosion, claiming the lives of all within. Glancing ahead, it became apparent that Jin was wielding a rocket launcher, delivering a lethal blow as the others met their misfortune. However, the ordeal was not yet concluded, for an aircraft loomed overhead, housing a sniper rifle within. Bang! A shot struck Aoki in the head, causing a catastrophic explosion of his cranium, after which the plane departed, disregarding Aoki's plight. Damn it, that makes 4 times. Shadow, bring that plane down for me. Aoki initially intended to take a leisurely break, yet time and again, he was met with unforeseen challenges. Do you not realize how painful this can be? Thoughts surged within Aoki's mind as black grains of sand began to coalesce, ultimately forming a humanoid figure, entirely ensconced in dark bandages, with swirling black sand particles enveloping its form. Suddenly, the shadowy figure tilted its head in an eerie manner, adopting a grotesque posture, and its body shot forth like a cannonball, vanishing in an instant. The very spot where it had stood now bore signs of destruction, with fissures sprawling across the ground. As the shadow descended beneath the aircraft, it leapt upwards with tremendous force, crashing through the fuselage, even bending the propeller askew. The plane plummeted to the earth like a marionette severed from its strings, while the pilot immediately ejected, leaving the others to meet a grim fate aboard. Aoki was left in disbelief, and even Jin was rendered speechless. What had just transpired? Had the plane committed suicide? Shadow, bring me that parachutist, but do not kill him. Aoki's hands trembled as he retrieved a cigarette, taking an eternity to finally ignite it. The shadow was truly remarkable. It had effortlessly rammed through the aircraft, emerging unscathed, while the events that had just transpired left him in a tumult of emotions. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather exhilaration. Although Aoki was aware of the shadow's prowess, he had only witnessed it shatter walls with a single punch. Who could have fathomed its ability to leap dozens of meters? It was utterly beyond comprehension. Before Aoki could indulge in a few more puffs, the shadow had returned with someone in tow. The pilot of the aircraft, having just landed, was suddenly lifted and brought forth, surrounded by an eerie absence of others, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder in sheer terror. Who are you? Why are you pursuing us? Chapter 20. The Genius of Professor Agasa. At this moment, Aoki was seething with indignation, contemplating delivering a slap to make the pilot aware of his own strength. Otherwise, any commoner would dare to aim a gun at him. Although he had been instantaneously shot in the head, Upon revival, he anticipated that the sensation would return, an experience that was almost unbearable. If this man could indeed resurrect, he would be tempted to let him experience the marvel of life after death. Pilot, as a human, I deeply regret that I cannot resurrect. Born as a human, I sincerely apologize. Now speak. Who are you? Aoki suppressed the anger simmering within and calmly regarded the man before him, adjusting his demeanor as he inquired. The driver averted his gaze, refusing to meet Aoki's eyes, letting out a slight snort, exuding an air of defiance in the face of death. Such courage. Then let me send you to hell. With that thought, Aoki drew his pistol, preparing to end the man's life swiftly. After all, there were others to interrogate. And he was merely a driver, likely devoid of substantial knowledge. As the gun's muzzle pressed against his temple, the driver panicked, immediately raising his voice in protest. Wait. According to the usual protocol, aren't you supposed to interrogate me? I could just tell you directly. Otherwise, it would seem as though I lack resolve. Aoki was taken aback, his thoughts racing. Did he truly believe this was a scene from an anime? Torture and coercion? What an absurd notion. You think you're worthy of such a role? He retorted. Seeing Aoki's darkened expression, the driver finally ceased his bravado and divulged what he knew, though he was unaware of the organization's name. He mentioned a company, Lacardis Limited. This was yet another entity absent from the original narrative, but upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Despite Japan's small territory, it was home to a plethora of enterprises. The absence of this one in the original story was indeed quite normal. He was merely a pilot, summoned by his employer to assist in pursuing these individuals, with no further information at his disposal. After hearing the explanation, Aoki remained resolute, pulling the trigger and ending the man's life on the spot. The fewer individuals aware of his knowledge, the safer he would be. Although he had been discovered by Jin, Aoki was confident he would not be targeted. After all, they had been acquaintances for quite some time, as long as he did not betray the organization. He believed he would encounter no significant problems. Well done. Your abilities are indeed remarkably suited for this. I can't help but wonder about your structure. How can you come back unscathed after such injuries? I truly wish to bring you into the laboratory. Jin's voice echoed from behind, startling Aoki to the point where he almost drew his weapon, but before he could react, his hands were seized. Truly, Jin was impressive. He could respond so swiftly. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Let go of me. Aoki found himself pinned to the ground, his face in close contact with the unforgiving surface, the abrasive friction a source of great discomfort. And he vowed to seek revenge when the opportunity arose. In response, Jinji let out a disdainful snort, then rose to light a cigarette, declaring, "You have no business here." He instructed Vodka to handle the aftermath, assuring Aoki that he would be informed should anything arise. With that, the two swiftly entered their vehicle, leaving Aoki with no chance to intervene, not even granting him the opportunity to board. How callous. To be used and discarded in such a manner. Aoki stood in place, muttering curses beneath his breath. Yet, despite his discontent, Jin did not halt, and as for Vodka, he merely extended his hand out of the window, gesturing rudely with a middle finger. After 2 arduous days, Aoki finally managed to navigate his way into the city. He would never admit to being lost. Although he ultimately found his way out, he truly nearly starved during those 2 days, entirely due to that scoundrel Jin, who always abandoned him. The next time he heeds Jin's words, he might as well offer up Conan as a sacrifice. Upon returning home, Aoki discovered that Shiho had been waiting for him for quite some time. It appeared that school was closed for the day, allowing her to remain at home. You're back? Shiho merely glanced up before returning her focus to her book. It was evident that Aoki was utterly exhausted, his clothes tattered and riddled with bullet holes. And though he bore injuries, they were not immediately visible. I'm back. Aoki swiftly shed his outer garment. The piece was still damaged and required replacement, for he could not allow anyone to behold him in such a state. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai raised a magazine, burying her face within its pages, compelling herself to avert her gaze from Aoki. Yet, the mere thought of his chiseled 8-pack abs caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily. How absurd. Aoki paid no heed. Considering it merely a few abdominal muscles, what significance did it hold? Once he stepped into the bathroom, Xiao Ai finally exhaled, a light smile gracing her lips, seemingly satisfied with the sight of his physique. Ah, I have finally returned to life. That wretched Jin abandoned me there, neglecting to bring me back. At this moment, Aoki had finished his shower. Although it was still afternoon, he was utterly disinclined to go to work. Yesterday, Miku had called, mentioning a new case had arisen. However, the distance was too great, and Xiao Ai was still at home, thus he did not attend. Nevertheless, one could easily surmise that Conan would undoubtedly be present. If not at the scene, he would surely be nearby or conversing with someone. Doctor, Agasa had informed me that upon your return, I should seek him out, as he seemed to have a new invention that required your assistance for testing. Xiao Ai continued to peruse her magazine, suddenly recalling the doctor's words. She should have been at the doctor's residence, but after 3 days had passed, Aoki had yet to return, causing her some concern. Hence, she had hurried back today to see if she could wait for him, and indeed, by afternoon, he returned. I know. By the way, are you off tomorrow? Let us go shopping. It had been a while since she had accompanied Xiao Ai on an outing, and he thought it would be nice to take her to buy a bag. especially since she seemed to have taken quite a liking to one the last time. Moreover, it appeared her wardrobe was rather sparse, so they could purchase some clothes as well. Tomorrow is Saturday. That works. Initially, Xiao Ai contemplated declining the invitation. But upon meeting Aoki's gaze, beaming at her, she could only acquiesce. Doctor. After donning his attire once more, Aoki arrived at the doctor's home. However, the doctor was engaged in yoga, and the television blared loudly, rendering him oblivious to someone calling his name from behind. It was only when Aoki took the initiative to turn off the television that the doctor finally registered he had a visitor. Aoki, you've come. I've developed something new. Behold, a miniature drone. Given your work at the police headquarters, there are times when evidence collection is necessary. Yet cooperation from others may be lacking. This device will prove invaluable. Dr. Agasa presented a pair of glasses akin to those worn by Conan, albeit lacking additional features. With various styles available, such as those resembling watches or walkie-talkies. One could only say, Dr. Agasa is remarkable. Chapter 21. You have no choice recently. Several cases have arisen, with 2 parliament members suddenly deceased. Could there be ties to the underworld? Just yesterday, a gunfight erupted between 2 gangs near Tokyo. Residents are advised to limit outdoor activities and refrain from venturing into the countryside. At that moment, the television broadcast the news, detailing Aoki's recent mission. Although their faces were not captured, he was taken aback by the implication of blaming the gangs. Would they not be incensed? The gang members shrugged it off. We've grown accustomed to it. Though we are a gang, we adhere to reason, and even during confrontations. It's mostly just fists. Who in their right mind would fly a plane? Xingmu, I understand it is not your fault, yet I shall take responsibility for this matter. Aoki grasped the delicate hand of Shiho, preparing to stroll through the bustling streets of Mahara town, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Ah, Shiho's hand feels so soft. It is none other than Miss Haibara. Recently, she has been acting rather strangely, opting not to join us in our escapades, while Conan has also ventured out with Rand. Let us follow them and see what unfolds. The trio, with time to spare, initially intended to visit Dr. Agasa's residence, but fortuitously spotted Shiho departing with Aoki. Among them, particularly Hikaru, felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing Shiho holding hands. It stirred an uncomfortable emotion within him. Without delay, the 3 hastily trailed behind. Though their stealth was lacking, and Aoki soon noticed their presence. However, he chose not to confront them. Having perused the script, he was aware that Hikaru harbored feelings for Shiho. Alas, the disparity between them was immense. Shiho showed little interest, while Hikaru mistakenly believed she preferred those of an older age. Upon reaching the streets of Mahara town, they were greeted by a sea of bustling pedestrians. The crowd teeming with life. Hold my hand tightly. We mustn't get separated. Aoki lowered his gaze toward Xiao Ai, a gentle smile gracing his face, reminiscent of the amiable older brother next door. However, Xiao Ai rolled her eyes, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction within. I am not a 3-year-old child. How could I possibly wander off? Though she voiced such sentiments, her body betrayed her honesty, as she tightly grasped Aoki's hand, fearing he might suddenly vanish. Aoki was more than willing to accommodate this outcome. Soon after, Xiao Ai embarked on a shopping spree, with Aoki bearing the burden of her acquisitions, newest bags, and the latest clothing. However, exhaustion soon overcame Aoki, as he found himself slumped over. After all, how could a child of her age be so resilient? Awakening the bloodline of the demi-human, his stamina paled in comparison to that of a mere child. This world feels utterly peculiar. How could a child possess such prowess? Although Xiao Ai had merely shrunk in stature and was not a true child, her physicality certainly suggested otherwise. Even more astonishing were the 3 little ones trailing behind, who appeared utterly unfazed, devoid of any sense of fatigue. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, the incident involving the maple leaf coins. The group had been running since daylight, only pausing at night, and even a brief rest would completely rejuvenate their energy. This world seems to harbor an inherent malice towards me. Xiao Ai. It is already noon. Shall we go and have a meal? Aoki sat by the roadside, resting and panting heavily. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai nodded in agreement. Although she did not feel fatigued and even wished to continue shopping, she recognized that Aoki was unable to do so. Thus, in consideration of Aoki's condition, they had no choice but to take a temporary respite. Aoki, who dares to say I am incapable? What brings you here? Just as the 2 were about to head to the restaurant, Shiho noticed the 3 little ones nearby. Upon hearing her words, the trio panicked and began to spin in place. Gray. We were merely passing by. Passing by all this way? Were you? Shiho showed no mercy, promptly exposing their ruse. Let us dine together. Aoki shook his head helplessly before speaking. Though he wished to avoid their disturbance, it was already noon. He couldn't simply shoo them away. Miss Haibara, do you perhaps harbor feelings for Aoki? Mitsuhiko mustered his courage and approached, seeking clarification. If his suspicions were true, he felt compelled to correct Ai. The age gap between them was insurmountable. A relationship was impossible. Ai cast a puzzled glance at Mitsuhiko before realization dawned. This little brat had a crush on her. Indeed. Is there a problem? Mitsuhiko froze, his worst fears confirmed. But this isn't right. The difference between you and Aoki is too vast. It would never work out. AI remained indifferent. In her mind, the solution was clear. Once she developed the antidote and regained her original body, the obstacle would vanish. Meanwhile, Jin had uncovered the mastermind behind the company, its current president, whom he had previously extorted. Rumors had reached the president that a certain underworld syndicate bore a grudge against Jin. Seizing the opportunity, he had conspired with them to eliminate Jin, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Jin cared little for the company itself, but free money? That was another matter. Night had fallen. A sleek Porsche idled by the roadside, Jin seated in the passenger seat, chain-smoking. The ground outside was littered with cigarette butts, a testament to vodka's patience. Had it been vermouth, she would have protested long ago. Their attention sharpened as a middle-aged man approached, balding, with an unflattering comb-over far less dignified than Professor Agassiz. Boss. That's him. Vodka stepped forward, blocking the man's path. Get in the car. The man paled. What do you want? You wouldn't dare kill me here in public, president of Lucas Company, Takashi Matsushita, Jin intoned, pressing the barrel of his gun to the man's temple. You owe me 1 billion yen. Deliver 10 billion in cash within 3 days, or lose your head. And don't even think of calling the police, it won't help. Matsushita's forehead glistened with sweat. 10 billion? His life's work, gone in an instant. I understand. But 10 billion, it's too much. I'll need more time, 3 days. Jin repeated coldly before kicking him out of the car. Vodka wisely kept silent, having witnessed Matsushita's face meeting the pavement, teeth scattering like broken pearls. Boss, that old man seems shifty. Why not have Aoki monitor him? He's got nothing better to do. Vodka bore a grudge. Ever since Aoki's arrival, Jin had softened, losing that icy, commanding aura that once defined him. Jin sent a brief message, monitor Matsushita. Ensure he delivers the 10 billion. Jin side job? Cut me 2 billion. Mimosa 1 billion. Take it or leave it. Jin deal, boss. Mimosa Jin almost regretted his offer. 500 million would have sufficed. Meanwhile, Aoki smiled as he deleted the message. A simple surveillance mission for a cool billion yen? Jin's extortion habits truly knew no bounds. After escorting the children home, Aoki returned with AI in tow. Tomorrow was another school day, and the police headquarters could wait. AI studied him. That phone earlier, undoubtedly another order from Jin. That man is despicable, she muttered. He barely gives you a day's rest before assigning another task. Does he think you're invincible? Be careful, she added softly. The organization was ruthless. And though she trusted Aoki's competence, worry not at her. Relax. It's just surveillance, no danger involved. Although Aoki frequently asserts that the mission poses no danger. The bullet holes adorning his clothing upon his return yesterday starkly revealed the peril he faced. Perhaps his remarkable regenerative abilities account for his lack of injuries, nevertheless. Such thoughts do little to quell her anxiety, for once a life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. When Aoki turned to depart, Xiao Ai finally retreated to her room to rest. However, sleep eluded her as she tossed and turned restlessly. In her distress, she picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. The voice on the other end, though merely a recorded message, enveloped her heart with warmth, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. Sister, I've met someone who treats me well and cares for me. I constantly feel as if something is beating within my heart. Good night, sister. After hastily wiping away her tears, she abruptly ended the call. The thought of Jin still lurking nearby urged her to exercise caution. Should he discover her, not only would her own fate be sealed, but Aoki's secret would also be compromised. Toppling the entire organization would not be a trivial endeavor. Relying solely on herself and Aoki would yield little success. It seemed imperative to seek allies. Even if it was solely for Aoki's sake, she must engage with influential figures. Yet, considering her diminutive stature, would anyone believe such a tale? By the way, where has Kudo been these past few days? Meanwhile, Aoki perused a document as he traversed the path to locate Matsushita, quickly arriving at his residence based on the intel provided by Jin. Matsushita, such a familiar name. And quite the unrefined one at that. Aoki sought out a restroom to avoid being seen, and subsequently employed a disguise to alter his appearance. Glancing into the mirror, he observed a remarkable transformation. His once gentle visage had morphed into that of a burly man, exuding an intimidating aura. Truly, the prowess of the system is impressive. This art of disguise, while not entirely flawless, should suffice to deceive the average person without much difficulty. Aoki nodded in satisfaction, confident that there were no surveillance cameras outside and that his disguise had gone unnoticed. Without delay, he swiftly entered the villa. As he traversed the surroundings, he noted that most of the houses were villas. This small place was already cramped, and yet there were so many villas, he couldn't fathom the reasoning behind it. Inside, Matsushita was engaged in calculating various funds, hoping to quickly amass the 10 billion mentioned by Jin. However, no matter how he tallied, he always fell short. Damn it. That accursed Jin. Matsushita threw up his hands in despair, feeling utterly defeated. His total assets barely reached 9 billion, and if he couldn't gather the required sum, he would face a fate worse than death, ultimately being ruthlessly eliminated. What to do? How's the money coming along? Just as he wallowed in regret, a deep voice resonated. Matsushita tensed, turning with great difficulty to see a burly man glaring at him with fierce eyes. The man, clad in a black trench coat and sporting a handlebar mustache, had a distinctly unsavory appearance. "How did you get in here?" Matsushita immediately stood up. Anxiety etched on his face as he scrutinized the intruder. His villa was guarded, and being on the second floor, he hadn't heard a sound. How had this man entered? Wasn't it agreed that he would have 3 days? Moreover, he was in the midst of gathering funds. He understood the rules. Although Matsushita spoke bravely, a wave of panic surged within him. Jin's subordinates were remarkably skilled, able to infiltrate his villa without a sound. If their intent was to kill him, it would be done without a trace. Humph. You better keep it that way. I will be watching from nearby until you gather the money. Should you attempt any tricks, you know the consequences. With that, Aoki leaped through the window, his task accomplished. The surveillance that Jin spoke of was merely a formality, an occasional threat to keep him in line. Chapter 23. The Grim Reaper Elementary Student. So this is the Metropolitan Police Department? It's enormous. Outside the police headquarters, 5 children and a balding old man stood. Indeed, it was Professor Agasa, accompanying Conan and the others to file a report today. The trio was visiting the police department for the first time, and the ambience thrilled them. Particularly Conan, who was bursting with excitement. Being here meant they could witness numerous cases, perhaps even uncover some related to the mysterious organization in black. Initially, Shiho had no desire to come, but upon learning that Aoki would be present, she reluctantly decided to join. Ultimately, they were greeted by Aoki and Takagi. "It's Aoki-kun." Upon seeing the two approach, the trio was delighted, especially after Aoki had rescued Ayumi during the Blue Castle incident, which had left a favorable impression on them. However, Ayumi remained pragmatic, aware of the vast difference in their ages, hence her focus was on Conan. Could it be, after such a long time, the report for the Blue Castle case is still not completed? Aoki observed their approach and then glanced at Takagi, abruptly recalling the storyline, which seemingly revolved around Takagi and Mawako Sato. Moreover, it had been a week since the incident at the Blue Castle, and autumn had passed, yet summer had now arrived. Was it truly so absurd? The case had transpired in autumn, yet the statements were being recorded in summer. This place appeared rather clean. Shiho walked at the forefront of the group, meticulously surveying her surroundings, and eventually nodded in satisfaction, as there were no cigarette butts or any other litter in sight. Hiroshi remarked, "I expected this place to be littered with cigarette butts, but to my surprise, it is quite tidy." Jenna added, "Perhaps it only seems clean on the surface. It might be filthy underneath." Ayumi expressed her disappointment. "Isn't it peculiar that the police aren't supposed to be fearsome figures?" Takagi, listening nearby, felt a twitch in his eyelids. These youngsters had watched too many police dramas. Even if there were officers who fit that intimidating mold, they were but a rare minority. After all, most police officers were amiable. Apart from their dealings with offenders, they were genuinely good people. "All right, Shiho, let us complete the statements swiftly, so we can enjoy some leisure time afterward. A new ice cream shop has opened recently. Shall we go and sample their flavors?" Aoki squatted before Haibara Ai, smiling as he tousled her hair. Takagi, taken aback by the scene, soon expressed his confusion, inquiring, "Aoki, do you know them?" "What do you mean?" Aoki retorted. "Haibara Ai is my sister. Haibara Ai, call me brother, Onaikin." Aoki's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Haibara Ai, forcing a smile as he spoke. "Onaikin." Haibara Ai furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She truly did not want to call him that, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. After uttering the words, her face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. "So that's how it is. I never expected that Advisor Aoki has a younger sister," Takagi remarked, scratching his head as he looked at the others. "By the way, wasn't it Officer Muro who summoned us? Where is he?" At this moment, Professor Agasa chimed in, having glanced around and noticed the absence of others. The police station seemed unusually deserted. "Ah, him? There was a robbery case recently, and his wife happened to be at the bank. She unfortunately got injured by the criminals, so he is desperately trying to catch them." Takagi sighed in resignation, commenting on the burdens of married life. Conan, with a half-moon gaze, spoke up helplessly. "So, this is all for avenging his wife?" "You're absolutely right. Let's get the statements done first. I have other matters to attend to later." Takagi, equally resigned, grabbed the documents and prepared to take the team aside to complete the statements. However, with Aoki still present, he was aware of the man's temperament. Although he often preferred to slack off, he was quite strict when it came to the police station. If he was thinking about leaving work early, he would probably catch an earful. Officer Takagi certainly has no girlfriend. His shirt cuffs are about to fall off. Even his collar is dirty. Faced with the combined onslaught of the trio and Haibara Ai, he felt as if he might bleed from the mouth, nearly fainting from the absurdity of it all. Is this how the younger generation behaves? Not charming in the slightest. Are you all being polite? Takagi asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. By the way, I have a cousin who has a granddaughter around your age. I could introduce you. Upon hearing this, Professor Agasa eagerly chimed in, quickly selling out his cousin. Noting that a match with an officer would be quite respectable, Takagi hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. He had feelings for Sato Mawako and could never entertain the idea of a blind date. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Sato walked in. Jinta, who is this sister? She is. Ayumi, why are you blushing? Kugiro, she is your girlfriend, right? Stop talking nonsense. Takagi panicked at once. The police station was full of people, many of whom admired Officer Sado. If anyone overheard this, he would surely be mortified, despite his outward expression. He felt an overwhelming joy inside. If you keep talking, I'll buy you candy later. Meanwhile, Aoki sat nearby, propping his head up with one hand. Realizing that it would be impossible to complete the statement recording today. If he remembered correctly, there was indeed a case today involving the death of a woman. Presumably the manager's wife. She had been killed by a blow, and the perpetrator seemed to be a heavy-set individual. The details were too vague, and he decided to refrain from getting involved, opting instead to spend time with Xiao Ai. Work was not an option. He would never return to it. The only way to get through each day was to accompany Xiao Ai. Besides, Conan was here today. Little Grim Reaper, I'm counting on you. Aoki stifled a yawn and, with an air of ennui, remarked. Conan, utterly perplexed, pondered the meaning of this statement, and what on earth could Death God Little Ghost imply? Clearly, the case was beckoning him. The troubles of others had no bearing on him. Moreover, such an exaggerated assertion that death could occur at any moment seemed implausible. Yet, as he furrowed his brow upon overhearing Takagi's conversation, a sense of foreboding settled in. Could something truly transpire? Shiho, seated upon his lap, frowned in confusion and inquired. Aren't you aware? Wherever Conan is, a case invariably unfolds. Otherwise, why is he dubbed the Death God? Before Aoki could finish his sentence, Takagi, engaged in a phone call, was startled by a scream from the other end, which abruptly fell silent. Both turned their gaze toward Conan simultaneously. It's your time to shine. Death God elementary student. Conan retorted, enough already. Officer Takagi, deploy the mobile investigation unit. I shall drive over to assess the situation. Mawako Sato hastily exited, driving off with the portly gentleman toward the scene of the incident. Chapter 24. A world full of malice. Upon her arrival at the scene, Sato discovered a lifeless body, the victim having succumbed to a stabbing. To her astonishment, Conan was also present. When had he arrived? Never mind. Solving the case took precedence. She would chastise him later. She intended to admonish Conan to refrain from entering the crime scene, but he dashed inside before she could utter a word. This little rascal. At that moment, Conan, stroking his chin, recalled that as they entered, the portly man had retreated to the living room, sending Officer Takagi and Officer Sato upstairs to investigate. The front door of the living room had been ajar, allowing an unobstructed view of the corpse lying on the floor. The fact that he had not heard any sounds from the moment he spotted the slashed window until reaching the living room was telling. It was a conundrum. The culprit must surely be him, but what was the evidence? Conan then abandoned his pretenses and directly pointed out various clues, leaving the officers in a state of bewilderment. Was this little boy truly so skilled? Meanwhile, at the police headquarters, several individuals had completed their statements. Dr. Agasa had taken his leave, with only Shiho remaining, as Aoki had promised to treat her to ice cream. Initially, Yumi and the others wished to stay, but Dr. Agasa pulled them away, stating that the siblings were off to enjoy their outing, leaving the little ones to their own devices. Hikaru felt utterly crushed, believing that love had abandoned the world. Internally, he lamented. After finally experiencing a flutter of affection, you make me lose so completely. Aoki need not concern himself. Should he wish to pursue my dear Xiao Ai, he is merely indulging in futile fantasies. Matcha flavor? I have heard it is quite delightful. And it happens to be a recent addition. Aoki, accompanied by Shiho, strolled to the ice cream shop, where he noticed the enticing offerings displayed. Not only was there a matcha flavor, but also a pudding variant. Although the latter appeared quite appealing, Aoki declined, expressing his inability to appreciate such a texture. While the flavor was pleasant, the mouthfeel, perhaps it would appeal to someone else. I wish to try the pudding flavor, Shiho remarked, with her left hand resting behind her back and her right index finger thoughtfully resting on her chin, gazing intently at the sign. Deep down, she was also curious about the matcha, but 2 scoops seemed excessive. She resolved to wait until next time, knowing the shop would remain in business unless the owner ceased to seek profit. After receiving their ice cream, they discovered the texture was indeed peculiar, feeling exceedingly viscous, akin to consuming laundry detergent. Is it unpalatable? Then you should try mine. I haven't touched it yet. Upon observing the peculiar expression on her face, Aoki instantly discerned her intentions and promptly suggested a trade, as he had not yet tasted his own. Xiao Ai, though initially nonchalant, ultimately acquiesced to the exchange. Indeed, after the swap, she walked ahead with a newfound lightness, her steps imbued with a sense of satisfaction. The flavor was delightful. Meanwhile, Aoki, with tears in his eyes, finished off the pudding ice cream, which, to be frank, was rather unpalatable. He would advise others against purchasing it in the future. Suddenly, Xiao Ai halted, her pupils dilating dramatically as she lowered her head in silence. Could it be that the distillery's radar had been activated? Noticing Xiao Ai's abrupt stillness and her trembling form, Aoki swiftly recalled the organization, promptly retrieving a pair of glasses and a gray hat, placing them atop Xiao Ai's head. Is this better? Aoki crouched down, smiling as he spoke. Xiao Ai remained silent, merely lowering the brim of her hat, before taking Aoki's hand and running forward. Amidst the crowd, She also spotted a dark figure, towering at least 2 meters tall, with the brim of his hat pulled low, revealing only a pair of eyes. Upon witnessing this, Aoki recalled the individual who had perished in the explosion. It's all right. Shall we return for now? Aoki gently lifted Xiao Ai, whispering softly in her ear. At his words, she nodded and buried her face in his embrace. After they had walked a considerable distance, Xiao Ai finally looked up, scanning her surroundings to ensure there were no members of the organization present, and only then did she feel a sense of relief. Xiao Ai, who was that person just now? Aoki, tequila. But rest assured, that fellow is nearing his end. Xiao Ai, are you planning to eliminate him? That is far too perilous. Who claimed it was I? Aoki gently rubbed her head and then took Xiao Ai home. However, the ice cream they had just purchased had already melted. She had hoped to savor a few more bites, but it was gone in an instant. Sigh. Upon arriving home, Xiao Ai retrieved a syringe and proceeded to draw blood from Aoki. Last time, Aoki had forgotten this task, but Xiao Ai had not, since Aoki was not proactive. She would take matters into her own hands. Moreover, she was intensely curious about Aoki's remarkable health, particularly her extraordinary ability to heal rapidly. After examining under the microscope, Xiao Ai discovered that Aoki's cells were exceedingly active, her physical condition far exceeding that of an ordinary person. In fact, Aoki's cells could reproduce and recover at an astonishing rate. This state of being was several times that of a typical individual. If one were to label it as a superpower, it would pose no issue whatsoever. Yet, she remained puzzled. The last time Aoki was injured, her self-healing took merely seconds. If thoroughly researched, it could lead to the creation of something akin to the super soldier serum depicted in films. Xiao Ai was unconcerned, pondering instead the implications of injecting this blood into her own body. However, that was merely a fleeting thought, as their blood types differed and would undoubtedly result in rejection. It would be wiser to first understand the cellular structure and then develop an appropriate remedy. This could serve as a life-saving measure in critical situations. Meanwhile, Aoki was already in tears. Earlier, when Xiao Ai forcibly drew blood, Aoki had thrown a tantrum, behaving like a child, all in an attempt to gain Xiao Ai's attention. The outcome was utterly ignored. In the end, she was scolded by Xiao Ai. If you are fine, please do not disturb me. Sigh. Aoki stood by, watching helplessly as he ultimately had to depart. Today, there was no requirement to visit the Metropolitan Police Department, and the organization had no pressing tasks. Uncertain about Matsushida's situation, he decided it would be prudent to investigate further. With that thought, Aoki left his residence and swiftly made his way towards the villa from the previous night. Upon arriving, he wondered why there was no sign of life. After confirming that the surroundings were devoid of any activity, Aoki ventured inside. The villa appeared nearly deserted. But beneath the staircase, he discovered a basement. The door to the basement was ajar, suggesting someone might still be inside. Aoki, exercising caution, approached it carefully. As he descended into the basement, he was greeted by a well-lit space filled with numerous boxes, all brimming with cash. However, he noticed a figure nearby. Matsushita was bound, and beside him stood a slender man wearing a mask, brandishing a firearm. Haha, this is $1 billion. Far more satisfying than that 200 million. Where are your other valuables? Where's the safe? Chapter 25, 1 billion credited at this moment. Aoki stealthily moved forward, approaching the individual from behind without making a sound. Unnoticed by anyone. Although Matsushita, bound and restrained, spotted Aoki's presence, he dared not harbor any hopes. The 1 billion in cash had already been gathered, sufficient for immediate retrieval, rendering his own fate inconsequential. Matsushita could hardly fathom that while he was amassing such a fortune, someone had become aware of it and had even taken him captive. Your words are excessive. Aoki pressed the gun against his temple, and before the other party could react, he had already pulled the trigger. Bang. Seeing the head explode at such close range left his stomach in a disquieting state. He would handle the corpse himself. The money, however, would be his to take. Aoki struggled to lift several boxes as he exited the villa. There were 3 boxes in total, each as tall as his waist. Without Shadow's assistance, it would have been quite a challenge to move them. It seems he ought to find some time to engage in physical training. Upon arriving at base number 2, Aoki shed his disguise. Although his skills in facial alteration were commendable, the prolonged use of the mask felt suffocating and lacked proper ventilation. While the system had provided him with the technique, enhancement relied solely on his own efforts, necessitating diligent practice. Perhaps he could impart this skill to Conan, as proficiency did not need to be exceptional, merely functional would suffice. Subsequently, Aoki sent a message to Jin, informing him that the funds had been secured. To his surprise, Jin responded almost instantaneously, questioning whether he was perpetually glued to his phone. Before long, the sounds of a vehicle pulling up echoed, and soon Jin and Vodka entered base number 2. As soon as the door swung open, Aoki was in plain view. Jin made a beeline for the 3 boxes and, upon discovering they were filled with cash, promptly took 100 million yen to settle with Aoki before departing once more. Aoki remained seated, gazing in disbelief at the mountain of cash. Could you at least leave a box? He lamented. Are you expecting me to carry back this 100 million yen? Afterward, Aoki arranged for a box to be brought in, as the peripheral members held great respect for someone who had already received a code name. Thus, organizing a box was a mere formality. Even if one were not available within the base, they would ensure one was procured. Once the money was securely packed, Aoki hurried home. With this 100 million yen, he could indulge in a life of leisure for at least 6 months, an aspiration many dream of. Spending their days lounging at home and waking naturally. Alas, reality rarely permits such luxuries. Upon returning home, Aoki was astonished to find Conan already there. This kid. Has he completed his report? But there is still an accomplice unaccounted for. How disheartening. Conan lay on the sofa, reflecting on the day's events. Despite having identified the murderer, one individual remained elusive. Shiho was engrossed in her experiments, seemingly indifferent to his plight, while Professor Agasa was preoccupied with his inventions. No one paid Conan any heed, leaving him to close his eyes in frustration. These two simply did not comprehend his feelings, how agonizing it was to be on the brink of the truth only to have his efforts thwarted. Do you feel my pain as well? At that moment, Aoki entered, first concealing the 100 million yen before changing into different attire, daring to approach again. If he donned all black, Conan's suspicious nature might lead him to question his intentions. Hey, Aoki, if you had been here today, perhaps we could have uncovered that robbery accomplice. Conan attempted to engage further, only to receive a swift blow to the head. A painful lump instantly emerged, and Conan's face contorted in agony. You ruthless fiend! How dare you ambush me? He exclaimed. Enough. I barely put any force into that. Why are you pretending to be hurt? Aoki struck once more, this time with considerable force. Conan felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, wanting to demonstrate his prowess. For it was utterly unacceptable to be struck repeatedly. Yet, the question lingered. What could he do if he was outmatched? Ultimately, he chose to disregard Conan and hasten to Shiho's side, curious about the experiment she was conducting. However, as he approached, he was taken aback to find several test tubes bearing his name. To his astonishment, there were numerous tubes. Hadn't she only drawn one vial? Where had all this blood come from? At that moment, Shiho, clad in her white lab coat, turned with a beaming smile. A larger syringe in hand than the last time. Was she intent on draining him completely? Wait, what are you planning to do? It's merely that the experimental data is insufficient. I only need to draw a little more of your blood. Kudo's sample is also required, after acquiring the data last time. A trial antidote has been developed, but further comparisons are necessary. With no time to waste, Shiho proceeded without hesitation, ready to draw blood once more. Aoki now felt a twinge of trepidation. Would he have to endure this ordeal in the future? He turned to glance at Conan, only to find him reveling in his misfortune, as if his pain brought joy to Conan. Just wait until I settle the score with you. Perhaps I should simply divulge everything, revealing your true identity to Ran and observing her reaction. Conan, too, perceived the peculiar look in Aoki's eyes. Finally, after laboring through the evening, Shiho at last removed her white lab coat, stretched languidly, and sauntered towards the sofa, only to discover that Aoki was still present and seemingly asleep. This fool. Shiho shook her head in exasperation. She had dedicated nearly half the day to her experiments, while Aoki had merely been waiting here until now. Despite her verbal reproaches, a smile crept onto her lips. Suddenly, she leaped up and delivered a swift kick to Aoki's knee. What the hell? Ah, what are you doing? Ouch. Aoki suddenly let out a sharp scream. Clutching his left knee, having been jolted from a deep slumber by an unexpected kick, he had intended to unleash his fury upon the perpetrator, only to discover that it was none other than Xiao Ai, compelling him to suppress his ire. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It was time to return. Xiao Ai gently swept her hair aside and gracefully exited the room, making her way towards the neighboring villa. Aoki sighed helplessly. Couldn't he simply wake him up instead of resorting to a kick? Didn't he realize how painful that could be? Surely, it was intentional. Just then, Aoki's phone rang, displaying an unknown number, one he had never saved. Despite his curiosity, he answered the call. Hello? Who is this? Aoki, it's Yoko. I would like to invite you and Akai to the beach in Aizu. The voice on the other end was unmistakably Yoko's. Aizu? Where's that? I don't think I've ever been there. Akai, do you want to go? Let us consider it a little vacation. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. After careful contemplation, he realized that he had indeed never been there. However, this time he was headed to the seaside. If memory serves correctly, that individual, Jingjingjin, also seems to be in that vicinity. Very well. I shall reluctantly accompany you. Thank you, Xiao Ai, for your magnanimity. Chapter 26. Conan. It is impossible for anyone to like Sonoko. At the seaside of Aizu, a throng of people gathered. Aoki reclined on the chair, observing the bustling crowd. Despite the sunglasses shielding his eyes, there remained an unwavering determination as he focused on the female tourists. This is life. Fortuitously, Ai was not by his side, otherwise, the day would have been ruined. Since their arrival yesterday, Ai had secluded herself in their room, claiming to prepare a surprise. Thus, Aoki refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their little secrets. I remarked, if Haibara catches you like this, you're likely to end up with a blood draw. At some point, Conan unexpectedly approached and settled onto the adjacent chair. He had witnessed Aoki's earlier demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he seemingly envisioned Aoki being tormented by Haibara. What do you know, you little brat? Scientific evidence suggests that frequently gazing upon beautiful women is beneficial for both mental and physical well-being. Now, go play. Aoki forcefully kicked Conan aside and then closed his eyes to relish the sea breeze. The scent of the ocean, I am well aware of. How infuriating. At this moment, Conan seethed with anger, yet felt powerless to retaliate. Had he possessed the strength, he would have surely left Aoki searching for his teeth. With a resigned sigh, he decided to seek out Ran for some amusement. Click. The sound of a camera shutter broke the air, and upon turning, he discovered that it was Ai, who was currently aiming her camera at Aoki's face. Dressed in a school swimsuit, Ai felt somewhat embarrassed, although she had not intended to wear it. A lack of proper swimwear left her no choice. Despite her initial reluctance, she couldn't help but feel a slight flush, especially in that particular outfit. Yet, she found Aoki lying there, somewhat handsome, compelling her to capture the moment. Ai-chan, I thought you wouldn't come out. Since you're here, let us enjoy ourselves and not just stay cooped up in your room all day. Aoki reached out and embraced Ai, gently ruffling her hair, his expression radiating warmth. From a distance, Conan caught sight of this and was seized by an unsettling chill. When had Aoki ever displayed such a repugnant expression? This was troubling. Had he been poisoned? Do not ruffle my hair. I just washed it, and now it will be greasy again. Ai thought, feeling quite annoyed. Each time her hair was tousled, it would inevitably become oily, prompting her to voice her displeasure. However, she refrained from swatting his hand away, instead turning her head away with a huff. Ai, why are you wearing your school uniform? Aoki, did you not provide her with a swimsuit? At that moment, Sonoko hurried over and immediately spotted Ai. Though Ai maintained her aloof demeanor, it did not hinder the affection felt towards her. After all, I am a man. Buying a swimsuit for a little girl would surely lead others to label me a pervert. Aoki vehemently asserted that he is not a pervert. Are you not? Conan suddenly interjected, a mocking expression adorning his face. Just because you claim you are not, does that make it so? The eyes of the public are keenly observant. After all, there is still ample time. Why don't you all go? I will wait here with Conan, the washing machine, for you. Aoki's forehead veins bulged as she gritted her teeth, casting a glance at Conan before addressing the three of them. Without allowing them to say much more, she seized Conan and started to head outside. Conan, intending to flee, soon found himself thwarted by his short stature. He had barely managed to cover any distance before Aoki caught up with him. You little rascal. If you dare say another word, I shall inform Ran. Surely, you wouldn't want your identity to be revealed, would you? Washing machine classmate? Aoki led the person aside, then with a benevolent expression, said, I apologize. I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Conan immediately offered an apology, a gesture not driven by cowardice or fear of Aoki's wrath, but rather from the heart. Do you understand what it means to be sincere? Just then, laughter erupted from Yoko, prompting both individuals to turn and discover a blonde-haired young man expressing his desire to invite Yoko out for an evening of fun. Initially, they presumed he was seeking Ran, only to be surprised that he had approached Yoko instead. This revelation brought great joy to Yoko. She had always witnessed others flirting with Ran, and now, finally, someone was showing interest in her. Indeed, this young lady possesses an undeniable charm. Aha. However, Conan was taken aback. Someone actually fancied Yoko? That loudmouth girl. What a joke. There was something off about that man. He surely had ulterior motives. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe the situation for a while, just in case he genuinely liked someone like Yoko. Ultimately, Yoko accompanied the blonde-haired young man to a nearby establishment, where they ordered 2 drinks and engaged in conversation. As for the matter of swimwear, that would have to be left to Ran. At that moment, a dark-skinned man wearing glasses approached, gently placing 2 drinks in front of Yoko. Yet, when he reached the blonde-haired young man, he set the drink down with slightly more force. How rude of you. The blonde-haired young man initially bristled with anger but was swiftly calmed by Yoko. They were there to enjoy themselves, and there was no need for conflict. Besides, there was something vaguely familiar about that man. She felt she had seen him somewhere before, but the memory eluded her. Meanwhile, Aoki stroked his chin. Beginning to recall the storyline, he remembered that the one inviting Yoko was supposed to have brown hair. Was it a misremembering on my part? Or was the plot indeed mistaken? Aoki crept to the edge of the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation between 2 individuals, his apprehension mounting as the narrative diverged from his expectations. Mr. Daosia, what brings you back to the seaside? Are you alone? In that moment, the girl inquired suddenly, causing Huang Mao to lean back, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he chuckled, and began to explain. I was dumped by my girlfriend, so I came out to unwind. I never anticipated meeting a beautiful angel. As he spoke, he gestured towards the girl. Upon hearing this, her face flushed, momentarily taken aback by his words. Now, Aoki was certain this was indeed the individual he remembered, his dialogue as banal as ever. Even the corny pickup lines found online possessed more impact than this. Tomorrow, he would intervene and rescue her. After all, he ought to extend an invitation for her to join in the festivities. How could he allow a benefactor to come to harm? Moreover, if memory served, there had been 2 attacks, with the second prompting Jingjing to take action, ultimately leading them to be together. Thus, rescuing her tonight seemed the most prudent course of action. He could not be the one to disrupt their fate, especially considering Jingjing's formidable prowess. At that moment, Xiaolan and her companions returned, catching sight of Aoki eavesdropping. Out of curiosity, they approached, joining him in their clandestine observation. This man raises suspicions. Who seeks the company of another woman immediately after a breakup, and speaks so casually? As if he were not heartbroken? For now, let us refrain from informing the girl, to spare her any emotional distress. Aoki also noticed them, and thus turned to address them. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan immediately nodded. Yuanzi was her dear friend, and she could not allow her to be deceived by a scoundrel. Xiao Ai, however, expressed indifference, reasoning that she could not be of assistance, as she lacked combat prowess and preferred to observe from the sidelines. At that moment, Conan also nodded in agreement, seemingly sharing the same sentiment. How could anyone possibly be enamored with a woman like Yuanzi? Chapter 27 Aoki. This is bad. I can't explain this. Just then, Xiaolan and the others arrived at the seaside restaurant, known as the Ocean House, where Kayagakujin also worked. Aoki, however, was keenly observing, eager to catch a glimpse of Kayagakujin. After all, this was their first encounter. He had only heard tales of his remarkable prowess and noted that he had an exceptionally dark complexion, though he was curious about the true extent of it. Suddenly, he spotted a man at the counter, sporting a bandage on his forehead and wearing glasses. The man's skin was a deep shade of black, as if he hailed from Africa, yet he bore the features of an Asian. Was it even possible for a person to be tanned to such a degree? He felt as though this individual had undergone some mutation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person appear this way? What is wrong, Aoki? Do you know that man? Xiaolan inquired, having noticed Aoki's intense gaze fixed on the dark-skinned individual. You should be aware as well, that man is Kayagakujin, the champion of the Japanese Karate Championship. It is said he remains undefeated with a record of 400 consecutive victories, earning the title of the Kicking Nobleman. Moreover, it seems he has a particular interest in Yuanzi. Aoki sat beside the garden, quietly observing Kayagaku's words. Although his voice was soft, several individuals could hear him, each exhibiting a distinct reaction. Conan wore an expression of disbelief, while Ran gazed at him with admiration. Only Sonoko felt a chill run down her spine. And Shiho remained relatively calm, sipping her juice without glancing their way. Aoki found their reactions somewhat amusing. He wondered if his mere comment had caused Sonoko to miss her true love. After all, he had previously thought they made a charming couple. Such a bond should not be severed. It was surprising to learn that he was quite formidable. No wonder he had been angry earlier. He too harbored feelings for Sonoko, which provided clarity. Doxy, upon hearing this, jokingly remarked, who would ever fancy him? He appears so gloomy, utterly unlike a good person. Sonoko crossed her arms and turned her head away with a scoff, asserting that if she were to find a boyfriend, he must be handsome. And that individual certainly was not. Suddenly, Ran recalled Aoki's earlier statement. She glanced at Doxy, then leaned in to whisper to Sonoko with a smile. P.S. the national competition champion. Having a boyfriend like that would ensure safety, don't you think? Perhaps you should consider it. Sonoko promptly shook her head, declaring it utterly impossible. He is so dark-skinned and not at all handsome. I absolutely refuse. Sonoko then quipped, but what about you? That little brat Shinichi. Who knows where he is? Why don't you give him a try? After all, you like him, and we make a great pair. Ran retorted. What are you talking about? Conan internally fumed. You annoying woman. Try saying that again. By the way, how about we go out for dinner tonight? I'll pick you all up, and don't forget to bring a camera. Doxy, noticing their diverted attention, quickly extended the invitation, realizing that with that man present, any confrontation seemed unlikely. His purpose for being there was solely to retrieve the camera containing his photograph. Bring a camera? Why? Sonoko tilted her head in confusion. We're just going out for dinner. What is the point of bringing a camera? Doxy began to explain, while Conan and Aoki simultaneously thought, deceptive words. They soon overheard that a girl had been murdered, and the victim had brown hair, causing Sonoko to feel anxious about her own safety. Given that she too had brown hair and had yet to experience a sweet romance, she absolutely could not meet such a sudden demise. Meanwhile, Aoki noticed Officer Hekagawa with coral-colored hair. However, due to Aoki's outstanding performance, not only did he admire Detective Muri, but he also revered Aoki as an advisor. The sight of his idol here filled him with joy and excitement. After some casual exchanges, Aoki finally extricated himself from the scene. He knew who the culprit was. But alas, he had no evidence. As night fell, Conan, Ran, and Sonoko stood at the door, waiting. Watching the heavy rain outside, they felt somewhat helpless. Aoki was reluctant to go out, while Shiho chose to accompany him, fearing that if he ventured out, he might be captivated by someone else's charm. Thus, she resolved to stay back and monitor him, lest he commit any outrageous acts. Only Aoki understood that he could not go anywhere today. He preferred to wait for that person to come to him. Shiho, just stay in the room and don't go out. I wouldn't want you to get hurt, he advised. After checking the time and deeming it appropriate, he stood up, closed the room door, and stepped outside. Shiho was momentarily taken aback, but chose to trust him, as she believed Aoki would not harm her. Upon exiting, Aoki spotted Sonoko being forcibly pulled inside. Without hesitation, he dashed over and leapt, kicking the assailant. Sonoko, noticing someone had come to her aid, felt tears welling in her eyes and immediately ran behind Aoki, turning on the lights to reveal the intruder, Doxy. Mr. Doxy? Sonoko was in disbelief. The person who had attacked her was indeed Doxy. How had the situation turned so dire? They had been conversing just hours before. Yet now he was attempting to harm her, brandishing a knife. Surely, this was a cruel joke. Damn it. Doxy cursed, preparing to fight desperately. Utterly shocked by Aoki's unexpected appearance. Had it not been for Aoki, he would have already succeeded in his mission. With a dagger in hand, he lunged at Aoki. But before he could close the distance, he slipped and fell to the ground. Indeed, it was the Shadow's doing. Aoki refrained from unnecessary chatter and swiftly procured a rope to bind the individual. Initially, he intended to drive the person away and await the next opportunity for Kayagaku to come to the rescue. However, Yoko abruptly switched on the lights, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Thank you, Aoki, Yoko exclaimed, her tension dissipating as she sank to the ground, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Amidst her expressions of gratitude, she continued to wipe away her tears. It's all right now. Aoki gently ruffled her hair and softly offered words of comfort. In truth, had he not come this time, nothing untoward would have befallen her, as Staolan had already returned, leading to Dao Xia's immediate retreat. Yet, as fate would have it, he inadvertently severed her romantic ties. What a misfortune. As for the turmoil within the garden at that moment, Aoki was not only handsome, but also remarkably capable, and it seemed he had no girlfriend. Perhaps there was a chance for her. I wondered why he had just stepped out. Was he on a date? At that moment, Xiaoai emerged and happened to witness the scene. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say such things, she exclaimed. Moments ago, she had been attacked, and he had come to her rescue. However, Xiaoai was utterly unconvinced. Even if it was merely a rescue, why were you touching her head? Aoki, this is a disaster. I can't explain it. Chapter 28, A Tribute. Ding. Congratulations to the host for altering the narrative, earning Dynamic Vision. Host, Aoki Tamahisa. Bloodline, demi-human. Abilities, proficiency in firearms, mastery of combat, voice modulation, disguise techniques, dynamic vision. Dynamic vision, the ability to perceive enemy attacks, when perfected. It can even allow one to evade bullets. Incredible, dodging bullets. The only person I know who can do that is Jin, and perhaps Ran as well. But only when she is enraged. In such a state, she can not only evade bullets but also shatter a telephone pole with a single punch. This is truly a divine skill. Aoki nodded in satisfaction before turning to glance at Xiaoai, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her book. This marked the third day since their last encounter, during which Xiaoai had completely ignored him. He regretted impulsively reaching out to touch her hair. Now, she would not listen to any explanation, nor did she express any desire to go out with him. Alas, his little wife was upset. Xiaoai, how about we go out later? Perhaps a shopping trip? I could buy you a new handbag, he suggested hopefully. However, Xiaoai merely cast a sidelong glance at him before returning her focus to her book, showing no sign of being swayed. Witnessing her indifference, Aoki felt as though the world had lost its luster. Yet, Xiaoai could not help but stifle a laugh. She was well aware of Aoki's character. Nonetheless, their acquaintance was still relatively fresh, so she intended to observe him further. Although he was kind to her, she recognized his flirtatious nature and resolved to keep a watchful eye on him. This was crucial. She must ensure that after work, he returned home promptly and did not engage in any frivolous affairs. Well, that's not unreasonable. By the way, it seems that Yuan Zhong is coming to find you. Perhaps you should consider getting a girlfriend. Setting her book aside, Xiaoai rose to change her shoes, preparing to join Conan. Despite her reluctance, she felt compelled to attend. As the detective club had requested her participation in rehearsing for the garden party script, Conan was to play the male lead, while Xiaoai would portray the second female lead, with Ayumi taking on the role of the female protagonist. Jinta would embody the garlic monster, and Kagoro not only played the second male lead, but also assumed the role of director. Upon hearing those words, Aoki felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. The audacity of seeking out that unfortunate boy, Conan, while she had said nothing at all, was bewildering. Please, Ai-chan, let us refrain from patting others' heads. How about I only pat yours? Upon hearing Aoki's remark, Ai shot her a glance, then turned away and hurried to Professor Agasa's house, following Conan without a second thought. Damn that Conan, Aoki muttered as he gazed up at the sky, realizing that dusk had descended. They were heading out at this hour, surely. They didn't intend to solve a case, did they? This brat, if he wanted to court danger, that was one thing. But dragging Ai into it was another matter entirely. I must follow them and ensure I can intervene at the first sign of peril. Yet, Aoki was uncertain if such an episode existed in the original storyline. In his recollection, Ai always appeared in the company of others, be it the detective boys or alongside Professor Agasa. Whenever they ventured out with the professor, Conan was invariably present, and the situations were perilous, effectively doubling the danger level. With that thought, Aoki trailed behind, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. They were at a considerable distance. and Conan remained oblivious to his presence, though AI occasionally glanced back, as if sensing something amiss. Soon, he followed the pair to a dilapidated building. The three children had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the two arrive, they waved and shouted, eager not to be overlooked. The golden hues of sunset illuminated the interior. AI stood with her back to Conan, the light casting a glow upon her face, accentuating her beauty to near perfection. There was no mistaking it. She had already discerned his true identity, and any further deceit would serve no purpose, merely resulting in her hurt. After speaking, AI turned her head away and gazed out the window. Conan, taken aback, immediately approached her, asking, "But why tell me? Even if you can see through wickedness, you still fail to understand a woman's heart," AI replied, her lips curling into a semblance of a smile, yet her tone remained devoid of emotion. As if she were unperturbed. A woman's heart? Conan, puzzled, fixed his gaze upon AI, yearning for clarity. Indeed, the moment she laid eyes on you, she fell in love. Haven't you noticed? Kamen Rider. Meanwhile, Aoki, hidden outside the window, stifled a laugh upon hearing these lines, recognizing instantly that this script was undoubtedly penned by Ayumi. If Jinta and Hiroshi were to write a script, it would surely be filled with chaos and violence. Aside from Ayumi, no one else would likely contribute anything meaningful. Conan relished detective reasoning, while AI remained indifferent. Conan, this is not right. You should be more astonished. Just then, Hiroshi entered, interrupting their exchange, followed by a barrage of idle chatter, to which Conan responded with sarcasm. Just as he mentioned performing a police story, a commanding voice pierced through from behind. Freeze. Raise your hands and stay where you are. A man burst through the door, pursued by Officer Sato, who brandished her handgun, threatening him. Officer Sato, Ayumi exclaimed suddenly, clearly taken aback. Without waiting for a response, the man seized Ayumi. What the hell? Just like that. The Aoki people were rendered speechless, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh. Don't come over. You mustn't approach. The man then took Bume by the hand and swiftly ascended the stairs, leaving her behind midway, before dashing up to the rooftop. Aoki naturally did not intervene, for she felt assured of her safety. As long as no harm befell Xiao Ai, all would be well. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Upon reaching the rooftop, the man discovered that escape routes were non-existent, with a daunting gap of 3 meters to the adjacent rooftop. Fortunately, a ladder was conveniently situated nearby, perfectly positioned for his passage. When Officer Sato arrived, he found that the man had already traversed the gap, even discarding the ladder in the process. In a moment of inspiration reminiscent of Jackie Chan, Sato seized the drainage pipe and successfully leaped across. No further words are necessary. This is a tribute. Truly remarkable. Aoki stood at a distance, marveling inwardly. It seemed that individuals in the world of Conan possessed remarkably robust physical attributes. Perhaps even the cleaning lady could deliver a few impressive moves. The average person appeared to embody superhuman capabilities, which could only be described as extraordinary. If I recall correctly, this plot involved Dr. Agasa, who was invited to blow up a building, specifically the one where Officer Sato had just rushed. In the end, due to excitement, both of them found themselves trapped in a restroom, nearly facing dire consequences. I suppose I'll refresh myself. It's just my way of assisting the police department, after all. I wonder if that will merit a raise. Chapter 29. Dare to move again? At this juncture, Aoki sought out Dr. Agasa and relayed all that had transpired to him and those present. As for the rest, he opted to remain silent. This way, Conan's team would encounter fewer obstacles. His primary concern was for Shiho, considering she was still a child and needed to assist in solving cases at night. Once Conan and the others departed, Dr. Agasa took it upon himself to rescue those trapped. He truly lived up to his reputation. Even after the situation was resolved, he sought to increase the challenges for Conan. Skill triggered. Betrayal from a teammate. Originally, Conan could have navigated the circumstances with ease, without succumbing to undue anxiety. However, in comparison to the original narrative, the situation had not significantly deviated. At most, he was spared the need to return and focus on rescuing Officer Sato. After attending to these matters, Aoki continued to shadow Shiho, adeptly concealing himself. Although Shiho sensed his presence, she felt no immediate danger, so she dismissed the notion, perhaps believing he was searching for Kudo, who had been rather conspicuous lately and had received accolades on several occasions. If not for Aoki's insistence, he would have already graced the newspapers. Subsequently, the detective group, now unencumbered by their previous constraints, followed Takagi to the crime scene. Based on Takagi's account, they learned that the man apprehended had, the previous evening, witnessed his superior being strangled to death. This man had been found unconscious in her home, with neither Detective Muri nor Conan available. The police department proceeded to detain him for interrogation. Indeed, in this world influenced by Conan, the behavior of everyone appeared quite peculiar, particularly in terms of their intellect. Aoki referred to it as the ultimate technique, the art of collective dulled intelligence. Miss Murakami was strangled to death in her home. Yet the peculiar aspect of the situation was that Mr. Todai was present at her residence. At that moment, Mr. Todai was utterly intoxicated, to the extent that even walking posed a challenge for him. Could he truly have committed the crime? At this juncture, Mitsuhiko stroked his chin, beginning to ponder the matter. Upon hearing this, Conan too engaged in contemplation, recalling Aoki's previous assertion. While deliberating, he needed to adopt various perspectives to dissect the entire case. Furthermore, considering Mr. Todai's condition, it certainly seemed that there were hidden circumstances. Observing the arrangement of Miss Murakami's home, Conan felt increasingly convinced that there was indeed something amiss. But what exactly was different? Moreover, when Mr. Todai departed, he was supported by a person named Kitagawa. Kitagawa was also the first to discover the scene. Would a normal person rush to someone else's residence and demand to be let in? What was now lacking was evidence. Meanwhile, Aoki, stifling a yawn while standing on the rooftop, mused about Conan's capabilities. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and he was still out and about with little AI. Conan, you truly are insufferable. Furthermore, Takagi, you are a detective, yet how could you allow yourself to be berated by others? Where is your police demeanor? The police in this island nation are utterly inept, whether in anime or reality. There have been no reports of cases being solved, only a plethora of incidents, be it murders or lack of evidence. It is no wonder that previously it was said that Kudo was a savior. Just then, Aoki received a message. I'm Jin's associate. Let's meet up. Bourbon? His real name seems to be Ryoga Akai, an undercover agent of the Japanese public security. And a genuine threat. Jin actually summoned him to counterfeit alcohol group's meeting, and now I am under suspicion. I have heard about you. We are somewhat alike. And I eagerly anticipate our meeting. Mimosa, come directly to the Mihanko Art Museum. After sending the message, he tucked his phone away, taking a moment to contemplate how to face him, as opportunities to interact with public security were rare. This could be a chance for him to become involved with them, though the outcome remained uncertain. After all, he was still a member of the organization, albeit merely a counterfeit product. They would undoubtedly not trust him. And Bourbon was no ordinary character. However, he seemed quite formidable, managing to juggle 3 jobs simultaneously. Ding ding. Just as he was deep in thought, Bourbon had already arrived downstairs. Aoki chose not to use the stairs, but leaped down instead. Only by demonstrating strength could he possess leverage in negotiations. As a superhuman, he believed public security would not overlook him. Aoki then hopped into the car, lighting a cigarette in the passenger seat. Are you Bourbon? You're much younger than I imagined. You're the same, Mr. Aoki Tomohiro. Ryoga Akai replied, his expression adorned with a smile, opting not to elaborate further. Aoki paused momentarily in his smoking gesture, then feigned nonchalance. Although his actions appeared somewhat contrived, they conveyed a different meaning in the eyes of Zero Kurigane. Zero Kurigane thought to himself, he is flustered. Aoki, I feign ignorance. Knowing too much is not always a blessing. Aoki intended to initiate threats before proceeding with his own plans, but was abruptly interrupted by Bourbon. You were compelled to join the organization, devoid of genuine loyalty towards them. Moreover, judging by your modus operandi and the tasks you have undertaken, you cannot truly be labeled as a villain. The missions you have executed predominantly involved eliminating gang leaders or criminals. This individual has conducted a remarkably thorough investigation. I myself was unaware that these tasks were assigned by Jin, leaving him without the liberty to make choices. Nonetheless, this situation may prove advantageous. Based on our recent conversation, it appears Bourbon is inclined to recruit me, despite my counterfeit liquor. However, I must not become complacent and overlook the role I am expected to portray. Therefore, does the organization wish to eliminate me? And thus, they have dispatched you? Such thoughts are overly ambitious. I am, after all, indestructible. With that, Aoki drew his handgun, leveling it directly at Bourbon's head, his gaze suddenly fierce. And the chamber was already loaded. Observing this, Bourbon swiftly produced his own firearm, his movements devoid of hesitation, and promptly squeezed the trigger. Aoki also noticed the bullets, which were not ordinary. They resembled syringes. A tranquilizer gun. Bang. The moment the projectile struck him, Aoki swiftly turned the bridgehead, pressing it against his own temple, and subsequently, a multitude of red and white fluids erupted, engulfing the entire vehicle in chaos. Bourbon, taken aback, had not anticipated such decisiveness. It was merely a sedative. Was such ruthlessness truly necessary? Inside the car, an eerie silence prevailed. Aoki's handgun was equipped with a silencer. Although the glass shattered, no sound was emitted. How astute. It seemed the mission had failed. What a conundrum. Bourbon sighed in resignation before preparing to dispose of the body. Despite having been aware of the intelligence, he could not bring himself to believe in resurrection. It was simply too far-fetched. You are an undercover agent, aren't you? Chapter 30, Clack, Dragging Road. At this moment, the car was enveloped in silence, save for the gaping mouth and astonished expression of Zero Kogami, who was utterly astounded by the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. Aoki had clearly perished, yet now he had returned from the dead. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Zero Kurigane leaped from the vehicle, reloading his weapon. His gaze fixed on Aoki's movements. He almost failed to react. This individual was truly enigmatic. Indeed, as the information suggested, he possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. Is this still a human being? Are you frightened? For an ordinary person, this is undeniably quite unsettling. At this moment, Aoki stepped down from the vehicle and regarded Bourbon, articulating that his ability to resurrect infinitely granted him a sense of invulnerability. He had no intention of launching an attack, should Bourbon perish. His opportunity to engage with the Public Security Bureau would vanish. I hope you will join us. Your abilities are particularly enigmatic, and we find ourselves at a loss when faced with them. Prior to this encounter, I conducted some investigations. It appears you were coerced into joining the organization, thus. We shall not impose restrictions upon you, as long as you refrain from opposing us, or even better, assist us. Naturally, there will be compensation. We shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. Bourbon, uncertain of Aoki's response, realized that a refusal on the latter's part would expose his own identity, leading to a potential pursuit by Jin. He had not intended to attend this meeting, but the Public Security Bureau had expressed interest in Aoki after learning about him. After all, Aoki served as a police consultant and had been compelled to join the organization, harboring resentment towards it, despite the ambiguity surrounding his true capabilities. However, having a friend is certainly preferable to acquiring another foe. Bourbon's investigation revealed Aoki's unique ability to resurrect, though he belonged to the Japanese public security. He had no desire to report his findings. The conditions you propose are quite appealing. However, I must decline. Upon hearing these words, Bourbon immediately heightened his alertness. Recognizing the unfolding situation, Aoki's refusal to ally with them indicated that he could not be regarded as a comrade. With a firearm in Aoki's possession and his capacity for continual resurrection, Bourbon sensed that his chances were dwindling, compelling him to consider fleeing. Joining your ranks seems implausible. I am not one to abide by rules, especially those imposed by others. While I am disinclined to align with you, I can assure you that I will not take action against you in the future, provided that we establish an exchange. I merely request an identity, one of an ordinary person. Aoki had pondered carefully. If he were to join the police force, it would undoubtedly entail a plethora of responsibilities, thus he preferred to be forthright about his intentions. It was inconceivable for him to maintain a conventional job. The only alternative would be to resort to robbery in order to make ends meet. Each time he visited the police headquarters, it felt akin to returning home. The personnel were exceptionally talented and possessed a charming manner of speaking. Having initially planned to flee, he was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected conversation. Fortunately, it did not escalate into conflict. You startled me, he exclaimed. I can agree to your terms. However, the precondition is that this organization must cease to exist, so you must also contribute. Bourbon, visibly relaxed, responded with a smile. The conversation had nearly induced a heart attack. Even when facing Jin, he had not experienced such trepidation. He resolved never to accept such assignments again, as his heart could hardly bear the strain. After bidding farewell to Bourbon, Aoki returned, feeling quite elated. He merely needed to await the resolution of his identity issue with the police. Thereafter, he could indulge in leisurely pursuits, yet he intended to complete several tasks while the organization remained intact in order to amass some savings. After all, if he were to forego employment, how would he afford to enjoy life? He set a modest goal for himself, to earn 10 billion before anything else. Meanwhile, on Xiao Ai's side, the case had been resolved. She stood by the roadside, scanning her surroundings, and upon spotting Aoki, a smile graced her lips. You finally arrived. You didn't worry about me coming here a day later? As she uttered these words, it was evident that she harbored a hint of resentment. It's already the next day? Aoki, upon hearing her remark, realized it was indeed midday. Goodness, wasn't it just 10 o'clock at night? Aoki clutched his head. Disbelief etched across his face. Am I the one who has lost my sanity, or has the world gone mad? Just a few minutes have passed. And you tell me it's already noon? Is this reasonable? He then repeatedly apologized, acknowledging that it was still Sunday, and little Ai didn't have school. So they might as well go out and play. Last night, he and the three little ones had all spent the night at Dr. Agasa's house, while Conan had been busy solving cases all night and had since returned home to sleep. With that, Aoki took little Ai and began to meander through the streets, ignoring all other matters. A smile crept onto Ai's lips as she tightly held Aoki's hand, as though fearing he might suddenly vanish. They strolled along the street, appearing to outsiders as a pair of siblings with a close bond. The brother bought things for his sister, who didn't whine or complain, keeping all the good things for herself while the brother requested nothing in return. Yet, within Ai's heart, a seed had begun to sprout. However, she was uncertain how to voice her feelings. Aoki often acted frivolously, leaving her unsure whether his words were meant to bring her joy or were genuinely heartfelt. Thus, Ai felt a deep conflict. When she looked at Aoki, all her defenses crumbled. Look, Ai, it's Takagi and Sato. Are they on a date? Aoki quickly pulled Ai aside, observing the two engaged in conversation. Not far from them were the three little ones and Conan. It was indeed strange. Just moments ago it had been noon, and now it was evening? Aoki glanced around the environment and felt a sense of darkness enveloping his life. Even if he wished to avoid jet lag, this world seemed intent on thwarting him. Though this scene was part of the narrative, the timing felt awry. The plot didn't align. The world has indeed gone mad. Officer Sato, do you perhaps have feelings for Officer Megure? Takagi was troubled. He liked Officer Sato, but it seemed she harbored feelings for a married man, which left him feeling dejected and the world around him gray. Yes, Officer Megure. He is just like my father. Takagi was taken aback, having thought life was shrouded in darkness, only to hear a statement that left him bewildered and questioning. With a chuckle, Takagi then suggested seeking out his uncle for a scolding. Honestly, Yumi, I thought Officer Takagi would confess his feelings, but he just ran off like that. Genta, Officer Takagi truly is useless. If you like her, just say it. However, Mitsuhiko fell into contemplation, pondering whether he too should confess his feelings so that Haibara might understand his intentions. Chapter 31 Aoki, I can only assist you up to this point. Aoki brother, let us go out and play. While at home keeping little AI company, watching television, Aoki suddenly heard someone calling him and rose to the bedside. To his surprise, he saw Sonoko waving at him. Not only was Ram beside her, but even little Conan was there, making him feel certain that any outing would inevitably lead to a case to solve. Aoki felt a wave of exasperation. It was high time to summon Kayagaku Makoto to take this woman under his wing. Speaking of which, it seemed that Kayagaku was about to embark on a journey abroad. It remained uncertain whether he had already departed, yet fortunately, he had left his contact number during their last encounter. Subsequently, Aoki retrieved his phone and dialed Kayagaku's number. After a brief conversation, he learned that Kayagaku had not yet left, but would do so within a few days. Hearing that he was still in town, Aoki smiled. You should hurry over. Who knows, you might just become the hero who rescues the damsel in distress, and that way, Yoko might take a liking to you. Aoki promptly elaborated, expressing that he harbored affections for someone else, rendering it impossible for him to have feelings for Yoko. In an effort to atone for his previous mistakes, he was now striving to facilitate a connection between the two. Little did he know, Yoko had impulsively dashed to turn on the lights, and in the ensuing chaos, the Taoist Association was oblivious, resulting in him being captured. Ultimately, Kayagaku never had the opportunity to intervene and rescue Yoko. Had he been aware of the situation beforehand, he would have refrained from offering assistance. Aoki, who were you on the phone with just now? It feels as though you harbor ulterior motives. Yoko remarked as she and her companion entered the room. They overheard Aoki conversing on the phone, and their expressions turned notably sinister, as if they were concocting some scheme. What? No. You must have misinterpreted. It's merely that someone has feelings for Yoko and wishes to take you out on a date. Aoki invited them to take a seat. Although the garden was quite charming, he was not a bull-headed warrior, thus he would not disrupt the bonds of love. Upon hearing this, Yoko first felt a surge of joy, but her expression quickly soured as she recalled something. You aren't referring to Kayagaku Makoto, are you? That fellow is hardly handsome, and he has such a gloomy demeanor. She then pondered, by the way, does Aoki have a girlfriend? Yoko clutched her head, her face contorted in despair. Indeed, her name is Shiho, and she is exceedingly beautiful. To dispel Yoko's thoughts, Aoki glanced at Shiho. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Shiho's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, yet she feigned indifference, continuing to watch television, all of which Conan observed. It turned out that Shiho's real name was indeed Shiho. Previously, he only knew her surname, Mayano Shiho. Perhaps he could later ask the doctor to investigate. There might be valuable information regarding that distillery. What a pity, Yoko lamented, her desire to weep overwhelming her. Why was it that all the handsome ones already had partners? Did this mean she would have to date that dark-skinned fellow? Has Aoki confessed already? What on earth does she look like? Ran inquired. She is not only beautiful but also a doctor. However, she is quite busy, hence they seldom meet. Aoki shrugged lightly and then spoke softly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yoko hurried to open the door, her mood already sour, only to find Kayagaku standing there. With a glare, she turned and returned to the sofa. Kayagaku, equally perplexed, wondered why she was upset when he hadn't said anything yet. I must tell you, I have a foreboding about our outing. Something is bound to happen. You should protect Yoko. That way, you can earn her favor. Aoki pulled someone aside, subsequently whispering about something. Jin shook his head helplessly, saying, You are not a prophet. How could you possibly predict that an incident would truly occur? Xiaolon grasped Conan's hand and declared, Since everyone is here, let us set off. Yuenzi, with a weary tone, replied, All right, Xiao Ai, let us also go. At that moment, they arrived at the ice rink. But Aoki was utterly incapable of skating, necessitating Xiao Ai to instruct him, which she was quite willing to do. Jin, however, trailed behind Yuenzi, who was growing increasingly frustrated. Aoki insisted there was danger and proclaimed, Allow me to protect you. It's merely ice skating. What danger could there possibly be? Yuenzi was exasperated. She had initially been in high spirits that day, but now felt quite miserable. Why did everyone have a partner, while she remained single? And why was he the only one beside her? Suddenly, Yuenzi felt the urge to use the restroom and hurried towards it, with Jin following at a distance. However, shortly after entering, she heard voices from the adjacent stall, followed by a series of gunshots, which frightened her into silence. Oh no, is someone dead next door? Will I be discovered? Yuenzi covered her mouth, trying her utmost to remain quiet, and cautiously retreated, attempting to lessen her presence. Just as the assailant was about to leave, a sound startled him, prompting him to pick up his shotgun once more, prepared to investigate. As the noise drew nearer, tears welled in Yuenzi's eyes. Was her fate to meet death? With a loud bang, the restroom stall door swung open to reveal a figure clad in black, wearing a mask, brandishing a firearm and declaring, I found you. Stop. Just as the assailant prepared to pull the trigger, a figure suddenly flew in from the side, delivering a powerful punch that sent him sprawling, causing the shotgun to fall from his grasp. It was none other than Jing. He had been puzzled by the gunfire and recalled seeing a suspicious figure in black entering the restroom, which compelled him to intervene. Upon seeing Yuanzi collapsed on the floor, he wasted no time and rushed to her side. The injured assailant, clutching his aching hand, promptly leaped out the window in a desperate escape, not pursuing him. Jing crouched down and asked, "Are you all right? Did he hurt you?" Yuanzi, overwhelmed with emotion, threw her arms around him and began to sob uncontrollably. She had truly been terrified, believing she was on the brink of death. Had it not been for Jing, her fate would have been sealed. Aoki had witnessed the entire scene. Well done. Although the execution was a bit rough, the outcome was satisfactory. The assailant had actually been Aoki's shadow, which controlled him to assist in the crime. The gunman had been bewildered. He had intended to leave and had no intention of lingering, yet inexplicably, he had picked up the gun again, ready to take the life of an innocent individual. What had transpired? After changing her clothes, Sano Izumi tucked her right hand into her jacket. Jing's punch had been quite powerful. Though it was not fractured, the pain was intense. Damn, what just happened? My body felt like it was out of control. Chapter 32. Love is a light. Having tended to her injuries, Sano Izumi hurried outside to witness the fireworks. Leaning against Conan and the others, yet her right hand remained concealed in her pocket. Apart from Yuanzi, the others were present. Xiaolan was particularly worried, fearing for their safety. Yuanzi was typically carefree, but she was merely a high school student, and with Jing's protection, the prolonged absence was alarming, suggesting they might be in trouble. Indeed, as they passed the restroom, they spotted Jing, still shaken, with Suzuki Yuanzi in his grasp. "Yuanzi, are you all right?" Xiaolan rushed over, her concern evident. However, upon seeing the crimson blood seeping from the adjacent stall, she gasped in horror, followed closely by Conan, who also dashed over. Aoki stood beside Shiho, entirely disinterested in the unfolding events. Ding. The host has successfully altered the storyline, earning the reward, proficiency in skating. Ah, is this the reward for that previous incident? Although it is merely a slight alteration, the reward is rather commendable. However, I must continue to maintain my facade. Shiho typically immerses herself in the laboratory, leaving little time for interaction. Wait, it appears I possess a system? Subsequently, the situation was resolved smoothly. Yet Aoki was somewhat surprised to find Kagero Mori present as well. He seemed not to have accompanied them initially. Could it be a teleportation skill? This fellow. Have you already mastered it? Shiho sensed something amiss. Aoki was evidently becoming more adept, yet he was unwilling to let go, prompting her to simply walk away. Aoki found himself in a state of exasperation, realizing that his acting skills were lacking and that he needed to hone them further. However, due to the occurrence of a tragic incident, they were compelled to leave. What was meant to be a delightful outing had turned into an unfortunate event. At this moment, Aoki was concealed behind a vehicle, accompanied by Shiho, Ran, and even Conan. They craned their necks to observe the scene ahead, where Yoko and Kayagaku were situated, albeit at a distance that rendered their conversation inaudible. Yoko appeared bashful, her head lowered in a somewhat awkward manner. This sight made them anxious. As they longed to intervene and facilitate a romantic connection between the two, their blood pressure rising in anticipation. Recently, Aoki could no longer bear to watch and summoned his shadow to assist. He gently nudged Yoko and Kayagaku, quick on the uptake, swiftly caught her to prevent her from falling. NCE. I didn't mean to. Yoko's face flushed crimson, bewildered by the sudden push that had led to her being caught by him. Although an unexpected incident had occurred, the outcome remained fortuitous. Aoki gazed at the two figures illuminated by the moonlight. Their eyes met, and a blush crept onto their faces. Suddenly, to their astonishment, their bodies seemed to be under some external control, gradually drawing closer together. Indeed, it was Aoki's mischievous doing. He had directed the shadows to nudge their heads, hoping they would spontaneously express their affection, but fate had other plans. Kayagaku promptly turned away. Observing this, Aoki sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity for them to share a kiss. Truly deserving of the title the strongest on earth, even the shadows could not sway him. However, this experience seemed to have stirred something in Yoko, as she found herself enamored. Whenever she thought of Kayagaku, despite claiming indifference, her cheeks would often flush with warmth. Yet, with Kayagaku set to travel abroad, their only means of communication would be through mobile phones or letters. Several days had passed since the ice skating incident. In Aoki's memory, it felt like merely 3 days, although the time had traversed through September, March, and even February. After much contemplation, he concluded that whenever Conan was involved in a case, time would behave erratically. Ordinarily, everything remained normal. At that moment, Kagero Mori was driving, accompanied by Ran and the young Conan, en route to a new medical clinic. "You have 6 months," Nishinari Yoshihiro said softly, glancing at the report in his hand. "What? I only have 6 months to live? You scoundrel. Could you not have conveyed that more delicately? I am utterly unprepared. How can you call yourself a doctor?" Upon hearing this, Kagero felt deflated, realizing that the illustrious detective Kagero Mori was destined for an untimely demise. He had only just begun to carve out his reputation. grasping Yoshihiro's collar. He began to berate him loudly. Huh? When did I say you would only live for 6 months? What I meant was you have 6 months to quit drinking, otherwise your liver will suffer. I suggested bringing your family along to aid in your recovery. Nishinari scratched his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He had not even finished his sentence before Kagoro exploded in emotion. Thankfully, a physical altercation was avoided. Rest assured, I shall ensure he never touches alcohol again. Ran chimed in with a laugh, uttering words that filled Kagoro with dread. What? How can it be this way? The thought of never drinking again cast a shadow over my life, leaving me devoid of hope. It's more unbearable than death itself. Just then, Ran excused herself to use the restroom, only to collide with Nishinari Tomomi. Conan, why does it feel like something is amiss above me? Upon realizing that he was face to face with Kagoro, Nishinari's heart leaped with joy, inviting them to stay as guests. However, Ran was fixated on Tomomi, oblivious even when Conan called out to her. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, resulting in Nishinari's immediate demise. Initially, Aoki had been idling at home, but was summoned to the scene. Upon discovering Conan's presence, he sensed the gravity of the situation. Aoki soon witnessed Kagoro's near-miraculous detective prowess as Conan raised numerous points of contention, all of which Kagoro addressed with reason and evidence. Ah, forget it. Back to idling, he thought. Surprisingly, there were 4 suspects present, a luxurious selection of 4. Yet, to be honest, he had forgotten the details of this plot, though he recalled that the culprit was likely a woman. How obvious. Aside from Nishinari Tomomi, all others at the scene were female. Who else could it possibly be? Hey, Aoki, do you have any clues? At that moment, Conan rushed over, inquiring if Aoki had noticed anything he might have overlooked. Oh, I have no idea. You should hurry and solve the case. It seems every night brings trouble, robbing us of a good night's rest. Aoki yawned, and then waved his hand, expressing his thoughts. Conan remarked, is this fellow really a consultant? We're at the crime scene, and yet he is off to the side, idling away? With a resigned sigh, Conan realized he could not rely on anyone today. He would have to depend on himself. Chapter 33 Conan thought, fortunately, I haven't been misled. By the way, there are some matters I wish to clarify with you. May I inquire where you will be between 5 and 7 in the afternoon? Officer Megier approached, notebook in hand, to intercept the newly arrived doctor. I'll be at T10 High School, serving as a temporary coach for the basketball club. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ran. She ought to know. I'm referring to Coach Taniguchi. Shinichi Tomoki turned to look at Ran, but Conan was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't Ran supposed to be at the karate club? How could she suddenly be at the basketball club? Could it be that Ran's true intention was to seek out Dr. Shinichi? Surely not. Aoki found the situation amusing, while Conan felt a sense of exasperation. Yet, it wasn't entirely unfounded. Ran's intentions were rather straightforward. She simply wished to borrow the garment worn by Dr. Shinichi. She intended to create a similar piece as a gift for Shinichi, all the while he remained unaware, mistakenly believing he was the one being deceived. Ran then offered her assistance, and Conan's heart raced with surprise. Were they about to spend some time alone together? Aoki, take it easy. Love is a radiant light. In the medical room at that moment, Xiao Lan was assisting with dressing the wound of her mother-in-law, but she inadvertently injured her own hand. Shinshutsu Tomomi approached her. Fortunately, it was merely a minor cut, easily remedied with a band-aid. As he held her hand to examine it, Xiao Lan felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Actually, I wanted to. Just then, Conan unexpectedly swung open the door, and upon seeing Shinshutsu holding Xiao Lan's hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world is happening here? I was just away for a moment. What transpired in my absence? Why is he grasping Xiao Lan's hand? Conan? What brings you here? A flicker of panic crossed Xiao Lan's eyes as she turned to inquire about Conan's purpose. Oh, well, I came to inform everyone to gather. Conan surveyed the scene, but inexplicably, he felt a pang of discomfort within. Could it be that Xiao Lan truly harbors feelings for the Shinshutsu doctor? Just moments ago, she was blushing and exhibiting those subtle gestures. It would be best to solve the case first. I absolutely cannot allow Xiao Lan to. That insufferable pretty boy has no chance of being with her. Yawning, Aoki leaned against the wall, having just observed Conan ascend to the 2nd floor, presumably on the verge of solving the case. However, Muguru was left speechless as he glanced at the apathetic Aoki. As a police consultant, one might expect a modicum of professionalism. Even if he lacked the desire to crack the case himself, he could at least feign some semblance of diligence. Though Mori was present, Aoki's demeanor undermined their authority. How could they maintain their reputation if word of this spread? Suddenly, Aoki questioned the seemingly weakened Mori, who, standing in the rain, abruptly slumped down and sat, while Conan took refuge nearby. Mori? What on earth is happening? Muguru was equally bewildered, as just moments ago, the man had seemed perfectly fine. Aoki's lips twitched in disbelief. Truly, this little rascal was remarkable. Waiting until they were inside the house to use that watch and tranquilizer gun was a rather clever move, considering that being caught in the rain would surely lead to a cold. Mrs. Shinshutsu, the murderer, it is you. At that moment, Conan had already arrived at the bathroom, hiding behind the door while observing Mrs. Shinshutsu, who was holding an electric razor, as she began to elucidate the origins and developments of the incident. Even Aoki was momentarily taken aback, as it reminded him of a certain plot point, one that was indeed central to the storyline. Currently, the Dr. Shinshutsu was not impersonated by Vermouth. In fact, the subsequent appearances of Dr. Shinshutsu were predominantly Vermouth in disguise. Although it was a pivotal plotline, it did not bear significant relevance. Suddenly, Aoki froze for a moment. If that were the case, then this time, the system's reward, oh no. I missed out on 100 million. As expected, when the matter concluded, the system remained silent, and indeed, there was no reward this time. If only he could have recalled the storyline, he would have done everything possible to secure the reward. Aoki now finds himself in a state of deep frustration, feeling as though he will be unable to sleep tonight. When Maori awakens, he discovers that Ran is missing and subsequently notices Conan nearby, seemingly engaged in a bout of voyeurism. This piques his curiosity, prompting him to lean in as well. My apologies for pulling you over to converse, he begins. Please convey to Mr. Maori that my earlier remarks may have been excessive. Should he require any assistance, I urge him to feel free to reach out. Shinichi scratches his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and prepares to take his leave. However, upon hearing this, Conan's imagination conjures an image of Ran dressed in a wedding gown, being held by Shinichi as they attend a wedding. Yet, upon hearing the subsequent words, Conan cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Wait a moment. I realize the timing may be inappropriate, but if you would not mind, might I borrow your hand-knitted sweater for a few days? Ran's cheeks flush with a hint of shyness as she speaks. Conan responds, it's merely a sweater. What is there to feel shy about? I nearly thought you were about to confess your feelings. It would have been quite alarming. What is happening today? Everyone seems to be breathless. Can't anyone just speak plainly? At this moment, Aoki returns home. It is now 10 o'clock at night. Although it is not yet the following day, time continues to tick in a chaotic manner. Fortunately, Shiho is present at home, yet she appears to be wide awake. I'm back. Aoki returned home, reluctant to call out, but upon remembering that Xiao Ai was there, he uttered a phrase. Another case? Is it related to Conan? Xiao Ai remained on the sofa, engrossed in a newly purchased magazine, admiring a recently released bag that caught her eye, along with several appealing garments. However, she merely perused the pages without any intention of making a purchase. Indeed, yet, Xiaolon borrowed a sweater, and Conan assumed she had affections for someone else. He even came to inquire about the situation. Although that lad is quite astute, his emotional intelligence appears to be rather lacking. Aoki sat beside Shiho, pondering that he was not much taller than Conan. As this thought crossed his mind, he stole a glance at Shiho. What a joke. He was on the verge of success. How could he possibly be shorter than him? However, upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Shiho's eyes. Could it be that Ran was planning to gift the sweater? She then cast a sidelong glance at Aoki and found him yawning, which made her shake her head in exasperation. You should really get some rest. Your recent schedule has been rather erratic. Be careful not to collapse one day. With that, Shiho set aside her magazine and turned to return to her room for some rest. All right, I understand. Upon witnessing this, Aoki picked up a magazine, harboring a lingering curiosity about its allure. After all, it merely showcased an array of clothing and bags, predominantly through images. Reflecting on his past, prior to his transmigration, he too had a penchant for browsing online shopping platforms, perusing items in his cart that he longed to purchase, yet lacked the financial means to do so. Chapter 34. The intelligence of zoo animals appears to be lacking. At this moment, in the number 2 base of the distillery, Aoki was seated on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while he held a mission document in his hands. Opposite him sat Jin, accompanied by vodka, with no one else present. Indeed, it was yet another solo mission. This time, it was even more outrageous, as he was instructed to self-detonate, not in terms of revealing his identity, but rather to act as a hostage, infiltrating the enemy's lair, where Jin would then trigger the bomb concealed on his person. What the hell? Are you even human? You expect me to self-explode? Aoki set down the document in his hand, unable to contain himself any longer, and boldly confronted Jin. However, Jin's forehead was marred by bulging veins, and his hand instinctively reached for the gun concealed within his jacket. He contemplated delivering a lethal shot to Aoki, but, recalling the latter's ability to resurrect indefinitely, he ultimately restrained himself. Your skills are exceptionally suited for this task. After all, you cannot truly perish. Moreover, the reward this time is substantial, 200 million upon completion. And in truth, you will not face any real danger, so there is no loss for you. Jin remarked with a cold, indifferent expression. Upon hearing these words, Aoki couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems I am merely a tool, Jin. You truly deserve to be condemned. Ultimately, he acquiesced, as he had no other choice. The offer was simply too enticing. A staggering 200 million. Although it was merely in yen, in this day and age, its purchasing power is still quite substantial. Mission objective, giraffe, codename, mission details, possesses the ability to manipulate objects, albeit at the cost of stamina. The larger the volume controlled, the greater the stamina expended. Mission content, eliminate members of the zoo. Each kill rewards 200 million. Goodness, 200 million for a single kill? If that is the case, I am no longer weary. I could obliterate them, annihilate this organization without leaving a single soul behind. My motivation transcends mere monetary gain. It is for the sake of world peace. By the way, it seems there is no intersection between the distillery and that zoo, right? Furthermore, shouldn't this zoo organization be pursuing Phantom Thief Kid? Why have they clashed with the distillery? However, Jin is well aware that he still has a shadow lurking, yet he insists on self-destruction, evidently displeased with me, thus seeking to torment himself through this opportunity. Jin, you truly deserve condemnation. Subsequently, Aoki was bound and taken to the designated location. No matter how much he shouted along the way, Jin remained utterly unmoved. Damn Jin, scoundrel. By the time they arrived at their destination, Jin had longed to strike Aoki for his earlier remarks. Were it not for the success of their plan, he would have likely lost control. However, this worked to their advantage, as the group opposite them, initially skeptical, began to hurl invectives upon seeing Aoki. Their belief in his capabilities significantly strengthened. If this were indeed the case, it would represent a tremendous enhancement for the zoo. The individual had been delivered. Where is the item I requested? Jin tossed Aoki onto the ground and fixed his gaze upon the two men in black opposite him. They first retrieved a briefcase, opened it for inspection, and then tossed the contents over. Upon closer examination, it turned out to be money. Indeed, Aoki has been sold. Not only must Aoki self-destruct, but also serve as a mere commodity. It is no wonder that Jin insists on binding himself and bringing Aoki along. Damn you, Jin. I shall not rest until we are at odds. Aoki unleashed a torrent of curses, yet he did not lose sight of his objective. Despite the turmoil brewing within him, he resolved to settle accounts later. For now, he had to fulfill his mission and ensure he received his fair share. After all, it was the money he had earned by selling himself. Subsequently, the personnel from the zoo took Aoki away, and neither Jin nor the others intervened. However, they discreetly attached a signal transmitter to Aoki, enabling them to detonate it at the press of a button once they halted. Amirzu, offending the B0SS. You are truly deserving of your fate. A faint smirk played on Jin's lips as he focused on the moving dot on the computer screen. Pondering the perplexing situation, how did the zoo become aware of Aoki? They had also discerned his status as an ability user, albeit unaware of his specific powers, and were actively searching for him. This affair was supposed to remain under wraps. Now, Jin began to suspect that information had been leaked, and the most likely suspect was none other than Kill. Aoki would never expose himself, nor would Belmode, and Vodka is even less likely to do so. Although the two are at odds, Vodka is not foolish. As for Bourbon, he has only encountered Aoki and has no current mission, making it highly improbable. What about the bomb's remote control? At this moment, Aoki has become utterly numb. He yearns to curse a few more times, but he lacks the strength. Now, he can only follow the past and locate the zoo base. Hey, who are you, and where are you taking me? Aoki furrowed his brow as he observed the two individuals within the vehicle. Clad in dark suits yet devoid of hats, they nonetheless donned sunglasses. He found it perplexing why one would choose to wear sunglasses at night. Whether for a leisurely outing or while driving, could they truly see in the darkness? Be silent. You've been complaining throughout the journey. Can you not take a moment to cease your tirade? The individual seated in the front passenger seat was the target of this mission. Codenamed Giraffe. As for the capabilities of the driver, the organization had not documented any pertinent information. TCH. Were it not for you, I would not have been captured. Who exactly are you, and what is it that you want from me? Aoki was, of course, aware of their identities, yet it was the first encounter, and he felt compelled to maintain a facade. The organization we established in pursuit of immortality comprises individuals who, like us, possess extraordinary powers. The giraffe did not turn its head, adopting an air of superiority. Observing this, Aoki could only shake his head in resignation. He had previously watched Conan and was aware of the existence of zoos and the limited intelligence of their inhabitants, which seemed rather insufficient, at least comparable to that of Vodka. However, he did not anticipate that they would so readily divulge their intentions. Although he had long been aware of it, witnessing it firsthand still prompted a desire to scoff. Soon, as the vehicle continued its journey, Aoki and his companions arrived at the base, which turned out to be a dilapidated warehouse surrounded by wild vegetables, appearing to be long abandoned. Is this truly the base? Is your organization so impoverished that you cannot even afford salaries? A faint twitch appeared at the corners of Aoki's mouth. Although this place was remarkably remote, devoid of any visitors, it exuded a desolate aura. The nearest convenience store lay a good 10 kilometers away. Can't you be a bit quieter? The giraffe sneered, hoisting Aoki up and leading him toward the warehouse. Chapter 35. I am risking my life while you share the spoils. The giraffe tossed Aoki onto the ground and then sauntered to the side. Once Aoki adjusted to the darkness, he realized he was surrounded by people. Some wore animal masks, others concealed their faces with masks, and there were even those who had undergone cosmetic alterations. Was this truly a zoo? Wearing animal masks was one thing, but what was with the individual donned in an entire animal headpiece? As a group, you ought to be more cohesive, yet you fear the exposure of your identities? This is reminiscent of the brewery's modus operandi, where anyone who witnesses their actions is eliminated. Is this what newcomers are like? He appeared rather handsome, but I wonder how formidable he truly is. At that moment, a woman spoke, and Aoki turned towards the voice, only to find the speaker possessed an incredibly alluring figure. She wore nothing but leather pants, her upper body clad in only a bra. What a sight. Examining her features, while not unattractive, she paled in comparison to my beloved Xiao Ai. She was undoubtedly a seductress. It has been a while since I took Xiao Ai to a haunted house. Aoki twisted his neck, gazing at the man before him, and nonchalantly spoke. His words left the onlookers perplexed, merely attributing it to bravado. Just as the man in the elephant mask prepared to advance, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Instantly, a warm, somewhat viscous liquid materialized at the sight. Was this blood? The elephant-masked man was taken aback. Aoki had done nothing, yet he found himself injured. As he touched the blood at his throat, his pupils dilated in shock. What sort of supernatural ability was this? It was more bizarre than telekinesis. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elephant man promptly activated his own power, which was rather mundane, a mere enhancement that granted him formidable strength for a short duration. Yet, before he could launch an assault, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, akin to being kicked, propelling his entire body backward. Cough cough. What kind of ability was this? The elephant man was equally astonished. Aoki had merely stood there, unmoving, yet had somehow inflicted harm. He found himself at a loss, even contemplating retreat. How intriguing. Such a supernatural power truly merited a place within the organization. The examination concludes here. He indeed possesses the qualifications to join us. The speaker was none other than the one referred to as Giraffe. He had not anticipated such prowess. Bringing Aoki into the organization was undoubtedly an astute decision. With that, he moved forward to formally invite Aoki to join. The others followed suit, eager to learn more about the newcomer, when suddenly, Aiko's lips curled into a smile, eliciting expressions of bewilderment from those around him. What sudden amusement has captured this fellow? Before they could comprehend the situation, Aiko produced a button and, without a moment's hesitation, pressed it. With a thunderous roar, the entire warehouse vanished, leaving only a sea of flames dancing in its wake. In that very instant, everyone was consumed by the tremendous explosion. Meanwhile, on the vehicle that had just arrived, a severed finger began to twitch. Gradually, the finger expanded, reassembling into a human form, none other than Aiko himself, the one who had detonated the bomb, now resurrected from the dead. How painful. Aoki gazed upon his own body, stripped bare of even a single garment, as he curled upon the ground. The agony from the recent explosion nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Had he not taken the precaution of severing a finger beforehand, he would likely be dead by now, although he bore the bloodline of a demi-human. Granting him the ability to resurrect even after death, being utterly obliterated would lead to a permanent demise. Thus, on his journey, he had prudently severed a finger and left it within the vehicle. What a disgraceful excuse for a zoo. Aoki rummaged through the car and eventually discovered a pair of trousers. Although they were somewhat snug, they were still wearable. Joining the organization meant engaging in combat. Truly a gathering of mindless fools. If I fail to resurrect, I fear this time I might truly meet my end. However, to recklessly act in search of someone without understanding the intelligence is their gravest mistake. Damn you, Jin. That money must be divided with me. Aoki drove back to the base only to find Jin dividing money. It was just him and vodka. And the sum being distributed was the very amount he had just been sold for. You scoundrel, Jin. You actually sold me. And now you're here splitting the proceeds? At this, Jin could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated the revelation would come so swiftly. Indeed, Aoki was remarkably suited for such lethal assignments. To self-destruct and perish alongside the target was a tactic no one would ever suspect him of employing. This is yours. 50 million. Without allowing Aoki to finish his statement, he produced a briefcase filled to the brim with cash, the very payment for Aoki's betrayal. Huh? Am I really worth 50 million? And I have already eliminated 9 members of that organization, each one a formidable ability user. Aoki, now feeling a profound dissatisfaction, had just experienced a self-destructive moment. You cannot fathom the sensation. Although the pain was fleeting, it was excruciatingly intense. Rest assured, your funds will be returned. The organization is not so callous as to seize the money of its members. However, this matter requires verification for the next few days. You need not concern yourself with it. You may return now. Without affording Aoki a chance to respond, Kinju rose abruptly and delivered a swift kick, sending Aoki hurtling out of the base. He tumbled several times upon landing before finally managing to come to a halt. Damn you, Kinju. You deserve to be cursed, he exclaimed, casting a glance back at the base and raising his middle finger in defiance before departing. How could you? I toil tirelessly, while you merely count your riches. Kinju, you have changed. Your facade has crumbled. Aoki did not hasten to return. Instead, he sought out Belmode. With no clothes to wear, he had no choice but to borrow a piece from her. Otherwise, if he returned in such a state, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a pervert. That fellow, Jin, had never seen him change attire throughout their acquaintance. Is that you, Aoki? Why are you without clothes? At that moment, a voice called out nearby. It was evident who it was. The only one who would address him as little brother was none other than Mugir. Chapter 36. Conan, do not perish. If you die, who will serve as the guinea pig? Little brother Aoki, what is going on? Mugir 13 approached, his expression revealing confusion as he beheld Aoki's lack of clothing. While his mind entertained other thoughts, Could it be that Aoki Tomohiro was some sort of deviant? Having just finished work and intending to purchase a few items, he had stumbled upon this scene. Indeed, it seems that geniuses often possess peculiarities. Aoki, who typically appeared aloof and even indulged in idle distractions, was unexpectedly revealed in this light. It was clear that he would need to be taken seriously from now on. After all, he was a member of the Metropolitan Police, and it was imperative to prevent him from straying down a misguided path. As the leader of the investigation team, it was his duty to assist Aoki. No, you are overthinking this. Aoki discerned the misunderstanding in his gaze and promptly began to clarify. There was a slight mishap earlier. My clothing was inadvertently singed by fire. What could I possibly do? Upon hearing this, Muro's lips twitched in response. He swiftly removed his own jacket and tossed it to Aoki, instructing him. Make sure to return this to me tomorrow. He added, by the way, there have been reports of armed robbers who recently targeted a bank. Please exercise caution. With that, Muro turned to leave, preferring to avoid further entanglement. Though Aoki claimed it was an incident of burning, there were no signs on his body to suggest such a thing. He would have to find another opportunity to address the matter. Alas, what a significant misunderstanding. Armed robbers, you say? Truly, this is the world of Keigaku, where crime lurks at every turn. Qingmu shook his head in resignation, hastily donning his clothes and returning home, his only possession being a suitcase filled with cash. If he were to venture to the mall with the money, he would likely attract unwanted attention. Being in the city, he could not act directly. Upon arriving home, Qingmu discovered the absence of anyone, not even Dr. Agasa, who surprisingly was not present. Had he gone out? Aoki did not dwell on it much, assuming they had merely gone out for some leisure and that there was nothing of great concern. He hurried to change his attire and subsequently called Dr. Agasa, inquiring about their whereabouts, noting that it had grown dark and they had yet to return. Dr. Agasa responded, Aoki, what can I do for you? Aoki, Doctor, is AI with you? Professor Agasa, yes. I am currently camping in the wilderness with AI and Conan. Just a while ago, Ayumi and the others went to gather firewood, and AI is right beside me. Upon hearing this, Aoki sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a camping trip, and it seemed there was no cause for concern. Wait a moment. Camping? Goodness. Could this be the time when Conan nearly met his demise? Professor Agasa, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm worried about AI. To confirm his suspicions, Aoki decided to head over. After all, his existence had altered the course of events, albeit in minor details. Yet no one could predict the ripple effects of a butterfly's wings. After clarifying their location, Aoki mounted his motorcycle and departed. His car remained at the organization. He had forgotten to drive it back earlier, so he would have to retrieve it another time. Upon arriving at the destination, Aoki glanced around and found the surroundings largely unchanged from his memory. They should indeed be here, though he usually found Conan irksome. He was nevertheless the protagonist and a crucial subject in their endeavors. He could not afford to let him perish easily. Aoki soon reached the campsite and, to his relief, spotted AI there. At that moment, AI was assisting with meal preparations, while Professor Agasa lent a hand nearby. Upon seeing Aoki's arrival, smiles broke out on their faces. Quickly descend the mountain. I just received word that there are bandits in the area. I'm going to find Conan. Without waiting for AI to respond, Aoki dashed out. By the time the two processed his words, their expressions were filled with shock. Were there truly bandits here? Was Aoki not in peril? Professor, you must call the police. I'll follow him. AI, concerned for Aoki's safety, hurriedly pursued him, never imagining that bandits would be lurking here. Meanwhile, Aoki had located a cave, where several bundles of firewood lay outside, along with Conan's glasses on the ground. It appeared they had already encountered trouble. Damn it, Conan. Can't your Grim Reaper nature hold off for a bit? Picking up the glasses and pressing a button, the lenses revealed the whereabouts of Conan and the others. Aoki wasted no time and rushed towards them. Please don't die, you little brat. If you truly perish, how will AI research the antidote? Conan, so? I'm alive just to be a guinea pig? Simultaneously, on another front, Jinta was carrying an unconscious Conan, while Hikaru led the way ahead. With Conan now shot and unconscious, Hikaru had to shoulder the burden. This way. There's a breeze coming from here. Let us hurry out. If we delay any longer, Conan will die. Standing at a fork in the path, Hikaru carefully sensed the wind's direction before sprinting ahead, with Jinta following closely. However, at that moment, Ayumi tripped over something. She fell to the ground, on the verge of tears, but remembering Conan's injury, she bravely got back up. Just then, a large hand suddenly appeared. Ayumi's mouth was covered, and even if she wanted to cry, she couldn't. Fear gripped her. Here, apart from them, there were only the bandits. If she revealed herself, she would surely be shot. Shoo, it's me. Keep your voice down. I don't know where those people are, but I'll follow behind you. Do you understand? The person behind her whispered. At the sound of the familiar voice, Ayumi paused in surprise, then turned to see none other than Aoki Tomo. She nodded and quickly caught up with Hikaru. With Aoki's sudden appearance, she felt a bit more at ease. At least she was not as anxious as before. Aoki, utilizing his glasses, successfully located the group, aided by the tracking feature on the detective badge, making their discovery rather uncomplicated. Soon, They found the exit and were greeted by the radiant light outside, which elicited smiles from their faces. Conan was finally saved. However, before they could revel in their joy, a black pistol emerged, pressed against Hikari's forehead. The trio was taken aback. They had arrived so swiftly, and how had the situation escalated so dramatically? When they were so close to safety? Standing before them were three middle-aged men, each wielding a handgun, their lips curling into a mocking smirk. To these men, the trio appeared to be mere children. No matter how swiftly they could run, evading bullets was impossible. Just as the three were poised to fire upon the children, one of their own suddenly collapsed. Turning to investigate, they discovered a brown-haired girl holding a watch, evidently the very object that had rendered her comrade unconscious. It was none other than Shiho, another harbinger of demise. One of the men turned, aiming his gun at Shiho. This is bad. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 37. Are you Superman? Aoki dashed forward, his right foot striking the assailant with force, sending the revolver in his grasp flying. The remaining assailant hastily fired, aiming for Aoki's head. However, the bullet narrowly missed, whizzing past him. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Could he truly evade bullets? Was this man even human? Bang, bang, bang. The assailant, realizing his predicament, fired 3 shots in rapid succession. 2 bullets grazed Aoki, but the final one struck his left shoulder. Blood streamed down, staining the entirety of his shoulder crimson. Although he possessed the ability to dodge bullets, his physical condition failed to keep pace, even with knowledge of the trajectory. He could not evade it entirely. Aoki, little AI exclaimed in alarm, ready to rush over. Stay back. It's just a minor injury, he insisted, wishing to disregard the fates of Conan and the others as long as little AI remained unharmed. If she were absent, he would have found it easier to act. Despite having incapacitated one, the 2 armed adversaries posed a significant threat, complicating his ability to conceal his revival. It was indeed a predicament. Allowing the shadow to eliminate them seemed more than sufficient. Just as he contemplated this course of action, he noticed that the trio had already circled around to seize the weapon from behind the assailant. Before Aoki could react, the 3 sprang into action simultaneously, pinning the man down. Cursed brats. The assailant seethed in fury, attempting to retrieve his firearm. Fortunately, Aoki was quick to respond, delivering a punch to the man's head, followed by a few swift kicks, rendering the assailant unconscious. Phew, that was terrifying. These 3 youngsters possessed remarkable audacity, daring to approach an armed criminal in such a precarious situation. Thankfully, my mastery of combat proved advantageous. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Aoki glanced at the 2 robbers, then turned to the side, only to discover that the person who had been unconscious moments ago had vanished without a trace. Where have they gone? Everyone, cease your actions. Release the hostage at once, or I shall take her life. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind. Aoki swiftly turned around to find the previously unconscious individual now holding Xiao Ai, a gun pressed against her temple. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he appeared to be struggling immensely. You wretched fool. Do not act rashly. Let us converse amicably. Aoki's forehead was marked by prominent veins, clearly indicating his murderous intent. Initially contemplating to incapacitate them and leave the situation to the police, their reckless defiance pushed him to the brink. At that moment, the shadow emerged, approaching the man from behind. To avoid harming Xiao Ai, Aoki refrained from taking action. However, with a mere command, he would have to resort to separate actions. Aoki's right hand moved behind him, slowly revealing a silver dagger, a motion that did not go unnoticed. Without hesitation, the man fired at Aoki's thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground. Bang! That truly hurt. Had it not been for the fear of frightening Xiao Ai, he might have wished for the man's demise right then and there. At that instant, the shadow sprang into action, raising his right hand and then striking downward. The man's hand, which held the gun, was severed cleanly. My hand, he screamed, clutching the stump as he fell to the ground. The combination of the tranquilizer and the abrupt loss of his hand rendered him unconscious, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Ignoring the chaos, Xiao Ai rushed to Aoki's side, her gaze fixed on the evident wounds on his left shoulder and thigh, tears streaming from her eyes. You fool. You could have dodged that, she scolded, tearing her own clothing to apply a makeshift bandage while continuously lamenting Aoki's recklessness, her tears betraying her fear from earlier. She had nearly believed that Aoki was on the brink of death. Her own demise was inconsequential. She could not bear the thought of causing harm to others. I'm fine. Hurry and take Conan away. He won't last much longer. Aoki shook his head, then turned to Conan, addressing the 3 little ones. Upon hearing his words, they quickly carried Conan down the mountain. Fortunately, the police arrived just in time, ensuring Conan's life was spared. However, Aoki had not forgotten the earlier threat made against Xiao Ai. He promptly instructed the shadows to eliminate the 3 individuals. By the time the police arrived, they would only find lifeless bodies. According to Aoki's account, they should have merely been unconscious. How could they all be dead? Was there an accomplice involved? Perhaps upon witnessing their comrade's failure, they seized the opportunity to emerge and commit murder. It was not out of the realm of possibility, it was utterly despicable. Aoki was not only wounded by gunfire, But Conan also sustained severe injuries. It is imperative that we apprehend the perpetrator. I have already stated that I am fine. It is merely a gunshot wound, and it did not strike any vital areas. It simply hurts a bit. Aoki harbored a profound desire to end his life, only to resurrect in place. Yet the presence of police officers surrounding him, including the ever-watchful Xiao Ai, rendered such thoughts futile. What would the onlookers think if he were to take that irrevocable step? He could only endure. At that moment, Xiao Ai was by his side, diligently adjusting the bandages on his body. "You foolish person," she exclaimed. "That individual was solely intent on rescuing their companion. They would never dare to harm me. Yet, in your attempt to draw attention, you ended up getting shot. Even if I were to perish, it truly would not matter." Xiao Ai lowered her head, unable to meet Aoki's gaze. It was because of her that Aoki sustained injuries. Had she not been present, the situation would have been far simpler. "What are you saying?" Aoki replied. "If you were to die, I would be utterly heartbroken. To me, you are family. Isn't it natural to save one's own kin?" Aoki smiled as he gently ruffled her hair, then embraced her warmly. Hearing his words, Xiao Ai could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her eyes were red, appearing utterly pitiful. "You foolish boy. You absolute fool. You mustn't do this again." She rubbed her eyes, wiping away all traces of her tears, then turned away with an indifferent tone. Observing this, Aoki let out a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that this incident would cause Xiao Ai to shut herself off emotionally, reverting to her former self. Reluctant to even speak upon hearing the name of Jin, "Let us return home." He took Xiao Ai's hand, smiling as he prepared to lead her back. "Your injury has yet to heal. I will take care of you." Xiao Ai stood still, hesitating, knowing that Aoki had sustained serious injuries. Even though his recovery abilities were remarkable, it would surely take several days, and being in the hospital would expedite his healing. "It's nothing. In a couple of days, I'll be as good as new. It's merely a small wound." Aoki, accompanied by Shiho, reached the entrance and observed the person waiting outside. "Takagi, would you be so kind as to drive us back? I find myself unable to drive at the moment, and I sincerely apologize." "Consultant Aoki, you wish to return? But your injury?" Takagi, taken aback by Aoki's appearance, recalled the 2 bullet holes he had witnessed moments earlier, realizing the severity of the wounds. Had it been him, he would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. "Are you some kind of superhero?" Chapter 38. The Kidnapping of Lollipops. "I shall prepare a meal for you." Upon returning home, Shiho dashed into the kitchen while Aoki settled down. He initially intended to assist her, but she firmly declined his offer. With no alternative, he resigned to resting. Although recovery was possible, this state seemed tolerable for the time being. As Aoki daydreamed about the culinary delights Shiho might conjure, an odd scent suddenly wafted through the air, reminiscent of something charred. Could it be an electrical malfunction? This was no trivial matter. He needed to investigate and replace any worn wiring promptly. Following the scent, Aoki ventured into the kitchen, only to be met with a plume of black smoke enveloping the entire room. The peculiar odor emanated from this very source. "Ah, are you experimenting with dark cuisine? Goodness, the pot is burnt." Aoki hurriedly rushed to extinguish the flames, then grasped the nearby lid to smother the billowing black smoke, which finally allowed him a moment of relief. But where was Xiao Ai? She was conspicuously absent from the kitchen while preparing the meal, having seemingly left the area. He hadn't noticed her departure a moment ago, so he surmised she might be in the restroom. Just as Aoki was about to call for her, he realized that the room was entirely empty. What on earth? Where had she gone? He quickly instructed Shadow to search for her, and ultimately discovered that she was still within the confines of the house. However, this little AI was currently ensconced beneath the covers, having already dissolved into tears. Aoki sighed helplessly, shaking her head. Despite her resilience, she was still merely 18 years old. Shiho was afraid for those around her, worried that they might inadvertently come to harm because of her. After all, it was to save her that Akemi Miyano had met her tragic end at the hands of Jin. This left a profound impact on her psyche. Thus, when Aoki encountered misfortune today, Shiho felt it was her fault. Had she not intervened, Aoki would have remained unharmed. Overwhelmed by such thoughts while preparing dinner earlier, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Fearing that Aoki might witness her distress, she retreated indoors to weep in solitude. Just then, as Shiho opened the door to return to her cooking, she was startled to find Aoki standing at the threshold. "Did you hear everything?" Shiho's face bore the marks of tears, her eyes slightly reddened. "No, I just noticed the pot burning and saw you were missing, so I came to check." Aoki shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding. He had seen nothing and heard nothing. In response, Xiao Ai remained silent and turned to enter the kitchen. Upon seeing the burnt pot, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. "Perhaps we should dine out. The hour is getting late, and continuing to cook would be a waste of time." In truth, Aoki longed to plead with her to refrain from cooking. Just moments ago, he had cast a glance at the pot, and the contents bore a striking resemblance to Chinese cuisine. However, Xiao Ai lacked the skill to recreate it, resulting in a dish that appeared scarcely edible. Even if the pot had not been scorched, Xiao Ai was tempted to question whether he disdained her culinary abilities. Yet, considering Aoki's injury, she ultimately held her tongue, deciding to settle the matter once he had recovered. Humph. This time, I shall let it pass. In a certain Chinese restaurant in Tokyo, Aoki reserved a private room where only the two of them were present, surrounded by an array of Chinese dishes. However, upon a cursory glance, Aoki discerned that the fare was far from authentic. Nevertheless, it was tolerable, although Xiao Ai dined with remarkable decorum. She managed to consume nearly all of the dishes. Even her belly had begun to swell. Aoki felt a twinge of confusion. How could such a diminutive body possibly accommodate such an abundance of food? Could it be that there existed a dimension beyond comprehension within the stomach? Little did Aoki realize that their dining experience had cost a staggering 50,000 yen. His gaze shifted towards Xiao Ai, pondering whether she might be a scion. At that moment, as the two settled the bill and prepared to leave, they strolled along the lakeside promenade, gazing at the neon lights reflecting upon the water's surface. Aoki took little Ai's hand, strolling leisurely by the lakeside, feeling his spirits lift in the embrace of the chilly breeze. Though the two remained silent, little Ai felt a flush rise to her cheeks. As she glanced up at Aoki, the light illuminated him, casting a unique and enchanting glow that left her momentarily entranced. It was as if he were a dream lover, dazzling and radiant. Shall we venture out tomorrow? How about a visit to the haunted house? Aoki grasped a cane with one hand while holding on to Shiho with the other. Initially, he had no desire to wield the cane, yet circumstances compelled him to do so. He feared that his predicament would become common knowledge. Although Jin and the others were aware, they would not publicize it. Should he expose himself, he would undoubtedly be subjected to dissection, and if all else failed, he might resort to emulating the old man Sato, who, when faced with dilemmas, would leap into a shredder. Speaking of which, was it really him who jumped into the shredder? His memories were somewhat hazy, making it difficult to recall. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the plot. Reward, delectable lollipop. Delectable lollipop, more delicious than any other lollipop. Its efficacy in enticing children significantly increases. Huh? What on earth do I need this for? Aoki then produced the candy, glancing down at Shiho, contemplating whether to offer it to her as a trial. Perhaps once you are healed. Shiho, with a resigned shake of her head, began to speak for herself. Subsequently, she observed Aoki holding a lollipop before her, causing her to furrow her brow. After shooting him a disapproving glance, she accepted the lollipop and, without a hint of hesitation, unwrapped it and took a bite. The flavor is delightful. Where did you procure this? However, after just one bite, Shiho's eyes lit up. The taste was truly exceptional. Although she found it difficult to articulate, she was certain that such a flavor was unavailable on the market. It seemed that she had stumbled upon this singular piece by chance. Aoki would certainly refrain from disclosing that the system had granted him a reward. After all, he had been struck during a robbery. And this was all he received in return? If there was truly nothing else available, he could have at least given me the Conan script. For I have forgotten much of the plot, and it would be beneficial to know what follows. Yet the system remained silent, prompting a resigned sigh from him. Let us return, he declared. The day is waning, and you have school tomorrow, do you not? With that, Aoki took her small hand and began to stroll slowly toward home. However, Shiho was entirely preoccupied, her attention solely fixated on the lollipop, a testament to its irresistible allure. Truly a remarkable tool for manipulation. I am no trafficker. This system is utterly frustrating. Meanwhile, at the Black Organization's base, a distinguished man sat before his computer, observing Aoki's recent exploits. Not only had he eliminated personnel from the zoo, but he had also dispatched 9 individuals in one fell swoop. How could such extraordinary abilities possibly align with the Black Organization? This matter had seemingly escaped the notice of the boss, yet it was of little consequence now. Aoki was indeed intriguing. Was he working under Jin? An opportunity to engage with him and gather intelligence must be sought. Chapter 39. Assisting Doctor. Agasa and finding his first love at this moment, Aoki had returned home and lay resting in bed. Unbeknownst to him, Shiho had not retired to her own room, but had instead stealthily approached Aoki's chamber. Observing his peaceful visage, she could not help but extend her hand, gently resting it upon his face. Subsequently, she leaned against the edge of the bed, quietly watching him, occasionally reaching out to caress his features, a smile gracing her lips. This felt rather pleasant, to have someone who cares for her, prompting her to refrain from causing any trouble. She certainly did not wish for Aoki to be harmed. Although he had appeared remarkably gallant while protecting her, she wished to avoid any near-death experiences. She must promptly recover her health so they could be together. Unbeknownst to her, Shiho too succumbed to slumber, remaining there in repose. Eventually, Aoki awakened. Though he had intended to sleep, he noticed Shiho's presence and was curious about her actions. To his surprise, she had been gently stroking his face for nearly half an hour. Upon seeing her asleep, he finally opened his eyes, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He then lifted Shiho, placing her on the bed, and stepped outside, deciding to spend the night on the sofa instead. Truly, she was a source of concern. As dawn broke the next day, Shiho gradually opened her eyes, realizing she was lying on Aoki's bed. A glance at her attire revealed no signs of unwelcome contact, indicating that Aoki had placed her there after she had fallen asleep, choosing to rest elsewhere. How fortunate. How had she fallen asleep so abruptly? Upon exiting the room, she found Aoki still asleep, sprawled inelegantly on the sofa, utterly devoid of dignity. Shiho covered her face in exasperation, marveling at her own perception of his charm despite his disheveled appearance. Determined to rectify last night's culinary mishap, she ventured into the kitchen. "Today, breakfast is on me," she declared, opening the refrigerator to retrieve several slices of bread and 2 jars of jam. As a scientist, Shiho typically abstained from cooking, even when she did. It was merely sandwiches, as they were simple to prepare and quite palatable. By the time Aoki finally roused himself, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. "Ah. I slept so uncomfortably. My back aches and everything feels off." Aoki stretched his neck and yawned, then glanced up to discover someone seated beside him. Ai-chan, did you sleep well last night?" He noticed that Ai was sitting there, her expression inscrutable as she perused a book, not a magazine this time, but a profoundly intricate text on genetics. He was surprised that she had risen so early without his notice. Ai replied in a subdued manner, then returned her focus to her reading, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Upon witnessing the scene, Aoki stood frozen, sensing that something was amiss. He had not uttered a word. Yet why was Xiao Ai so distant? Was it due to her lingering gloom over their previous actions? Alas, such a child. "Stop reading. Shall we venture out together? It seems today is free from studies. If you wish to visit the haunted house, the aquarium would also be a delightful alternative." Aoki approached and embraced Xiao Ai. "No, I still have experiments to conduct, and you must not wander outside. Your injuries have yet to heal. Be cautious, lest your wounds reopen. Furthermore, you are impeding my reading." Xiao Ai did not struggle but responded in a tone of indifference, as if discussing a matter of utmost triviality. Aoki's expression stiffened momentarily before he reluctantly released his hold. It seemed that venturing outside, despite his injuries, had become unbearably tedious. "I shall seek out Dr. Agasa. Otherwise, I fear I shall perish from boredom. Should anything arise, do remember to come find me. Can I entrust you with lunch?" Xiao Ai replied, With that, Aoki rose and made his way to the door, still leaning on his cane, although this was merely a guise. Naturally, he had also informed Jin of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Jin responded with mockery, sending dozens of text messages, all laced with derision directed at Aoki. Aoki turned a blind eye to it, promptly shutting off his phone and ignoring the notifications. Nonetheless, he found himself somewhat perplexed by Jin's transformation. Whatever. It matters little. Regardless of how Jin may change, his character remains unchanged. If anything, he is merely more loquacious. Could it be that the system has altered him in such a manner? Surely, it cannot be me, can it? "Oh, Dr. Agasa, what are you currently investigating?" At that moment, Aoki wandered next door and spotted Dr. Agasa, seemingly engrossed in some research, and approached him out of curiosity. "Aoki, your injury hasn't fully healed yet. Is there something you need?" Dr. Agasa inquired, pausing his work to turn and face Aoki. "Nothing in particular. I was simply feeling a bit bored, so I thought I would stop by. My injury is inconsequential. It will be fine in a couple of days. By the way, what are you working on?" After this period of time, Aoki has come to understand that in this world, it seems that whenever Conan is present, everyone experiences a significant decline in intelligence. This decline is not merely marginal, it is as though their IQ has been reset to 0. Fortunately, Haibara remains unaffected, and in fact, when Conan appears, her intellect seems to increase, which can only be attributed to the protagonist's halo. This phenomenon is remarkably practical, akin to a solar-powered device that, after a day's charge, can last for a month. It not only provides illumination at night but also features a map display. When Professor Agasa speaks of this, his nose nearly rises to the heavens with pride. Upon hearing this, Aoki was equally astonished. The doctor's words struck a familiar chord, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. What could possibly possess such remarkable capabilities? Dr. Agasa exclaimed, "Ahahaha. You would never guess. This is a watch." Recently, there has been research on something called a smartphone, and it inspired me to create a watch instead. Upon hearing this, Aoki instantly realized why it felt so familiar. It turned out that you were researching smartwatches. Truly, you never cease to amaze, Dr. Agasa. By the way, has the smartphone already been released? Was it not supposed to be 2 decades later? Although in the world of Conan, time merely recycles, and it remains perpetually 1 year. Well then, doctor, is there anything entertaining to engage with? I find myself utterly bored. Shiho is at home reading, and she won't even let me go out to play. Aoki reclined on the sofa, letting out a resigned sigh. Kiki, someone cares for you, so be content. Unlike me. At this point, the doctor fell silent. His expression shifted, as if recollecting a memory that was not particularly pleasant, yet Aoki was aware of it. Although he could not recall the precise moment, it seemed to pertain to his first love, intertwined with the ginkgo leaves. Aoki perceived that the doctor was quite amiable, and it appeared that a little matchmaking might be in order. Perhaps he would seek out this person in a couple of days, if he could manage to locate them. The passage of time had rendered Aoki somewhat forgetful. Yes, I have developed a new game, since you have no work obligations. Would you mind testing it out and providing some feedback? Dr. Agasa seemed to remember something and subsequently produced a CD. Aoki, I was contemplating assisting you in finding your first love, while you were preoccupied with testing games. Chapter 40, Oh, the sea. So much water. This game is truly tedious. Yet, for the average person, the content is quite commendable. Aoki stifled a yawn, perceiving this game through the lens of his previous life, and concluded that its quality was rather subpar. However, in this era, it was undeniably astounding. One cannot help but commend Dr. Agasa. Whether in gaming or in the realm of advanced technology, he is undoubtedly among the elite. Aoki found himself increasingly curious about the workings of his mind. Is that so? Then I shall strive to develop even better games in the future. Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa chuckled softly before returning to his tasks. By the way, let us invite AI over for a meal together. Given your injuries, cooking is rather inconvenient. At this moment, Dr. Agasa paused, turning to look at Aoki, and then glanced at the two bandages wrapped around his hands and feet. Despite being visibly injured, he still managed to play the game, initially dismissing it as mediocre. Yet he completed it within half an hour. Clearly, he was a gaming enthusiast, the stubborn type at that. No need, doctor. I have already asked AI for help. And besides, I have yet to experience the taste of her cooking. Why not join us? Upon hearing this, the doctor shook his head vigorously. His motions akin to a rattling tambourine, almost synchronized in rhythm. It was evident that he was aware of something, yet he chose to remain silent. Aoki felt somewhat perplexed, furrowing his brow in confusion. Observing this, Dr. Agasa immediately turned his head away and resumed his work. Was it a sign of guilt? Could it be that AI's cooking was quite unpalatable? Just as the two were conversing, AI pushed the door open and entered. She surveyed the quiet room, initially puzzled, but chose not to elaborate. Approaching Aoki, she declared, "It's time for dinner." With that, she helped Aoki up and pulled him toward the door. Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa stifled a chuckle behind his hand. During Aoki's absence, AI had been staying with him, and although she attempted to learn cooking, the results were, to put it mildly, questionable. It was as if one had consumed a goblin. The texture was tough, and the smell was quite unpleasant. Despite following each step meticulously, the outcome was decidedly strange. He silently hoped Aoki would be all right. After seeing the two depart, Dr. Agasa offered a quiet prayer. In truth, he held a fondness for Aoki and wished for his safety, as he could recall no one, save for Haibara, possessing such culinary skills. He fervently hoped AI would not become a second Haibara. At this moment, Aoki had returned home, gazing at 5 plates of black dishes on the table. Unable to suppress a gulp, were these truly edible? Yet, witnessing AI's hopeful yet anxious expression, Aoki steeled himself and picked up a piece, placing it in his mouth to chew. The taste was indescribable. Aoki gritted his teeth and consumed an entire plate of food, which, though not particularly distasteful, left much to be desired. He was taken aback upon observing Xiao Ai, who seemed to enjoy the meal. However, the untouched dishes suggested otherwise. The dish Aoki had just eaten was likely stir-fried shredded potatoes. Perhaps he should request a larger portion next time. Yet, at that moment, Aoki felt on the verge of retching. With Xiao Ai seated nearby, he restrained himself, enduring the discomfort as he reclined on the sofa. Aoki now felt as though his very soul had been lost. Had his expectations been too lofty? After all, Xiao Ai was a researcher. It was entirely reasonable for her culinary skills to be lacking. Thank goodness he was not mortal. Otherwise, given the state of the meal, a visit to the hospital would have been a mild consequence. It might be best if Xiao Ai refrained from cooking altogether. He truly could not endure it. Unless her cooking improved, he feared he would find himself in the hospital daily, unable to utilize resurrection. Perhaps he should suggest that she accompany Xiao Lan to learn the art of cooking? Nevertheless, he resolved that he would simply take on the cooking duties himself in the future. With that thought, Aoki called out and made his way to the doctor's residence. Upon entering, he immediately collapsed onto the floor and vomited. "Doctor, why did you not inform me of Xiao Ai's culinary abilities?" Aoki's face was a mask of sorrow as he gazed at Dr. Agasa. "Oh, well, I just didn't have the time, ha. Doctor." Agasa scratched his head, then assisted Aoki to the restroom. After expelling a considerable amount, Aoki felt significantly better. Nevertheless, he could discern that while this dish was not of the highest caliber, it was still commendable compared to others. Next time, I shall teach AI how to prepare authentic Chinese cuisine, he mused. Despite the current state of his body, life was rather pleasant. Suddenly, Aoki began to understand why Mori chose to live apart. It was all about the cooking and the meals shared. Just then, his phone rang, revealing that Ran was calling to invite him over for dinner, expressing gratitude for his assistance in saving Conan. Yesterday, Conan had yet to regain consciousness, causing them great concern. But now he was awake. "Let us postpone it. I'll come once I've healed. It's rather inconvenient for me to move right now." "Oh, I see. Well, that is fine." After hanging up, Rin felt a twinge of helplessness. She had intended to express her gratitude for Aoki's heroic actions, but felt a pang of sympathy for his injuries. Nonetheless, Conan was also at fault. He had rushed to save someone, worried about his companion's safety, only to be struck by a bullet himself. Though he complained, his concern for others was evident. Is that guy not coming? At that moment, Kagoro Mori was lounging in a chair, a bottle of beer in his left hand. While his right arm rested on the chair, his eyes fixated on the television. Aoki has sustained injuries, especially gunshot wounds. It's rather surprising he could come. Ran shook her head in exasperation. Her father was truly unreliable. Even if he wished to drink, he needn't concoct excuses, especially since the doctor had advised moderation. Yet he insisted on drinking nonetheless. Frustrated, Ran slammed her hand on the table, startling Kagoro nearly out of his seat. Ultimately, she tidied up the table, confiscating the half-finished beer from him. At that moment, Kagoro appeared to have lost his spirit. Meanwhile, Conan was in the hospital, idly reading a book while reflecting on the events of yesterday. He had heard about Aoki's intervention, which had saved their lives. However, Aoki was also injured, bearing 2 gunshot wounds, fortunately not to any vital areas. Yet, Ran began to harbor suspicions, as during the blood transfusion, their blood types matched, rekindling doubts about Conan. This left Conan feeling somewhat helpless. He had been exceedingly cautious not to reveal himself, yet this incident almost exposed his true identity. Conan, we've come to see you. At that moment, the hospital room door swung open, revealing the trio of children. They had gone to give their statements the previous day and, due to the late hour, hadn't come to visit. Upon arriving today, they discovered Aoki was inexplicably absent. Aoki went home. He mentioned he dislikes hospitals. Chapter 41. I long to escape after several days of rest. Aoki has finally healed from his injuries. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, he cannot help but shudder. When Xiao Ai first arrived, she had never cooked before, so her culinary skills were non-existent. However, through the experiments of recent days, her cooking has certainly improved. Aoki, however, felt somewhat uncomfortable, but thankfully it was only for a few days. Otherwise, it would have been truly unbearable. Now that he has recovered, he is finally able to venture out. Ai-chan, will you accompany me for a stroll? Akamoto stretched lazily, glancing at Shiho. At that moment, Shiho was engrossed in her book, still perusing that same volume on genetic composition, despite having read it several times. She remained undeterred in her fascination with its contents. Akamoto hesitated to persuade her to set it aside, recognizing that Shiho had her own inclinations. She lifted her head, casting a glance at Akamoto, and let out a resigned sigh. Let us go. I'll accompany you for a stroll today. In truth, Shiho preferred to remain indoors, as she wished to continue her research on the antidote. However, considering Akamoto had just recovered, it was indeed beneficial for him to venture outside. Remaining cooped up indoors would surely drive anyone to madness. For an ordinary person, 2 gunshot wounds would typically require at least a month for proper recovery. Yet Akamoto was an anomaly. He had managed to heal in merely 4 days. Speaking of which, has Kudo passed away? If he has, there would be no subject for experimentation left. Under Akamoto's guidance, they visited various attractions such as haunted houses and aquariums, though Shiho maintained an expressionless demeanor throughout the outings. This left Akamoto feeling quite helpless. Why did it seem as though she was utterly uninterested in conversing with him? Was that Conan and Ran? At that moment, as they strolled down a street, they unexpectedly spotted Ran and Detective Conan, both carrying suitcases. Where could they be headed? Even Shiho was taken aback. Akamoto appeared to be recovering well, but Conan's condition seemed unusual as well. Before Akamoto could utter a word, the trio approached them. Akamoto, what brings you here? Kagoro strolled over, waving at the two, then inquired with a hint of confusion. Isn't it too soon after your injury to be out? Are you all going on a trip? Aoki gazed at the 3 of them, continuously recalling the plot, which seemed to encompass only a few episodes, with the case unfolding aboard a ship. Yet, which episode was it? We were attending an event, and as long as we answered the given questions correctly, we could join the travel group, and it would be at no cost. At that moment, Xiaolan stepped forward, producing a newspaper and pointing to the event mentioned within. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. Ran's fortune was indeed remarkable. Every time they ventured out for leisure, she would invariably draw a free ticket, or receive one as a gift from others. Why was fortune so elusive for him? It dawned on him that he had encountered some information the previous day. Though he had paid little heed to it, the answer seemed to pertain to old banknotes. Never mind. He wished them good luck and prepared to take his leave. As he preferred to steer clear of the case, it was best to maintain a distance from Conan to avoid further complications. Just as they were about to depart, Ran hastily called out, Aoki-kun, will you join us? No, thank you. Ai still needs to return to her studies, and she dislikes traveling by boat. Before Aoki could finish his sentence, Ai unexpectedly interjected, let us go together. After all, I have nothing planned, and it would be a good opportunity to clear my mind. At that moment, Aoki was taken aback. He had intended to distance himself from Conan, yet here was Ai inadvertently undermining his intentions. How could one be so unhelpful to a teammate? Nevertheless, with Ai expressing her desire, he felt it inappropriate to refuse any longer. Very well then. Aoki sighed in resignation, compelled to follow them. However, he no longer possessed the wealth he once had. Even if he could anticipate the outcome, it would prove futile as he still needed to present proof. What an inconvenience. Just as Aoki felt a sense of relief at narrowly escaping misfortune, Xiaolan produced 2 banknotes and subsequently handed them to the 2 individuals. Aoki exclaimed, damn it. Ultimately, he successfully passed, and upon witnessing his expression, Xiao Ai couldn't help but smile. Although there were cases surrounding them, as long as there were no liquor factories involved, the danger was relatively minimal. This was a conclusion Xiao Ai had drawn after careful observation, so there was no need for concern. Moreover, with Conan and Dr. Agasa around, the risk factor seemed to escalate. Based on past experiences, whenever they accompanied the doctor, danger was almost inevitable. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that this time would be devoid of peril. May I inquire how many people have answered correctly so far? Xiaolan, curious, approached the service staff for information. Excluding the 2 children and including Mr. Aoki, there were precisely 10 individuals, the staff replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan felt relieved. They had arrived just in time, or they would have missed the opportunity. Subsequently, the group boarded the cruise ship, and upon observing the vessel's grandeur, they found it somewhat absurd that such a large ship was merely accommodating 10 guests. At that moment, Kagoro Mori had arrived at the counter. Are you a party of 5, sir? Are they all your family? The counter attendant inquired, looking at Mori with some confusion. They are not. There are only 3 of us. Mori responded, momentarily taken aback, pointing at Aoki and Xiao Ai to indicate they were not part of his group. He then collected the room key and stepped aside to await Aoki. Mori and his 2 companions were assigned room 115, while Aoki and Xiao Ai were given room 116. May I ask for your esteemed names, gentlemen? The attendant suddenly asked, leaving Aoki somewhat puzzled. If registration was required, they could simply write it themselves. There was no need for such a specific inquiry. However, Detective Mori did not hesitate and promptly declared his name. To be candid with you, I am Kagoro Mori. He adjusted his collar and spoke with a serious demeanor. I formerly served in the 1st Investigative Division of the Metropolitan Police Department and am now a renowned detective. Isn't that right, Mr. Mori? Just as Kagoro Mori was poised to continue, a voice from behind interrupted, revealing his identity. The crowd turned to see an elderly man. His hair completely gray, dressed in a brown suit, yet his expression remained grave. Upon recognizing the individual, Mori was taken aback. Inspector J. Zaki? I have long since retired from the police force. This old fellow has been retired for 2 years. The old man smiled as he approached, speaking in a warm tone. Upon witnessing the scene, Aoki felt a flicker of recognition. It seemed the name was J. Saki Daichi. Yet, he could not recall the specifics of the unfolding narrative. Nor was he aware if the forthcoming reward would be yet another confectionery delight. Chapter 42. The black chicken and honey sauce. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had fallen, and dinner time had arrived. Aoki noted the presence of 11 individuals in the dining hall. Excluding the 2, Shiho and Conan, there were precisely 10 tourists. However, according to the server, 2 others were resting in their rooms, which brought the total to 13, clearly exceeding the previously stated number of 10. Who was the additional detective? And who might the other be? Mori, sipping red wine, inquired of the server. You mentioned that elderly gentleman? I heard he is an expert in marine studies. And his name seems to be Mr. Datsutai-san. He was invited by Furukawa. At this revelation, all present were momentarily stunned, while Mori and his companions appeared utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the situation. Observing their reactions, Conan furrowed his brow in confusion. Another detective, if he were not mistaken, should be the black chicken and honey sauce. Indeed, it seemed that way. But who exactly was Datsutai-san? Conan had forgotten the storyline, and the archives at the police headquarters were too tedious to revisit. Although he had a vague impression, the details eluded him. Nevertheless, it mattered little, with Conan and the others present, as well as that peculiar black chicken. He could merely tag along for the reward. At that moment, Detective Mori and Conan followed the elderly J. Saki to the door of room 101. As the server opened the door, they rushed inside, only to find the room devoid of occupants. Even the furnishings and bedding remained undisturbed. Blast it. I'll search elsewhere for the others. You handle things here, J. Saki exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he dashed out of the room. Mori stood bewildered but quickly acquiesced. After searching for a while and finding no one, Mori proceeded to the adjacent room. Room 102? Who resides here? Mori Kagoro asked the server, his brow furrowed in curiosity. This is the room where the detective is staying. Before the server could finish, Mori knocked on the door, but after a prolonged period of silence, he grew increasingly irate and demanded the server to open it. Bang! Just as the server was about to comply, the door swung open abruptly, sending Mori tumbling out in a most undignified manner. Hey, why are you all here? The figure who opened the door was none other than the black chicken, Hattori Heiji. Meanwhile, Aoki, accompanied by Shiho and Ran, enjoyed the evening breeze, taking in the salty air of the ocean's night scenery. The others remained in the dining hall, their anxiety palpable since learning of Datsutai-san's presence. Only Aoki and his companions appeared unfazed. Aoki, do you smell something? Ran suddenly furrowed her brow, glancing towards the cabin, where 4 individuals were discussing the case atop the ship. Unsure of the scent she had noticed, she refrained from voicing it and merely turned to Aoki. A scent? Ran, you take Shio to find Uncle Muri. I'll check the cabin. Aoki was instantly filled with confusion. Is your sense of smell so acute? However, according to the usual script, there should have been a corpse by now. He then turned to leave, prompting concern from Ran. Shiho observed Aoki's departure and glanced up at Ran. All right, let us hope nothing untoward has transpired. Let us go, Shiho. Shiho? Ran sighed inwardly, intending to pull Shiho along to find Kogoro, but upon turning, she found her companion had vanished. A sudden shock gripped her heart, just moments ago. Shiho was right here. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Had she followed Aoki? That seemed the only possibility. Otherwise, in this vast ship, with nothing around, it was implausible that she could simply vanish. Consequently, Ran ascended the platform to search for Conan and the others. Hattori, what brings you here? As she stepped up, she spotted Hattori as well. Ran? That makes sense. With that brat and the old man around, how could you not be here? Initially surprised, Hattori recalled that with Kogoro and Shinichi present, it was certainly plausible for her to be nearby. By the way, just now, I detected a strange odor, somewhat reminiscent of rust. Then Aoki went to the cabin. He had entrusted her with watching over Shiho, yet Shiho had turned and vanished. The group fell silent at her words. A rust-like scent? This ship was quite large, and unless there were considerable rust spots, such an odor would be difficult to detect. Moreover, Ran had been standing on the deck, facing a strong sea breeze, which made it even more unlikely for her to catch a whiff of it. Unless Conan and the others promptly sprang into action, rushing towards the cabin. Sister Ran, you should return to your room and rest. We'll be back shortly. Conan, trailing behind, called out to her. And remember to help look for Shiho. Honestly, I didn't even finish my sentence. Ran, preoccupied with worry, had no intention of returning alone to her room. She needed to find Shiho. After all, Aoki had asked her to look after Shiho, and now that she was missing, it was imperative to locate her. Otherwise, Aoki would surely come to dislike her. Moreover, he had saved Conan. Failing in this matter would truly betray Aoki's trust, especially since the ship was not so vast that Shiho could have fallen overboard. She pondered where Shiho could have gone, recalling the peculiar expression on Officer Kamazaki's face earlier. Wandering through the living quarters and various locations, Ran found no trace of her. Suddenly, she noticed someone walking down the corridor ahead and hurried over, hoping to inquire if they had seen Shiho. Just as she reached the corner, she overheard someone speaking. Damn it, why is he still alive? I distinctly killed him. And where did that Kamazaki fellow run off to? Upon hearing this, Ran halted, shocked. Who was the speaker? They claimed to have killed Dazai? I must inform father. With that thought, she stealthily made her way toward the cabin. Sister Ran, sorry to keep you waiting. Suddenly, Shiho returned, taking Ran's hand and leading her back to their quarters. The individual lurking around the corner, hearing Shiho's voice, crouched against the wall, relieved to see that Ran and Shiho were at a safe distance. It seemed the earlier conversation had gone unheard. Shiho? Chapter 43. Where has Shiho gone? We need to hurry back. I've just finished in the restroom. Shiho tugged at Ran's hand, guiding her toward the lounge, remaining silent throughout the walk. Each time Ran attempted to speak, Shiho interrupted her. Though puzzled, Ran chose not to press the matter. The words of that earlier individual lingered in her mind, sending shivers down her spine. Finally, after they had distanced themselves, Shiho stopped and, with her back turned to Ran, said, we can discuss this later. For now, you must stay here and not wander off. Shiho, has she discovered something? Is she trying to keep me away from my safety? Ran pondered. Yet, Shiho was merely a child. How could she hide while Ran needed to assist Aoki? After all, she had promised to look after Shiho. Resolute, Ran decided to follow her. Meanwhile, Aoki had arrived at the cabin, gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the floor. He frowned. This was indeed the Mediterranean fellow from earlier, Kamazaki. Clutching a Fukuoka seal, there was a sizable hole in Kamazaki's temple, singed around the edges, likely resulting from a gun pressed to his face. Observing his left hand, Aoki noted he still held a flashlight. Was this the work of an acquaintance? Aoki, what have you discovered? At that moment, Kogoro and the others rushed in, pausing in shock at the sight of the corpse. Aoki cast a glance at Kojima Island, then lowered his head to ponder carefully. If memory serves him right, it seems that he was indeed the one responsible for the murder, though uncertainty lingers. The victim had already succumbed to death approximately an hour ago, shot at close range, and it is quite likely that he had been lured here for this very encounter. The assailant, armed with a firearm, ultimately met his demise in this location. Although the singed mark on the temple is rather minute, it is not difficult to ascertain that he was gunned down, and moreover, a silencer was employed in the act. Aoki articulated his conjecture in meticulous detail. Upon hearing it, the crowd was taken aback. The individual had indeed brought a handgun, equipped with a silencer. Should this person intend to commit murder, they would all be in grave peril. An hour? That was merely a short while after we had dined. Upon hearing this, Maori furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. Damn it. We must assemble everyone together. No one can act alone, and we cannot allow another victim to emerge. Zaki's fists clenched with a hint of fury, and after voicing his concern, he sprinted towards the dining area alongside Maori. However, Aoki's gaze remained unwavering. Aoki, have you noticed something? Why do you keep staring at Uncle Zaki? Hattori approached curiously, inquiring about Aoki's fixation. Aoki, it is indeed rather peculiar. I suspect that this Kamita may have been the perpetrator. What? If my memory serves me correctly, the daughter of Uncle Kamazaki was the very hostage who was murdered. And this Mr. Kamita was one of the original assailants. Aoki's thoughts on the unfolding narrative have begun to crystallize. Hearing this, Hattori and Conan were taken aback, and soon bowed their heads in contemplation, realizing that it was not an impossible scenario. Subsequently, Aoki accompanied them to the dining hall to gather everyone, lest someone fall prey to a sudden attack. However, upon their arrival, they found the room deserted. After inquiring with the staff, they learned that everyone had returned to their rooms. As for Ran, she was nowhere to be seen, but Conan suggested she should hurry back and not linger, implying she was likely in her room. At this moment, the clock had struck midnight, and Muri Kagoro let out a resigned sigh. They still had not located that robber. Dazai. The statute of limitations had long expired. Reflecting on the events from 2 years prior, he lamented his disqualification from investigating the case anew. Kaminashi Shuji stepped aside, casually producing a cigarette, his gaze reflecting a sense of despondency. Observing his demeanor, Muri felt puzzled, but, recalling Kaminashi's character, he produced a lighter. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Kaminashi," Muri said earnestly, intending to keep the captain company. "All right, Muri, let's share a drink." Kaminashi initially hesitated, then pulled Muri along to the bar in the lounge, ordering 2 bottles of beer. Aoki, Conan, and Hattori stood quietly by, observing. Earlier, Aoki had mentioned that Kaminashi's daughter had tragically perished at the hands of that individual, thus they understood his fervor concerning the case. However, it struck them as peculiar that, despite the presence of a murderer on the ship, they chose to sit and indulge in drink. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, prompting everyone to rush outside to the deck, where they witnessed the ship's flag ablaze. Was that a gunshot? Muri gazed upward at the flag, having momentarily forgotten about it. Aoki had just mentioned it, and it was fortunate that no one had been harmed. What is that? Hattori suddenly noticed a box nearby, atop which lay a stack of 1,000-yen bills pinned down by a knife. Their collective attention was drawn to it. Kaminashi donned gloves and removed the bills for inspection. Poseidon, god of the sea, grant me life. I shall rise again. However, upon hearing these words, a portly man in a beige suit displayed a look of terror. Approaching the railing, his voice trembled as he exclaimed, "So he is still alive. I knew it. He must still be among us." "Mr. Kajirai?" Mori interjected. Aoki furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. As Jingjing's words lingered in the air, a sudden explosion erupted from the stern of the ship. Casting a glance toward the source of the blast, he realized that the emergency escape apparatus had been destroyed. There were people trapped in the flames. "Hurry, extinguish the fire. That corpse appears to belong to Mr. Kanei. Look at the watch he is wearing." Aoki crouched down beside the corpse and discovered a piece of silicone. Had he undergone cosmetic surgery? If he were indeed a member of the robbery, could the other individual be the one who had been sweating profusely and hiding behind the crowd, wailing? At this moment, Hattori approached, observing Aoki with a desire for confirmation. "It is highly probable. I do not believe that the murderer is indeed Dazai. Rather, he bears a striking resemblance to him." Aoki's words trailed off as he cast a glance towards Kaizaki Island. The only adversary they now faced was Uncle Kaizaki. Chapter 44. You are simply no match. Moments ago, I observed Mr. Connie borrowing a match, his demeanor decidedly unnatural. Furthermore, there remains one individual yet to appear, namely, that elderly gentleman. Conan leaned against the railing, beginning to divulge information. If Suzi's intent was merely to eliminate them, such actions would attract undue attention. There would be no need for such measures. No, this corpse is not Connie's, but rather that of the deceased Mr. Kamita, whom we encountered earlier. Observe the temple. It bears the mark of a gunshot wound. Aoki found himself somewhat perplexed. Earlier, they had discovered the lifeless body of Mr. Kamita in the control room, and now they were in this very location. If the charred remains indeed belonged to Mr. Kamita, then where had Kanei vanished to? Subsequently, Conan and Hattori withdrew to confer. Yet it was evident that their deductions diverged this time. Thus, the two parted ways in search of clues. Hattori, wielding a flashlight, ascended to the upper deck and ultimately stumbled upon a corpse suspended at the bow of the ship. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged, brandishing a stick and advancing toward Hattori. Before the assailant could make a move, he was abruptly kicked over. Sensing the imminent danger, the figure promptly turned and fled. "Ran? AI? What are you doing here?" The newcomers were indeed Ran and AI, who had been scouring for leads regarding the case. To their surprise, they witnessed an attack unfolding, prompting Ran to rush forth and save Hattori. Otherwise, he would likely have plunged into the sea. AI interjected, "We were merely passing by. Thank goodness for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have been done for." Hattori exhaled in relief, then approached the bow where a rope ladder dangled. It was this very ladder that had provoked the attack upon him. "We should return. This place is far from safe." Regrettably, they had not glimpsed the assailant's face. As they made their way back to the dining room, they began to recount their findings, only to discover that Muri and the others had already returned and were awaiting them. After all, with a death having occurred, their movements were rather constrained. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, and Wales was struck in the left arm, while another shadowy figure emerged from the area where the bow had been moments ago. Aoki immediately embraced Xiao Ai, seeking refuge behind the wall. "Stay here," he instructed. As he pressed against the wall, he attempted to venture outside, But before he could take more than 2 steps, Xiao Ai grasped his clothing, preventing him from proceeding any further. There was no alternative. Aoki had no choice but to concede. However, at that moment, Saki approached. Kani? He's already dead. The corpse still radiated warmth, and the blood had yet to congeal. Upon discovering Kani's lifeless form, Saki felt a sense of relief wash over him as he stepped closer, scrutinizing the body intently. Both had met their demise by gunfire, precisely at the forehead. Muri Koger pondered, the one who fired the gun was indeed Kani? Upon realizing that Kuj was still alive, did he take his own life out of fear of capture? This theory seemed highly plausible. Conan, taken aback by the revelation, was shocked to find that he had miscalculated. The perpetrator was not Mr. Kani, but rather someone else entirely. Without hesitation, Conan darted away, eager to unearth further clues. Aoki followed closely behind. If memory serves, Conan would uncover some clues after this outing. He first visited the ship's control room to inquire about the crew's situation. It was there he learned that in Abi's cabin, there was merely a suitcase, while everything else on the bed remained untouched. Subsequently, Rand discovered a tennis ball beneath a table in the dining area. I understand now. Aoki, do you understand? I am utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Aoki hesitated, only to realize the simplicity of the case. He had nearly been misled. At that moment, Hattori approached, having grasped the intricacies of the situation as well. Earlier, he had observed the unconscious Kanawa on the rope ladder, and it was evident that the perpetrator could not possibly be a woman, nor could it be the frail Hamanaka. Thus, the only remaining suspect was Mr. Kajirai. Aoki scratched his head, inwardly lamenting. You were truly remarkable. No wonder you were the protagonist. After contemplating for quite some time and recalling the episodes of Conan, I finally deduced the identity of the murderer. Initially, I even suspected that Sakaki might be the culprit. Influenced by the narrative, as I remembered a character with a close relationship to Muri who turned out to be the killer. To my surprise, I had completely misremembered. If I had relied solely on my memory without the complete script, I could have easily been misled. As for when the body was moved to the stern of the ship, it must have occurred while searching for someone, specifically after Aoki and the others had departed. He initially intended to transport the body immediately after the murder, but did not anticipate that Sakaki would be persistently searching for someone, thus missing the opportunity. Moreover, the suitcase belonging to Abi was filled with explosives, intended for retribution. His motive for revenge was quite straightforward. The late Miss Sakaki was, in fact, his girlfriend. The sound of gunfire was merely the crack of firecrackers, as they discovered that when Kamita died, there were scorch marks on his temple. However, these marks were minimal, indicating the use of a silencer. As an advisor to the Metropolitan Police Department, Aoki was well aware of these details. Therefore, the murderer is you, Mr. Kajira. In your greed for the 400 million, you orchestrated their demise. Aoki pointed at the trembling and perspiring Jinji, exclaiming, Damn it. I am here to prove that I am superior to him. The plan he devised when he abandoned me has turned out to be the greatest failure. Yet, I cannot comprehend why nearly everyone connected to the case is aboard this ship. I never even mentioned the name Datsai-san. Jinji retreated, leaning against the wall, almost roaring in an outburst of pent-up emotions. Jiao Qiao remarked, You stand no chance against him. Have you not realized this? The name Furukawa Dai, when viewed sideways, is actually Datsai-san. Even after 20 years, you are still being manipulated. What? I warned you not to come. Every time I accompany Conan, we inevitably encounter a case. Have you been possessed by the Grim Reaper? Yawning, Aoki stood by the shore, gazing at Conan as he spoke. What gives? Though the case calls to me, how can one label me the Grim Reaper? Conan shot him a glance, but overall, this time had proven to be quite pleasant. Not only did he enjoy a complimentary trip, but he also experienced it to the fullest. All right, we should return and rest. Next time, if there is another outing with Conan, perhaps we should forego it. Aoyuki yawned and remarked. Conan, Hiki. Chapter 45, Malicious Intent. Ding. The host successfully altered the storyline and received investigation. Investigation. The ability to discern surrounding anomalies, proving immensely beneficial during case inquiries. You may now consider becoming a detective. Oh, does the system believe that my investigative skills are lacking? Upon waking, I found that dusk had already fallen. Shiho had long since awakened and was diligently working on the antidote. Ah, good morning, Shiho. Yawning, Aoki ambled into the living room and casually seized a cup of coffee, which he promptly consumed. Xiao Ai, who was engrossed in analyzing the antidote, observed the scene in silence. Realizing that it was the very brew she had just prepared and had already sipped a few times, he had the audacity to drink it all. He truly was peculiar. It was already quite late, 7 in the evening, meaning he had slumbered for nearly 12 hours. Xiao Ai refrained from commenting and continued her reading. Upon hearing her words, Aoki was taken aback, astonished at the length of his slumber. How about we go to the movies tomorrow, Ai-chan? Aoki sat before the computer, embarking on a quest to discover nearby cinemas and the delightful films they offered. Since he intended to take Ai out for a day of enjoyment, naturally, a romantic film was in order. Suddenly, the screen froze, capturing his attention with a film synopsis. The plot revolved around two singles, pressured by the prospect of marriage, who inadvertently found themselves wed. What began as a mere jest unexpectedly transformed into reality. Would their future be filled with sweet romance? Or would they become a pair of delightful adversaries? This premise seemed quite appealing. Perhaps they should watch this? At that moment, a new idea sparked in Aoki's mind. He envisioned writing a book titled Conan, destined pair with Shiho. Ai-chan, shall we see this tomorrow? Aoki turned to Xiao Ai and, with a gentle smile, softly inquired. Xiao Ai did not lift her gaze but nonchalantly replied, whatever. Noticing Xiao Ai's indifference, Aoki smiled. Yet a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Would it be peculiar for him to take a child to such a film? With that, Aoki rose and stepped outside. Feeling the need to stretch after a day of slumber had left his body somewhat stiff, Xiao Ai merely glanced at him before choosing to disregard his departure. Everyone requires a measure of space. She certainly could not tether him to her side, however. She had discreetly fitted Aoki with a transmitter. A specific request she made to the doctor. This was intended to prevent Aoki from wandering off in search of other women. Moreover, based on her assessment, Aoki was unlikely to seek out Jin, as he had no current assignments, rendering him unafraid of detection, and certainly not of Jin himself. At this moment, Aoki strolled along the street, captivated by the vibrant neon lights that illuminated the surroundings, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. After all, the predominant color was red, accompanied by lanterns, creating an ambience reminiscent of home. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he recognized these were mere illusions. Suddenly, Aoki's attention was drawn to a middle-aged man not far ahead, who anxiously clutched a baby in his arms, hiding in a corner. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a couple engaging in an intimate display nearby. The middle-aged man gazed at the infant, tears streaming down his cheeks, before swiftly turning to return home. After soothing the child to sleep, he embarked on a pursuit of his wife, ultimately locating the residence of her lover. Aoki was taken aback. Was this man contemplating a double murder? Never mind. This was not his concern. The fault lay with that woman who, despite being married, chose to indulge in infidelity while having a child. Was this not a recipe for self-destruction? Aoki turned away from the scene, for as an advisor, it was his duty to intervene in the face of wrongdoing. Yet, this was a matter pertaining to their private lives. What right did he have to meddle? However, observing the man's demeanor, it appeared he had no intention of resorting to violence. Could it be that he intended to offer her a chance, a possibility for redemption? Aoki casually sought a place to resolve his dinner for the evening, not forgetting to bring back a portion for Xiao Ai. After her last experience with his homemade meal, which resulted in an immediate bout of vomiting, he presumed she might not have eaten yet. Thus, he made this choice, opting not to take Xiao Ai out with him. She was currently engrossed in a book, and her recent behavior had been noticeably peculiar. It felt as though someone had been provoking her, and Aoki wished to avoid any trouble. However, upon returning home, he was taken aback to find several unexpected guests, none other than the trio of children in Conan. What brings you all here? He exclaimed. The first to greet him was the little girl, Ayumi. At that moment, Aoki's forehead was beaded with tension. He truly did not wish to see them, especially Conan. Whenever that boy showed up, it invariably meant trouble. What are you all doing here? Aoki's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to curse. Simultaneously, he continually reminded himself, I am the police consultant, thus I must not lose my temper. We are here to express our gratitude. Last time, you rescued us, which is why we have come specifically to thank you. Please accept this token of our appreciation, Aoki. The speaker was Mitsuhiko, who, despite his affection for Shiho, found himself utterly powerless to protect her. Faced with those robbers, he was paralyzed with fear, had Aoki not been present. He could not fathom whether he would still be alive today. Aoki remained oblivious to their inner thoughts. He simply gazed at them, regarding the gift they had presented. While he found it somewhat amusing, it was nonetheless the best offering that the three of them could muster. Enough, he declared. This trinket is of no use to me. You may as well enjoy it yourselves. Aoki, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. The gifts they presented were merely cards, so-called superheroes, nothing more than toys for children. What purpose would they serve him? Should he boast to others that he had pilfered toys from children? What a disgrace that would be. Why had they arrived so late? Surely, their families must be worried about them. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 9 o'clock, and they still showed no intention of leaving. Did they intend to stay for dinner? In truth, our parents had all gone out, which was why we came over to seek temporary shelter for the night. The three little ones exchanged knowing glances, then smiled at Aoki. Beside them, Conan wore a half-moon expression. These youngsters could not even tell a proper lie. How could all three sets of parents be away simultaneously? It was evident that they had conspired beforehand. Aoki, infuriated to the point of feeling faint, questioned why they did not simply go to Dr. Agasa's house, which was replete with spare rooms. Clearly, they were acting out of spite. And what about you? Don't tell me you intend to join them. Aoki then turned to Conan, his eyes brimming with menace. Oh, well, I shall sleep at Dr. Agasa's. Conan, realizing the gravity of the situation, sprang to his feet and dashed out. Aoki, with a sigh of resignation, pressed his forehead in exasperation. Though he was aware that their prior excuses were mere fabrications, he found himself at a loss for words. Since they desired to stay overnight, he decided to acquiesce to their wishes. Alas, Mume, you shall share a room with Xiao Ai. The two of you may ascend to the upper floor to rest. Aoki sighed softly, then turned his gaze to the three individuals. It was unclear what their intentions were, but he sensed an undercurrent of malice. Chapter 46. A small surprise? Second update. Upon Aoki's consent for them to stay, the trio could not help but smile. Subsequently, Stepmate took little Ai by the hand and swiftly returned to their room. Yuan Tai and Hikaru exchanged a glance before also retreating to the room. Observing their peculiar behavior, Aoki felt a twinge of confusion. However, he chose not to delve deeper, considering they were merely children. They were not like Conan and the others, who had transformed from high school students into their current state, thus there was little cause for concern. Aoki chose to disregard the trio, focusing instead on his own tasks. Although he had mastered both combat and firearms, opportunities to practice were scarce. The few individuals he could best were mainly acquaintances, while those he struggled against were often subjected to overwhelming defeats, such as Jin and Kyaga Kumikoto. To avoid unnecessary hardships, he decided to temporarily abandon combat. After all, his current skills sufficed, and the world was unlikely to face annihilation. Such formidable combat prowess seemed rather superfluous. Was this a fantastical realm? Or perhaps the world of Dragon Ball, where destruction loomed at every turn? At this moment, Aoki had returned to his room, though darkness had fallen. His lengthy slumber during the day left him unable to sleep now. Thus, he leaned against the window, a cigarette perched between his lips, gazing at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. The view was delightful. It had been ages since he had witnessed a cloudless expanse. As he marveled at the beautiful evening, his peripheral vision caught sight of the trio, accompanied by Ai, cautiously making their way toward Dr. Agasa's residence. They walked with great care, frequently glancing back to ensure they had not been detected. Subsequently, they hurried over to meet Conan and swiftly departed down the street. Aoki, observing from the second-floor window, noted their antics with a sigh. Perhaps it was best to follow them to avert any unforeseen incidents. With this thought in mind, he trailed behind, maintaining a distance of 20 meters. His keen observational skills allowed him to navigate without leaving a trace. Even Conan remained oblivious to his presence. At this juncture, the young detective league had reached the bustling streets, entering a supermarket and a bakery among other establishments. After a few minutes, they emerged once more, hands laden with items resembling candles. Could it be that they were planning a surprise for Dr. Agasa's birthday? Such children. Just then, a man in a suit waved goodbye at the bus station, where a woman stood smiling and reciprocating his gesture. However, the man's smile appeared somewhat forced, hinting at his discontent. The complexities of adult life were quite burdensome. Simply stepping out necessitated farewells. All Jinta desired was to savor eel rice, having missed it during dinner. He felt utterly disheartened, his actions sluggish and unenthusiastic. All right, once we finish our shopping, let us hurry back, Mitsuhiko insisted, urging the group onward. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Although many supermarkets remained open, the streets grew increasingly deserted, making their stroll feel somewhat perilous. The others nodded in agreement, concerned that returning late might arouse Aoki's suspicions. However, before they could head back, they witnessed the earlier woman now entering a building, hand in hand with another man. Conan's intuition kicked in. He had begun to piece things together. This was reminiscent of a Minotaur scenario, although he disapproved of such individuals. It was none of his concern as long as no one was harmed. They should return now, otherwise, they risked being discovered. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Aoki observed the unfolding events. The five made their way home, relieved to have evaded detection, yet their thoughts turned to the next day's plans, prompting laughter. Right. What about Haibara? How do we ensure Aoki won't be home? Ayumi whispered to Ai, her curiosity piqued. Do not worry. He is taking me out to see a movie tomorrow, Ai replied with an air of calm, her brown short-sleeved shirt contrasting against her serene demeanor. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of relief. All would be well. From a distance, Aoki was taken aback. Why the need to avoid him? Was this supposed to be a surprise for Dr. Agasa? What did it have to do with him? As dawn began to break, casting a soft glow across the horizon, Aoki sighed, lamenting yet another restless night. Perhaps a single act of self-harm would elevate his condition. Yet, after consideration, he dismissed the notion. His acquisition of the demi-human bloodline differed from the authentic version. While the genuine could make their spilled blood vanish post-resurrection, his remained a stark reminder of his existence. Thus, self-harm was unwarranted, especially since he had not encountered any imminent danger. Aoki yawned as he descended the staircase, discovering that Bume and the others had already left. Only Xiao Ai remained, engrossed in her book, as if nothing had changed. Good morning, Ai-chan. Where have those little rascals gone? Aoki surveyed his surroundings and feigned ignorance as he inquired. Where have they gone? They have departed. Doctor. Agasa took them out for an excursion. Meanwhile, Shiho perused her book while sipping coffee, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Aoki, which left him somewhat perplexed. Was there something amiss on his face? He wondered, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? After wiping his face, he discovered nothing amiss. Why then? Was her attention directed at him? Could it be that she was captivated by my charm? Never mind. What film shall we watch today? With that, Shiho set her book aside and revealed the breakfast she had prepared. This time, her culinary efforts had certainly improved, while it may not have qualified as gourmet. It was far from hazardous, showcasing her dedication. You'll see once we go. Upon hearing the words, Aoki couldn't help but smile, then turned to Xiao Ai and spoke. At this moment, Conan and the three little ones were at Dr. Agasa's home, creating various room decorations. Ayumi was in the kitchen with Dr. Agasa, busily baking a cake. I'm so tired, Jinna exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor. It was indeed a bit too much to ask him to arrange the room. If it had been about food, he would have been more than willing. We don't have much time left. They will be going to watch a movie soon. And we only have a little over an hour to go to Brother Aoki's house, so we can't afford to slack off. Upon seeing Jinna slacking, Ayumi immediately rushed over to pull him up. They had little else to do. The only task at hand was this, especially since it was his birthday, thus requiring their utmost effort. Chapter 47. Watching a movie, third update, July 29th. Aoki frowned in confusion as he glanced at the date on his phone. It seemed like just yesterday it was the 10th, and now it had inexplicably changed to the 29th. The passage of time felt utterly absurd. Had it not been for Xiao Ai's reminder, he might have remained oblivious. Oddly enough, he had also booked the movie tickets last night, and the timing was equally perplexing. The display on the computer was equally strange. Did no one else find anything amiss? At this moment, Aoki, accompanied by Xiao Ai, had arrived at the cinema, where they were to watch a movie that was scheduled for a later time. Just then, he noticed a man walking past outside the cinema. Indeed, it was the very individual who had been harassing them yesterday. Hadn't he gone on a business trip? Yet, he now appeared with a sorrowful expression, seemingly drained of energy. While Aoki pondered what might have occurred, he suddenly spotted Xiao Ai sprinting toward him, holding 2 cups of cola. Here's yours, she exclaimed, handing 1 cup to Aoki before sitting beside him, idly surveying their surroundings. Aoki chuckled softly, realizing that he had arrived too early. He should have come a bit later. Otherwise, he would not be sitting here idly waiting in boredom. In this era, there are no smart devices, and certainly no games to engage in. Thank you. Aoki took the cola and smiled in response. After a brief moment, they finally entered the theater, fortunate not to have arrived too early. Otherwise, they would have had to wait an hour. The film they were about to watch was a romantic one, featuring Yoko Kishino, who was reputed to deliver a commendable performance. Initially, Aoki had intended to be indifferent, but recalling his invitation and the expectation shimmering in his eyes, Xiao Ai resolved to watch the film attentively. As the movie commenced, a man sat by the roadside, his face etched with melancholy. Suddenly, a woman approached, initially presumed to be a mere passerby, yet she unexpectedly sat down beside him. Long time no see. Old classmate, she exclaimed, beaming at the man. As the camera panned upward, it revealed that the woman was none other than Yoko Kishino herself. The man, momentarily taken aback, rose in astonishment. You are Junko Funeda? It has indeed been a long time. It must be 5 years since we graduated. Yoko Kishino gazed at him and inquired, what troubles you? You look so downcast. What else could it be? My family is pressuring me to marry. Ever since my brother got married, my mother has been relentless, constantly parading her grandchild before me. He replied, lighting a cigarette in exasperation. Noticing her relaxed demeanor, he grew curious. Your family isn't pressuring you to marry, or have you already tied the knot? Not married. I'm still single, but they haven't been pushing me. Yoko Kishino smiled, glancing at the passers-by. Is that so? We're both single. Why don't we pretend to marry and deceive them? The man chuckled at her words and playfully responded, sure. Huh. He was taken aback. His jest had been met with her agreement. Thus, amid his bewilderment, the two of them obtained a marriage certificate on the spot, only to realize the gravity of their decision when they set off for their honeymoon. Goodness. How did we end up with a marriage certificate from a mere joke? The audience watching the film found the situation amusing. The speed of their marriage was indeed comical. Although they soon sensed something was amiss, what began as a pretense of marriage somehow evolved into genuine affection. For Aoki, the film was rather mundane. Yet the contemporary society seemed unable to accept such an unconventional narrative. It remained unclear whether the discontent stemmed from the notion of idols marrying or the plot itself. Regardless, Aoki found the experience tedious, nearly succumbing to slumber. The film lacked sufficient sweetness, and its conclusion felt rushed, truly a cinematic disaster. This film is dreadfully dull. The script is poorly written. Aoki, feeling somewhat resigned, muttered a complaint before taking Shai's hand and departing. After all, there was little of interest to behold. It would be better to stroll about instead. I find it rather enjoyable. However, the pacing was excessively rapid, failing to convey the nuances of the journey and the emotional turning points, which were completely overlooked. As Shai sipped her cola, she critiqued the film's content. Initially, she had harbored some anticipation, but was disappointed to discover it was such a dreadful film. Oh well, no matter how much we lament, they can never reshoot it. Let us instead indulge in some shopping. Aoki led the young Ai through the bustling crowd. Observing the throngs of people moving about, a rather inexpressible thought surged within him. Essentially reflecting on the past, wasn't it Tokyo that was once a playground for that little boy? Just look at the sea of faces. There seemed to be no place to stand. Naturally, he could only ponder such thoughts internally, for articulating them would likely result in his immediate demise, as a barrage of spit from the crowd could very well drown him. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air, and several police cars sped by. halting before an apartment building already teeming with onlookers. Officer Muro descended from his vehicle, surveying the situation with a hint of exasperation. His eyes unexpectedly landed on Aoki nearby. "Aoki, come here and lend a hand. We've encountered a situation," Muro shouted urgently, hoping for assistance, as he found himself unable to penetrate the crowd. However, his call had the opposite effect. Upon hearing it, the crowd pivoted, rushing towards Aoki. "Consultant Aoki, please, could I have your autograph? I want a photo. I want." Upon witnessing the scene, Aoki swiftly picked up Xiao Ai and turned to make a hasty retreat. "Damn you, Mokujusen. Just you wait." With a burst of speed and adept maneuvering through various street corners, Aoki successfully evaded the crowd. He had roughly estimated that there were at least several hundred people present. How long would it take to accommodate each one for signatures and photographs? It was astonishing how popular he seemed to be. Xiao Ai remained nestled in his arms, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet one could discern a hint of dissatisfaction beneath the surface. They had originally promised to enjoy a day together. Yet the film remained unfinished, and now they found themselves entangled in a case, ultimately fleeing from enthusiastic fans. "You truly are something else. I never anticipated this, thankfully. We managed to escape swiftly. Let us find another place to explore." Aoki let out a resigned sigh and turned to leave. He harbored little sentiment regarding the recent events. For this was the world of Keigaku, where cases could arise at any moment. It was impractical for him to be perpetually present, much less to resolve every single case in its entirety. The Metropolitan Police Department offered no salary increase. Why should he toil so relentlessly? If he had that much time, it would be wiser to seek out Jin and request assignments, thereby allowing himself to earn a profit. Speaking of which, had I not yet received payment for the last task? Chapter 48. You should surrender. After parting ways with Aoki, he wandered about with Xiao Ai. However, now that he is in the presence of a crowd, he becomes easily recognizable. This inevitably leads to complications, and he is at a loss as to why this is happening. Just a couple of days ago, everything was perfectly fine. Yet today, it seems as if he has offended the heavens. No matter where he goes, he is confronted by individuals blocking his path. It is truly troublesome. He feels rather unfortunate today. Perhaps it would be best to return home for the time being. Aoki sat on a bench by the lakeside, gazing at the flowing waters before him. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This was more exhausting than facing death several times. Upon hearing Aoki mention his desire to return, Xiao Ai immediately furrowed her brow. They had only been out for an hour. What was the purpose of going back? Moreover, what about Subaim and the others? A case had just occurred. Weren't you going to investigate? Xiao Ai maintained her stoic expression. Yet it was evident that her mood was rather splendid at the moment. Aoki's usual behavior was often peculiar, and witnessing him in a state of dismay brought her a sense of delight. Upon hearing this, Aoki felt quite perplexed. Usually, Xiao Ai seldom ventured outside. Yet now she expressed a desire to return and even inquired about his case. Had she suddenly changed her disposition? Although he found it somewhat difficult to comprehend, Aoki nonetheless nodded in acquiescence. Since Xiao Ai wished to go, it was only prudent to indulge her. After all, a woman's ire can be a truly formidable thing, and one could never tell if she might poison one's food. Even if one were to survive, hospitalization would be inevitable. Moreover, given Xiao Ai's current level of proficiency, which was not particularly high, one could only dread the possibility of an off day in her performance. The very thought was almost unbearable. Very well then. Qingmu let out a helpless sigh, and then he took Xiao Ai to the previous location. At this moment, there was no one around. However, for the sake of safety, he covered his face with his clothing to avoid being recognized. Initially, the officers were somewhat puzzled as to why someone would approach when the nearby crowd had been dispersed. Yet, upon seeing his figure, they instantly recognized him and did not impede their passage, merely exchanging nods of acknowledgement. Once they entered the apartment, Qingmu finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they had the discretion not to call out his name. Phew, thankfully, no one was around. Aoki was currently filled with vexation, all thanks to that rascal Muro, who had the audacity to call out his name in the street. If it weren't for his swift escape, he likely wouldn't have made it home today. Standing beside him, Xiao Ai observed Aoki's predicament with a smile playing on her lips. It was a rare sight to witness him in such a state of discomfiture. He often bullied her and insisted she call him brother. How shameless he was. She was merely a child. While he was already in his 20s, he could easily be addressed as uncle. Soon, the duo arrived at the scene, where the staff were gathered, and even Muro was present, accompanied by Takagi and others. "Aoki, my dear brother, are you all right?" Muro exclaimed with delight upon seeing Aoki, promptly approaching him and giving his shoulder a friendly pat. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of Aoki's mouth. "Can't you tell whether I look good or not?" "Thanks to your grace, I am still alive for the time being. What is the current situation?" Aoki let out a resigned sigh before turning to Makuro. Yet his left hand remained firmly clasped around the small hand of Xiao Ai, unwilling to release it. After all, this was a crime scene, and he was responsible for a child. It was already a relief that Makuro refrained from lecturing him. According to our investigation, the suspect is the deceased lover. At this moment, Makuro glanced at Xiao Ai, contemplating whether his words might adversely affect the child's psyche. However, considering Aoki's presence, there seemed to be little cause for concern. given that she was in the company of the police, where her mindset would likely shift. Upon hearing the news, Aoki furrowed his brow. This case sounded strikingly familiar. Wasn't it reminiscent of the encounter he had the previous night? His wife had been unfaithful, and he had been compelled to take retaliatory measures. To be frank, he had no desire to become embroiled in this affair. The woman had brought this upon herself. She already had children, yet chose to betray her family. Suddenly, Aoki noticed a photograph on the vanity nearby. It was indeed of the current suspect. Beside it lay a bottle of pills, sleeping pills, to be precise, almost full, with only a few having been consumed. He then proceeded to the kitchen, lifting an unwashed baby bottle to his nose for a gentle whiff. Ah, so that was it. The man had issued a warning long ago, yet the woman had willfully ignored it, even going so far as to drug her own child, which ultimately led to an intolerable situation, prompting the man to take drastic action against her. Nevertheless, these remained mere conjectures that required further investigation. Makuro, Aoki called out. Please dispatch someone to the hospital to inquire whether the family's child has visited recently and ascertain the circumstances surrounding the child's hospitalization. Aoki gazed at Moku and subsequently issued a command. Upon hearing this, Moku, although perplexed, nodded in agreement, for Aoki must have discerned something significant. However, without confirmation of the information, it was necessary to dispatch someone for further investigation. Even the baby bottle had been sent away for analysis, while the child was returned to the countryside, temporarily placed in the care of the father's parents. After all, the case was not yet resolved, and the male party remained a suspect. Although the clues had now pointed towards the lover, it seemed unlikely that they would yield any answers from him at this juncture. Soon, the results emerged, confirming Aoki's suspicions. The child had ingested a sleeping pill recently, which nearly led to a fatal outcome. Fortunately, timely medical intervention had averted tragedy. This revelation incited outrage among everyone present, many believing that the woman deserved punishment. Yet, the true perpetrator remained elusive. It was evident that the culprit was not the lover but rather the woman's husband, though there was a complete lack of evidence to support this theory. Mere conjecture would not suffice. Despite existing within an animated world, they were, in essence, human beings, flesh and blood individuals. Bring the deceased husband here. I have matters to discuss with him. Aoki observed the crowd and recognized the current circumstances. They were not foolish. In fact, they were remarkably astute. After all, how else would they have graduated and become police officers? It was solely due to Conan's presence that their collective intellect seemed diminished, with only a select few remaining unaffected by this aura of reduced acuity. Indeed, upon hearing this, the officers immediately sprang into action, swiftly bringing the man before them. Aoki gazed at the individual before him, whose spirit appeared somewhat dejected, lost in contemplation. One might mistakenly believe that he mourned the loss of his wife. However, Aoki was acutely aware that the sorrow stemmed from his own actions. He had taken the life of his beloved spouse. Despite having offered a warning in hopes of dissuading her, he ultimately found himself resorting to this desperate measure. Sit down, he said. I am already aware of everything. It was you who committed the act. Aoki's words struck like thunder, causing the man to abruptly lift his head, as if inquiring how Aoki had come to know of this matter. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Aoki immediately interrupted him. No need for explanations. I can comprehend your feelings. Were I in your position, I would likely not fare any better, perhaps even worse. I do not wish to expose you, but you have taken a life, and I hope you will turn yourself in. Currently, Japan does not impose the death penalty if you exhibit good behavior. There is a chance that in a few years, you might be able to re-enter society, or I can offer you a choice. What choice? The man appeared somewhat dazed, as he had no desire to face imprisonment. He had a son to raise, and he wished to witness his son's growth. He did not want his child to be regarded as an outcast. You possess remarkable talent. Here's my email. I will reach out to you if necessary. Aoki smiled as he gazed at the man before him, having just learned the name of this individual. The man was named Nakano Renan. Upon encountering this name, Aoki nearly questioned his own vision, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to Nakano Rendo. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he had merely overthought it. Nakano Renan was an ordinary office worker, earning a modest salary sufficient to support his family. His children were currently in the countryside, alleviating him of any immediate worries. As Aoki rose to depart, Renan remained utterly bewildered, pondering what this individual could possibly want from him. He was merely an average person, devoid of any extraordinary powers or talents, and certainly not a police officer. Thus, he was perplexed by Aoki's intentions as a police consultant. There was no justification for him to shield or assist Renan in evading the accusations he faced. It was incomprehensible. Not long after their brief exchange, only a few minutes elapsed, yet everyone was eagerly awaiting news, curious to discern what had transpired between the two. Soon, they observed Aoki emerging from the building. Let us go, he declared. I leave this matter in your capable hands. As for Renan, do not dwell on him too much. Simply follow the standard procedures and conclude the case. Aiko's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly ordinary yet imbued with an air of mystery that suggested he harbored secrets. Though he was reluctant to divulge anything, they refrained from prying, for everyone possesses their own hidden truths, like Moku, who is exceedingly devoted to his family. albeit with a hint of apprehension towards his wife. This particular secret was well known, as it was hardly concealable. At that moment, Aiko gently cradled the petite figure of Xiao Ai and made his way towards the elevator. While the others perceived nothing amiss, Xiao Ai wore a grave expression. Aiko had begun to exhibit increasingly peculiar behavior, frequently lifting her into his arms. If they were in a different setting, she would have felt compelled to shout that Aiko was a complete weirdo. Yet, she refrained from such outbursts, instead casting a look of exasperation at Aiko, who held her close, feeling somewhat bewildered by his actions. Aoki, despite being a member of the organization, has chosen to engage with me directly, claiming that his affection for me motivates his desire to assist in resisting the organization. Moreover, he was coerced into joining the group. However, after days of interaction, the situation appears to be far more intricate than it initially seemed. Every time Jin undertakes a task, he insists on my presence. And no one seems to be monitoring us. This script is evidently flawed and does not align with the organization's usual conduct. Nonetheless, I do not suspect Aoki of any ulterior motives, but rather question whether there are machinations at play within the organization itself. The more I ponder, the more plausible this theory becomes. It seems I must exert greater effort to support Aoki, for otherwise, we may be left awaiting our demise. At that moment, I resolve to restore my physical capabilities. My current strength is woefully inadequate and utterly useless, a fact that fills me with discontent. While I was still contemplating the organization's affairs, I suddenly realized that our surroundings seemed to indicate we were nearing home. I glanced at Aoki, a sense of confusion washing over me. Did you walk this swiftly? It seems your luck is rather unfortunate. Perhaps a visit to the shrine would be in order? I exclaimed in a moment of urgency. The shrine? What shrine? Aoki responded, momentarily taken aback. Today, he sensed something was amiss with me. I appeared to be resisting the notion of returning home. Could it be that someone from the organization was there? That seemed unlikely, as Jin and the others are well aware of my temperament and would not typically assign someone to surveil me. However, if it were Rum, then perhaps such a scenario could indeed be plausible. Before he could contemplate further, I leaped down, grasped Aoki's hand, and hastily darted away. We are heading to the Yasukuni Shrine, I declared, oblivious to my destination. In my frantic state, I recalled that this location is quite popular among the people of this island nation, who frequently visit to pay their respects. Upon hearing my words, Aoki's brow furrowed, his expression darkening with a simmering rage. He had momentarily forgotten about this issue, believing that such a place could not possibly exist in this world. What an unexpected revelation. Soon, we arrived in front of the shrine, surrounded by a throng of people, and Aoki felt a surge of murderous intent rise within him. Every last one of them deserves to perish, he thought. However, Aoki suddenly froze, noticing that something was amiss with me. I seemed to be trembling uncontrollably, and at some point, I had released my grip on his hand. I apologize. I didn't mean to frighten you. Upon witnessing the scene, Aoki immediately composed herself. The murderous aura that had momentarily escaped her grasp was swiftly reined in, not confined within her body, but rather suppressed to prevent her from succumbing to anger. After all, this was not a fantastical realm, devoid of mystical entities such as the Dantian. And nothing's wrong. She was unaware of what had crossed Aoki's mind just moments before. Yet in that fleeting instant, Xiao Ai sensed an unprecedented sense of peril. Perhaps it was intricately linked to Aoki, particularly regarding his mysterious origins. Previously, she had requested the doctor to investigate. Aoki had returned 3 years ago, having studied abroad in Huaxia, with no information on his parents. As if he had materialized into this world out of nowhere. Let us return. I wish to leave this place. Aoki now yearns to depart. If he remains here any longer, he fears he may lose control and inadvertently reveal his true identity. It appears that he must seek out Jin to procure some explosives. Damn it. Tonight, he will strike. Although this body is undoubtedly that of a genuine Japanese individual, his inner spirit remains unchanged, leaving him devoid of any sense of belonging to this country. He even contemplates leveraging his identity to accomplish something of great significance. At this moment, Xiao Ai remains silent, merely nodding before turning to head home. Aoki is still seething with anger, yet he knows it is prudent to maintain his composure. Provoking him could lead to far worse consequences than mere physical altercations. He might be driven to commit murder. Xiao Ai walks ahead, ignoring Aoki, who was enveloped in frustration. Regretting that he had failed to restrain himself earlier and had frightened Xiao Ai so deeply, he realizes he must devise a way to soothe her. However, a moment later, they have returned. Meanwhile, Conan and the others in the room hurriedly tidy up their belongings, seeking refuge within the confines of the space, as their preparations remain incomplete. They were so close to finishing. How could they have returned so swiftly? Yet, Conan senses that the atmosphere is rather peculiar, but before he can ponder further, he is abruptly pulled aside by Ayumi, and they conceal themselves in the restroom. Quite intriguing. I initially thought someone was tailing me. Little did I expect it would lead to this situation. Upon entering the room, Aoki discovered an array of banners adorning the walls, accompanied by a veritable feast laid out upon the table. It was then that Aoki recalled the occasion. Today marked his birthday. He had completely forgotten about it. Yet his friends were well aware. How remarkable of them. Do not hide any longer. Come forth. Aoki, in a moment of exasperation, shook his head and sighed. He then approached the restroom with a smile, retrieving Conan and Ayumi from within. The other two little ones were also found by Aoki, hidden in the wardrobe. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that Professor Agasa was also present, concealed behind the curtains, with his large feet betraying his presence. You all have endured much. I can hardly recall when my birthday is, yet here you are, assisting me. His gratitude was sincere. It seemed that this world was not as bleak as it appeared. At least not at this moment. Nevertheless, what needed to be detonated must still be detonated. Chapter 50, a windfall of 50 million in the stillness of the night. Under a dark moon and a gusty wind, it was the perfect time for mischief. Aoki had long since contacted Jin, requesting his assistance in procuring explosives. Although Jin was quite reluctant, he ultimately complied. As for Aoki's intentions, as long as he did not blow up the organization, it mattered little what he intended to do with them. He spent time frolicking with a few young ones until midnight, at which point he returned them home. Conan, fearing Aoki's potential for violence, chose to return on his own. It was only after Shiho had fallen asleep that he ventured out with the bomb. Following the trail of his memories, Aoki arrived at the Yasukuni Shrine's restroom. He had no desire to enter, so instead, he stood outside the surrounding wall and instructed his shadow to set the explosives in place. Hiss, puff. Aoki held a remote control, gazing at the star-studded sky, pondering that perhaps a firework display would add a touch of brilliance to the otherwise monotonous scene. After a brief moment, a shadow finally emerged, standing silently behind Aoki, awaiting commands. Casting one last glance at the scene, he murmured, "Disperse." Aoki then departed from the divine restroom, positioning himself 500 meters away, his resolve unwavering as he pressed the button on the controller. A thunderous roar echoed. From the once dim sky, a blazing fireball ascended, crowned by a mushroom cloud that illuminated the surroundings in an instant. At that moment, the night sky transformed into daylight, and even those still in slumber stirred, peering through their windows at the mushroom cloud, scratching their heads before drifting back to sleep. Is the world ending or something? What does it matter to me? I've got work tomorrow, and only a few hours left to rest. Unless it's the apocalypse, don't disturb me. The ensuing tremor felt akin to an earthquake. This firework is splendid. Aoki couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although he wished to linger and admire the spectacle, he knew that the authorities would soon take action and that he would likely be contacted. While there was a hint of regret, he accepted the situation, for he had to return to the scene of the divine restroom. As anticipated, he received a phone call, not from the police, but from the Japanese public security, specifically Bourbon's side. Bourbon inquired, "Are you in Tokyo?" Aoki, "No, I am in Mihanoku." Bourbon, "Isn't Mihanoku located in Tokyo?" Aoki, "I am here. However, I'm not in Tokyo, I am in Miharacho." Bourbon, "You've got to be kidding me." Bourbon, "Investigate the shrine and uncover what transpired. There is no need for you to apprehend the culprit." Aoki, "I have no time. Add more money." Bourbon on the other end felt a wave of frustration. This fellow truly had a wretched disposition. He was tempted to unleash a couple of punches to relieve his irritation, but ultimately, he could only let out a sigh. The code name was Mimosa, yet it seemed to him that this name was rather unbefitting. "No problem. 8 million. 20 million. Is that acceptable?" "That seems reasonable. However, it might take some time. You need to brace yourself." Upon hearing this, Bourbon nearly choked on his own blood. Was 20 million not enough? The funds were earned through his own toil, and had it not been for the higher-ups demanding a swift investigation, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Spending such an exorbitant amount. 50 million. Get it sorted within a day. No problem. Receiving an unexpected windfall of 50 million lightened Aoki's spirits considerably. This task is mine. Is there really a need for an investigation? I can simply concoct an excuse and let the gangsters take the fall. They're accustomed to it anyway, so it won't matter. After receiving the notification of 5 billion yen, Aoki headed straight home to rest. Since the police were not pursuing him, he decided to seize the opportunity for some much-needed slumber. Meanwhile, Ryuga Zero was in a state of numbness, engrossed in another mission. With no time to seek out Aoki or to inquire about the investigation's outcome, a barrage of gunfire rained down upon him. But with nimble footwork, he evaded most of the peril, though a few bullets inevitably found their mark. He grimaced in pain, barely suppressing the urge to curse at his assailants and express his disdain for their families. If he were to discover that Aoki had not conducted any investigation and was instead enjoying a peaceful sleep, how would he react? "Ouch, this really hurts," he lamented, acknowledging the recent unrest in Japan, where not only were organizations proliferating, but crime rates were also on the rise. Leaning against a wall, he expressed his exasperation. Now, he finally understood why Jin had changed. It was not that Jin had become foolish, but rather that he had been influenced by Aoki, becoming increasingly unhinged. Perhaps that was the case. After the mission concluded, he felt compelled to check on Aoki. There was an unsettling sense of unreliability, primarily due to the significant sum of money at stake, 50 million yen. He needed to ensure diligent oversight of the operations. However, with at least half a day remaining until the task's completion, he reasoned that Aoki should have made some progress by then. Upon reflection, he felt somewhat reassured. It didn't seem like a total loss, as at the very least, he had tasted what it meant to be in a position of authority. As dawn broke the following day, Aoki stretched and rose from his slumber, feeling no guilt for having exploited Ryuga Zero the previous night. In fact, he found it quite exhilarating. Is it already 9 in the morning? Aoki glanced at his phone and noticed that there was little change in the time. Yesterday was July 29th, and today was July 30th. Had time finally returned to normal? It was not an easy feat. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone interrupted his thoughts. He heard Bourbon's weary voice on the other end, clearly indicating that he had not rested well the previous night. Or perhaps not at all. Moshi Moshi? If there's something to say, please do so promptly. Aoki endeavored to suppress his yawns while conversing on the phone, mindful that the individual on the other end was his benefactor for this endeavor, thus necessitating a courteous demeanor. How is the investigation progressing? I toiled through the night. Bourbon expressed his dissatisfaction, albeit without voicing it outright. He merely grumbled about the burdens of not only having to fulfill organizational tasks but also manage his own responsibilities. To top it all off, he was expected to play the role of a detective and ultimately, a server. Oh, how arduous my fate is. As for that matter, there has been no investigation whatsoever. Aoki scratched his head and then spoke. Bourbon, what on earth? I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Although I haven't investigated, I know exactly who is responsible for this matter. Aoki smiled as he cleaned out his ears. His phone had been too close a moment ago, and Bourbon had suddenly shouted, leaving him with a slight ringing in his ears. According to the information, it appeared to be an organization using animal code names, dedicated to discovering the secrets of immortality. Within its ranks were individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. I have dubbed them the Zoo. What a splendid name, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps you could capture a few of them and study their powers. Who knows, you might just become superhuman. Bourbon frowned at this revelation. The existence of an organization of superhumans was already alarming, and the presence of Aoki alone was quite unsettling. Not to mention the multitude of others outside. Chapter 51. This is your punishment. During Aoki's last mission, he had eliminated around 9 superhumans. Yet the true number within that organization remained a mystery. It was a perfect scapegoat situation. He had initially considered blaming the gangsters, but upon reflection, he realized they lacked the strength and inclination for such deeds, thus deciding it was more suitable to pin it on the Zoo. I understand. Although Bourbon harbored doubts about the veracity of Aoki's intelligence, he recalled that the last mission had involved hunting the Zoo. While uncertain of the casualties, Bourbon was convinced that the matter was far from straightforward. Once the call ended, Aoki rose and gazed out the window, the sun bathing the room in its golden light. The weather was delightful. Perhaps it was time to take Shiho to the amusement park. Aoki is in exceptionally high spirits today. Not only did he blow up the infamous restroom last night, but he also scored 5 million yen without spending a dime. Today, he resolutely refuses to go to work, declaring that he must take AI out for a day of fun. AI-chan, let us visit the amusement park today. As Aoki enters the living room, he discovers AI engrossed in a book, a cup of coffee in her left hand, and a magazine in her right. Aren't you going to work? AI asks, a hint of confusion in her voice. It has been several days since Aoki last set foot in the office. Since that incident nearly a month ago, he has not visited the police station, nor has he been to see Jin lately. The organization has no tasks for me. I need not concern myself with the police. If anything arises, they will reach out to me. So, there is absolutely no need for worry. Aoki chuckled and shook his head, declaring that returning to work was out of the question. Having already amassed wealth, he questioned the necessity of continuing to toil. After all, work is not merely a means to enrich one's employer. One must act in their own interest, lest the heavens conspire against them. Xiao Ai remarked. You make a compelling point. Ultimately, she chose to accompany Aoki to the amusement park, although she found little enjoyment in it. With only a handful of attractions available, she felt they had exhausted the experience after just 2 visits. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Ai couldn't help but think, at over 20, how can he still behave like a child? AI-chan, shall we try this ride? Aoki pointed towards the roller coaster track, but in the next moment, he noticed that Xiao Ai wore a sullen expression. Xiao Ai remained unchanged. She was still unable to ride the roller coaster. Weren't you supposed to be writing a song last time we spoke? What has become of it now? Xiao Ai found a place to sit, and suddenly recalled this matter. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. Ah well. It's coming soon. I can't possibly write a song. My sense of pitch is utterly lacking. You are putting me in a difficult position, fat tiger. Alas. It seems I must resort to imitation. Simply plagiarizing a couple of songs will suffice. Xiao Ai had already discerned that he was not the author, which is precisely why she had posed the question so deliberately. However, now that Aoki had spoken in that manner, she found herself somewhat intrigued by the outcome. All right, let's head back. This place holds no interest. Xiao Ai glanced around and found it utterly uninspiring. So she took Aoki's hand and led him towards the exit of the amusement park. The antidote had already made considerable progress. What remained was for Conan to serve as a test subject. Afterward, they would draw blood for analysis and comparison. She was confident that it wouldn't be long before the antidote would prove successful. Each time she thought of Jin, Xiao Ai involuntarily shuddered. Fortunately, Aoki was by her side. which provided her with a sense of reassurance. Aoki. Suddenly, Xiao Ai halted, lowering her gaze to the ground. What is the matter? Upon witnessing the scene, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. He then crouched down and inquired, his face adorned with a radiant smile that seemed capable of uplifting those around him. The troubles that had once plagued him dissipated in an instant. It's fine. I no longer wish to walk. Please carry me back. Xiao Ai did not afford Aoki the opportunity to respond, promptly leaping onto his back. Initially perplexed, Aoki noted her subtly complex expression and assumed something was amiss, only to discover it was not the case. All right. Just hold on tightly. Do not let yourself fall. Aoki couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Then he hoisted Xiao Ai onto his back and began to walk. As Xiao Ai nestled against him, she felt an inexplicable sense of security and softly murmured, I like you, Aoki. However, Aoki did not hear her, for at that moment, he was lost in thought, or rather, savoring the sensation of carrying Xiao Ai on his back. Indeed, he had strayed further down the path of peculiarity. Bah, I am not peculiar. This should be termed as nurturing, or perhaps character development? Aoki pondered for a considerable time, yet could not find the right words to describe the current situation. Certainly, it was not abnormal. Ah, Ai-chan, what did you just say? Suddenly, Aoki snapped back to reality and gently inquired of Xiao Ai. Nothing. Just pay attention to the road and don't space out all the time. You mentioned writing a song, and I hope you can do it quickly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai's face flushed, and she buried her face in her shoulder. Noticing this, Aoki felt perplexed. Why was she blushing? Fortunately, he had been lost in thought and missed Xiao Ai's earlier comment, or else she would have been mortified. However, Aoki's distraction left Xiao Ai feeling somewhat despondent. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to have developed feelings for Aoki. Perhaps it was time to consider giving him a gift? After all, he had saved her several times and even gifted her something. It would seem remiss not to reciprocate. Aoki, what do you like? Yet, Xiao Ai was uncertain about Aoki's preferences and felt it necessary to inquire. Of course I like you. Aoki replied with a soft chuckle, then planted a kiss on Xiao Ai's forehead. However, the act of turning his head proved to be quite a challenge, almost causing him discomfort. Yet kissing Xiao Ai felt exceedingly delightful. Pervert. Xiao Ai's complexion turned crimson as she playfully pinched his waist, her fingers grasping a handful of flesh. Ah, that hurts. Aoki let out a mournful wail, reminiscent of the cries heard during the slaughter of pigs at the New Year. Humph. Who asked you to take advantage of me? You perverted old man. Xiao Ai replied coldly, I am genuinely inquiring about what you truly like. If it pertains to objects or food, I am quite serious. Of course, it is you that I adore. Aoki spoke with a serious demeanor. The already flushed cheeks of Xiao Ai deepened in color upon hearing his words, and steam seemed to rise from her head. The limited-time return of the steam princess. At this moment, Xiao Ai felt utterly speechless. She had intended to present a gift to him, yet he unexpectedly professed his affection for her. Surely, I cannot transform myself into a gift to be presented to Aoki? The very thought is too shameful. If that were to happen, how would Aoki perceive me? Besides, I am still a child, although my soul is 18. My body does not permit such notions. At this moment, Xiao Ai lifted her head, the blush on her face still lingering. She gazed at Aoki's profile and then suddenly lunged forward, pressing her lips against his cheek. Do not misunderstand. You took advantage of me just now. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Aoki was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his lips. His mouth truly lacked sincerity. Chapter 52, Valentine's Day. At this moment, Aoki sat in the office, as Xiao Ai still had her studies to attend to, leaving him with nothing to do but work. However, he merely occupied his seat. They only ventured out when there were cases to handle. As for the investigation of previous cases, that was the responsibility of designated personnel. So coming to work was essentially an excuse to idle away time. Suddenly, Aoki noticed something unusual in the precinct today. Everyone was holding items, seemingly preparing to give gifts, and even Takagi was among them. A cursory glance was enough for him to discern what they were: chocolates. He quickly took out his phone to check the date. Today was actually Valentine's Day? What a nuisance. For Aoki, holidays held no significance. It was just him alone. Such festivities seemed like a waste of time. He would rather focus on work and earn more money. Wasn't that far more appealing? At that moment, Miwako Sato entered from outside. Immediately, everyone rushed forward, offering their chocolates, yet Sato frowned and declined each one. However, her gaze fell upon Aoki, and she approached him, chocolate in hand. After spending so much time together, Sato had developed a fondness for him, and she wished to take this opportunity to present her chocolate to Aoki. Aoki-sensei, this is for you, Sato said, extending the chocolate with both hands and bowing at a 90-degree angle. Upon hearing this, Aoki was taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. It appeared that in Japan, accepting this chocolate would signify that the two individuals were, at that moment, becoming a couple. My apologies. I am already in a relationship. Aoki waved his hand apologetically. While he held a fondness for Sato, his heart favored the more versatile Shiho. Upon being declined, Sato Miyako's spirits plummeted, but Takagi felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Aoki, the advisor, did not acquiesce, Otherwise, Takagi would have lost his chance altogether. You truly are a good person, Aoki. I, Takagi, shall remember your kindness. Takagi, come accompany me on patrol. Soon enough, Sato regained her composure and dragged Takagi out of the police station. Before Takagi could react, he was already whisked away, although his gift remained unpresented. The mere company of Sato filled him with joy. Watching the two depart the station, Aoki reclined in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. After all, there was little to attend to today. However, just at that moment, Aoki suddenly froze, remembering that today was Valentine's Day. Shouldn't he prepare a gift for Shiho? Yet, after a moment's thought, he shook his head in disapproval. Shiho was merely 6 or 7 years old. What if someone misconstrued the situation? He resolved to sneak out after work. As long as he wasn't seen, it wouldn't pose a significant issue. Just as Aoki was about to close his eyes, his phone buzzed with a message. There was a mission. Come to the bar. Jin. Aoki frowned at the text on his phone. If he didn't show up to work, there would be no missions. Yet here he was, just having arrived at the station, and a task appeared? They must be doing this on purpose. Despite his irritation, Aoki stood up, greeted Megure, and set off for the bar. Upon entering, he spotted Jin seated at the bar, with vodka beside him, exuding an unfriendly demeanor. This is your mission. As Aoki approached, Jin tossed a file in front of him without even a glance. Such arrogance was intolerable. Nevertheless, Aoki sighed and picked up the file to read. Mission target, Tokuno-kuchi Shikiko mission content. Collaborate with Pixar and Vermouth to eliminate Tokuno-kuchi Shikiko, disguising the act as an accidental death. Mission information, 3 days hence, Tokuno-kuchi Shikiko will host a memorial service. Further details to be discussed. Kiyoshi will also be present for filming. As Aoki perused the mission details, he furrowed his brow. He recalled the events vividly. Conan's reckless actions had nearly led to his demise at Jin's hands, and ultimately put Shiho in peril. Furthermore, Shiho's identity had almost been exposed. All of this was due to Conan's foolishness, putting Shiho at risk. He must ensure to retrieve Shiho in 2 days. She must not accompany Conan. I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After reviewing the documents, Aoki returned the files. He now had to make a trip to the elementary school. It was imperative that he distract Conan. As long as AI remained silent about Jin, Conan would not act. Therefore, he needed to hurry and have a word with AI to alleviate the situation. Aoki was hardly concerned about the current mission. With Shadow in play, assassination was a mere formality. He could even execute a flamboyant assassination if needed. The previous mission was meticulously accounted for, resulting in the elimination of 11 individuals at the zoo, some of whom were lurking in the shadows to observe the scene. Only to be taken out by Aoki in one fell swoop. Jin raised his glass and downed its contents. The last mission stipulations were quite clear. For every individual eliminated at the zoo, a reward of 200 million yen would be granted, and Aoki had dispatched 11. That amounted to 2,200,000,000 yen. Originally, he had intended to arrange for Aoki to perish in the explosion as well. Although he understood Aoki had the ability to respawn infinitely, he had not anticipated that even upon being blown up, Aoki would miraculously return. Nevertheless, this demonstrated that Aoki's abilities were impressive and exceedingly useful. So, could I truly claim the sum of 2,200,000,000 yen? Aoki widened his eyes, deliberately lowering his voice. Although they were all members of the organization, if an ill-intentioned person were to overhear, it could lead to dire consequences. He thought to himself that it would be best to leave promptly. Jin, on the other hand, wished to avoid Aoki altogether. Originally, this sum of 22 billion yen included a share for him, but now it had all transformed into Aoki's possession, which greatly displeased Jin. His restraint in not taking action was already commendable. Had it been in the past, he would have certainly dragged Aoki out for execution, a rather prolonged one at that. Aoki also sensed the peculiar atmosphere and promptly turned to flee. He had no desire to remain here, nor to interact with Jin. Instead, he wished to return to his dear little AI and ensure her distance from Conan. At that moment, the elementary school had just let out. Aoki's car was parked at the entrance, and as he observed the students emerging, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. How delightful it is to be a student. He longed to return to childhood, so he could attend school alongside little AI. Upon noticing AI stepping out, Aoki immediately waved and called out to her. AI, taken aback, covered her face in embarrassment, mortified by the loud exclamation of this uncle, which had drawn the attention of everyone around. Curiosity filled the air as they wondered who this individual might be. However, upon recognizing Aoki, the crowd erupted into excitement. He was indeed the esteemed Aoki consultant. Aoki consultant, I want your autograph. Chapter 53. So, you are a lowly enthusiast? A 3-year sentence awaits. After picking up Shiho, Aoki promptly drove away from the scene. Never imagining that this location was frequented by fans, he was perplexed by the recent events, as he seldom read newspapers and thus remained uninformed. Be cautious lately. Do not associate too closely with Conan. There are ongoing missions within the organization, and getting too close to him may lead to unforeseen complications. Aoki sat in the driver's seat, gazing ahead at the road as he spoke. Xiao Ai paused momentarily, taken aback by his words. After all, the organization had tasks at hand. Why would he mention this to her? However, She quickly realized that Aoki's deliberate warning might indicate the presence of danger nearby, prompting him to advise her to remain vigilant. Furthermore, due to Conan's involvement, matters were inevitably complicated, leading her to distance herself from him. Thus, Xiao Ai refrained from saying much, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In the past, she might have felt that her existence in this world brought trouble to those around her. Yet now, Shiho Mayano had embraced a new purpose. With this thought in mind, she lifted her gaze to Aoki's face. Aoki escorted Xiao Ai back home and then hurried to find Dr. Agasa, seeking his assistance in shuttling Xiao Ai while ensuring that Conan must behave himself. Otherwise, upon their return, Aoki would not hesitate to deliver a severe reprimand to Conan. Dr. Agasa was taken aback by Aoki's fervor. It seemed he was rather agitated today. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. With the doctor's affirmation, Aoki finally felt a sense of relief. However, his only concern remained the possibility of an unforeseen incident during their journey, rendering the doctor unable to assist. It was uncertain whether this world harbored a collective consciousness. Should such a force exist to alter reality, all of Aoki's efforts might ultimately be rendered futile, akin to a mere jest. Therefore, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies. Aoki arrived at the streets of Mihua town, gazing at the somewhat familiar scenery, feeling as though he were watching an anime. In the past, while viewing that particular episode, he often thought that Conan might meet his demise. However, now, he genuinely wished for Conan's death. It was utterly exhausting. His teammates fought relentlessly to protect him, yet he recklessly endangered himself. Casting a glance around, Aoki produced some pushpins and instructed his shadow to place them. Although uncertain of their efficacy, at the very least, they could temporarily hinder some individuals from meddling, perhaps even obstruct Jin. Yet, he was unclear about how long this would be effective. Moreover, Aoki could not guarantee that the vehicles passing through today would not carry away the pushpins, necessitating a return later in the evening. According to the typical narrative, having just received a mission today, the execution date would be tomorrow. After all, this is the world of Conan, who would adhere to the principles of science. Back at home, Aoki collapsed into slumber, and seeing this, Shiho sighed in resignation, acutely aware that Aoki was simply exhausted. She approached the window, gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky. Truly beautiful. I cannot remain idle. I must take action. Shiho turned and rummaged through her belongings, eventually uncovering something astonishing that left everyone in shock. It was an ATX 4869, a sample she had brought with her upon departure, initially intending to retain it for potential use in antidote development. However, now, that might save Aoki. After all, during this mission, Aoki was likely to be exposed. And given Conan's character, he could very well deduce something. Thus, if necessary, it could be administered to Jin, or even to Aoki himself. Aoki possesses remarkable resilience, undoubtedly capable of surviving and even emerging as she is now, thus evading the organization's relentless pursuit. Conversely, Jin may not share such fortune. He could very well meet his demise as a result. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, they shall not perish. Naturally, it would be preferable to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Shiho is averse to the idea of any misfortune occurring. She can assure herself of her discretion. Yet she cannot guarantee that Conan will adhere to the script in executing the plan. As dawn broke the following day, Aoki glanced at the time on her phone and, as anticipated, she had indeed slept for 3 consecutive days. How utterly absurd. After a quick refreshment, Aoki made her way to the base. To her surprise, she found others already present, gin and vodka, along with vermouth and pikas, though Kir was notably absent. Each time Aoki recalled Kir's name, it conjured up other associations. As for pikas, it seemed reminiscent of a magical creature from a certain game. The names of these beverages are quite peculiar, even somewhat incomprehensible. However, Aoki refrained from commenting and promptly took a seat on the sofa. Everyone was gathered. This mission required no lengthy discussion. Pikas would undertake the assassination, while Vermouth and Aoki would provide support. Jin, with a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, addressed the 3 before him. They were all elite operatives. Yet it appeared that there had been some traitors within the organization recently, though he held no suspicions towards Aoki. After all, Aoki frequently interacted with him and vodka, far more than the other 2 did. This mission was not solely about assassination. It was also aimed at unearthing the internal informant within the organization. Aoki, of course, remained oblivious, as these were merely the innermost thoughts of others, and it seemed that the original narrative had not alluded to such matters. All he knew was that, in the end, Pixar met his demise at the hands of Jin. Subsequently, the group commenced their actions and to avert exposure. Aoki deliberately employed disguise techniques to alter his appearance. However, his skills were rather lacking, and Vermouth saw through it instantly. Your disguise skills leave much to be desired. Would you like me to offer some guidance? As the 2 entered the memorial hall, Vermouth gazed at Aoki, reaching out to caress his chin and idly touch his face. I have a girlfriend. Please refrain from such indiscretions. Aoki felt a sense of helplessness and then took a step away. Are you referring to that little girl? I can't see it, so you have a penchant for younger girls, do you? That is quite concerning. It could lead to serious repercussions. Belmont appeared somewhat taken aback, quickly covering her mouth and stepping back, before earnestly attempting to counsel him. since their last mission ended. She had conducted an investigation into Aoki's background and discovered that he had adopted a young girl, merely 5 or 6 years of age, and even purchased her a handbag. However, upon seeing the girl's photograph, she could not help but furrow her brow in confusion. That is my sister. She simply has an affinity for such things, which is why I bought them for her. Aoki feared that he would expose himself and ultimately become a true deviant, at which point he would find himself unable to defend his innocence. Even if he were not genuinely depraved, he would still be misunderstood. All right. Now that this mission has concluded, how about we go on a date? Vermouth said to Aoki, winking playfully with a somewhat alluring tone. Aoki, upon noticing the situation, felt a chill run down his spine. There was something profoundly unsettling about this woman. Chapter 54. Aoki-jin. At this moment, the elementary school had just let out, and Dr. Agasa arrived punctually to pick up Conan and his friends. However, as they passed by the street, the trio suddenly spotted a Porsche parked by the roadside, instantly piquing their interest. Wow, it's a Porsche 356A. An antique car from 50 years ago. I never expected to see one here, Hiroshi exclaimed, leaning against the window with his eyes gleaming with excitement, and the other two joined him in admiration. Shinichi, however, noticed Shiho's sudden change in demeanor. Her pupils constricted as she recalled Aoki's earlier warning, prompting her to lower her head in silence. Conan, perceptive as ever, detected Shiho's unusual behavior and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, the trio had already exited the vehicle. They stood before the car, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a thought struck Conan. Hadn't he seen this car at Professor Hirota's place? Could it be connected to that organization? Observing Shiho's expression seemed to affirm his suspicions. Doctor, did you bring the things I asked for? Conan quickly turned to Dr. Agasa, inquiring if he had brought the signal transmitter and other necessary items. However, before receiving an answer, he dashed out of the car, attempting to shoo the trio away. You all should head back now. If the owner returns and sees you like this, he'll surely be furious. The three looked at each other, puzzled by Conan's odd behavior, as if he were urging them to leave. After exchanging glances, they reluctantly decided to depart. Once he was certain they were gone, Conan retrieved a listening device and placed it under the seat. No, Shiho exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She was desperate to intervene, fearing that revealing Aoki's undercover status would lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, Conan shouted back, be quiet. If you're scared, then step aside. Just then, Shiho spotted two familiar figures across the street, Jin and, standing beside him, Vodka. At that moment, Jin was smoking, his bangs obscuring his eyes, leaving only a narrow slit visible. The two crossed the street and returned to the car. Why are the footprints around this car so chaotic? Jin muttered, frowning while holding his cigarette. Vodka replied, it's not often we see such a car. Passers-by tend to stop and stare. Humph. This German rain frog certainly has a reputation, Jin remarked, before they both got into the car, with Jin taking the wheel. Meanwhile, Conan hid behind the car, a smile creeping onto his face. What a sight to behold. I'm absolutely thrilled. Aoki-jin. Just then, Jin's phone rang. What is your status? You four should be fine working together. What? The target hasn't arrived yet? A chuckle followed. What are you worried about? The target will appear at 6 this evening. Set up the venue and wait at the Cupholder restaurant. Unbeknownst to him, today was the day of the memorial service for Pisk. Pisk? A memorial service? Conan was momentarily bewildered. Did they intend to eliminate members of the organization? Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. At that moment, Jin noticed a strand of hair in the car, brown hair. He then pulled a piece of gum from beneath the seat, chuckling. I didn't expect you to come so close to me. I'm truly delighted. Sherry. The individual who just spoke with Jin was none other than Aoki, who had now arrived at the restaurant accompanied by Vermouth. The two looked like a couple. But Aoki wore a troubled expression, relieved that he had disguised himself today. If Shiho were to see him like this, he would undoubtedly face her sarcastic remarks. Not to mention the obligation to buy her a gift to appease her. As time slipped away unnoticed, the sky darkened. Yet Aoki felt as if only a few hours had passed since his call with Jin. He learned that the individual referred to as Pisk was indeed the one mentioned in the files. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Today was not a memorial service. Rather, the politician, Sumakuchi Shojin, appeared to have obtained intelligence regarding the organization and intended to make a public announcement. According to the information, Sumakuchi was affiliated with the organization, albeit as a peripheral member. The organization had elevated him to a political position, yet now he risked being betrayed, a situation the organization would not tolerate. Nor would it allow any information about itself to be disclosed. The memorial service was merely a facade. At that moment, Aoki spotted someone hiding behind a door, scanning the surroundings. The figure noticed someone with a handkerchief hanging from their chest. Aoki was taken aback. He had explicitly instructed Dr. Agasa to fetch someone. Why was Conan still here? Indeed, it was Conan. Damn. Vermouth, upon seeing Conan, furrowed her brow, having recognized him as Shinichi. She hadn't anticipated encountering him here. I just remembered something. I need to step away for a moment, she whispered to Aoki, then approached Conan. Hey there, little boy. Are you lost? Do you need your sister's help? And no, I'm fine. Conan stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine at her voice, and quickly darted into the crowd. Aoki scanned the area for Shiho but did not find her. Although significant matters could not be altered, minor ones could still be managed. As long as Shiho remained undetected, there would be no substantial issues. As for Conan, if he met his end, so be it. Aoki felt no desire to intervene if Conan insisted on courting danger. What could be done? With Shiho absent, he wondered who would come to Conan's rescue. After a brief interval, Magyar and others arrived. Gathering around and keeping a watchful eye on the victim, ladies and gentlemen present, we shall now enjoy an exclusive slideshow of director Sak's unreleased works, the host announced. And in that instant, the lights in the hall were extinguished, causing Conan to gasp in alarm. If members of the organization chose to act in the darkness, he would have no clue who was behind it. Damn it. In the shadows, a figure emerged, displaying a smile as the gun's chamber clicked into place. Bayou, Conan exclaimed. What was that sound? Before he could react, the sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a handkerchief fluttering down, landing atop Conan's head. What is this, a handkerchief? Chapter 55. Conan, I want milk. As the lights flickered back on in the hall, a gasp echoed. Samakuchi Shojin was dead, crushed by a chandelier. Conan's eyes widened in disbelief. A person had actually died before him? Damn it. Who could the murderer be? At that moment, Conan's expression twisted with rage as he scanned the crowd present. His gaze fell upon two individuals who were conversing in hushed tones. These two were none other than Aoki, who had undergone a transformation to disguise himself as an older man, and the renowned actor from America, Vermouth. Of course, Conan was unaware of this. He merely sensed Aoki's suspicious demeanor, convinced that he held some crucial information. Furthermore, Jin had previously mentioned that there were 4 members involved in this assassination attempt on Takiko Shunko. Aoki is likely one among them, for since earlier, he has exhibited peculiar behavior, showing no signs of shock even after a death, as if he had anticipated it all along. And where are the other 3 individuals? What is transpiring? Did the chandelier claim a life? This must be a jest. At that moment, Officer Magyar's voice resonated from the rear of the crowd. Silence. Everyone. I am Magyar J-san from the police department. We have received reports of an assassination plot set to unfold today. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned, directing their attention towards the source of the voice. Then, a bald man chuckled. Oh, even the police have arrived. At that instant, Conan noticed an individual in a corner, wielding a camera that appeared to be recording. Perhaps it had captured the events. However, just as he intended to approach and examine the footage, a large hand seized him. Conan, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Magyar J-san, who promptly ejected him from the premises, instructing others to keep an eye on Conan to prevent any sudden escapades. Darn it, Conan exclaimed. Aoki observed the unfolding events with amusement, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle. It seemed that Conan would not be able to expose Pisk under these circumstances, and he would also have to contemplate the repercussions awaiting him upon returning home. Officer, you mentioned a report was made. Who is this individual? Inquiring with curiosity, Mesuyama Kinzo turned to Magyar. At that moment, Magyar's expression was grave. He had no intention of divulging further information, merely offering a vague response. He was aware that the individual just mentioned was Kudo, who had expressly instructed not to reveal his identity. Meanwhile, the bald man was engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to the scene around him. After all, who had not encountered death at some point? With time, one grows accustomed to it. However, he soon encountered something hard in his food. Stealthily entering the scene, Conan witnessed this occurrence and quickly crouched beneath the table to retrieve the object with a handkerchief. This is a fragment of the chandelier's ring? How did it end up in the food? Conan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This was no mere accident. Yet, the identity of the assailant remained a mystery. The man, Aoki, had been positioned far from the chandelier, seemingly lacking the opportunity to act. Furthermore, he was surrounded by a multitude of people who would surely have noticed if he had fired a weapon. Given the current circumstances, he did not appear to be a suspect. Conan then discreetly departed to the registration area to inquire about the situation. If Aoki's memory served him correctly, it was precisely this incident that prompted Conan to seek the police, leading to Shiho's discovery. Now, however, Conan chose not to use the main entrance but instead accessed the exterior through the staff passage. At this juncture, Aoki sent a message indicating that Pisk had been discovered and captured on camera and profile. Aoki procured the video and forwarded it to Jin, who viewed the footage just in time to witness Pisk firing his weapon. Upon receiving this news, Jin's brows furrowed in anger. Pisk, that fool. Such a simple task. And he manages to expose himself. And what's with the recording by KIR? What on earth is she doing? How could such a scene be captured? Are they both undercover? A pair of incompetents. Vodka, let us head to the Kabukicho restaurant and eliminate Pisk. Jin grimaced, biting down on his cigarette as he spoke. Understood, brother. Vodka did not question the matter further. He simply started the car. Soon, Jin arrived at the scene, where most had already departed, leaving only 7 individuals clutching purple handkerchiefs. Jin proceeded to the wine cellar, accessing the computer to assess the situation. He soon discerned that Aoki and the others had long since vacated the premises. seemingly concluding that Pisk was beyond saving and opting to abandon him. This behavior infuriated him, yet upon reflection, it seemed justifiable, and thus Jin refrained from further comment. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message to Aoki. If Pisk has been exposed, use your abilities to eliminate him on the spot. Reading the message from Jin, Aoki could not help but smirk. Initially, it was supposed to be Jin's task, but now it fell to him. Although the plot had shifted considerably, it bore no impact on him whatsoever. If the narrative had changed, so be it. After all, he was not in any danger. Aoki has come to terms with everything. As long as he knows who the murderer is, the details of the process hold no significance. As a demi-human, why fear death? What a jest. I am exceedingly brave. Indeed. Subsequently, Conan concealed himself in the shadows and discreetly administered a needle to Takagi, successfully extracting Masuyama Kinzo's name through Takagi's lips. However, Conan did not anticipate the shocking revelation that awaited him. As he uttered the name of the perpetrator, he discovered that Masuyama Kinzo's neck had been inexplicably slashed. This revelation left everyone astounded. There had been no one nearby moments before. How had his neck been cut, and what method was employed? Was it a gun? Yet, no sound of a gunshot had been heard. Damn it. This organization is exceedingly cautious. Upon exposure, they eliminate their members without leaving a trace. Conan, what are you doing here? At that moment, Aoki had shed his disguise, pretending to have been summoned by Megur JZ. He then seized Conan by the collar and began to drag him outside. Huh, Aoki, brother, what are you doing here? I was on my way to a classmate's house and happened to pass by. Could you please let me down? Conan, startled by the sudden appearance, was reluctant to return. He had finally located the organization and had no intention of letting them slip away. Initially, he had intended to seek Aoki's assistance in finding the organization, but he recalled that 3 members were still present at the scene. As a mere child, he could go unnoticed, but Aoki was a different case altogether. As a specially appointed consultant for the police, his presence would only raise suspicion. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. He had not yet abandoned his search for the organization. Is that so? Subsequently, Aoki set the person down and quietly watched as Conan ran off into the distance. Not far behind Conan, Vermouth emerged, casting a glance at the departing Aoki before promptly following after Conan. How mischievous. Let mother come to rescue you. Conan, mother, I want milk. Chapter 56, almost successful. At this moment, Conan had exited the restaurant and found himself on the street, observing the cars parked by the roadside. He was acutely aware that Jin might be nearby, along with other members of the organization. However, such an opportunity was too rare to relinquish so easily. Just as Conan was preparing to take action and attach another transmitter, he suddenly found himself lifted off the ground, his entire body suspended in midair. Little one, no mischief allowed, Vermouth exclaimed, hoisting him up and leaning closer to Conan with a smile. In an instant, Conan's pupils dilated. He had initially thought she was a member of the organization, but soon realized she was a renowned actress from M Country, nearly frightened to death. It's you, the beautiful big sister from earlier. At this moment, Conan's words dripped with sweetness, calling out to her as beautiful sister upon seeing her. Bah, what a scoundrel. Vermouth chuckled in response, her amusement evident. Your words are indeed sweet. However, even so, mischief is still not permitted. She gently set Conan down, then watched as he walked away, finally returning to her original demeanor, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. This little rascal truly was a nuisance. Had she not been present, he would have been in dire straits today. If Jin had discovered him, regardless of whether he had done anything or not, he would likely have been killed, as he had already crossed Jin's line of sight twice, first through surveillance, and now this instance. Although her patience with the organization members had notably improved, her vigilance had not waned. She would find a way to address any uncertain factors that posed a threat to the organization. As for Aoki, he was neither easily dealt with nor fully visible. Should he summon his shadow, one could never predict how it might end. Thus, Aoki remained an exception and a date. The only one of his kind. What a bizarre situation. With matters settled, the crowd dispersed. Aoki arrived at the roadside and spotted the doctor's beetle, where Xiao Ai was seated, engrossed in a mathematics book. Although she had already mastered the subject, boredom had set in. Just then, she noticed Aoki approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the car door and dashed towards him. Xiao Ai threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly and refusing to let go. In that fleeting moment, she had nearly succumbed to despair, but thankfully, Aoki stood protectively in front of her, cautioning her against advancing further. Otherwise, she would have been discovered. Earlier, she sensed an ominous presence nearby, alarmingly close, rendering her speechless. With her head bowed, she pretended to focus on her book, which was why, upon seeing Aoki, she instinctively ran towards him, finding solace in his presence. All is well now. The danger has been averted. Let us return home. Aoki smiled as he extended his hand, gently ruffling her hair. Little Ai nodded in response, then took Aoki's hand and left the street. Meanwhile, Dr. Agasa, observing this scene from the car, could not help but smile as a figure suddenly appeared in his mind, Maple Leaf. I wonder how you are faring? At that moment, Conan had returned. Drenched in sweat, having run back after leaving Vermouth's side. Shortly thereafter, he ventured out again, but this time, no one came to his aid, as he was discovered by Vodka. Fortunately, thanks to his tranquilizer watch, he managed to evade capture. Alas, Vodka did not see Conan's true appearance. But he was caught off guard and intended to tie him up, only to be interrupted by Jin's return. With no other option, he had to retreat. Leaning against the car, Conan gasped for breath. "Doctor, we must hurry back." Although Conan had not apprehended them this time, he did not feel they were out of reach. It was merely a matter of preparation. With adequate planning next time, he was certain he could capture them. Just wait. Jin. A smile crept across Conan's lips. Although he had not been discovered, gathering evidence would soon reveal his presence. With nothing but a pair of shoes and his tranquilizer watch, he realized that once the watch was depleted, he would be left defenseless. Given the possibility of encountering other members, he decided to vacate the scene for now. Seeing Conan in such a state, the doctor sighed helplessly, thinking how this child was truly deserving of a good punch, yet he restrained himself and promptly drove him home. Remaining there was exceedingly perilous. Although the doctor yearned for adventure, he was no fool. It was clearly a path to certain doom, one he need not traverse. "Doctor, could you perhaps modify the tranquilizer watch to store more doses?" On their way home, Conan pondered aloud. The doctor, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment. "Such a small device, and you wish to fit in more tranquilizer darts? Do you think it's a magical pouch? That is impossible. The watch has hardly enough space for a single dart, and that is already its maximum capacity." The doctor sighed again, focusing on the road. Conan too sighed, realizing he would need to devise a new strategy. While it was feasible to ambush one of them, taking on two simultaneously seemed improbable. The recent deaths of Pisk and politician Tonko Shikiko were executed with chilling efficiency. They had no qualms or hesitation in their actions. This warranted caution. Next time he encountered members of the organization, he would need to ensure they acted separately. As for Haibara, she was a liability. Yet he could manage without her. His identity remained concealed, allowing him to leverage his status as a child. No matter how much they suspected, they would never anticipate his transformation. Jin remarked, "I have witnessed superpowers, yet you claim one cannot shrink?" Moments later, Conan returned home, only to find Rand waiting downstairs, brandishing a whip. "Conan, have you been causing trouble again?" Rand bore a friendly smile as she regarded Conan, who felt a sense of impending doom from her expression. How did she know? He had only just returned, and her intelligence was uncanny. "No, Rand, let me explain. It's not what you think." Conan retreated, positioning himself next to the car, ready to escape with the doctor. Given the circumstances, it was prudent to put distance between himself and the situation. However, he soon discovered that the car door had been locked. "What the? Doctor, you betrayed me." With that, Conan dashed away. "Conan, you can't escape." As Conan attempted to flee, Rand leaped in front of him. "Ah, if I said I was visiting a classmate, would you believe me?" Conan offered a sincere smile as he looked at Rand. "What do you think?" Chapter 57. Let him experience despair. This is for you. After returning home, little Ai's cheeks flushed as she held a piece of chocolate, shyly averting her gaze from Aoki. Before Aoki could respond, little Ai had already thrust the chocolate into his arms. Was this a confession? Aoki smiled at the chocolate in his hand, realizing it was a gift from little Ai, and felt a pang of reluctance to eat it. He unwrapped it and took a gentle bite, finding it unexpectedly delicious. It seemed little Ai had put considerable effort into making it. Though slightly bitter, the abundance of sugar rendered the chocolate exquisitely sweet. At that moment, little Ai stood on the second floor, watching Aoki consume her creation, her face blossoming with a blush. She even covered her face with her hands and ultimately burrowed into her blanket. Time swiftly passed, 2.5 days. In reality, it was merely one day, for in the realm of Conan, time is not governed by science. Just as Aoki was idly passing time at work, a phone call interrupted his respite, revealing a call from Ran. At such a moment, could something have happened to Uncle Murray? Moshi Moshi, Ran, what is the matter? Aoki reclined in his chair, finding the police station unusually quiet today. Aside from a few operators, only the doorman remained. Officers were either patrolling the streets or engrossed in various investigations, while Megure was preoccupied at home, accompanying his wife on a shopping spree. Aoki-san, there's something I need to discuss. My father just received an envelope containing 50,000 yen, supposedly from someone named Keiji Aso. She lowered her voice, striving to keep the conversation from reaching Conan's ears. The last time Conan encountered the underworld, he had recklessly charged forward, and it was fortunate that Aoki was present. Otherwise, Conan could have met a dire fate. Of course, these were mere fabrications spun by Aoki. He had labeled the distillery as a gang, suggesting that gang-related violence was commonplace, while Conan was notoriously headstrong. Thus, Ran sought to keep her inquiry discreet, softly approaching Aoki. Keiji Aso, I have a vague recollection. It seems he has been deceased for several years. Aoki stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering that Conan must be involved in this scenario. Otherwise, given his character, he would be utterly oblivious to his own demise. What? Keiji Masu has already perished? Then what of this letter? Ah, suddenly, the ghostly apparition of Xiaolan emerged, startling her into a shrill scream. She feared such things the most, although she was unafraid of physical confrontations. The mere thought of spirits sent a shiver of trepidation down her spine. Aoki removed the microphone and covered his ears with his hands. "What are you afraid of?" he asked. Clearly, someone has impersonated him. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Aoki let out a resigned sigh and quickly interjected to prevent Xiaolan from continuing her shrill cries, fearing her eardrums might not withstand the assault. Upon hearing Aoki's explanation, Xiaolan finally ceased her screams. So, what does this all mean? She pondered, too apprehensive to glance at the letter that had arrived. Feeling as though it harbored something sinister. What is there to be afraid of? Let us all go together. I have yet to visit. And it would be a delightful opportunity to take Xiao Ai on a little adventure. Aoki chuckled briefly before promptly ending the call. Ah, Moonshadow Island. A realm of absurdity where a man transforms into a master of feminine attire. Moreover, this transformation has persisted for several years. It is indeed curious if he is male. Why does he possess a bosom? It hardly resembles pectoral muscles. Has he perhaps enhanced it with padding? Aoki stroked his chin in contemplation, recalling that in his memories, Masaru had indeed possessed a bosom, and it was utterly indiscernible that he bore the identity of a man. One could only exclaim, "Impressive." Furthermore, Conan must be involved, for although he may not be the most virtuous character, he needs to undergo the experience of helplessness. Only then will he undergo transformation. Otherwise, playing detective games daily would drive Aoki to despair. Subsequently, Aoki decided to skip work. For today, Haibara would finish school early. And it was Friday, a situation that elicited envy for elementary school students, especially those in Conan's world. They either enjoyed extended holidays or attended school for a single day before another day off. How enviable. If only schooling had been like this in the past. At this moment, Aoki had arrived at the residence of Kogoro Mori, where they were currently examining a letter that had been sent to them. Although every character was recognizable, the overall meaning eluded understanding. "Aoki, you're here? Come quickly and take a look," Uncle Mori exclaimed as he noticed Aoki's arrival, promptly pulling him over. "Tsukikage Island. Shadows will vanish once more. Please investigate the reason behind this. Masao Keiichi." Upon reading this line, Aoki instantly surmised that Masaru had committed murder. Therefore, the term shadow likely referred to a human silhouette. Could it be possible that the phrase regarding the disappearance of shadows pertains to a person's shadow? Moreover, the use of the name Masao Keiichi, a deceased individual, implies a connection between the sender and Masao Keiichi. After Aoki articulated his thoughts, Uncle Mori experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that the death of Masao Keiichi is shrouded in mystery, and the sender of this letter seeks vengeance on behalf of the deceased? If so, why not seek revenge directly instead of sending a letter? Is this a provocation directed at the detective? Aoki discerned his confusion and proceeded to elucidate. Perhaps he dispatched this letter in hopes that someone would intervene. His heart was tumultuous, yet the tragic demise of his parents and even his siblings fueled his desire for vengeance. All pertinent matters had been addressed. According to the original narrative, their journey was not slated to commence until a week later. Upon hearing this, Kogoro Mori donned a melancholic expression and lit a cigarette. Were it not for Aoki's insight, he would have been oblivious to this situation. Did he truly wish to prevent him? What a troublesome affair. "Let us proceed," exclaimed Mori, extinguishing his cigarette and slamming the table. The timeline had advanced. It mattered not. Bring Conan along. This young lad is quite fond of emulating Uncle Mori. Is he not? Let him join. Perhaps if he learns of an impending murder yet feels powerless to act, he may temper his enthusiasm. A smile graced Aoki's lips as he cast a glance at Conan, who had just pushed open the door, still burdened with his school bag, clearly having just returned from school. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed the three individuals staring intently at him. "What is going on? Why are you all looking at me?" Conan asked, bewilderment etched across his face, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Ah, you speak as if I cannot intervene," Kogoro retorted. Chapter 58. The Moonshadow Island trip. At this moment, Conan was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp their conversation. Yet he discerned certain implications, something about preventing someone from meeting a dire fate. However, Aoki's skepticism had prompted Kogoro to voice his earlier remark. "What are you all talking about?" Conan tilted his head, still confused. Aoki simply smiled before exiting the office. Although he said nothing, an unsettling feeling lingered. Was he concealing some ulterior motive? Conan felt increasingly bewildered. After some explanations, he finally understood that Aoki, a good friend, intended to take him along to avert a tragedy. A true friend indeed. Upon learning of this, Conan requested Dr. Agasa to assist in investigating Keiichi Yasu, seeking all pertinent personal information. Ultimately, they discovered nothing of significance. They only knew he had a son who had vanished many years ago. Rather than feeling disheartened by this revelation, Conan engaged in deep contemplation, pondering the reasons behind the disappearance and, at this juncture, surmising that the sender of the letter was likely this son. Meanwhile, Ren observed quietly, and in the midst of Conan's fervent activity, she caught a glimpse of Shinichi. Conan's serious demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Kudo Shinichi. Could it be? Could Conan be Shinichi's younger brother? A secret child of Yusaku? Such a notion did not seem implausible, which would imply that Yukiko had been deceived. Yet, she quickly dismissed this thought, How could that be possible? Yusaku was in his 40s and preoccupied with writing novels. He hardly had time for such escapades. Nonetheless, Conan's behavior was far from childlike. Was it conceivable that Conan was, in fact, Shinichi? Although it appeared unlikely, an inkling within her whispered that this notion might hold some truth. Ran, what are you daydreaming about? Conan noticed Ran lost in thought and set aside his tasks to approach her. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Ran snapped back to reality, offering a casual response before turning to leave the room, only to crouch outside the door, observing Conan's every move. Meanwhile, at Aoki's home, he was persuading Shiho to join him on a trip to Moonshadow Island, yet she remained unresponsive. Hey, Shiho, let us go together tomorrow. Aoki embraced Ai. His tone exceedingly effeminate, evoking a sense of revulsion. It was difficult to fathom that a man could emit such sounds. Are you serious? Enough is enough. You are already in your 20s, yet you still indulge in such childish antics. Ai felt a wave of exasperation. This man was truly immature, akin to a petulant child, and she was tempted to deliver a couple of punches to his head. Enough already. My fists are clenched. Ultimately, Ai succumbed, as she could no longer endure the situation. Okamoto's playful antics could be overlooked, but her incessant prancing about, leaving her hair in disarray, was quite another matter. One might easily mistake her for someone who had just returned from the mountains. Zaioi sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. Subsequently, Okamoto began tidying up. Originally, this trip was meant for a case investigation, but for her, it was merely a delightful excursion. After all, she had never visited the place before. And with the guidance of Xiaolan and the others, it certainly alleviated some of the hassle. The investigation was Conan's responsibility. She was merely there to indulge in leisure, completely detached from any obligations. Conan lamented, where's that promised camaraderie? Aoki, who the hell do you think you're addressing, brother? Call me brother. Time swiftly passed to the next day, and a group set forth on their journey. Only Aoki, Shiho, and Conan wore solemn expressions. They were determined to thwart this stranger who had nearly strayed onto a misguided path and whom they had never encountered before. Hey. We are on a mission to save someone. What are you doing? Kagoro, unable to contain his frustration, pointed an accusatory finger at Aoki. He had felt unwell since boarding the ship, had hardly slept the previous night, and now, as he prepared to embark on the water once more, he caught sight of Aoki, who was leisurely basking in the sun. It was utterly outrageous. Uncle Murray, your impatience serves no purpose. We still have time before we arrive. It would be wiser to rest now so that we can muster our energy for the case once we reach the scene. Aoki leisurely lifted a glass of juice, taking a sip as he spoke. Ai, reclining in her chair, nodded in agreement. After all, she had no need to solve any mysteries. Initially, she had intended to focus on researching the antidote, but recently, she had been accompanying Aoki on various excursions, nearly forgetting the very formula she sought. Yet, with Aoki's invitation, she felt reluctant to decline. What can I do? I must indulge him, she exclaimed, her reasoning rather whimsical. Hearing this, Kagoro couldn't suppress a scoff, muttering under his breath. All right, Dad, you're just too anxious. We still have an hour before we reach Moonshadow Island. A resigned Ran placed her hand on her forehead, attempting to soothe the situation. Kagoro remained silent, choosing instead to settle into a nearby lounge chair. Conan's mouth twitched at the irony. He had just been criticizing Aoki's absurd logic, yet here he was, lying down himself. How could he dare to judge others? Only Conan stood there, gazing into the distance at the faint outlines of what appeared to be Moonshadow Island. He fell into contemplation. Was that truly an island? Why was there someone flying in the sky beside it? At that moment, Conan was utterly flabbergasted. He had been pondering the island when he suddenly spotted an individual taking off from the ground. Was this some sort of advanced technology? However, in the next instant, the person soaring above vanished. Had he just witnessed a ghost in broad daylight? In truth, Aoki had also observed the phenomenon and was instantly reminded of the zoo. He summoned the Black Phantom, intending to bring the individual down as it approached the vessel. However, the Black Phantom could only exist for 5 minutes before needing to regroup. Thus, in that fleeting moment, the Black Phantom unleashed a shockwave of unimaginable speed, failing to capture the individual but instead sending them hurtling away. Aoki awkwardly scratched his head. He merely intended to catch someone, never anticipating that he would send them flying. He hoped the person was unharmed. What's wrong? Ai noticed Aoki's peculiar expression and inquired with curiosity. And nothing. Just knocked someone over, but they are an esper, so they shouldn't have been killed on the spot. Bah. Ai found his response somewhat strange, yet she did not delve deeper. Having never witnessed supernatural abilities, she could not fathom what had transpired moments earlier. Had she actually seen it, she might have been utterly devastated. After years of education, one would hardly expect to be informed that this world harbors superpowers, surely, he jested. Suddenly, Aoki's phone rang. It was a message from Jin. Where are you? Come to base 3. Jin was en route to Moonshadow Island and mentioned there was something to discuss upon his return. Perfect. There's a fool in the organization on Moonshadow Island. Feel free to deal with him. Chapter 59. Have you seen it? Gazing at the photos sent to him, Aoki fell into silence. The individual bore a striking resemblance to the deceased. Was that observation a touch too forward? At this moment, the group had already landed on the island. and the first thing they encountered were banners and various campaign slogans. What is going on? Mori Kagoro remarked in confusion, unable to comprehend the slogans before him. By their demeanor, it was evident they were campaigning for the position of village chief, or at least that seemed to be the case. Conan was surveying the surroundings as well, yet his focus did not linger on the banners. Instead, he scrutinized the crowd, noting the palpable fear etched on their faces. Though their expressions were subtle, the terror was unmistakable. Moreover, they were all clad in black attire. The group soon arrived at the registration desk, seeking information on Asukeji's residence. After all, he had been deceased for quite some time, and who could possibly know where his home was? Hello. Could you please assist me in locating Asukeji's residence? Mori Kagoro approached the counter and spoke to the clerk. However, his inquiry elicited shock from the crowd, with some faces displaying confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the purpose of their search. Though they were aware of his demise, the intensity of their reaction seemed excessive. You wish to find Asukeji? But he has been dead for 10 years. There is likely nothing left of him. At that moment, the attendant stepped forward slowly, her face revealing a hint of surprise, yet devoid of the overwhelming fear exhibited by others. The group exchanged glances before following her to a designated meeting room. He was a renowned pianist. 10 years ago, he returned here to perform at the community center. However, after the concert, a tragic fire broke out. Asukeji and his family perished in that inferno. It is said that he killed his wife and daughter. And recently, he has been found in the flames, relentlessly playing the piano. The piece he played was Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Upon hearing this, the group felt a chill run down their spines. Xiaolan clutched Aoki's arm, her expression betraying immense fear, while Mori Kagoro exhibited similar trepidation. Was it possible that fear of ghosts could be hereditary? Just as Aoki began to ponder this, he felt a vice-like grip on his thigh. The sharp pang of pain compelled him to glance down, only to discover Xiao Ai behind him, her brow furrowed and her eyes glaring fiercely at Aoki, clearly displaying jealousy. Ahem. What is so terrifying about it? It's merely a matter of a single death. Aoki cleared his throat softly, then withdrew his arm, speaking with a tone of righteous indignation. At that moment, Conan was engrossed in analyzing the true circumstances of the matter, completely oblivious to the earlier situation with Ran. Meanwhile, Ran had also become aware of her previous lapse in composure. Kagoro Mori exclaimed, "Something is amiss with you, kid." Aoki promptly lifted Xiao Ai into his arms, asserting that he had a girlfriend, albeit not a young one, but rather a bona fide partner. Eventually, the group departed from the location and casually sought a place to sit. As Uncle Mori scrutinized the letter in his hand, his brow furrowed. Although the address had been lost, a piano remained. It appeared necessary to investigate the acquaintances of this Keiji Aso. The individual who penned this letter was likely one of his friends, yet this seemed improbable, as the caretaker had just mentioned that no one had visited the island recently. Furthermore, the sender appeared to be on the island, for the letter bore the seal of Tsukikage Island. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the community center?" At that moment, Xiaolan stepped forward and inquired of a physician for directions. The doctor, with his dark hair and high-collared shirt, possessed an appealing appearance, yet Mori remained indifferent. He merely found the doctor aesthetically pleasing, entirely unlike his usual demeanor. "Just turn at the corner ahead and continue straight. Are you visiting from Tokyo?" Ase Narumi replied with a smile. Upon witnessing this interaction, Aoki couldn't help but smile as he leaned in to whisper to Xiao Ai, "That doctor is a man. How do you know? Have you seen him before?" Xiao Ai asked, puzzled, glancing back at Aoki. Upon hearing this, Aoki felt a wave of frustration. "What does it mean that I have gone to see? You are overthinking it." Although his disguise was quite convincing, the position of his throat still revealed the presence of an Adam's apple, albeit a subtle one that would go unnoticed without careful observation. Aoki was tempted to voice a few complaints but chose to patiently explain instead. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai glanced at the doctor and then recalled the contents of that letter. Could it be that it was this individual who sent it? However, if you visit the community center, you should be able to meet the candidates for village chief. The former village chief passed away 3 years ago, and everyone is there to pay their respects. In a few days, Mr. Kamita, the current village chief, will conduct a memorial service for him. They might be quite occupied then. As Nakazawa began to elaborate, everyone was taken aback. The former village chief had indeed died. Is it common for so many to pass away in these times? In order to gather more information, Mori decided to seek them out. Since they were all candidates for village chief, they must surely possess some knowledge. Inside the community center, the 3 candidates were in mourning. Mori and his companions had already arrived, but Conan had mysteriously vanished. Xiaolan was searching high and low for him, unlike Xiao Ai, who remained quietly by Aoki's side. If only Conan could behave similarly, it would certainly ease her worries. Where on earth has Conan gone now? Xiaolan rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. At least my little Ai is well behaved. Aoki smiled as he glanced at Shiho, unable to resist ruffling her beautiful brown hair. Shiho offered no resistance, merely shooting him a glare, prompting Aoki to withdraw his hand immediately. He certainly did not wish to provoke her ire. Meanwhile, the group began their search for the suddenly vanished Conan. At that moment, Conan had arrived in a vacant room adorned with a piano. The tumultuous sea visible through the window, enveloped in an eerie silence. A piano? Upon entering, he was abruptly lifted by Koger Emri. You little rascal. Why do you always run off? Koger exclaimed, gazing out the window. This room is quite spacious, and right beyond is the vast sea. This piano is filthy. Rand remarked, noticing the dust covering it. Just then, 3 individuals, the candidates for village chief, entered. Do not touch that. It belongs to us. It was played on the night of his death, and anyone who touches it will be cursed. One of the bald men interjected urgently. Confusion washed over the group. But only Aoki understood the gravity of the situation. The former village chief had perished at the piano, which had continued to play the haunting melody of Claire de Lune. Ever since that incident, it had been known as the cursed piano. Chapter 60, Shiho, Dogman. You want to break up? Hearing this, Conan immediately began to play the piano, surprised to find it still functional, the tone unchanged. Perhaps someone had tampered with it for their own purposes. Aoki, however, was puzzled. Wasn't Conan tone deaf? How could he play the piano? Had he studied in Hawaii? At that moment, one of the candidates, Ike Kawashima, suddenly clutched his stomach and hurriedly exited towards the restroom. After hearing the explanation, Koger and the others felt a chill run down their spines. While it sounded terrifying, they understood that someone was seeking revenge, and that the former chief, Kamida, was among the culprits. Otherwise, he would not have been positioned before the piano. Now I have some questions for you all. Do you 3 know the deceased, KGS? What is your relationship with him? Koger inquired, fixing his gaze on the 2 candidates. Upon hearing this, their expression shifted dramatically, as if recalling something, but they refused to answer and turned to leave. This left Conan furrowing his brow. He had intended to ask Aoki for his thoughts on the matter, but upon turning, he found Aoki resting with Shiho leaning against him, both with their eyes closed. Conan felt a surge of frustration. These 2. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that he would have to rely on himself. He had little desire to intervene. After all, to him, as was merely a stranger. Moreover, he posed no significant threat. His methods were hardly sophisticated, and his capabilities were weak, rendering him unnecessary to keep alive. Many expressed regret, but Conan believed that without As's demise, he would never truly grow. His death was not without purpose. Otherwise, Conan would remain forever ensnared in a game, indulging his trivial vanity, whether for the sake of personal growth or utility. Aoki had no reason to assist a stranger, thus he chose to remain an observer, unwilling to involve himself further. Subsequently, the group exited the community center as dusk settled, necessitating a place to rest. However, just as they departed, the sound of the piano abruptly echoed, causing everyone to freeze and turn back towards the community center. It was the sound of the piano, the melody. Claire de Lune? Koger was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he and Conan dashed towards the source. Upon arriving at the piano room, they discovered a body sprawled on the floor, surrounded by a pool of seawater. Evidently, the victim had been drowned. The deceased was none other than Ike Kawashima, who had just left to use the restroom and had not returned for some time. He was a wealthy businessman, possessing little beyond his affluence. Koger approached the body, conducting a cursory examination before shaking his head in resignation. The man had been dead for approximately an hour. Kawashima had barely left when he was murdered. The act occurring in less than 2 minutes, indicating that the assailant was strong and likely male. Miss Ase, please come and examine the body. Koger retrieved a recorder from the piano, switching it off as he spoke. This is a premeditated murder. The target is likely connected to KGS. I hope you can provide information about that case. Otherwise, the next victim could be among you. Koger, unusually serious, refrained from blindly accusing anyone and began seeking testimonies. Even Conan was astonished. Was the detective truly this reliable? Hey, who do you think you are to question us? The candidate, S.H. Ichi Murazawa, retorted, visibly irritated. How could this unknown individual speak to them in such a manner, as if he had any authority on their territory? I am Detective Koger Emri from Tokyo. He replied, remaining calm. Given the circumstances, it was commendable that they had not fled the scene. An astronaut? Koger chuckled wryly. I won't waste my breath on you common folk. At that moment, Narumi Ase concluded her examination and estimated that Kawashima had been drowned approximately half an hour prior. Though this was merely a preliminary assessment. That was Mr. Kawashima's coat, she noted, pointing out traces of sand on the ground and his back, indicating that he had indeed been in the water. The initial minutes of the recording seemed to contain silence. Meanwhile, Conan stood by the window, pointing towards the coat on the surface of the sea, beginning his deductions. Koger was flabbergasted. Was this child truly that capable? It was then that Conan discovered a sheet of music. Is this the score for Claire de Lune? At this time, Aoki had already departed, leading Shiho to a hotel. Intending to rest for the night, as Megure would not arrive until the following day, and Conan was at the scene to ensure nothing further would transpire. Is it really okay not to help? Shiho mused, hands in her pockets, struggling to understand Aoki's indifference. Aren't you a police consultant? How can you not intervene in a case and instead take a child to a hotel? There's nothing to worry about. They're all over there. And the police won't arrive until tomorrow. Even if they manage to catch the culprit, it won't be until then. Besides, we're on vacation. Why should we concern ourselves with the case? Aoki sat on the bed and waved his hand, saying, it will be ready shortly. Please be patient. Little AI, upon hearing this, shook her head in resignation. It's hard to believe you are still a police consultant, yet you handle matters in this manner. By the way, what about the song you were supposed to write? At that moment, Aoki froze. He had actually forgotten and, unable to compose a song, could only rely on memory to transcribe. You said the same last time. Why don't you sing a couple of lines for us? Little AI said with a teasing smile, observing the nervous expression on Aoki's face. Ahem. In that case, I shall humbly present my attempt. If the rain from that day had ceased to fall, we would surely have brushed past each other, just as we always do with time. If the bus had arrived, we might never have crossed paths. In a future akin to yours, I wish to witness it alongside you, searching for the same stars in the same places. In the future you envision, is there a silhouette of me present? Under the same sky, with the same longing, one only needs to gaze upwards to see. Upon finishing the song, Little AI's face flushed crimson, yet after a moment's reflection, she sensed something amiss. However, she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Though it felt as if it was written for the two of them, why did it evoke a sense of post-breakup melancholy? Dog of a man. Do you wish to break up? Chapter 61. Muro. The brain trembles the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Aoki's face. Gazing at the unfamiliar room and the sleeping little AI in his embrace, a smile unfurled across his face. He gently shifted his body and slipped out of bed to freshen up. After singing to little AI the previous night, he never anticipated that he had nearly faced a breakup. Transforming a mere transcription into such a situation was indeed unprecedented. Thankfully, after a lengthy effort, he had finally managed to lull her to sleep. Aoki yawned as he stepped outside, intending to procure some breakfast. By the time Xiao Ai awoke and completed her morning routine, a meal would be ready for her. Despite his efforts, Aoki found it difficult to embrace certain Japanese customs, such as the practice of dining before attending to personal hygiene upon rising. Having ventured out, Aoki learned through some inquiries that Conan and his companions had spent the previous night in a community center, keeping company with a corpse. This mirrored the original storyline. He had anticipated a deviation in the plot, yet the differences were merely subtle. Returning to the inn after purchasing breakfast, he discovered that Xiao Ai had already risen, and even her bedding had been neatly folded. She was seated, gazing out the window at the birds in flight. Upon hearing Aoki's footsteps, she immediately turned to face him. Recalling her words from the previous night, Aoki felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been overly emotional when he mentioned wanting to break up. What a mortifying experience. Thankfully, there had been no third party present last night, or else he would have been the subject of ridicule. Xiao Ai, Aoki. Aoki, what is the matter? Little AI. It's nothing. I just suddenly feel that you were too kind to me. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke across his face as he raised a hand to tousle his hair, his gaze softening as it rested on little AI. She had endured much suffering in the past, and now receiving such gentle treatment from someone felt almost surreal to her. Have you already agreed to be my girlfriend? Is it not permissible for me to show kindness to my girlfriend? Aoki's lips gently brushed against Xiao Ai's forehead, after which he refrained from saying anything further. Xiao Ai, with her head bowed in contemplation, gazed at the still warm breakfast in her hands, a smile gracing her lips. Is this the feeling of having family? It seemed to be the same when her sister was still around. After a simple breakfast, the two made their way to the community center, only to find that Xiao Wulang was still asleep, while Officer Mugir and others had also arrived. Upon noticing that Muri was present, a wave of frustration washed over her. Why was he here too? Suddenly, Mugir spotted someone, and his face lit up with excitement as he called out loudly, Aoki, my dear brother, come quickly and lend a hand. However, Aoki's steps came to an abrupt halt. Damn, more overtime. Officer Mugir, I came here for a vacation. You should seek Muri for this matter. Aoki scratched his head, reluctant to involve himself in the investigation. After all, there was no salary for solving cases. So why exert such effort? However, upon uttering these words, Mugir's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. After all, you are a consultant for the police. Is such a lackadaisical attitude truly acceptable? Moreover, he genuinely wished to avoid seeking help from Muri, despite his recent good reputation. Yet, recalling Muri's past unreliability made him shiver involuntarily. How terrifying. His mind trembled. Ultimately, Mugir, feeling helpless, could only request Muri's assistance, although he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing Aoki's refusal stirred a twinge of disappointment within him. He was acutely aware of Aoki's character. When money is involved, everything is negotiable. Without it, seeking help is akin to chasing after shadows. You may wonder why, despite having 20 billion, he still sought to earn this small sum. My answer is simple. Who would ever turn down an abundance of wealth? Subsequently, the police commenced their interrogations. This time, only a handful remained from the original 38 individuals present at the scene. Thus, the questioning concluded swiftly. However, just as everyone believed matters were drawing to a close, a piece of music echoed through the broadcast. Everyone froze, then hurriedly rushed towards the studio, only to discover a lifeless body. The deceased was the bald village chief. Kuroiwa. Aoki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain that was truly excruciating. Stop pinching me. I was wrong. Upon hearing Aoki's admission of guilt, Xiao Ai finally ceased her actions and resumed her reading. This was the book she had just borrowed from the library, which was not too far away. And having some leisure time, she decided to indulge in reading. Not wishing to tease Xiao Ai further, he too felt a tinge of boredom and resolved to step out. Setting out to accomplish his task, the member mentioned by Jin, the foolish Nishimoto-kin, had previously been in contact with the organization, encouraged to remain here for development. However, recent communications had ceased entirely, and he had uncovered information regarding smuggling activities, even leading to an investigation, initially intending for him to resolve the matter. His apathy left Aoki with no choice but to intervene. After all, he was already en route. And to deny Aoki the opportunity to act would reflect poorly on the organization as humanity. This time, not only did they need to eliminate Nishimoto, but also those involved in drug trafficking, as their inquiries into Nishimoto had nearly compromised the organization as secrecy. Given Jin's character, it was imperative that all implicated be dealt with. However, as they were all located within the studio, it was not the opportune moment to strike. Yet just before departing, he had slipped a note to Nishimoto. Shadow, come forth. BM Chapter 62. Murder in the heart. At this moment, Aoki had donned a disguise, even changing his attire to a sleek black suit that exuded an aura reminiscent of a distillery. Earlier, he had instructed Shadow to deliver the note. Having nudged him to ensure he had seen it, he had requested that Nishimoto meet him here, estimating it would only take a few minutes. Should that fool fail to appear, he would seek him out directly, contemplating the thrill of committing murder before the very eyes of the police. As anticipated, upon seeing the note, Nishimoto arrived at the location. I'm here. What do you want from me? The police are present. I have no time for games. So speak quickly. Nishimoto, still reeling from the situation, remained tense, scanning his surroundings anxiously, fearful of any potential trouble, as he had no desire to be apprehended by the authorities. Upon hearing this, Aoki fell silent, merely raising his gaze to meet Nishimoto's, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson light surged within his gaze, and Nishimoto felt an inexplicable force pierce through his chest. Lowering his head in bewilderment, he discovered a gaping wound, a massive hole that had cleaved through his torso. Ha ha ha. To the organization. You have become utterly expendable. A sinister chuckle escaped Aoki's lips as he gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, feeling his blood surge with exhilaration. The brewery organization was truly marvelous. Not only did it allow him to eliminate these vermin, but it also paid him handsomely. How splendid. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just then, a faint sound emerged from the nearby thicket. A smirk curled at the corners of Aoki's mouth before he swiftly departed. After all, Nishimoto was destined to die. Now that he had been dealt with, Dr. Narumi ought to thank him. There were still 2 more targets to hunt down. Today's mission was indeed demanding. Once Aoki vanished into the shadows, 2 figures emerged from the undergrowth, Conan and the police officer, who had been en route to the station only to stumble upon this gruesome scene. Beyond saving, Conan crouched beside the corpse, examining the horrifying wounds with a resigned sigh. He hadn't even glimpsed the perpetrator's movements. Undoubtedly, this was the same individual who had executed Pisco. To think he would appear here. Had he come solely to eliminate Mr. Nishimoto? Rummaging through the victim's pockets, Conan retrieved a slip of paper bearing a message. Meet me outside the community hall. There's something we need to discuss. Mimosa him. The codename sent a jolt through Conan. The man from earlier was Mimosa? Damn it. How on earth had he committed the murder? It was utterly baffling, yet concealed behind a distant tree. A pair of eyes observed the scene intently, having witnessed Nishimoto's demise in its entirety. The hidden observer was none other than Ase Narumi himself. He had planned to ambush Nishimoto on his way out, disposing of the body in the warehouse, only to be preempted by another. Who was that man? No matter. All targets were now dead, his vengeance complete. Perhaps it was time to pin his suicide note. Though the perpetrators had perished, the case remained unresolved. The Avenger's identity eluded him despite knowing revenge was the motive. The musical score. They had to find it, immediately. Grabbing the elderly officer, Conan dashed off. Hurry. We must locate that score. Once the group had departed, Ase Narumi stepped forward, placing a sheet of music beside Nishimoto's corpse before melting back into the night. None noticed, save for Aoki. Night had fallen when Aoki returned to Haibara's side, suddenly recalling that among the 2 drug traffickers, one, Kawashima, was already dead, leaving only Hirata Kazuaki. One more target to eliminate. This mission was proving surprisingly effortless. No need to scour the globe when the prey lingered so close, requiring only the right opportunity. After 2 hours of searching, the musical score was finally recovered. Yet upon examining its cover, Conan froze. To my son, Narumi. Son? Narumi. His pupils constricted as memories of the cassette tapes at the crime scene flooded back. I understand now. With Kagoro nearby, Conan ensured no prying eyes were upon him before activating his anesthetic watch, pressing it against the detective's neck. Adjusting his bow tie, he mimicked Kagoro's voice and declared, the killer's identity. I've uncovered it. Upon hearing this, Aoki couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Conan had unraveled the truth. Then, Masashige Asa should indeed meet his demise. Will you succumb to the flames this time, or willingly allow the police to apprehend you? Years ago, Masaru Asa was, in fact, a victim of foul play. The perpetrators were none other than village chief Kamita, Tatsuji Kuroiwa, Hideo Kawashima, and Ken Nishimoto. They intended for Masaru Asa to procure heroin from abroad, but upon his refusal, the four conspired to imprison him, ultimately setting him ablaze. As for Shuichi Murazawa, he admired Masaru Asa and secretly tuned the piano for him. After Conan finished speaking, Masashige Asa had already departed. By the time the others arrived, the community hall was engulfed in flames. Masashige Asa sat before the piano, pressing his face against the keys. It has all come to an end. Yet it is not over. Look, this is your father. He left these words for you. He urged you to live on. Take a look. Just then, Conan burst through the door, holding a score, eager to show it to Masashige Asa. Masashige replied, I too wished to know sooner. But now that I have returned, Kamita heard my name and was struck with a heart attack. Conan urged, we must leave at once. There is still a chance. Masashige retorted, it is simply too late. My hands are stained with blood, and I can never be absolved. With that, Masashige seized Conan and hurled him out. While outside the inferno, Rand grasped Conan's clothing. To enter now would be tantamount to seeking death. Amidst the flames, the sound of the piano echoed. Conan fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation. The fire raged for a day and a night, only slowly extinguishing by the following morning. On their returning vessel, Aoki leaned close to Conan's ear. How was it? The detective game was quite intriguing, wasn't it? You could have saved him. But your thoughts were to corner the criminal, to devour his escape routes. Had you discovered the truth sooner, perhaps you could have spared his life. Your vanity is now satisfied. What remains to be displeased? In comparison to Sherlock Holmes, you fall woefully short. Aoki's words pierced Conan's heart like a dagger. What was this tactic called? To kill the heart. Though he longed to retort, Aoki had merely echoed his own prior thoughts. If only he had acted more swiftly, he might have saved a life. You are right. I was too naive. Chapter 63. Stirring trouble? Jin gazed intently at the computer before him, his fingers incessantly tapping the desk. The screen displayed a photograph, a visage of Shiho Mayano. Simultaneously, his attention turned to the image Aoki had sent earlier. It bore a striking resemblance. Though the hair color differed, the hairstyle was identical, and those eyes, utterly the same. A sly grin crept upon his lips. Could it be you? Shiho. Yet, recalling Aoki's capabilities, Jin felt a tinge of apprehension. It would be prudent to conduct further investigation should he inadvertently provoke Aoki. The consequences could be dire. Thus, caution was imperative. The two men harbored mutual wariness. Jin feared the elusive black specter, for he could not discern its shadow. When and how he might meet his end, no one could ever know. Aoki harbored a profound fear of the organization, whose influence was exceedingly vast. He understood that should he eliminate Jin, he would become the target of relentless pursuit. Although Aoki himself was unafraid, his concern lay with Shiho's safety. Ding. Congratulations, host. For altering the storyline, you have obtained M92 handgun with infinite ammunition. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the storyline. You have obtained 100 kidnapping lollipops. At that moment, Aoki was at work. Though the salary from the Metropolitan Police Department was far from the bounty offered by the organization, it provided a steady monthly income, which was relatively stable. He refrained from commenting further on the lack of salary raises. The situation was as it was. However, he pondered. Did he possess a system? Aoki gazed at the system information, nearly convinced that the system had vanished altogether. To his astonishment, the reward for the previous case had only just been awarded. And once again, it was that ludicrous item, the abduction lollipop. Does it truly perceive me as a trafficker? Curse it. It has been 3 days since the Moonshadow Island incident, and during this time, Shiho has diligently researched the antidote. She has made significant progress. According to her findings, the potion can sustain physical recovery for approximately 3 days, yet it necessitates a test subject. Naturally, Shiho cannot be the one to trial the antidote. Thus, this formidable task inevitably falls upon Conan, though he is yet to be informed of this development. Rumor has it that in a few days, Rand and the others will partake in an event, seemingly a performance of some sort. If memory serves, it was here that Conan ingested the antidote and even had Shiho impersonate him. This Conan is truly insufferable. He actually had my dear Shiho masquerade as that foolish bird. 2.5 hours later, Aoki opted to skip work. The tedium here was unbearable. Sitting idly each day was far less appealing than returning home to accompany Shiho. As for financial concerns, Aoki felt no trepidation. If necessary, he could always join Jin in extorting a few affluent individuals. After all, with his ability to assume different identities, no one would ever suspect Aoki of such mischief. Shiho, I'm back. As Aoki stepped into the room, he was immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma. Not the scent of food, but rather reminiscent of perfume. Glancing around the space, it appeared that Haibara Ai was absent. Aoki furrowed his brow in an instant. Shiho would never wear perfume. Could there be someone else at home? He quickly turned and hurried to Professor Agasa's house, where he found Shiho engrossed in a book, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing had happened to her. What's wrong? Shiho inquired, noticing his flustered demeanor and raising an eyebrow in concern. And no, it's nothing. As he reflected on the scent he had just encountered, it suddenly struck him. It resembled something he had previously encountered. It was vermouth. What could she possibly be doing here? Wasn't she supposed to be at tea in high school serving as the school nurse? Aoki's expression was grave. Regardless of whom they intended to target, if they sought to harm Haibara Ai, they would all meet their demise. He subsequently arrived at the base, only to find gin and vodka present. The two exchanged puzzled glances upon his sudden appearance, yet they remained seated, indifferent to his intentions. Where's vermouth? After a thorough search yielded no results, he turned to inquire of Jin. Initially taken aback, Jin was soon engulfed in confusion. She had never visited the base. Upon hearing this, Aoki's brow furrowed deeply, veins prominently bulging on his forehead, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent began to emanate from him. Jin's eyes widened in terror. As if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body momentarily paralyzed. What had vermouth done to provoke such fury? While they often jested, they knew better than to truly incite Aoki's wrath. At that moment, vodka contemplated the matter, while Jin, frowning, was drenched in cold sweat. Vermouth's reconnaissance was entirely Jin's suggestion. It was merely an investigation, yet the reaction was far more intense than anticipated. It seemed prudent to cease further contact, if Aoki were to discover their involvement. The entire organization would likely face annihilation. Jin's head throbbed with the weight of the situation. That will suffice. I was the one who sent her. This ends here. Finally, with a resigned sigh, Jin divulged the truth. Upon hearing her words, Aoki's aura immediately retracted. Let us hope there will not be a next time. If there is, I shall eliminate one after another. With that, Aoki turned to leave, his eyes still brimming with menace, yet his heart had found a semblance of calm. Remaining here served no purpose. He would not resort to violence. Even if he did, it would be a mere sparring match. No one would dare to kill. As Aoki departed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, he cast a lingering glance towards the base, his eyes still flickering with lethal intent. Sooner or later, he would bring them to ruin. How dare they investigate Haibara Ai? They truly sought their own destruction. Aoki took a deep drag from his cigarette before turning to leave the place. It was best to return home for some rest, as the distillery would not seek trouble in the immediate future. After departing, Aoki did not head straight home. Instead, he reflected on the unfolding events. With Shio having developed the antidote, the next step lay with Conan, who would regain his physical form in a few days. Should he seize this opportunity to incapacitate Conan? No, that would be unwise. The unfortunate boy had vermouth to protect him, and among her subordinates was a skilled marksman. For the time being, it was prudent to avoid confrontation and instead seek a chance to eliminate that sniper. The movements of the organization were erratic, making it difficult to locate anyone. Even if one were to be taken down, many others would remain. Moreover, the B0SS forbade infighting. If discovered, the organization would not hesitate to send numerous operatives, possibly even aircraft or rocket launchers, against someone like Aoki, who possessed the ability to resurrect. While Aoki himself might endure, Shiho's safety was not guaranteed. Alas, how challenging this situation was. Suddenly, Aoki's eyes widened as an idea struck him. He recalled an organization website populated predominantly by its members, alongside other underworld figures. A thought took shape in his mind. Ah, Jin, how he longed to witness the astonishment on your face. Chapter 64. Engaging the clutch. Upon returning home, Aoki promptly retrieved a USB drive. This drive, entirely white, bore inscriptions of account credentials. It was distributed by the organization, and nearly every member possessed such a device. The website it accessed was shrouded in secrecy, operated behind the scenes by the organization, leaving the members unaware of the identity associated with their accounts. After all, accounts could be traded without the necessity of binding them to a real identity. The only individuals privy to this information were the users themselves. The online persona of Aoki is rather unremarkable. He goes by the name Idle Fish. This aptly reflects his character, as he embodies the essence of idleness, preferring to sit rather than stand, and to lie down rather than sit. At this moment, Aoki is online, posting a transaction request for 10 kilograms of explosives. As for the price, he offers a staggering 50 million, insisting on a face-to-face exchange, cash for goods. However, he harbors ulterior motives. He intends to rob the individual. Justified by the belief that they are not virtuous folk, what consequence could arise from such an act? Simultaneously, he posts a job requiring 3 accomplices for a bank heist, instructing them to bring their own gear. After completing these tasks, Aoki reclines, indulging in fantasies of eliminating them, seizing their equipment, and lavishly squandering their money. The notion of dispatching them seems almost effortless. Despite their formidable strength, if they cannot be seen, they merely become targets. Before long, someone accepts the job, claiming the explosives task. This individual, however, asserts that no payment is necessary, but he requests assistance in eliminating a certain individual, offering not only the explosives free of charge but also a staggering funding of 1 billion. A spark of excitement ignites in Aoki's eyes. Such an opportunity is rare. Idle Fish. Who is the target? Cold Face. The legislator. Step on the clutch. I will provide you with the details. But it must remain confidential. No one should know who executed this deed, and ideally, the body should never be discovered. Idle fish, consider it done. Following this, the individual known as Cold-Face promptly sends an extensive dossier on Step on the Clutch. This information is remarkably thorough, detailing everything from bathroom breaks to daily routines, including the precise times of departure from work and even the frequency of their outings. Yet, the most outrageous detail reveals that Step on the Clutch experiences significant digestive distress, twice daily, with blood and vegetable remnants present. Upon reading this, Aoki is momentarily dumbfounded, shivering at the thought, and feels a wave of nausea wash over him. Thankfully, having not yet dined. Idle fish, all right. I have the information. Prepare what I requested. Tomorrow, you shall no longer see him. With that, Aoki swiftly logs off, retrieving the M92 pistol with infinite ammunition bestowed by the system. After exchanging brief words with Haibara Ai, he sets out towards Osaka. Although Haibara Ai harbors some curiosity, she refrains from probing further, suspecting it pertains to a task from the organization. However, after days of diligent study, Haibara Ai uncovers a significant revelation. Aoki's cellular structure exhibits an accelerated division rate, particularly when subjected to injury, which further amplifies this speed. Consequently, Haibara Ai deduces that as long as he does not succumb to immediate death, his wounds are likely to mend. However, upon recuperation, his physique may succumb to exhaustion, indicative of a depletion of stamina. This hypothesis remains preliminary, necessitating further experimentation, not through infliction of harm upon Aoki, but rather through continued blood sampling for analysis. The blood drawn from Aoki during the previous encounter has been entirely utilized, thereby necessitating a fresh extraction. At this juncture, Aoki has departed, unwilling to linger for blood collection. Although the procedure poses no significant detriment to him, the discomfort of being punctured is far from pleasant. Typically, he is the one administering such procedures. However, when faced with Haibara Ai, he finds himself on the receiving end. Shortly thereafter, Aoki arrives at the designated location, having traversed the distance in merely half an hour due to his swift driving, encountering little resistance along the way. Upon reaching his destination, Aoki swiftly locates the residence according to the provided address. The vicinity is heavily guarded by bodyguards. Since the employer has mandated discretion, it is imperative to avoid drawing attention. Thus, the logical course of action is to eliminate all witnesses. With their demise, there would be no one to impede his infiltration or hinder his escape. Aoki stood at a distance on a hillside, holding a telescope, observing the defensive arrangements of the villa. Inside the villa, there were 6 individuals, while 20 were stationed outside. Moreover, given that the clutch had been engaged and no one was home, it was astonishing to see such a number of people present. If the residents were indeed at home, it would be an entirely different scenario. Aoki was instantly intrigued. If that is the case, then this matter is far from simple. He swiftly chambered around and affixed a silencer, summoning the shadow. According to the information received, today's clutch engagement seemed to be part of an event, with a requirement to return by at least 8 o'clock, with the current time being 6 in the afternoon. There are still 2 hours remaining until the target's return. Moreover, the bodyguards exhibited a considerable lack of vigilance, convinced that no one would return, thus rendering the area seemingly secure, allowing for a degree of negligence without consequence. Seizing the opportunity while they were negligent, Aoki stealthily infiltrated the villa using shadows. The shadows moved soundlessly and with remarkable speed, possessing a leaping ability that surpassed that of any human. Leveraging the shadow's extraordinary agility, Aoki successfully entered the villa. Subsequently, he commanded the shadows to eliminate all 6 occupants within the villa, dismembering them in the process. This entire sequence transpired in less than 10 minutes. Hardly enough time for them to reach the front door, given the villa's vastness and its labyrinthine interior. They were afforded no chance to react. After dealing with them, Aoki found a place to sit, for the villa was devoid of surveillance. Thus, no one was aware of his presence within. Aoki even took a beer and began to drink it leisurely. He had already familiarized himself with this place. Despite the presence of a safe, it contained nothing of value. The entire villa was absurdly large, yet devoid of any worthwhile possessions. Initially, he had hoped to seize the opportunity to make off with something valuable. What a pitiful miser. Finally, after waiting for 2 hours, the sound of a car echoed from outside. Aoki promptly gathered his belongings, discarding all the beer bottles and restoring the area he had occupied to its original state. Subsequently, he ascended to the 2nd floor and peered through the narrow gap of the window. He discovered that the individual referred to as the one who steps on the clutch was a grotesquely rotund man, his body smeared with unsightly grease. The man stood below, gesticulating and shouting profanities intermittently. Aoki remained at the 2nd floor window, which was securely locked. Moreover, this room was equipped with soundproofing materials, unless a noise was exceptionally loud. It would not penetrate the confines of the space. However, moments later, the portly figure entered the villa. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately shed his clothing, drenched in perspiration. Remarkably, he was unaccompanied, for this man was aware that there were others within the villa, including several bodyguards. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that those bodyguards were already deceased. How utterly repugnant. Chapter 65. Aoki trailed behind the portly figure, ultimately arriving at a chamber adorned entirely in gold, each corner lavishly enveloped in its gleaming embrace. It was truly a golden sanctuary. One couldn't help but ponder the immense fortune it could fetch if sold. This notion surged through his mind, and in a swift motion, he seized the rotund man and bound him with remarkable efficiency. The events unfolded so rapidly that the man scarcely had time to comprehend what had transpired. As he regained his senses, he realized he had been captured. In a desperate bid for rescue, he shouted, hoping the bodyguards would come to his aid. "Ah, you scoundrel! Release me at once. I am a prominent council member. What do you intend to do?" He writhed on the ground, akin to a wriggling maggot, his corpulent form reminiscent of a bloated larva. "Cease your cries. It is futile. They are all dead. Within this entire villa, it is only the two of us remaining. Someone has ordered my hand against you. Do you have any final words? Speak now, if you wish to convey a message to your wife. Cough. Cough. I can relay your last sentiments. If not, then prepare for your departure." Aoki raised the M92 pistol to his own head. In a moment of panic, he pressed down on the clutch. He certainly did not wish to die just yet. "Wait. I will offer you double the price to eliminate the one who sent you." How does that sound? However, upon hearing this, Aoki merely laughed. At this moment, he was a killer, and even killers possess a code of ethics. It is not merely the size of the payment that dictates whom he serves. Once you are dead, the money will still belong to me. Aoki's words resonated like the whispers of a demon, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair within him. He pressed the clutch desperately, attempting to wriggle his body away from the madman before him. Yet, Aoki was right behind him, advancing with a deliberate slowness. With each step he took, it felt as though he were treading upon the very core of his heart, leaving nothing but despair in its wake. Ultimately, he pressed the clutch once more and retreated to the corner of the wall, realizing that there was nowhere left to flee. Aoki's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he beheld the lifeless body before him, along with the crimson and white remnants scattered around. An inexplicable excitement flickered in his eyes. Casting a glance at the nearby mountain, he retrieved a pink sheet and proceeded to envelop the corpse within it, instructing his shadow to hurl it away. With a resounding thud, the body collided with the mountainside, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a tire bursting. Ultimately, it resulted in a substantial crater, while the corpse disintegrated into a mist of blood, leaving behind only a few scraps of flesh and an abundance of fat. Subsequently, Aoki meticulously cleaned the room. As it was strewn with gold, a thorough cleansing would render it sellable. There were, at the very least, several kilograms of gold, and potentially tens of kilograms. Although much of it was in the form of gold molds, collectively they might not amount to a significant sum. However, selling it for several million should pose no substantial challenge. After diligently working for half an hour, Aoki finally pried a sizable chunk loose. Before him lay a ball, compacted into a mass roughly the size of a person, and a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Just a slight estimation suggested it weighed at least 30 kilograms. The potential profit from its sale was staggering. Aoki continued his scavenging, leaving no valuable item unexamined. Anything with even a hint of worth was seized, while items deemed unsellable were taken home. Once he had resolved matters in that location, Aoki acquired explosives and subsequently received 10 billion from the bank, bringing his total to 30 billion. Including the unsold items, his total assets had amassed to a staggering 40 billion. Aoki, equipped with his belongings, ventured into the clandestine black market, a realm shrouded in secrecy where only individuals from the underworld and various organizations converge. The atmosphere is a chaotic mlang, yet surprisingly devoid of violence. Despite the disorder, it remains a sanctuary of safety, as entry without weapons is strictly enforced. Any discovered armament results in a lifetime ban from this domain, and those with particularly nefarious reputations may even face lethal consequences on the spot. However, once one exits the black market, the authorities turn a blind eye to any acts of robbery or murder, as such matters lie beyond their jurisdiction. Upon entering the black market, Aoki quickly found himself the center of attention, with many eyes fixated on him and his precious gold, each contemplating how to seize it. Utilizing a disguise, he wore the visage of a middle-aged man, rendering him unrecognizable and perceived merely as an ordinary individual. Subsequently, Aoki made his way to the auction house, where the gold, having been compacted into an unrecognizable mass, posed a challenge for appraisal. Fortunately, after thorough examination, it was confirmed that the entirety consisted of pure gold, weighing in at an impressive 30 pounds. The total sale reached nearly 8 million yen, and with the addition of some smaller items, he amassed a grand total of 100 million yen. "This is your card. Please keep it safe." The staff, donned in masks for their protection, emphasized the importance of safety in their line of work. After Aoki secured his bank card, a subtle smile graced his lips before he turned to depart. However, the moment he exited, several individuals trailed behind him, eagerly anticipating the instant they could seize his card. Yet, Aoki was not oblivious. He had noticed these individuals earlier, each adorned with cards, all presumably from the auction house. After a brief walk, Aoki finally left the black market. Yet, the vicinity was bustling, and they dared not act overly, leaving them in a quandary regarding their heist. Just as they pondered their next move, Aoki entered a narrow alleyway. Instantly, their eyes lit up, and they hastily pursued him. However, upon reaching the alley's entrance, they discovered he had vanished. What was happening? They had clearly seen him enter. How had he disappeared? Standing at the alley's mouth, they found themselves at a loss. He had been there moments ago. How could he simply vanish? Was there a secret passage? They scrambled to search, determined not to let him escape. The man was worth a fortune. Meanwhile, Aoki stood atop a rooftop, observing the group in the alley below. He meticulously counted, noting 8 individuals in total, 2 of whom wielded metal pipes, while the others brandished various makeshift weapons. Yet, in comparison to Aoki, they were utterly insignificant. Mere pipes could hardly deter bullets. Though employing shadows could conserve energy, it lacked the thrill. The exhilaration of directly eliminating adversaries awakened the blood within. Aoki leaped down, positioning himself at the exit of the narrow alleyway. The entire location permitted entry, yet offered no means of egress. It was, in fact, a dead end, with towering walls flanking either side. Aoki relied on the shadows to ascend to the rooftop. Will you continue to seek me? Aoki observed the group as they rummaged through the space, even delving into the trash bins for a glimpse. However, upon hearing his words, everyone was momentarily stunned. They had been searching for someone, yet how did he end up behind them? Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best. They had feared he was lost, only to have led themselves into danger. One man, sporting a crest of hair and clad in a leather jacket, had not even completed his sentence before Aoki silenced him with a single shot. What? Chapter 66. Hikaru has been kidnapped? At this moment, everyone was in a state of shock. Everything had transpired too swiftly for them to comprehend, leaving them staring blankly. Before they could process the situation, Aoki fired several more shots, and soon, a few collapsed to the ground. Their heads bore gaping wounds, never to rise again. He then proceeded to search their bodies. Each possessed a card, albeit with little balance. Together, they amounted to only 100 million. Penniless fools. Aoki rolled his eyes, promptly stowing his belongings before turning to depart from the scene. The following day, on the television news, 8 corpses were discovered, each suffering fatal gunshot wounds to the head, having been dispatched with a single strike. Yesterday, a prominent council member's vehicle was found abandoned, with the interior ransacked. Recently, a body was recovered from the sea. Investigations revealed it had been deceased for nearly a month. Indeed, all of these were the handiwork of Aoki, only now coming to light. Watching the live news report, Aoki experienced a peculiar sensation, as if his masterpiece, or rather his dark history, had been unearthed. It felt somewhat strange, yet manageable. At this moment, SHKO, clad in a deep blue turtleneck and a beige bodycon skirt, was making her way home from school, her legs adorned with black stockings. Conan and his companions were nearby, particularly the 3 younger ones. They were indeed here. Bume exclaimed, "How dull. There is nothing fun to do." K-Hik replied, "This world is rife with cases." Jenna added, "Yet, there is absolutely nothing happening in our vicinity." "How odd." Conan chuckled, "That's precisely normal, you know?" SHKO remarked, "If you follow Conan today, I assure you a case will unfold. Your wish shall be granted." Just then, a noise emanated from behind, prompting Bume to rush over and pick something up from the ground. It was a ring. An S-shaped hook bore a golden ring. The group quickly gathered around, looking around for further clues, but the only building nearby had all its windows tightly shut. SHKO picked up another item and approached her companions, saying, "There is another one here." Upon seeing SHKO's find, K-Hik momentarily froze before snatching it up, striking an SOS pose. Conan was dumbfounded. Could it truly be explained in this manner? "I knew it. You all are just stirring up trouble," Conan exclaimed. SHKO remained silent, her gaze drifting toward Conan. M2A. March 21st, 1999. At this moment, Aoki was secretly observing and was taken aback upon hearing Bume explain the situation. It appeared he had just traversed into 1994. How could it already be 1999 after merely 2 months? Initially, he intended to fetch SHKO, but upon learning she preferred walking, he continued to observe Conan, pondering why cases seemed to arise around him. Through previous observations, he noted that Conan acted passively, while the trio of young detectives seemed to be the true catalysts. SHKO furrowed her brow, realizing that not only did she need to distance herself from Conan's grim aura, but also from these 3 children. They were practically a recipe for disaster. K-Hik noted, "This ring must belong to a woman. There's lipstick on it." K-Hik continued, "That woman must be nearby, unable to act for some reason." Bume asked, "Is she dead?" Or perhaps, SHKO suggested, "Maybe she has been imprisoned." Conan interjected, "Enough. This kind of kidnapping case should be left to the police." Jenna exclaimed, "All right. It's time for our young detective team to spring into action." With that, the 3 of them promptly set off, leaving Conan in a state of bewilderment. SHKO strolled leisurely, thinking that since there was nothing pressing, she might as well follow along. As she pondered this, she glanced back. "What are you up to? Do you truly believe a case will materialize?" Conan asked, somewhat displeased. "Who knows? Anyway, I have nothing else to do. It's a perfect way to pass the time." SHKO replied with a nonchalant tone. In the distance, Aoki, wielding binoculars, observed their antics with mounting frustration, wishing to throttle Conan. Damn, a bunch of foolish teammates. They must encounter trouble, otherwise they will continue their reckless behavior. Today, I'll give K-Hick a good scare, sending him to the hospital for a few months. Having made up his mind, he retrieved a steel pipe, devoid of fingerprints. Aoki had already wiped it clean and was wearing gloves, thus, no fingerprints were present, only a few strands of hair. Yet, how could Aoki possibly commit such a rookie mistake? After all, he was a consultant for the police with investigative skills, and with the Shadow's assistance. Killing was exceedingly simple. Meanwhile, Conan and the others were examining a bicycle. Islands. Asuka. The surname is Shima, the given name is Asuka. Aoki had been observing closely, fully aware of the actions undertaken by Conan and his companions. The group darted about, incessantly inquiring about clues. They were always together. And if one were to take action, it would necessitate diverting Conan's attention, despite Aoki's proficiency in disguise. Soon, Conan and his companions returned to the third floor in search of a woman named Asuka Shima. Upon reaching the third floor, they encountered two individuals exiting a room. One, clad in black attire with striking blonde hair, was accompanied by a woman dressed in red, whose hair matched her outfit. Why aren't you handling the aftermath properly? The woman questioned. Why did you have to kill her? She added. Stop your incessant chatter. The man retorted. The group was taken aback. They had indeed committed murder. Jinta covered his mouth, striving to suppress any sound. In an instant, Conan dialed for the police, but before he could fully articulate the situation, officers approached, bewildered, and were ushered into the building. Ultimately, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. However, the red-haired woman was indeed Asuka Shima, much to Conan's chagrin. It was all due to the incessant chatter of those three little rascals proclaiming that someone had died. At that moment, they sat on the ground floor, where Conan was deep in thought. Eventually, he noticed someone returning, accompanied by a child. Yuta, the very boy who had previously sought information about the bathroom supplies in the storage room. Without hesitation, Conan pursued him, though the conversation was unclear, leading them to the elevator bound for the 6th floor. It was at this juncture that Aoki finally made his move. He swiftly seized an individual and fled outside. Jinta and the others were momentarily stunned before immediately giving chase. Shiho stood rooted in place, furrowing her brow as she gazed at Aoki, whose silhouette appeared hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of someone she had encountered before. However, the figure's back was hunched, giving the impression of a stooped posture. Aoki hastily maneuvered until he arrived at an abandoned building, surrounded by desolation. You should consider yourself fortunate, little brat. The organization has taken an interest in you. What does that mean? Chapter 67. A mind unraveled at this moment. The two stood atop the building, Hikaru having been discarded unceremoniously on the ground. The structure was still under construction, yet due to the workers' break, it was devoid of any presence. Aoki's lips curled into a smile, a smirk that carried a hint of mockery. Guangyan stepped back incessantly, retreating until he reached the edge of the floor, gazing down at the dizzying height below. His legs trembled and weakened. Little brat, your friends will not come for you. If you leave with me now, you will receive training to become the strongest new recruit in the organization. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Guangyan momentarily froze, only to quickly regain his composure. Realizing that escape was unlikely, he needed to leave a message for the police and Conan, to assist them in locating him. Do not be so arrogant. Once Conan finds me, your organization will undoubtedly be annihilated. At that moment, Guangyan was drenched in sweat, acutely aware of the formidable presence before him, wielding a steel pipe. Yet, it seemed that Aoki did not intend to kill him just yet. There remained a glimmer of hope. Are you contemplating leaving behind a clue and waiting for rescue? Futile. If you prove to be of no use to me, I shall eliminate you simply for having seen my face. Guangyan's pupils constricted, his thoughts laid bare. This man was far too dangerous. Before he could react, Aoki swung the pipe down, striking Guangyan on the head. Clang. Guangyan's head erupted in pain, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead as he lost consciousness. Aoki had not struck with full force, exerting merely 30% of his strength, rendering the blow almost trivial for someone like Guangyan. What a waste of time I spent with you. I should have just knocked you out immediately. However, this way, those little brats should remain somewhat subdued. With that, Aoki turned to leave. He had noticed the signal Guangyan had left behind when he arrived. Since he had no intention of killing Guangyan, erasing it was unnecessary. Given Conan's intelligence, it would not be long before he found his way here. Thus, it was imperative to depart swiftly. He had no desire to be caught off guard. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. I found you. Aoki turned his head and discovered that Conan had arrived, already opening his watch. How could he have come so quickly? Have you activated some sort of cheat? At that moment, Conan suddenly noticed Hikaru lying on the ground, his head bleeding, while Aoki held a steel pipe. Upon witnessing this scene, Conan's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he pressed the button. Upon witnessing the scene, Aoki instinctively dodged, but his footing faltered, causing him to plummet from the lofty heights, his head shattering upon impact. What? Conan was also taken aback. His intention had merely been to incapacitate, never to take a life. He then leaned over the edge of the building to ascertain the situation below, only to be astonished to find that the individual had inexplicably vanished. What on earth was happening? Despite the bizarre turn of events, the priority remained to save a life. If he wasn't mistaken, the shadowy figure from earlier resembled the one encountered on Moonshadow Island. Without further ado, Conan hurriedly carried Hikaru on his back and dashed down the stairs. Meanwhile, below, in a secluded corner, Aoki rubbed his head, cursing Conan incessantly. Damn it. I just stumbled and knocked my head into pieces. That little brat Conan. It seems I'll have to teach him a lesson later, otherwise, I would not be able to forgive myself. With that thought, Aoki turned and left. Upon returning home, the first order of business was to quickly change his clothes and take a shower to cleanse the bloodstains. Shiho and the others had already finished school, and considering the recent events, they were likely at the hospital or the police station. The traces of the incident had been thoroughly cleaned, the blood-stained floor had been scraped, and now it was submerged beneath the sea, mingling with the fish. However, the robbery assignment posted last time, it seemed no one had yet accepted it. Was it possible that recently, no one was willing to take on the task of robbery? Aoki sat before his computer, opening a website to assess the situation, only to find that no one was responding. This task was not particularly arduous. Previously, there had been heists amounting to 1 billion, and even 400 million yen. Yet, when he posted a mission anticipating a robbery of 2 billion yen, astonishingly, no one had come forward to inquire. Aoki found himself somewhat perplexed, as the situation was rather peculiar. However, after a moment's contemplation, he chose not to delve deeper and instead proceeded to accept the task. Currently, he possessed a substantial amount of explosives, 10 pounds, but it was still insufficient for his plans. He required enough to demolish an entire building. 10 pounds was dreadfully inadequate. Yet he had no alternative means. Although he could seek assistance from Jin, the latter's inherently suspicious nature might lead him to question Aoki's intentions. The thought of being unjustly accused left Aoki feeling quite despondent. I'm back. At that moment, Shio had returned. The instant she stepped through the door, she noticed Aoki seated before the computer, seemingly lost in thought. Choosing not to disturb him, after all, it was a matter concerning the organization. She felt no fondness for the organization and was reluctant to involve herself further. The development of a new antidote had succeeded, yet she needed to find an opportunity to make Conan plead for her help, especially since he had previously shouted at her. Although Shiho was anxious, recalling Conan's outburst left her feeling quite irked. Meanwhile, Aoki observed that Shiho appeared somewhat off, as if she had grown more cunning. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts and redirected his focus to how he might accomplish the plan he had devised. At that moment in the hospital, Hikaru had awakened. Though a gash marred his forehead, while it was not a severe issue, Hikaru would be unable to participate in activities or engage in any vigorous exercise for the foreseeable future. Hikaru, what in the world happened? Conan inquired, his heart racing with concern. He had just been pursuing a suspect and, after finally subduing the individual, returned only to hear from Shiho that Hikaru had been abducted. Following various leads, he had managed to locate Hikaru. I'm not entirely sure. That person mentioned some organization that intends to train me as an assassin. If I dared to resist, they would kill my family. As Hikaru recounted this chilling revelation, he felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. The memory of that frigid gaze sent shivers down his spine. Upon hearing this, Conan's pupils dilated in alarm. It was the same organization. They had somehow tracked him here. Staying in this location could result in exposure of their identities. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. This organization was utterly despicable, even seeking to capture children. He could only wonder how many innocent lives had been ruined over the years. Suddenly, Conan recalled an individual who might be of assistance, Aoki Tomohiro. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan turned and dashed towards Aoki's residence, sprinting at full speed. Aoki. Upon hearing Conan call out to him, Aoki froze mid-action, an instinctual sense of danger surging within him. Could this little brat be attempting to deceive him? Aoki quickly rose, clenching his fist. Mindful not to leave the computer screen exposed, he could not allow Conan to see the contents displayed. As he tightened his fist, Conan burst through the door. And without a moment's delay, Aoki delivered a swift punch. Ah, that hurt. What are you doing? Conan exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor, clutching his head where a sizable bump had formed, larger than Aoki's fist. After calling out to Aoki, he found himself struck instead. This fellow was truly unhinged. His head throbbed with pain. Nothing much. Just wanted to hit you. Aoki rubbed his fists and then took a seat before the computer, gazing at Conan as he inquired. However, just as Conan was about to speak, he noticed a peculiar expression on Shiho's face, which suggested something was amiss. He sensed that if he proceeded to speak, it might lead to trouble. After careful contemplation, he concluded that there was no need for haste. It's nothing. It's just that Hikaru encountered an issue earlier, and I wanted to check with you to see if you could retrieve any information about that individual. After some reflection, Conan articulated these words, knowing that if he had directly requested Aoki's assistance, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Aoki lowered his head in contemplation. The man who had kidnapped Mitsuhiko was, in fact, himself. Was there really a need to conduct an investigation? However, this matter must remain unspoken. for revealing it would spell his doom. Do you possess any of that man's hair or perhaps a sample of his blood? Even a single piece of evidence could lead to his whereabouts. If you have nothing at all, how am I to assist you? Aoki lifted his head and addressed Conan. Upon hearing this, Conan could only sigh in resignation. That individual is exceedingly cautious, and within mere seconds of the fall, he vanished completely. Even the blood on the ground disappeared without a trace, leaving us with no clues. Hearing this, Aoki chuckled, relieved that no flaw in his demeanor had been exposed. He immediately composed himself and feigned a degree of difficulty, saying, "If that is the case, I am afraid I cannot assist you." At this moment, Conan too found himself in a quandary. Despite his strong desire to unearth the perpetrator, the absence of any leads left him at a loss. Conan felt a sense of numbness. This adversary was exceptionally troublesome and possessed an extraordinarily peculiar ability. Could it be that such individuals with supernatural powers truly exist in this world? Whether it was the individual from the last encounter or the current man in black. One could kill from a distance while the other could die and yet resurrect. It was utterly absurd. These questions only served to vex him further. He decided to lie down, overwhelmed by the uncertainty. Based on his current conjectures, the person he encountered today was likely also affiliated with the Black organization. He remained uncertain, however, whether other groups existed beyond this one. By the way, you should keep a low profile for the time being. From what I gather, there are numerous organizations in this world, all in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. If they were to discover that you transformed from Kudo into your current state, they would likely capture you and treat you as a lab rat. Not only would you be subjected to daily experimentation, but you might also end up being dissected. If you wish to avoid such a fate, it would be prudent to remain discreet. Aoki took out his phone, engrossed in a game. In this era, games were scarce. And the ones on his phone were all set up by Dr. Agasa, including the classic snake game. He had been contemplating the need to track down a murderer, but upon hearing a certain remark, he suddenly sat up, realizing the gravity of the situation as he observed Aoki playing on his phone. If the circumstances were indeed as he feared, he would be akin to a rare specimen, subjected to dissection and daily doses of medication. The thought of potentially being poisoned one day felt disturbingly plausible. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Conan hastily exited Aoki's home. Naturally, he did not return home but instead headed to Dr. Agasa's residence, hoping the doctor could provide him with some extraordinary gadgets. However, Dr. Agasa was preoccupied with his work and showed no inclination to engage with Conan. This young lad always came to him seeking assistance, only to claim the inventions as his own. It was utterly infuriating. Although the items had already been completed, Dr. Agasa decided to withhold them temporarily to teach Conan a lesson. The doctor was actually working on a belt, a football launcher. This was a recent project that Aoki had helped him with, which would have taken him much longer if he had relied solely on his own efforts. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I genuinely don't have anything right now. Lately, I've been focused on making money, and I don't have the funds to sell you the equipment. Dr. Agasa sighed in resignation. The gadgets he had provided to Conan previously had sold quite well, but he had halted that line of commercial products to make it easier for Conan to gather information. Now, however, the doctor was irked. Doctor, I know you have them. Every time you attempt to lie, you unconsciously stroke your beard. I've known for a long time. Conan's mouth twitched in exasperation. He genuinely needed the gadgets, so he called Dr. Agasa out on his evasion. No. I've already stated that I want to give them to you. Aoki has advised you to keep a low profile, and if you demand equipment, it could lead to exposure, endangering not just you, but also me, Ran, and even your parents. For safety reasons, I cannot provide them to you. Dr. Agasa remained resolute, shaking his head, despite being caught in his deception. Seeing this, Conan sighed in resignation. It appeared he would have to endure for the time being. The pursuit of immortality was an absurd and tedious endeavor. Such matters typically occurred among those in high positions who were unwilling to face mortality. Many individuals fit this description, yet only a few possessed the means to orchestrate a widespread search. While Conan speculated that it might involve high-ranking officials in Japan, any investigation would inevitably reveal some inconsistencies. Even if it were not them, merely probing into the matter would draw attention. Meanwhile, Aoki had just received news that Rum had a newcomer arriving in Japan, requesting Aoki's assistance. This visit was to evaluate the newcomer, and if all went well, the individual would be inducted as a codename member. There was no salary for this task, and Aoki was initially reluctant to participate. However, Jin informed him that this was a recruit brought in by Rum, and even without remuneration, it would be wise to accept the assignment. Generally, such tasks were low risk, merely a formality, given Rum's unpredictable whereabouts, one moment in Japan, the next abroad. No one could fathom his intentions. The following morning, Aoki rose early. Every day presented a struggle to get out of bed, and while yesterday felt like summer, today had taken on the chill of winter, suggesting an impending case was looming. The weather was unusually frigid, yet he had to get up. He had a task to fulfill, namely, picking up the newcomer that Rum had mentioned. The individual's name remained undisclosed, but it was said that he had previously been a mercenary with formidable skills, and Aoki would need to assess his capabilities before assigning him any tasks. Aoki felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his frustration, particularly at the audacity of someone who would take advantage of his labor without compensation. However, engaging in a futile confrontation was utterly unnecessary. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. He was reluctant to offend Rum, as his livelihood depended on maintaining cordial relations. To provoke animosity over such trivial matters could lead to a multitude of complications, even resulting in inflated prices during mundane errands like grocery shopping. Perhaps this was the infamous phenomenon of price hikes that accompany one's ventures outside. Determined to avoid such a fate, Aoki made his way to the station, where he soon spotted a man standing at the edge, observing. As he approached, the stranger finally acknowledged Aoki's presence. "Are you Mimosa? I am the newcomer recruited by Rum. My name is Daisuke Rukawa." The man donned a military green tracksuit reminiscent of attire worn during army training, and his imposing physique further accentuated his formidable presence. The scars etched on his face hinted at a tumultuous past, suggesting he was not someone to be trifled with. Aoki sensed a formidable aura emanating from the individual, uncertain whether it was intentional or a reflection of their inability to restrain it. Nevertheless, such considerations were trivial. Time was of the essence. If all proceeded smoothly, they could potentially resolve matters today. "Follow me," he urged. "Let us first assess your capabilities before we proceed to allocate tasks." Aki's expression was one of helplessness, and his tone reflected a sense of resignation, making him appear utterly exhausted. Upon hearing this, Ryokawa Daisuke nodded and joined Aki in the car, ultimately leading them to the base. This was an old facility, devoid of any substantial presence. Only a few peripheral members were present, continuously operating to ensure readiness should the need arise, yet there was no one to manage the area. Moments later, they arrived at the training ground. The space was expansive enough for the two of them to engage in combat. In truth, Aki felt a pang of anxiety, despite his mastery in martial arts. He had not had the time to train adequately. Today, facing a mercenary, he sensed that his chances of victory were slim. At that moment, both had assumed their stances, and the tension escalated to its zenith. Though the atmosphere remained unchanged, those nearby could palpably sense the impending confrontation. A single word uttered now could likely provoke a joint assault. As both parties scrutinized each other, Ryokawa suddenly lunged forward with a swift step. Aki, quick to react, retaliated immediately. He swung his right fist, colliding forcefully with Ryokawa's. Despite his combat expertise, Aki realized that he was outmatched in strength. The moment their fists met, he understood he was at a disadvantage. Subsequently, Aki opted to employ a strategy of evasion, relying on agility to outmaneuver his opponent. Ryokawa, though formidable in strength, lacked the same speed, which allowed Aki to gain an upper hand temporarily. However, Aki was also vexed, recognizing that his stamina was depleting at a far greater rate than Ryokawa's. After a brief exchange of blows, Aki concluded that this direct approach was futile and that cunning would be necessary to prevail. He then abandoned his speed strategy, although Ryokawa had sustained some damage. His stamina remained intact while Aki was left breathless. Adjusting his posture, Aki lowered his body, preparing to unleash a burst of strength to overcome his opponent. After all, as a member of the elite team, he could not afford to be bested by a newcomer. From a distance, Ryokawa noticed Aki's waning energy and swiftly moved in to finish the fight. Yet, Aki remained composed, a smile even gracing his lips. As Ryokawa's fist approached, Aki raised his hand to intercept it, countering with a knee strike. Ryokawa, realizing the imminent threat, lifted his leg to shield himself. But Aki proved more than capable of blocking the attack. At that moment, Ryokawa sensed something was amiss and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Aoki struck with his other hand, landing a blow to Longchuan's abdomen. Longchuan winced in pain and hastily attempted to withdraw, but Aoki offered no respite, swiftly delivering a powerful kick aimed at his waist. The force of this strike was tremendous, causing Longchuan to topple to the ground. He quickly regained his footing and attempted to create distance, though his previously abundant stamina now left him gasping for breath. "No more," he exclaimed. "Though your strength may not surpass mine, your intellect is keen. You discerned my abdominal injury and chose to exploit it. Just moments ago, my abdomen." Longchuan shook his head in resignation and lowered his combat stance. Upon hearing the words, Aoki couldn't help but smile, albeit the smile was rather strained. His gaze towards the individual before him shifted noticeably. "You are indeed formidable. Were it not for some underhanded tactics, I would not have been able to engage you directly. Your combat skills have proven satisfactory. Next, we shall assess your proficiency with firearms. There lies an armory underground, though it contains only basic weaponry, sufficient for your evaluation." As he spoke, Aoki led the way, his eyes constantly scanning, observing every movement of the person beside him. Earlier, when Aoki had struck at the individual's abdomen, he had noticed that the latter's expression remained unchanged, entirely unlike that of someone who had sustained an injury. Now, Aoki harbored considerable doubts regarding the true intentions of this person. After testing Longchuan's marksmanship, Aoki dismissed him and proceeded to edit a message on his phone regarding the day's evaluations. Naturally, he first informed Jin, as the two had been collaborating for quite some time. At present, aside from Jin, he found it challenging to identify anyone else within the entire organization whom he could trust completely. This newcomer struck him as rather peculiar. The information indicated that he bore injuries, yet he exhibited no signs of distress. Furthermore, his combat capabilities seemed to rival those of Jin. Though he had not fully unleashed his potential, likely intending to put on an act for Aoki. You all should investigate this matter further, he advised regarding Mimosa. At that moment, Jin, upon receiving the message, revealed a faint smile. He sensed something was amiss. Rum clearly had his own people. Yet Aoki was tasked with testing this newcomer, despite the many capable individuals he had at his disposal. Now, with Aoki's update, Jin began to grasp the situation. Damn Rum. How dare he attempt to poach my personnel? Though Jin was incensed, he was no fool. Rum was undoubtedly aware of this situation, suggesting that there must be traitors among his ranks. It seemed that the number of disloyal individuals had been on the rise lately. Understood. Jin. Keep a close watch on him. If any complications arise, eliminate him immediately. Your abilities are more than sufficient for that task. In truth, Aoki's shadow was not entirely invisible. As long as one harbored intense emotions, it was still possible to perceive it. Chapter 70. Brother, teach me to snipe. In fact, witnessing BM was not particularly difficult. Anyone harboring murderous intent towards BM would be able to perceive its silhouette. Moreover, BM's movements would be impeded in the rain, and striking at its head would yield significant effects. In the original narrative, Sato's BM had developed self-awareness due to neglect, ultimately leading to its complete loss of control. Furthermore, it remained unaffected when submerged in water. However, generally speaking, few would express murderous intent towards BM. Meanwhile, Aoki was diligently observing, attempting to comprehend the nature of the shadows. Other shadows possessed distinct abilities, such as exceptional combat skills or the ability to fly. More commonplace abilities included climbing or having elongated teeth. Ultimately, Aoki discovered that his own shadow was remarkably ordinary, devoid of any exceptional traits. Could it be that its abilities mirrored those of the protagonist, possessing numerous black particles capable of creating multiple clones? Aoki stroked his chin in contemplation, sensing that it did not quite add up. After all, if there were indeed a multitude of particles, their existence should last longer. Yet, his shadow could only persist for a mere 5 minutes. Suddenly, Aoki recalled recent events and previous occurrences, pondering whether this black specter possessed remarkable jumping ability. He then instructed his shadow to test this hypothesis. Having watched the series Ajin, both in its animated and live-action forms, he realized that his memories were somewhat faded due to the passage of time. Consequently, he could only retain a vague outline of the plot. After conducting the experiment, he found that his suspicions were indeed confirmed. It was at this moment that Aoki noticed an unusual detail about BM. Its legs appeared distinctly different. The shadow's calves were notably short, while its feet were divided into 2 segments, with the toes making contact with the ground for leverage, utilizing the rest for propulsion. It resembled a rabbit in form. This could hardly be classified as a humanoid black specter. Rather, it leaned more towards a monstrous paradigm. Nevertheless, it was merely a pirated version of Ajin. And in this world, he alone was an Ajin. Although his particle count was minimal, it sufficed to contend with ordinary humans. Upon returning home, Aoki seated himself before his computer, opening a file to record his findings. This had been his endeavor since acquiring his lineage, for as a novice Ajin, thorough research was imperative. He feared that his shadow might also exhibit uncontrollable tendencies, akin to what transpired in the anime. From his recollections, he recalled how the male protagonist's shadow would often spiral out of control due to a lack of commands following its awakening. If left unchecked, the shadow would similarly go berserk. Now, Aoki pondered whether prolonged confinement of his shadow might also induce a similar outburst. After all, humans too could be driven to madness when suppressed. Seated on the sofa behind him, Xiao Ai gazed at the computer screen. Although the distance made it somewhat difficult to discern, she could faintly make out the letters BM. What could BM signify? Aoki is neither a scholar nor a doctor. What could he possibly be researching? Although curiosity stirred within her, Xiao Ai refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets and that probing too deeply is rarely prudent. Aoki, I've learned to prepare a new dish. Come and taste it later. Suddenly, Xiao Ai spoke, catching Aoki off guard and prompting him to turn and gaze at her in confusion. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling that she had been diligently studying the art of Chinese cuisine lately, which eased his mind. If Xiao Ai were to prepare Japanese or American dishes, they would likely be quite delectable. Yet, the complexity of Chinese cooking often leads to imprecise seasoning and difficulties in mastering the timing, resulting in less than palatable outcomes. In truth, there is no necessity to learn it formally. Rather, it appears that Xiao Ai has developed a fondness for Chinese cuisine. Hence her recent fervent efforts to improve her skills. Impressive. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take a brief respite. A newcomer has recently joined the organization, but I remain unsettled by their presence. They seem to harbor ulterior motives and always appear somewhat restless. After Aoki meticulously organized the data, he rose to shut down the computer files. Subsequently, he took a seat beside Xiao Ai. His face etched with worry as he closed his eyes, contemplating the true intentions of that individual. It seemed evident that this was not merely an assessment. Moreover, It was orchestrated by Longmu. Could it be that Longmu has developed an interest due to my revival? Is it possible that the purpose of sending someone over is to capture and dissect me? Then, perhaps they intend to experiment with my essence daily, utilizing it for past research? Aoki felt a strong likelihood of complications, though he harbored some concerns for Xiao Ai, fearing her potential entanglement in the matter. This situation was rather precarious. Casting a glance at Xiao Ai, Aoki recognized the daunting nature of the task ahead. However, he felt no trepidation, for he had the assistance of shadows. Furthermore, they remained oblivious to the true extent of the shadows' abilities, and even if they could perceive them, they would remain ignorant of their vulnerabilities. Moreover, his resurrection capability and its intricate details were not known to them. He had refrained from documenting this resurrection ability on his computer, as the world was rife with prodigies. Should the organization's members infiltrate and steal the data, it would indeed spell trouble. Nevertheless, Aoki had recorded information regarding the shadows' abilities and the methods to perceive them, and he had omitted any mention of their weaknesses. It was prudent to keep certain cards close to his chest, otherwise, all his efforts could be rendered futile. His resurrection ability and the existence of the shadows constituted his most formidable trump cards. As for the system, what could that contraption accomplish? One must tread carefully. Although you are a codename member, the organization will share some internal information, even with fellow codename members. Ultimately, they remain mere instruments. Xiao Ai knew little, as her role was confined to research, particularly concerning the pharmaceuticals left behind. Thus, she was simply a tool for the organization. Besides herself, they could recruit others to continue the research, albeit at a slower pace, and that was all there was to it. There was no cause for concern. I am quite formidable. Even if they harbor intentions against me, they would have already felt the impact of my fist. Aoki remained undeterred. Although Jin harbored a certain apprehension towards him, Aoki was undeniably one of his own, making it improbable that he would relinquish his hold so easily. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the terrifying potential that lay within himself. Thus, in driving away Rum's associates, he inadvertently safeguarded the organization. As for the newcomers, there was no need for concern. I have already utilized your identity to assign him a qualifying task. Henceforth, he should minimize interactions with Rum. At that moment, a message from Jin arrived, causing Aoki's lips to curl into a smile. Truly, what a commendable elder brother. Thank you, dear brother. Mimosa has promised to teach me marksmanship. I aspire to master sniping. Mimosa, let us discuss this another time. Jin, Chapter 71. The fault lies not with me, but with this world. At this moment, Aoki was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Ai's cooking today was simply exquisite. If every day could be like this, Aoki felt he would have no regrets in life. However, it seemed that today's narrative was somewhat different. It appeared that Valentine's Day had arrived once more. If memory served correctly, only a month had passed since the last Valentine's Day. How could another be upon them so soon? As Aoki pondered this, Xiao Ai had already departed. Yesterday, she had approached Xiaolan, expressing her desire to learn the art of hand-knitting sweaters together. Naturally, Xiaolan would not refuse such a request, leaving Aoki in a state of bewilderment. Hadn't she been engrossed in her reading just yesterday? When had she made contact with Xiaolan? I'm heading out. With that, Xiao Ai left, making her way towards Xiaolan's home, donning a hat atop her head. After all, recent activities in the area had involved certain organizations, and should she be spotted, Xiao Ai would undoubtedly find herself in grave danger. Thus, Aoki had insisted that she wear a hat when going out. Though Xiao Ai wore a displeased expression, her heart brimmed with joy as she smiled and stepped outside. Nevertheless, Aoki sensed that something was amiss. With Valentine's Day upon them, coupled with Xiaolan and Conan's involvement, it bore the scent of a case. Aoki swiftly donned a disguise, stealthily trailing behind Xiao Ai. Resembling a love-struck stalker, passers-by furrowed their brows in concern. This individual is quite peculiar. Should we report this? It seems as though he harbors ill intentions towards the child. Perhaps it is best to notify the authorities. Upon perceiving an unsettling situation, Aoki promptly veered into a nearby alley. As a consultant for the police, he pondered the consequences of being reported and apprehended. Such incidents could tarnish his reputation. At that moment, Shiho had just arrived. As she entered the room, she was immediately enveloped in an embrace by Ayumi. Ah, it's Shiho. How utterly delightful. To Ayumi, Shiho was simply adorable. However, Ayumi remained unaware of Shiho's true nature. In the original narrative, Ayumi appeared rather indifferent, finding both Conan and Shiho to be anything but charming. She perceived Conan as mischievous and Shiho as somewhat aloof. Yet, due to Aoki's involvement, Ayumi's perspective shifted, and she found Shiho exceedingly endearing. Shiho, however, wore a bemused expression, questioning the presence of this woman. Although slightly displeased, after all, this woman had previously attempted to win over Aoki. Shiho remained composed. Well, I'm here to find Ran and learn how to knit, Shiho asserted, gently pushing Ayumi aside and revealing her crescent-shaped eyes, her tone devoid of emotion. Ayumi was momentarily taken aback. Shiho was learning to knit? This thought led her to recall Kayagaku, realizing that she too should create something for him. Yet, the fact that he was currently studying abroad left her feeling rather exasperated. They had only just begun to grow closer, and now he was overseas. With a resigned sigh, Ayumi contemplated that if circumstances allowed, Aoki might have been interested in her. However, the allure of pure love was undeniable. Moreover, it would afford Kayagaku an opportunity to owe her a favor. Although Ayumi was quite attractive, especially with her hair down. Resembling a younger version of Shiho, her personality tended to be a bit flamboyant. This trait did not sit well with Aoki, who preferred to facilitate the romance between the original couple. He recalled an episode in which Ayumi called Kayagaku, leading to a misunderstanding that prompted his return from M country, after which he frequently came to Ayumi's aid. Aoki stood in the corridor outside the door, pondering the matter at hand. Xiaolon, please teach me as well. I wish to create something. At that moment, Yuanzi had come to a realization. Although her boyfriend was abroad, she could still send him things. Once the clothes were completed, she would have them shipped over. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face broke into a smile. Ah, Yuanzi, she began. But instead of continuing, she turned and entered the room to retrieve the yarn and various other necessary supplies. Aoki felt a slight sense of relief upon noticing that they had not departed. As long as they remained present, no incident would transpire. Moreover, with Conan absent, safety was assured. Subsequently, Aoki departed, intending to seek out Jin to learn the art of sniping, as the mission had yet to be claimed. It was prudent to practice beforehand. Meanwhile, in a certain location in Tokyo, a figure cloaked in shadows stood before a computer screen, the dim lighting obscuring their features. You can't even handle such a trivial task. How disappointing. I suppose it's unfair to expect you to perform, spoke the unseen person on the screen. Known as Rum, whose whereabouts remained shrouded in mystery. In front of the screen stood the individual assigned to investigate Aoki's situation. However, his lackluster performance was swiftly discerned by Aoki, and he ultimately received a warning from Jin. Were it not for the organization's regulations against infighting, Jin would have long since eliminated Okawa. While he had no intention of troubling Rum, the situation regarding Aoki had irked him significantly, primarily due to his frustration over Rum's interference. My sincerest apologies. I shall atone for my missteps, Okawa Daisuke said, bowing his head in contrition. Return to your duties. I shall summon others to handle this matter. That is an order. Rum's tone was stern, interrupting Okawa before he could finish. Taken aback, Okawa felt a surge of displeasure but had no choice but to acquiesce, planning to seek another opportunity in the future. Rum abruptly severed the communication, leaving Okawa standing in silence. Damn it. Superpowers. What is so remarkable about that? Even without them, I can become the strongest. Okawa Daisuke was resolute. Although Aoki had previously engaged him without utilizing his full strength, he was confident that in terms of combat, Aoki was no match for him. Capturing Aoki would yield further possibilities. Even if he could not eliminate him, he could seize him for research, thereby augmenting the organization's capabilities. He was merely acting in the organization's interest. Rum, a coward who hid away, had no right to criticize. With a scoff, Okawa Daisuke turned away, determined to confront Aoki. Confident that his new appearance would render him unrecognizable, he recalled a recent robbery assignment listed on the organization's website, a perfect opportunity to procure funds for his own armament. After changing into a new outfit, he accepted the task and departed, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer. If Rum did not trust him, he would seize the mantle of leadership himself. However, to ascend to such a position, financial resources were essential. He must inform the B0SS, lest the organization suspect him of betrayal, which would certainly lead to complications. Chapter 72, Aoki. Feel the wrath, Jin. Aoki had arrived at the base, where he witnessed Jin practicing his marksmanship. 800 meters away, he hit the bullseye with a sniper rifle. Upon seeing this scene, Aoki exclaimed, "Wow, impressive shooting, my friend. Please teach me how to shoot like that." Aoki clapped in praise, incessantly flattering. Shinjo casually lit a cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at Aoki, finding him rather troublesome, as he always brought misfortune whenever he visited. If one did not deceive him, he would surely deceive you. Therefore, it was best to strike first. Before Aoki could react, Shinjo had already unleashed a punch. Upon witnessing the scene, Aoki's expression hardened, and he swiftly evaded the attack, maneuvering behind Jin. In that moment, he executed a precise kick, leaving a mark on Jin's posterior. Hey, I was just complimenting you. Why did you suddenly resort to violence? As Aoki deftly evaded the onslaught, he endeavored to elucidate the circumstances. Clearly, however, Jin was not paying heed. In a swift motion, Jin unleashed a powerful punch directed at Aoki's midsection. Fortunately, Aoki had anticipated the attack and had previously fortified his abdomen with a steel plate, though it had now become indented, bearing the unmistakable imprint of Jin's fist. Jin, too, felt the sting of his own strike and hastily withdrew his hand. Glancing at his reddening knuckles, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "You rascal, who ventures out with a steel plate tucked into their clothing?" With a resigned shake of his hand, he settled down nearby, an expression of exasperation etched upon his face. Upon witnessing this, Aoki promptly followed suit, skillfully extracting a cigarette from the pocket of Kinjo's attire and lighting it for himself. Do not inquire as to the source of his adeptness, it is simply a habitual practice. Kinju's forehead pulsed with veins, and he was on the verge of erupting in anger to chastise Aoki. After all, it was merely a pack of cigarettes. Could he not procure his own? Damn it. They had only met twice recently, yet each time, not only did Aoki swipe my cigarettes, but he also brazenly took my matches. Were it not for my caution regarding the shadow, I would certainly have shot you twice. Hiss. Ugh, this cigarette is subpar. It even irritates the throat. Next time, do purchase something of better quality. Aoki took a puff and shook his head as he spoke. Gyojin chuckled lightly, remarking that it was specially prepared for him, and since he found it unsatisfactory, he should refrain from taking advantage of it, especially since he was unaccustomed to it. After a moment, Aoki finished his cigarette and reached for another pack. This cigarette is unpleasant. Allow me to smoke it for you. Reduce your intake. I'm doing this for your own good. With that, Aoki tucked the pack into his clothing and approached the sniper rifle he had longed to touch. This was an M24 utilizing 7.62 ammunition. Previously, while playing games, he had thought this rifle was incredibly cool. Now that he was finally able to handle a real firearm, although he had never used this particular model, his expertise in weaponry allowed him to instinctively comprehend its operation. He opened the magazine to inspect the bullets, disengaged the safety, and finally braced the stock against his right shoulder, directing his gaze towards the scope. Aiming at the target 500 meters away, he squeezed the trigger and fired. Meanwhile, Gyojin continued to complain about Aoki taking the difficult cigarette, muttering about his audacity. However, he soon looked up to see Aoki had actually fired the rifle, furrowing his brow in confusion. Surely, this fellow had not previously handled a sniper rifle, had he? How could he appear so proficient? Gyojin then stood to examine the target, discovering that Aoki had hit the bullseye at 500 meters. He sensed that this was not Aoki's limit. Could this individual truly be a genius? How had he not noticed this before? His shooting skills were impressive. Let us see how far he can shoot, Gyojin thought. Feeling a surge of curiosity about the potential limits of someone who had never touched a sniper rifle, yet displayed such remarkable skill. Upon hearing this, Aoki did not hesitate and immediately aimed at a moving target 800 meters away. Once again, he struck true at the bullseye. Shinji was taken aback. Was he truly that remarkable? My utmost distance is merely 1,000 meters, and here you are, effortlessly hitting 800 meters. Have you no regard for my pride? Although a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered, he reminded himself that this was one of his own, a subordinate. With that thought, his spirits lifted instantly. Aoki continued to shoot. Yet this time his accuracy faltered. He missed at 1,000 meters, which seemed rather absurd. How could he hit at 800 meters but fail at 1,000? Are you jesting with me? Oh, well, I am uncertain. It felt as if, by the third shot, my mind had already drifted away. Aoki scratched his head, feeling a touch of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been somewhat at a loss, having executed 2 shots with flawless precision. Yet, during the third shot, it felt as if his mind had abandoned him, leaving him with an unsettling sense of disconnection. Jin furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a predicament. Could it be that Aoki's abilities were causing this anomaly? Indeed, it seemed that being an ordinary person was preferable. Superpowers invariably come with side effects. And if Aoki were to experience such a drawback during combat, it could jeopardize the entire operation. From what was known thus far, it appeared that these superpowers often carried adverse consequences. The milder ones merely involved increased energy expenditure, while more severe effects could alter a person's character, much like that group from the zoo. Although a few had been eliminated previously, many members of that organization still remained. They sought to collect superpowered individuals in their quest for immortality. While the distillery's boss shared similar ambitions, his methods were not as extreme, though they were disturbingly close. At that moment, Jin snapped back to reality, only to realize that Aoki had already made off with several packs of cigarettes, today's rations. Aoki. Jin seethed. His teeth clenched. Now, in addition to Sherry, he had another thorn in his side. This was utterly intolerable. Damn Aoki, if I ever catch you. You'll pay for all my cigarettes this year. With a cold huff, Jin turned to leave. After departing the base, Aoki felt a surge of elation. Having pilfered a few packs of cigarettes from Jin, he reveled in the thought of how furious Jin must be. For Jin, cigarettes were everything. Without them, life felt unbearable. Suffer, Jin. Aoki chuckled to himself. Just then, Aoki pulled out his phone to check if anyone had taken up his mission. He connected his USB drive to the phone, enabling its functionality. As he perused the contents, he discovered that someone had indeed responded to his call, albeit just one individual. It was of little consequence, for after the robbery, he could simply eliminate that person and seize their account. Oh, someone actually took the bait. Aoki's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Today was indeed a day of double blessings. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly regained his composure, transforming entirely, his expression now one of madness. Henceforth, he would don this visage. Whether at the distillery, the zoo, or in Tokyo, this would be a grand feast. Aoki twisted his neck and then departed with measured steps. He needed to return and prepare, contemplating where to place the explosives. The individual from the previous transaction had assured him that he would provide ample explosives whenever required. Meanwhile, at the Mori Detective Agency, Rand noticed the yarn was insufficient and prepared to venture out for more. However, Shiho expressed her intent to go, and seeing that Ran was somewhat uneasy, she accompanied Shiho. The moment they exited the agency, Shiho began to tremble. What's wrong, Shiho? Chapter 73, The Heist. Shiho lowered the brim of her hat with a swift motion, leaning closer to Ran in an effort to appear smaller and conceal her face. In nothing. Just help me shield this for a moment. In that fleeting moment, Shiho sensed something amiss. Although Ran was perplexed, she continued to provide cover, shielding Shiho from prying eyes. Had Shiho endured some inhumane torment prior to her adoption? Was it the sight of that man that had triggered her current state? What a vile individual. After a couple of minutes, the unsettling feeling dissipated, and Shiho exhaled in relief. Through her peripheral vision, she noticed a man passing by, dressed in casual attire, appearing to be a young man. Yet, the aura he exuded was unmistakable. At that moment, the young man halted, standing at a corner with his gaze fixed on the agency. This was none other than Takuchin, having discarded his disguise to reveal his true self. Initially, he had intended to procure some items for the heist in the vicinity. However, just moments ago, he had spotted someone remarkably similar to a person wanted by the organization. Sherry, although merely a child, the resemblance was striking. Yet, upon further contemplation, he found it absurd. How could an adult transform into a child? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Despite the myriad of questions swirling within him, he chose not to delve deeper, assuming it was merely a coincidence, and thus he departed. At this time, Aoki had returned home, yet he was exceedingly cautious, opting to enter through the window, given that he was currently in disguise. Should Conan catch sight of him, he would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, disrupting the entire plan. Although Conan was not in the vicinity, caution remained paramount. Being spotted at night could potentially provide clues. Once safely back home, Aoki retrieved his handgun, M92 with infinite bullets. He donned a set of black attire, ensuring to wear a hood as well. And gloves. These were essentials. After adequately preparing, Aoki finally set out. Not for the purpose of robbery, but rather to meet an acquaintance online. No, it was to meet a fellow netizen. Subsequently, Aoki arrived at an abandoned factory, a secluded location he had chosen due to its lack of people. He pondered why so many places lay deserted and unused. Could this be the influence of the world of Conan? At that moment, Aoki's expression was that of an innocent youth, seemingly harmless. After a few minutes of waiting, his online acquaintance finally arrived, also appearing as a youthful figure, as though they bore a striking resemblance in style. Two individuals with boyish faces, conspiring in a deserted locale about how to execute a heist, was undeniably peculiar. Yet, Aoki felt a vague familiarity with this person, as if he had seen him somewhere before, though he couldn't quite place it. Ahem, I am Kanai Gojer. Aoki, with utmost seriousness, listened as the individual introduced himself, feeling no burden in his heart. Ryokawa Daisuke expressed some confusion. Although the name sounded like a proper name, there was an oddity about it that he couldn't quite place. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Tokugawa Jiro. Upon hearing each other's names, it was evident they were fabrications. Nevertheless, neither chose to expose the ruse, for they were merely engaged in a temporary collaboration, not part of a professional ensemble. Aoki, it matters not what name you use. In the end, we shall all meet our demise. Long Chuan, this individual seems familiar, and there is something quite remarkable about him. Both harbored ulterior motives, and after a clandestine discussion, they resolved to rob a bank the following day, with Aoki tasked with procuring explosives and Long Chuan responsible for arranging an escape vehicle. Once their plans were set, they parted ways. Earlier, Aoki discreetly affixed a signal transmitter on Long Chuan, one that would go unnoticed unless equipped with a counter-signal device. This was not surveillance. Hence no electrical current was involved. The reason for the transmitter was simply for convenience, as they intended to raid the premises later. Aoki was in high spirits. Eager for the bank heist to commence the next day, he decided to scout the location beforehand to avert any unforeseen complications. However, at that moment, Tokugawa, who should have departed to prepare, unexpectedly stood at the doorway. Is there something else? Aoki tilted his head in confusion, gazing at Tokugawa, unable to comprehend. Has he discovered the transmitter? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Anyone who could navigate the underworld and possess a USB drive could hardly be a fool, undoubtedly possessing counter-surveillance skills. Tokugawa Jiro remained silent, merely scrutinizing Aoki from head to toe, which only deepened the mystery. It appeared he had not discovered the transmitter. So why had he returned so suddenly? You seem quite familiar, Aoki remarked, a sense of recognition washing over him. I felt I had seen you somewhere before. Tokugawa Jiro furrowed his brow, studying Aoki's face, yet after considerable contemplation, he could not recall where he had encountered him. Upon hearing this, Aoki's lips curled into a smile. Realizing it was not merely a figment of his imagination, he had indeed met this individual before, most likely someone affiliated with the organization. Even if it were vermouth, he could discern the disguise. Others lacked the skill of facial alteration, leaving only the newcomer, Ryokawa Daisuke, as a possibility. It must be your imagination. You probably mistook me for someone else you encountered previously. Aoki would certainly not proclaim himself as Mimosa. That would be sheer folly, if he were to utter such words. he would find himself unable to eliminate this individual. Moreover, he is backed by the formidable Rum, a man known for his vendettas. It is not merely a matter of loyalty, but rather a sense of humiliation that drives him to retaliate. Therefore, Aoki must remain discreet. Observing Daisuke Narukawa, Aoki perceives him as rather foolish, entirely unlike the astute Jin. Jin exemplifies a versatile talent. As for deduction, he shows no interest in unraveling matters that hold no significance for him. Nevertheless, Jin too has his shortcomings, such as recognizing Sherry solely by her hair. Is that not the case? Daisuke Narukawa departed, still lost in contemplation as he left. As Aoki watched the person depart, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. After all, Rum's character was rather unimpressive, easily deceived. How splendid is Jin? Subsequently, Aoki retrieved a cigarette and a match, all of which he had casually taken from Jin. These cigarettes are detrimental to one's health. He is merely assisting in their digestion, and he ought to be grateful. Aoki then took out his phone and sent a message to Haibara. I have matters to attend to tonight and shall not be returning. A simple acknowledgement from Haibara. Aoki sighed in resignation. Speaking of which, it's quite unusual that Conan has not stirred up trouble recently. There have been no cases in the past couple of days, which feels rather disconcerting. It seems that the last incident has indeed made him more vigilant, preventing him from causing any chaos. The weather is truly delightful. Aoki gazed at the night sky. Chapter 74. Vodka, Big Brother is truly impressive. At this moment, the sky had dimmed, and the surroundings had grown exceedingly quiet, with the only sound being the chirping of insects, leaving no other noise to be heard. Aoki held a box in his left hand and a tablet in his right. The tablet contained the blueprint of his target, the bank. Through reconnaissance, he had already discerned the situation within. The bank would be devoid of personnel during the night, and the location of the vault was situated within the premises. The main entrance was exceedingly robust, yet for someone like Aoki, it was as if it were nothing more than an illusion, easily breached with a single kick. However, Aoki's purpose for this visit was not to detonate the bank, but rather to plant explosives. He intended for Long Tuan to meet his demise here. In the event of a robbery gone awry, resulting in his untimely death, even if Rum were to discover the truth, he could only resign himself to misfortune. Aiko's lips curved into a smile. This time, not only could he commit robbery, but he could also eliminate members of the organization. Such an endeavor could not be more fortuitous. This sort of affair should only occur once. If it happened multiple times, even in the absence of evidence linking him, suspicions would inevitably arise. He promptly located the ideal spots and carefully placed 10 kilograms of explosives. These locations were all vulnerabilities. With the mere press of a button, he could effortlessly obliterate the bank. However, this was merely the beginning. After securing the explosives, Aiko first dismantled the surveillance cameras, then proceeded to disable the entire security system of the bank. Though not a professional, he had received some training. Breaching the bank's security system was an endeavor he found quite manageable. Ah yes, this bank holds 30 billion yen. Surely, taking 20 billion would not be excessive, would it? Aoki opened his account and examined the funds at his disposal. To his dismay, there were merely 3 billion in the bank, utterly inadequate. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, Aoki turned to leave, having prepared for the task ahead. He now awaited the dawn of the following day. Meanwhile, Jin was behind the wheel, with vodka seated beside him. Jin's mood was sour today, for Aoki had taken his cigarettes, and he was intent on confronting him about it. He had received word that Aoki was in the vicinity of the bank. Although Aoki had altered his appearance, Jin had taken precautions. He had concealed a transmitter within his cigarette pack, precisely to keep tabs on Aoki. However, this was merely a matter of surveillance by others. Jin was merely the recipient of the information. Such complexities were cumbersome, and he had no desire to be glued to the screen. Beside him, Vodka swallowed hard. Although his elder brother's demeanor was quite intimidating, this was the essence of a true leader. Aoki, you are in for some misfortune. Although he feared the wrath of Jin, the mere thought of Aoki being beaten filled him with an unusual excitement, though he must not let it show. Otherwise, his elder brother would turn his ire upon him. Soon, the two arrived at the bank, just in time to see Aoki emerging. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin launched an attack. Aoki, caught off guard, barely managed to evade the incoming fist. Hey, was it really necessary to react this way over a few packs of cigarettes? Aoki hastily rose to his feet, gazing at Jin with a sense of helplessness. However, Jin paid him no heed. Aoki sighed and shook his head, then raised his fist and struck Jin with all his might. Simultaneously, Jin's fist landed on Aoki as well. In an instant, both were sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. This world is truly reminiscent of the absurdities of the Keisu. To send someone flying with a single punch. Do you think this is a realm of fantasy? How infuriating. Aoki rose, rubbing his belly, and glanced ahead at Jinx. All right. I won't take your cigarettes next time. Is that satisfactory? Having uttered these words, Aoki swiftly turned and fled, fearing that lingering any longer might provoke Jinx's wrath. He had no desire to engage in a scuffle. Not only would it be fruitless, but he would also likely face a beating. After all, it was merely a few packs of cigarettes. Such pettiness. Yet, how did he manage to locate them? Aoki retrieved several packs of cigarettes and subsequently emptied them out. only to discover a transmitter concealed beneath the cigarette box. Darn it. I should have anticipated this. After casually disabling the transmitter, he repacked the cigarettes. No need for waste, they can still be smoked. There was no other option. With Xiao Ai forbidding him from smoking, this was the only way. Ah, how vexing. That damn Jin. How stingy you are. I've only taken from you twice. And yet you specifically came here. If I were any thicker-skinned, I might have faced a bullet today. Though I wouldn't die. It would still be quite painful. Forget it. Better to avoid trouble. If this minor issue jeopardizes my plans, it would be a grave sin. At that moment, Jin stood up and gazed at the deserted street, his anger gradually subsiding. He then took out a cigarette and stepped aside to light it. Humph. Finally, some semblance of obedience. Once he finished his smoke, Jin lifted his coat to reveal a steel plate, marked with the imprints of Aoki's punches. He had learned this tactic from Aoki, inserting a steel plate before a brawl. Hiss. Aoki, what are your intentions with this bank heist? Beside him, Vodka frowned in displeasure, irked that the elder brother would let Aoki leave so easily. Brother, are you just going to let him go? That guy is untrustworthy. Even if he promises now, he'll strike again next time. Before Vodka could finish, Jin shot him a glance, prompting him to fall silent. This was precisely why you could only operate under my command, incapable of independence. Did you think seeking Aoki for a fight was merely for venting? You underestimate the situation. Aoki has become increasingly audacious, necessitating a show of force to keep him compliant. He must remember that there is authority above him. With someone like Aoki, one cannot be overly lenient nor excessively oppressive. It requires a delicate balance to ensure optimal outcomes. Jin discarded the cigarette, and turned back to the car. Vodka, still bewildered, understood each word yet failed to grasp their meaning when combined. Brother, wait for me. By the time Vodka regained his composure, Jin had already started the vehicle. With no time to ponder further, he rushed to hop in. Though he couldn't comprehend it all, he felt a sense of awe. Truly, he is an admirable elder brother. The concepts he spoke were beyond his understanding, yet they seemed profoundly rational. Jin harbored no illusions that Vodka would comprehend his words. He had said all that needed to be said. In truth, he hoped Vodka would attain independence rather than remain in his shadow. Such a situation only constrained him. And after all these years together, he had grown fond of this younger sibling. Though somewhat simple-minded, he was still quite effective. Moreover, he wouldn't betray him. Unlike that insufferable Aoki, who was always plotting against him. Chapter 75, Still Alive? The following morning, Aoki stood on the balcony, observing the sun rise in the east. A cigarette dangled from his lips. Although he had returned home the previous night, he had meticulously planned his escape route to evade the police. For Aoki, this was a mere trifle. The escape route referenced here was one that would not alert Long Chuan. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for Long Chuan to arrive and execute the plan. Jin, don't blame me. I'm doing this for Xiao Ai. I've put you in a difficult position, Jin. Initially, Aoki intended to commit robbery, followed by a black-on-black scenario, but to his surprise, it was Long Chuan who took on this task. If it were an ordinary person, their death would be inconsequential. However, Long Chuan was different. He was under Ram's command, and his demise would lead to considerable complications. Hence he must appear to perish by accident. Time us up. Why hasn't that scoundrel shown up yet? Aoki discarded his cigarette, and glanced downwards. The bank had already opened its doors. He had mentioned yesterday that they would gather here in the morning when the bank commenced operations, yet as the appointed time arrived, no one had shown up. This left Aoki feeling quite irritable. Couldn't they be a little more proactive? Just then, three figures caught his eye, and despair washed over him as he recognized them. Indeed, it was Conan and his companions, Conan, Ran, and Kagoro. How infuriating. Aoki felt a sense of exasperation. So you have been summoned specifically to thwart my plans? After checking his disguise and confirming that there were no issues, he felt a slight sense of relief, fearing that the disguise might suddenly fail during the robbery. After waiting a little longer, Daisuke Okachikawa finally arrived. He drove an AE-86, wearing a hood, with a box in his left hand and a gun in his right. He then called Aoki. At last, you have arrived. Aoki leaped from the balcony and swiftly approached the E-86. By this time, he had donned his mask. With no burdens weighing on his conscience, as they were merely robbing a small establishment, the two of them immediately set off, guns in hand, into the bank. Today, even if the Grim Reaper were to arrive, he would have to bear witness to their audacity. They entered the bank simultaneously, firing their weapons into the air. Bang! Everyone down. It's a robbery. As Aoki spoke, his gaze shifted towards Conan and the nearby Kagoro. He held no fear of Conan, but Kagoro instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Although Kagoro often appeared nonchalant, his seriousness was not to be underestimated. Aoki knew he could physically best him. Yet in a moment of crisis, a shoulder throw could easily change the tide, thus he deemed it essential to treat the situation with utmost gravity. At that moment, a cacophony of screams erupted within the bank, accompanied by the blaring of alarms. Long Chuan seized an individual, pressing the gun against the person's temple. Silence, he commanded. As long as you comply, no harm will come to you. True to his professional demeanor, Long Chuan swiftly silenced the bank, allowing Aoki to locate a bank employee to escort him to the vault. Although Aoki was already aware of its location, pretense was necessary for the act. The vault door was extraordinarily robust. It could only be opened with a password, and even explosives would prove futile against it. However, Aoki had prior knowledge of a vulnerable spot in the vault, allowing for easy access. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, startling Conan, who quickly grasped the situation. It was no wonder that only two of them dared to commit a bank heist. They had prepared explosives in advance. And their target was not the counter, but the vault itself. "Uncle, I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it any longer." Conan looked at Long Chuan, adopting a pitiful expression. "Hold it in. One more word, and I will end you." Long Chuan, true to his organization-esque training, was not easily fooled. Seeing that this approach was futile, Conan could only retreat, pondering what to do next. The police Wu-Ti arrived for several more minutes. If things continued this way, the perpetrators would likely escape. At that moment, Aoki had already loaded the stolen money into the getaway vehicle. Casting a glance back at the bank, a sinister smile crept across his lips. "Farewell." Aoki retrieved the remote control, pressing it without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, explosions erupted throughout the bank, targeting its vulnerable points, causing the building to tremble violently. Upon witnessing this, Long Chuan dashed towards the rear exit. However, at that moment, he found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. What was happening? Why couldn't he budge? Meanwhile, the bank was collapsing. Muri held Conan in his left arm while his right arm encircled Ran, as they hastily made their way outside. The others, seeing their escape, quickly followed suit. Thankfully, there were no savings to lose. Otherwise, it would have been a complete financial ruin. Muri Kagoro sighed in relief, grateful to be at the back of the group. His money untouched. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of these criminals. Were they truly bold enough to commit robbery? For the second time? It turned out that after transferring the money, Aoki had unleashed the Black Spectre, controlling Long Chuan during his escape. After all, this was an orchestrated incident. And the shadow could not intervene directly. Conan, still in a state of bewilderment, recalled the figure he had seen standing there motionless. In such a scenario, fleeing would have been the prudent course of action, and it seemed they had conspired to do just that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered using the rear exit. Their vehicle must surely be waiting there. With this thought, Conan sprang into action, retrieving his signal transmitter, ever prepared to attach it to the car. Aoki started the vehicle and departed the scene. It was at this moment that the bank completely collapsed, burying Long Chuan within. Conan seized the opportunity to affix himself to the AE-86. However, Aoki remained vigilant, observing everything through the rearview mirror. He then instructed Shadow to assist by removing the rear cover of the vehicle. Given Shadow's considerable strength, he was ill-suited for such delicate tasks, resulting in the complete disassembly of the cover. Fortunately, Aoki had brought ropes, and the several leather cases filled with money were securely fastened in place, ensuring they wouldn't fall during transit. Conan initially intended to pursue, but hesitated upon witnessing the dismantling of the rear cover, realizing the situation had become precarious. He could hardly fathom how such a feat could occur. It was unlikely a person could achieve this without specialized tools. Suddenly, Conan noticed a handprint embedded in the removed cover, along with signs of being forcibly torn at the connection. Was this a jest? Could a person possess such immense strength? Amidst the ruins, Long Chuan gasped for breath, struggling to rise. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he swiftly made his escape. Long Chuan could scarcely believe that he had suddenly been rendered immobile. Fortunately, he had been wearing a bulletproof vest, which had spared him from being crushed on the spot. Nonetheless, he had sustained serious injuries and needed to leave immediately. His best option for recuperation was the base, as it comprised fellow members of the organization. Although they were not necessarily virtuous individuals, he could trust them temporarily. Chapter 76. Finally dead. At this moment, Aoki's spirits soared as he drove away from the scene. To evade the authorities, he even switched vehicles along the way. However, his elation was short-lived when news arrived from the base that Long Chuan Daisuke had been gravely injured and was currently receiving treatment. Aoki was momentarily bewildered. Having been struck by the collapsing bank, he had somehow only sustained serious injuries and could even return to the base. This was truly beyond comprehension. At that moment, his phone rang. To his surprise, the caller was none other than Nagakawa Daisuke. "Where are you? What about my money?" Despite his severe injuries, Nagakawa had no life-threatening wounds and was functioning relatively normally, albeit with some difficulty in movement. Truly astonishing. Surviving such an ordeal was more resilient than a cockroach. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. But are you all right? I'm curious, why didn't you escape at that time?" Aoki wore an expression of innocent concern for his well-being. On the other end of the line, Long Chuan sighed. He too yearned to comprehend the situation. The exit was clearly in sight. Yet it felt as though an unseen force had him ensnared, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. "Just ensure that the money is securely packed and placed in the agreed location. I shall retrieve it," he instructed. "I trust you will be perceptive enough to understand. Otherwise, the consequences for you will be dire." Without awaiting Aoki's response, Long Chuan abruptly severed the connection. Aoki let out a cold snort. Utterly frustrated that he had failed to eliminate his target, one could only attribute this misfortune to sheer luck. However, upon receiving the payment, it would mark the end of his days. He had initially envisioned a more dramatic turn of events, but who could have anticipated that his adversary would still be alive? Reluctant to part with his money, Aoki's mind wandered to a certain individual, the member who had met his demise in the explosion, the one called Tequila. With a determined resolve, Aoki retrieved a suitcase and commenced the construction of a bomb trap, though it was not designed to detonate upon opening. Instead, it was equipped with a remote control. A mere press of the explosion button would obliterate his target on the spot. In an effort to enhance the ruse's authenticity, he included some real currency, layering it atop newspapers, beneath which lay the bomb. Though it pained him to part with such a significant sum amounting to over 100,000, he deemed it a worthy sacrifice to eliminate Long Chuan. Once prepared, Aoki positioned the trap at the designated site and informed Long Chuan, taking cover nearby to await his arrival in silence. After approximately 2 hours, Long Chuan finally appeared, albeit wrapped in bandages. Remarkably, despite having been buried alive just that morning, he seemed vibrant and full of life by the afternoon. Truly absurd. Yet, considering the peculiarities of the world of deduction, it did seem plausible. Long Chuan promptly seized the suitcase and inspected it for traps, confirming the presence of money within. Satisfied that the surroundings were secure, he prepared to depart. Not too shabby. Although he had yet to comprehend the earlier events, it mattered little now. The money was in his possession. At that moment, Aoki, concealed at a distance, observed the scene through binoculars. As he witnessed Long Chuan's intent to leave, he swiftly produced the controller and pressed the explosion button, triggering a violent blast. Yet, to his dismay, it did not result in death. Only an arm was severed in the explosion. The Aoki people are utterly bewildered. You are indeed difficult to vanquish. How is it that you do not perish? Aoki arrived directly at the scene, still clad in his disguise, his youthful visage unchanged as he gazed upon the moaning and dismembered Ryokawa Daisuke, sprawled on the ground. What has happened to you? Ryokawa bellowed, his eyes wide with fury, struggling to rise. Ah, Koshi Nigaru, how dare you betray me? Was it your doing that rendered me immobile before? Upon hearing this, Aoki waved his hand dismissively, donning a look of feigned innocence. How could it possibly be me? You should say, it is indeed me. Without further ado, Aoki summoned shadows to grant him release, to spare Ryokawa from the agony of the explosion. He swiftly transported the man away. See how considerate I am. Ryokawa made no attempt to resist, yet his eyes remained open. With no alternative, Aoki resolved to obliterate the evidence, ensuring that no one would ever know. As he watched the body incinerated into ash, Aoki finally departed the scene. Surviving the first impact and evading the second explosion, he pondered the sheer quantity of explosives employed, truly outrageous. Should one suggest he possessed superhuman abilities, he would readily believe it. At last, he was dead. Were it not for the intervention of the shadows, he would have harbored doubts about the man's demise. After all, having failed to eliminate him on 2 occasions, he feared this might be yet another feigned death. Fortunately, he had incinerated the body on the spot, extinguishing any possibility of resurrection. To ensure a peaceful rest, Aoki thoughtfully excavated a pit and scattered the ashes within, only for the wind to whisk them away before they could settle. Ah, this, drifting with nature is rather delightful. Just then, his phone rang. The caller identified as Jin. Moshi Jin, what brings you to call? Aoki cleared his ears and inquired about the matter at hand. There is a task for you, came the reply. You are to surveil an individual. He is engaged in software development for the organization and has recently relocated several times. He is currently in your vicinity, and this task is entrusted to you. Further details will be provided shortly. With that, Jin abruptly hung up, leaving Aoki in a state of bewilderment. Does the original narrative include this plot? I cannot recall. However, he did remember the software development aspect, and it seemed that the individual ultimately met a grim fate at the hands of Jin. Aoki found himself perplexed. Why, after committing murder, would one leave behind a highball glass? This was entirely uncharacteristic of Jin's style. What does it matter to me? He pondered. Qingmu turned away from this place, simultaneously shedding the facade he had worn. He had previously admonished Xiao Ai about her disguise, but had ultimately forgotten the matter. Today, upon returning home, he resolved to impart his knowledge. At this moment, Qingmu had arrived home, where Xiao Ai had long since prepared dinner. I am back. Aoki reclined on the sofa, basking in the warmth of home. He had not slept a wink the previous night, and by the time he returned, it was already evening. Fortunately, Xiao Ai was there to greet him. She sat beside him, resting her head on Aoki's shoulder, sniffing curiously. Upon realizing there was no trace of perfume, she settled down nearby with a book in hand. Aoki found himself in a state of resignation. However, the thought of having earned 2 billion brought him considerable joy. He was currently contemplating the idea of starting a company, given that those who had traversed time before him had directly established businesses and profited by imitating songs. Perhaps he could follow suit and potentially reap substantial rewards. Of course, it was merely a thought. He lacked the energy to engage in such endeavors. In a couple of days, there would be a stage play at Xiaolan School, and he had agreed on your behalf to attend. Xiao Ai, engrossed in her reading, conversed with Aoki. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement, saying, All right. By the way, does Conan know about this? If he does, he will undoubtedly come looking for you for the antidote. Chapter 77. Conan, I implore you, please give me the antidote. Xiao Ai, slightly dazed by this remark, furrowed her brows and turned to Aoki, pondering the true intent behind his words. Was he suggesting she betray Kudu? It seemed plausible. After all, he had shouted at her last time. She felt he ought to face some adversity. Truly, Aoki was quite clever, resonating deeply with her thoughts. This felt wrong. Yet, she found it appealing. Under Aoki's guidance, Xiao Ai gradually began to embrace a more absurd perspective. Suddenly, Aoki retrieved his phone, revealing the information sent by Jin, which bore the title Rumzai. The name was unfamiliar, and she could not recall its context, but she could surmise that it likely concluded with a fatal outcome. Objective: Banjiro Taku task details. Surveillance to prevent escape task specification. Initiated by an organization under Vermouth, the task requires the development of the software Rumzai. Recent frequent relocations have raised suspicions. Task requirement: the target must not perish before the successful development of the software. Otherwise, the mission will end in failure. Upon reading this, Aoki immediately understood this was the nature of the task. Suddenly, he felt a reluctance to accept it. Recognizing it as Vermouth's responsibility, why should he be the one to handle it? Aoki immediately sent a message, inquiring about Jin regarding this mission. This was a task assigned by Vermouth. Why was he expected to handle it? Mimosa, Vermouth is occupied. Only you can take care of it. Jin, increase the payment. Mimosa, are you in dire need of money? Jin, mind your own business. Raise the payment. Mimosa then noted that Jin had fallen silent, evidently unwilling to engage with Aoki. The demand for increased payment was not within his purview. Voicing it was utterly futile. In truth, Aoki was indeed in need of funds, as Shiho had a penchant for designer handbags and an array of clothing, not to mention the considerable expenses associated with researching the antidote, a staggering sum. Seeing that Jin would not respond, Aoki resorted to bombarding him with messages. However, Jin remained indifferent. Irrespective of how many messages were sent, he simply ignored them, waiting for Aoki to tire and cease his relentless attempts. Seeing this, Aoki felt helpless and decided to disregard it. Instead, he turned his attention to Xiao Ai. Realizing that he had not spent much time with her lately, especially since he no longer needed to rush off to work. Just as Aoki was about to inquire where she would like to go for a little outing, the doorbell suddenly rang. Aoki furrowed his brow as he opened the door, only to find that the visitor was none other than the young detective Conan, whom he had just been discussing. Aoki, brother, I have come to seek Haibara. Is she here? Each time Conan encountered Aoki, he instinctively took a step back, fearful of receiving another blow to the head, as Aoki's strikes were more ferocious than those of an adult. Simultaneously, he unconsciously adopted an endearing tone. Aoki listened with furrowed brows. This young man had entirely embraced his current identity. It seemed that, given a little more time, he would inevitably reveal himself. To ensure the smooth progression of the plot, and to allow Conan's body to develop a certain level of immunity, it would render him unable to revert back to adulthood once an antidote was eventually created. Thus, Aoki did not intervene and permitted Conan to enter the room. Subsequently, Conan earnestly pleaded with Shiho for the antidote, recalling that last time Rand had mentioned inviting a new doctor to appear, which would include intimate scenes. To prevent this new doctor from taking advantage of Rand, Conan resolved to act. Shiho smiled, agreeing to retrieve the antidote, but insisted that Conan must bow an apology, clearly remembering the previous incident. There was no way she would readily provide it. Conan, without hesitation, immediately knelt and apologized, for such gestures were commonplace in this land. Although he felt a tinge of humiliation, obtaining the antidote made it worthwhile. Seeing Conan's unwavering determination as he genuinely knelt, Shiho felt there was little more to say and handed him the antidote. I must inform you in advance. This antidote is merely a preliminary version. It will only sustain you for 3 days. After that, your body will develop antibodies, making it exceedingly difficult for you to return to your former self. Therefore, you must use it sparingly. When you revert, I shall require a blood sample for testing. Do not forget this, as it pertains to the future development of a proper antidote. Shiho solemnly explained as she passed him a pill. Conan accepted the antidote with excitement, gazing eagerly at Shiho, and promptly agreed, understood. With that, he dashed off. Aoki shook his head in resignation, realizing that this fellow would surely forget. I know. Hence, I plan to follow him. Shiho declared as she stood, producing a test tube labeled with the name Conan. This had been specifically prepared for the eventuality of Conan's forgetfulness, allowing her to take action and draw blood. Seeing this, Aoki smiled slyly. Conan is in for a surprise. He then sat down and prepared the necessary materials, instructing Shiho on the art of disguise. Upon hearing that she could learn such a skill, Shiho listened intently. Given her current appearance, she would be easily recognized by Jin if seen. Thus, the technique of disguise was indeed essential. Once mastered, it would grant her the freedom to move about unimpeded. Shiho devoted herself to her studies, and within a mere half-hour, she had grasped the fundamentals of disguise. While her ability was not yet exceptional, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to discern her true identity. Aoki was utterly astounded. Xiao Ai, in such a brief span, had remarkably mastered her skills, embodying a prodigious genius. Soon, she would be able to venture out for shopping without the fear of being discovered by the organization. Gazing into the mirror at her altered reflection, she found her new appearance peculiar yet fascinating. The thought of evading detection uplifted her spirits, and she yearned to roam the streets. However, with a commitment to attend Xiaolan's club performance the following day, she restrained her impulse and resumed her efforts. As she meticulously crafted Conan's visage, Aoki's lips twitched in annoyance. Why must she disguise herself as Conan? The mere sight of that face was irksome. Perhaps it was best to forego the pretense. After all, Conan himself had never broached this topic, and the very sight of that countenance was exasperating enough without concern for that individual. Qingmu helplessly shook his head, then took a seat on the sofa. Noticing this, Xiao Ai, with Conan's face, looked at Qingmu and revealed a mischievous smile. Brother Qingmu, please refrain from calling me that. It sends shivers down my spine. Aoki shivered and advised against being too outrageous. Why do you harbor such disdain for Kudo? Shiho found it somewhat perplexing. After all, Conan is a crucial subject for experimentation. Though she too held reservations, without Conan, she would have to take on the role of the test subject herself. That was a prospect she wished to avoid. Hence Conan must remain unharmed. That fellow Conan is as stubborn as they come, often needing to be threatened. What if one day after school, you encounter Jin and his associates again? Can you guess how he might react? Chapter 78. Aoki remarked, why does Conan come to me with inquiries? Am I his father? Shiho sighed in resignation upon hearing this. Kudo is precisely that kind of person. Whenever matters concerning cases or the organization arise, he becomes exceedingly agitated. Aoki's words were not without merit. Perhaps it was futile to masquerade as that detective, Conan. Shiho tore away her makeup, revealing her true self. Indeed, there was no necessity for such deception, as the risk of exposure was minimal, and there were no members of the organization within the confines of the school. However, one might underestimate the situation. Vermouth could be present, and her memory was impeccable. She would recognize Shiho as Shiho Mayano at a mere glance. You assert that there are no members of the organization? Perhaps it would be prudent to maintain some semblance of disguise when you attend tomorrow. Members of the organization lurk everywhere, and as long as you present yourself as you appear on your identification, there should be little cause for concern. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Shiho furrowed her brow. What could this imply? Were there indeed members of the organization within the school? Was there someone worthy of their attention? Kudo, perhaps? If he were to regain his physical form, would that not expose him? Shiho glanced up at Aoki, only to find him wearing an expression of ease, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. Was it possible that she was overthinking this? There was no need for alarm. That individual was merely protecting Conan and ran. Though he would not betray the organization, he relished internal conflict and had some connection to you, albeit one driven by a desire to eliminate you. Therefore, a disguise is indeed essential. With a smile gracing Aoki's face, he appeared gentle, yet his words were laced with an icy chill. Nevertheless, seeing him like this, Xiao Ai felt a sense of relief. As long as there were no issues and the facade remained unbroken, everything would be fine. She hoped that next time, he would convey his thoughts completely instead of pausing to catch his breath. Setting aside her materials, she picked up her biology book once more, preparing in advance for their upcoming research. Very well. I shall certainly do so next time. Time swiftly passed, and by the following day, the two were ready to depart for tea in high school. Xiao Ai had changed her attire, donning a leather jacket paired with a form-fitting skirt, complemented by black stockings. Her hair had transformed from brown to black. Though it was merely a simple disguise, it sufficed to deceive Jin. However, if it were vermouth, she might harbor suspicions. Yet, with Aoki by her side, considerations had to be made. Truly, Ai-chan, regardless of her outfit, she always looked stunning. Aoki smiled at Xiao Ai, suppressing the urge to laugh. For he must uphold his image. What a pervert. Xiao Ai shot him a glare, thinking how increasingly peculiar he had become. How can that be considered perverted? Ai-chan is inherently adorable. I merely speak the truth. Aoki then took Xiao Ai's hand, setting off towards tea in high school. On their way, they encountered Kagoro. But Conan was nowhere to be found. He had already reverted to Kudo and was on his way to school. As for Ran, she was undoubtedly at school, preparing for her performance. Honestly, where could that little rascal Conan have gone? Kagoro sighed in exasperation, lamenting that he had intended to see him last night, only to find that he had vanished by morning. Perhaps he is at Dr. Agasa's place, likely visiting his classmates. Aoki occupied the passenger seat, as Kagoro insisted on driving his car, leaving him with no choice but to sit beside him. However, for Aoki, it was of little consequence. He relished the opportunity to relax a bit. Alas, what a troublesome little rascal. Kagoro sighed in resignation before dedicating himself to the task of driving. Before long, they arrived at the school, where people were bustling about, each engaged in their own affairs. Aoki observed the atmosphere around him and couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. After decades without studying, he found himself yearning for the opportunity to revisit his elementary school days, this time alongside Xiao Ai. What was he thinking? Noticing Xiao Ai lost in thought beside him, he inquired, "What occupies your mind?" "It's nothing," she replied. "Aoki, I was just contemplating whether I should attend elementary school with you." Xiao AI, you must be out of your mind. Aoki, perhaps. Xiao AI, I see. You must be looking to date a high school student, right? Pervert. How could that be? I am quite devoted. At this moment, Aoki felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly shook his head in denial. How could he possibly agree? That would simply conclude the matter. You better not. With that, the three of them entered the theater, a venue specifically designed for performances and stage plays. To be honest, Aoki felt a twinge of envy. The school had actually constructed such a facility, which offered no assistance to academic pursuits. During his own studies, he had never encountered such an indulgent principal. Although he was not particularly fond of his country, the principal certainly treated the students exceptionally well. At that moment, the stage was still being set up, with actors waiting backstage. Upon seeing the group, Yoko immediately approached to greet them. Oh, AI, have you dyed your hair? Suddenly, Yoko noticed that AI looked different today. I just wanted to try a different hair color, AI replied with a gentle nod, acknowledging the question. However, Yoko found it difficult to comprehend why a child would dye their hair, and she turned to Aoki with a resigned sigh. It seemed Aoki was aware of the situation but had not intervened to stop AI. After all, her brown hair looked quite lovely. It was baffling. By the way, where is that little rascal Conan? Just then, a tall figure approached, accompanied by Wakasa. Conan had not informed Heiji of his plans this time, thus lacking the dramatic entrance as in the original story. Aoki had anticipated that he would take action, considering his knowledge of the situation regarding Kudo, but it appeared he had overestimated his own expectations. Aoki did not masquerade as Kudo. Instead, he sat there sipping cola. Heiji, where is that little rascal Conan? Aoki rolled his eyes, and then looked at Heiji, saying, You all are quite something. Everyone is asking where Conan is, but how could I possibly know? Ahaha. That's true. You don't live together, so it's perfectly normal that you wouldn't know. Upon hearing this, Heiji also realized that Aoki's response was entirely reasonable. How could he expect Aoki to be aware of Kudo's matters? It was indeed a case of his own presumptions. Aoki cast a disdainful glance, for he harbored a profound aversion towards detectives. At times, they pondered excessively. At others, they exhibited a foolishness, inept in every endeavor, yet excelling in creating chaos. Chapter 79. Kuan's Love. The venue was bustling with no fewer than 100 attendees, among whom several stood out, such as a person resembling Shinichi, who had just purchased a beverage. Aoki recalled this individual, as the resemblance to Shinichi was striking, leaving a lasting impression. It seemed the deceased was male, likely the bespectacled individual nearby. However, Aoki felt no inclination to involve himself in these matters. Today was Kudo's stage, and he might as well enjoy the system's rewards. Now, utilizing Class 2B, he was set to perform Lukewarm Love. Please stay tuned. At that moment, the loudspeaker suddenly crackled to life, the voice reminiscent of Sonoko. Yet upon hearing the name, Aoki paused in surprise. Kuan's Love? Did I tune into the wrong channel, or did she mispronounce it? Yet, after a brief observation, Aoki found himself yawning repeatedly. The plot was exceedingly dull, perhaps beyond his appreciation. Suddenly, it dawned on him that had he not been present last time when Conan was shot, Shinichi would have received flowers from Shinichi, and they were roses. Damn Conan. Sooner or later, I shall have my revenge. Fortunately, that scenario did not unfold. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to abduct Conan and enact his vengeance, considering that particular asset seemed rather useless. No, wait. I'm not a pervert. Why would I want to castrate Conan? Meanwhile, Kagoro Mori was visibly agitated, eager to take the stage. For Kudo, Shinichi had stepped forward and embraced Ran. How dare you lay hands on my daughter? I shall dismember you. Thankfully, Hattori and Heiji intervened just in time to prevent this from occurring. Otherwise, the performance would have been prematurely concluded. Calm down, old man. This is merely a performance. Kudo Shinichi disregarded the audience and leaned in to kiss her. Even Shiho wore a smile. Was this the sensation of shipping C? Hurry up and kiss her. The popcorn is nearly gone. You really take your time, with just a mere inch separating you, yet it drags on for a full minute. As the two seemed on the verge of kissing, a sudden scream pierced the air. Their moment was abruptly halted, and Shiho's mouth twitched in frustration. How could a mishap occur at such a crucial m? Aoki turned his gaze and discovered that the bespectacled man was now lifeless, sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Maori promptly appeared, ordering those nearby to maintain their distance. Hattori Heiji then glanced over, noting Aoki's indifference. Aoki, there's a dead person at the scene. Aren't you going to take a look? Why should I? Kudo Shinichi is right here. Let him handle it, Aoki replied. Upon hearing this, Hattori was taken aback. It was surprising that Kudo Shinichi was present today, but where could he possibly be now? When a corpse is discovered, one would expect him to emerge immediately. Yet several minutes had passed without a sign of him. Before Hattori could ponder further, he noticed the police had already arrived. They're here so quickly? He turned to Aoki, realizing that only a few minutes had elapsed since the incident occurred. How could the police have arrived so swiftly? Did Aoki foresee that a case would unfold today? Suddenly, Hattori paused. With Kudo Shinichi present, it was indeed not surprising that a case would arise. Hey, Aoki, are you really alright? Since earlier, something has felt off, as if someone is watching me. At this moment, Shiho was somewhat anxious. Ever since the incident began, she had the unsettling sensation of being observed. Yet, after scanning the surroundings, she found no one suspicious. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. Given that after a period of relative tranquility, her perceptive abilities seemed to have waned. Rest assured, nothing will happen as long as I'm here. Aoki gently ruffled Xiao Ai's hair, softly offering words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai nodded slightly. As long as Aoki remained present, there was no cause for concern. Hattori Heiji, noticing that Shinichi had yet to emerge, proceeded to examine the condition of the corpse, believing this would aid in uncovering the murderer. It was potassium cyanide. I surmise he ingested potassium cyanide, which led to his fatal poisoning. Had it been any other toxin, the victim would have shown signs of pallor. Yet, his lips were not only devoid of a purplish hue, but rather displayed a rosy tint. Officer Megure, observing the scene, was engaged in analysis when Hattori Heiji suddenly froze. Casting a glance at Aoki, noticing Aoki's lack of movement, he began to piece together the situation. So that was it. May I inquire, Mr. Urata? Did the drink he consumed originate from his own procurement? After reviewing the clues provided by the coroner, Megure continued his investigation. If Aoki had disclosed this information, he would not have needed to consult the coroner. After all, he was well aware of the coroner's expertise, which was far from comparable to Aoki's. However, being seen through by Heiji left the officers feeling quite embarrassed. No. At that moment, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ai spoke up. Aoki's gaze was fixated on the individual before him, strikingly reminiscent of Xiao Ai, almost as if she were a larger version of her. When did my Xiao Ai transform into a face so commonplace? Aoki, what are you staring at? Xiaolon approached, noticing Aoki's intense focus on someone else, and inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. I just find her remarkably similar to my girlfriend, Mayano Shiho, particularly in terms of her hairstyle. Aoki's voice was barely audible. Yet both Xiaolan and Xiao Ai comprehended every word with clarity. Nearby, Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback. Had she just overheard something about Aoki's girlfriend? Instantly, Yuanzi's curiosity ignited. What did you just say about a girlfriend? Surely, you must have misheard. Aoki refrained from disclosing information to Yuanzi, for he knew that this inquisitive individual would undoubtedly indulge in gossip, and should it inadvertently reach the ears of others, the organization would be alerted. Mayano Shiho was nearby, and her connection to him heightened his concern. Beside them, Xiao Ai furrowed her brow and scrutinized the individual, realizing the striking resemblance that supported Aoki's assertion. Suddenly, she paused, contemplating whether the organization might mistake this individual for herself if they were to find out. Was Aoki's claim truly without merit? With a frown deepening, Xiao Ai pondered further, concluding that such a mix-up was unlikely. Despite the physical similarity, the individual's identity was entirely traceable. A modest inquiry would likely unveil the truth. Although the organization was in pursuit of her, it was improbable that they would resort to indiscriminate violence. Moreover, Aoki had previously mentioned that the person at school was safeguarding Conan and ran. Subsequently, Xiao Ai grasped Aoki's hand, her grip gradually tightening. Aoki immediately raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair. Feeling the warmth radiating from above, Xiao Ai's heart relaxed slightly. However, she quickly brushed his hand away. She had just washed her hair before stepping out. If she returned to find it messy again, she would have to wash it all over, which was quite bothersome. Chapter 80, Castrating Conan. I'm not a pervert. Kudo. Please hurry and resolve the case. How long are you going to stand there? At this moment, Officer Megure was engaged in a heated discussion, but Aoki had already become numb to it and turned his gaze to the side. The person wearing the helmet should have been the new doctor, namely Vermouth. However, it was now Shinichi. He feared that Ran might take a liking to someone else and was even more terrified of losing her first kiss. Thus, Conan took the antidote just so he could kiss her. Upon hearing Aoki's words, everyone momentarily froze, astonished that Shinichi Kudo was indeed present. But where was he? How frustrating. Can't you solve it yourself? Aoki, you are too lazy. Shinichi Kudo approached the crowd and promptly removed his helmet. The moment they saw Kudo, the scene erupted in chaos. It was truly him, a living legend encountered in their lifetime. Is it really you, Shinichi? Ran thought in shock. Realizing that the person who had just embraced her was none other than Shinichi Kudo, and they had almost kissed. Her face flushed at the thought. In the shadows, the new doctor observed Shinichi's appearance with a look of surprise, then turned his gaze towards Aoki. How intriguing. Did you already know that Kudo is actually Conan? As a member of the organization, how could you conceal this matter? Are you perhaps an undercover agent? Vermouth did not intend to expose him. If she did, Aoki might retaliate against Shinichi or even against the innocent Ran. Furthermore, she could not ascertain whether she could match Aoki's strength. As long as he refrained from causing trouble, she would not reveal his secret, considering it a form of collaboration. It seemed necessary to have a conversation with Aoki. At that moment, Aoki noticed the new doctor standing in the corner, a smirk playing at his lips. Vermouth. Perfect. I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter. Xiao Ai. Stay here. I will be right back. Aoki declared before turning to leave, heading to confront Vermouth. He was quite displeased that this woman had come to his home and investigated Xiao Ai's affairs. Vermouth also noticed Aoki approaching and promptly turned to exit the scene. The two soon found themselves in a corridor where Aoki furrowed his brow and questioned the individual before him. Did Jin send you to investigate Xiao Ai last time? I hope you will answer truthfully. If it was not you, I will not trouble you. But if it was indeed your doing, I believe you would not wish for. Aoki's gaze was fierce, and before he could finish his words, a large hole suddenly appeared in the adjacent wall. This was indeed the work of the Black Phantom. Belmont gazed at the gaping hole, her heart already filled with dread, yet her expression remained unperturbed, as though it had no bearing on her. It was certainly orchestrated by Jin. Did he not wish to eliminate him? I advise you against such foolishness. The power of the organization is beyond your capacity to confront. Belmont shook her head in resignation and then spoke earnestly. You need not concern yourself with this. I conduct my affairs with discretion. I am also aware of your thoughts, Kudo and Ran. You wish to protect them. Therefore, it is best if you do not interfere with me. Once I decide to take a life, you shall be utterly incapable of stopping me. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Aoki's eyes. This was merely a warning. Should anyone dare to investigate again, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, regardless of whether they belonged to the organization. Having already taken one life, he had little left to fear. How audacious. However, rest assured, I shall not idle away my time seeking trouble for myself. Your affairs are of no concern to me. Let us pretend to be oblivious. I shall keep your secrets. But you must do the same for mine. I cannot always protect them, hence I hope for your assistance, though it shall not be in vain. In return, I shall fulfill any reasonable request you may have in the future. With that, Vermouth departed, leaving Aoki alone in his thoughts. This woman was indeed formidable. More so than Jin, who was straightforward and would not hesitate to shoot if he found someone displeasing. In contrast, Vermouth was not only exceedingly intelligent but also cunningly elusive. Otherwise, in the theatrical release, she would not have devised a scheme to eliminate Shiho Miyano. The specifics elude me, as it has been quite some time since I last viewed it, but I recall such a plot existed. Now, with assurances in place, Aoki could rest easy. As long as Shiho remained discreet, there would be no issues. Today marked the first time Vermouth encountered the petite Shiho Miyano, and even though she had disguised herself, the resemblance was uncanny. However, she remained cautious. Even if she wished to act, she would need to find the right opportunity. Aside from Shiho attending school or executing missions, she was often by her side, and in her rare moments of leisure, Shiho seldom ventured out, leaving Vermouth with little chance to strike. Of course, exceptions exist. Aoki feared that she might seize the opportunity to trouble Shiho while he was on a mission. Preparations were necessary, at the very least. He would need to procure a handgun with minimal recoil. Upon Aoki's return to the scene, Kudo had already concluded the case and was engaging in pleasantries with the others. However, upon noticing Aoki's approach, he swiftly turned away, apprehensive that Aoki might reprimand him for seeking the limelight, particularly after having been advised to remain low-key. Yet, upon reflection, it was Aoki who had encouraged him to step forward today, so there was little to fear. Aoki, the case is resolved, and I plan to dine with Ran. What about you? Kudo, now revitalized, sensed an oddity within himself. It seemed he was perpetually addressing others with familial titles such as brother or sister. Go ahead. I have matters to attend to. We can discuss it in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Aoki gently shook his head. He too did not wish to be a third wheel. However, it was abundantly clear that their attempt at a date today would inevitably fail. At the very least, they would need to wait until tomorrow. Otherwise, if the new suitor succeeded in his confession, how would the narrative unfold from there? How could the author, how can Aoki possibly confront Conan? If Shinichi's confession is successful, it is highly likely that Conan will reveal everything to Ran. If he intends to confess or disclose the truth, he might as well knock him out and take him away. If a confession were to occur, wouldn't that advance the plot by over 1,000 episodes? Ai, let us return as well. Aoki grasped Xiao Ai's hand and began to walk towards home. Although the nature of Aoki's earlier activities remained a mystery, it was evident that the murderous intent in his eyes had not yet subsided. Coupled with the prior mention of organized individuals within the school, it was apparent that Aoki had encountered that person, though it seemed the meeting had not been amicable. Was the negotiation unsuccessful? Xiao Ai inquired as they made their way home. On the contrary, our discussion went quite well. However, she had previously investigated you, and fortunately, you were at the doctor's residence, so she did not uncover your whereabouts this time. I sought her out specifically to address this matter. Aoki revealed candidly to Xiao Ai. Chapter 81. As long as you diligently fulfill your responsibilities, you shall reap the rewards. Upon returning home, Aoki and his companion discovered that Shinichi was also present, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed his attempt at a date had not been successful. Failed rendezvous? Aoki remarked with a hint of amusement at Shinichi's stance by the door. Kudo's mouth twitched slightly. He too felt a sense of helplessness, as Ran had been whisked away by Sonoko, who claimed to be orchestrating a surprise for him. Is this what one might call the world's corrective force? Yet, he deemed it inconsequential, for it bore no relevance to him. Aoki was solely interested in observing the unfolding drama. He wondered when Ran would uncover Conan's true identity. If his memory served him correctly, Kudo was set to attend school the following day, and after classes, he planned to dine with Ran at a restaurant. Subsequently, the effects of the drug would wear off, reverting him back to his Conan persona. To avert any potential exposure, Kudo fabricated a story, claiming that Conan was at the doctor's residence, saying something about going on a trip and that he wouldn't return to the Muri household anytime soon. However, due to Aoki's warning, Kudo remained exceedingly cautious. Even now that he had returned to his original form, he would don a mask when venturing outside. Nevertheless, it would only be a matter of 2 days, and exercising a modicum of caution was certainly prudent. Aoki is also concerned for himself. Thus he must approach the matter with utmost seriousness. In truth, Aoki's thoughts are not as straightforward. He fears, at the very least, that Shiho may be exposed. Should Conan's identity be revealed, the organization would learn that a person can revert to childhood. Thus, the disappearance of Miyano Shiho would become explicable. At that juncture, he could utilize childhood photographs of Shiho to track her present whereabouts. Moreover, the endeavor of fabricating Jin's identity would be laid bare, leading to inevitable suspicion falling upon himself. Therefore, his motivations are not solely for Kudo, but rather to ensure that Shiho remains undisclosed. If Kudo were to truly be exposed, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures to ensure that Conan vanishes from the world. This represents Aoki's ultimate boundary. Well, I have come to implore you to assist me in preparing the attire that Conan wore during the past few days, as I cannot ascertain when he might revert back. Thus, I must trouble you, and also, please explain Conan's whereabouts to Ran. Kudo bent down and bowed, earnestly requesting Aoki's assistance. How troublesome. If you revert back, the burden falls upon us. Were it not for the fear of your identity being exposed and possibly implicating Shiho, I would not wish to aid you. Aoki sighed helplessly. Ever since the incident on Moonshadow Island, Conan had considerably toned down his antics, yet he remained unchanged in his penchant for seeking the spotlight. Beside him, Kudo awkwardly scratched his head. He truly wished to avoid burdening others. However, with a date planned for tomorrow night, he found himself in a dilemma. Bringing along clothes for Conan would be tantamount to revealing to Ran that he was, in fact, Conan. Moreover, the process of restoring his body was excruciatingly painful, leaving him no time to fetch his own attire. Nevertheless, upon hearing Aoki's agreement, Kudo turned and returned home. Though his residence was somewhat dusty, his sleeping quarters remained impeccably clean, thanks to Ran, who would often come by to tidy up whenever she had a moment to spare. Incidentally, he had received a message from Jin yesterday, instructing him to monitor a certain individual. Today, he needed to seek out Jin and, while he was at it, request a raise. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Shiho, Aoki departed. Jin was frequently absent from the base, preferring instead to frequent bars, indulging in a glass of gin. He personally found little enjoyment in alcohol, hence his infrequent visits. Upon arriving at the bar, however, Aoki was taken aback to see a golden-haired man alongside a solitary silver-haired figure, whose hair cascaded down to his waist. What on earth? Jin turned gray overnight? Jin, have you dyed your hair? Aoki, somewhat perplexed, took a seat, observing his silver hair. Although it had become more attractive, he found it rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Shinjio turned around and shot him an incredulous glare. I have always had silver hair. Always silver-haired. Is there something wrong with my eyesight? Regarding the matter of Itakura Taku, is it truly impossible to increase the salary? They have only offered 3 million, which puts me in quite a predicament. Aoki leaned against the bar, gazing at Jin. This is not a task I initiated. You seeking me is of little consequence. Upon finishing his words, Jin lifted his glass and downed the contents in one swift motion before rising to depart the bar, eager to escape the confines of the establishment. He had no desire to linger, especially after enduring considerable torment at the hands of Aoki during their last encounter. Thankfully, vodka always carried 2 packs of cigarettes, or he would have found himself utterly depleted, a most distressing predicament indeed. Shortly thereafter, Aoki gleaned some information regarding that individual. However, the details were trivial, merely insights into frequent relocations, his current residence, and even his recent activities. It was rumored that this person harbored aspirations of fleeing abroad, naively believing that such an escape would liberate him from his pursuers. Although the monetary reward was somewhat meager, it sufficed. As it was merely a surveillance mission, how miserly of vermouth. With this in mind, Aoki rose to his feet, intent on seeking out the person in question. If he truly possessed genius, perhaps he could be of service. It appeared that Bambataku had relocated to a hotel, as renting an apartment proved excessively cumbersome, laden with various formalities. A simple inquiry would reveal personal information. Yet, this individual seemed to have forgotten that hotels also require registration. While some establishments may not enforce this, he had evidently overlooked the fact. It seemed the organization had been pressing him unrelentingly of late, leaving him utterly exhausted. Knock, knock, knock. Aoki raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Itakura Taku, who was engrossed in his computer, trembled and abruptly halted his actions. He had indeed been unable to evade this encounter, and a myriad of emotions surged within him, yet he reluctantly rose to open the door. Who are you? Although he had never seen this individual before, he could unmistakably ascertain that this person belonged to the organization, as he emanated a palpable aura of dread. At this moment, Aoki had altered his appearance, presenting himself with a rather menacing visage. Aoki pushed open the door to Bonchang's room and glanced at the computer and the documents laid out on the table. How is the task I entrusted to you progressing? How much longer until completion? Bonchang replied, it will be done soon. I hope you will refrain from disturbing me. Refrain from disturbing you? Are you planning to seize this opportunity to flee abroad? A futile endeavor. The power of the organization is beyond your imagination. Other nations are also under its influence. Even if you manage to escape abroad, it would be in vain. Furthermore, if you go through with it, your family and friends will suffer because of you. And what awaits you is nothing but relentless pursuit. Aoki gazed at the individual before him, an involuntary smile curving his lips as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Bamurataku was momentarily taken aback. Escaping abroad had proven futile. What sort of organization could achieve such a feat? It seemed this entity had existed for a considerable time, allowing it to flourish to this day. You are an astute person. I am aware of your thoughts, yet if you simply comply, you shall attain all that you desire. This is far more gratifying than your current employment. Are you not content? Chapter 82. The Avenger approaches. Bamurataku found himself rooted to the spot, sensing that the words carried deeper implications, though their significance eluded him for the moment. Nonetheless, he discerned the underlying warning. Do not entertain thoughts of escaping the organization's grasp, for such aspirations were futile. If one wished to avoid peril, obedience to the organization was paramount. Pursuing alternatives thereafter would be the most prudent course of action. What is it that you truly seek? For a member of the organization, he ought to hold significant power. To approach me with such revelations was tantamount to betrayal. You yourself stated that the organization's influence spans across nations. To betray it would invite relentless pursuit. Bamurataku struggled to comprehend his words, for Aoki appeared distinctly unhinged, as if plotting to usurp the organization and establish his own dominion. In truth, Bamurataku was not mistaken, and his conjecture was remarkably accurate. Thus, it is said that one can be too clever for their own good. You indeed possess remarkable abilities, yet you remain utterly ignorant of the nature of power. Aoki rose and summoned his shadow, subsequently lifting Banzo Takumi effortlessly. To outsiders, this appeared to be a display of supernatural prowess, explaining his levitation. However, those who had experienced it understood the presence of an intangible force at play. It was precisely this enigmatic essence that enabled him to elevate another. You need not concern yourself with my intentions, but if you wish to survive, you must heed my commands, for I alone possess this formidable power. After Aoki set it down, he spoke of the trivialities within his plans. Bandakumi did not fully grasp the meaning. Yet he understood what Aoki was implying. He wished to recruit him as a subordinate. At that moment, Ban's heart was conflicted. The man before him was affiliated with the distillery, essentially an adversary, yet he felt a rebellious inclination. Ultimately, Ban nodded. Presently, he was but a solitary figure, incapable of confronting the distillery alone. If he could secure an insider, many future matters might be resolved with Aoki's assistance. Very well, I can agree to your proposal, but you must protect me. That is my condition. Upon hearing Ban's acquiescence, Aoki's lips curled into a subtle smile. With this, his influence could proceed smoothly, and Ban would serve merely as a stepping stone, necessary for the time being. However, it would be limited to that. There are many prodigies in this world, and Ban is merely one among them. Once the software is developed, his usefulness would wane. Rest assured, as long as you obey, all will be well. Moreover, the program must be completed swiftly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that others within the organization won't take action against you. The world is rife with deception. These individuals, having never endured hardship, remain oblivious to the reality of false promises. With that, Aoki rose and departed, subsequently messaging Jin. I've temporarily managed to secure him. I deceived him into believing I would recruit him, ensuring his safety, which is why he agreed to develop the software. Mimosa, you truly remain consistent, always delighting in deceit. Jin replied, do not mischaracterize it. This is not deception. At least until he completes the development, there should be no issues. From now on, this matter is entrusted to you. I hope you can handle the aftermath without requiring my assistance. After sending the message, Jin ceased to engage, leaving Aoki amidst the chaos of the moment. You haven't mentioned anything about salary. Do you truly consider me akin to those laborers in Bourbon? Aoki was currently filled with frustration, pondering when the organization had become so miserly. It was merely a request for a salary increase. Yet they couldn't even be bothered to respond to him. Jin, you have changed. With no other option, Aoki resignedly departed. Speaking of which, Bourbon had not reached out to him lately. He had hoped to find a way to earn some extra cash through him. Where are you, the emperor of part-time jobs? When will you come to the Mori family's premises? He wondered if Bourbon had sorted out his identity. Surely he hadn't forgotten. At that moment, Aoki returned home. Shiho had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing him, she promptly rose to greet him. Welcome back. Something felt amiss, though? Aoki sensed a peculiar change in Shiho. Could it be that he had inadvertently influenced her? I'm back, he declared. Nevertheless, this transformation was rather delightful. She had become even more endearing and affectionate. However, after dinner, Shiho hurried off to the professor's house to continue her research on a new antidote. Inspired by her reading, she felt compelled to experiment. Thus, she departed immediately after their meal, leaving Aoki with no chance to nurture their relationship. He had intended to cultivate their feelings, only to be left feeling quite bored. Perhaps he could seek out Kudo. It would be entertaining to give him a good thrashing, as that lad was quite resilient. Time swiftly passed to the next day, and Kudo emerged from his room with 2 sizable lumps on his head, sighing as he prepared to face another day at school. Last night, Aoki had unexpectedly visited, eager to discuss the new medication. Initially pleased, Kudo was soon met with a sudden punch from Aoki, resulting in the painful swelling that had yet to subside. How could he attend school like this without becoming the subject of ridicule? Yet, he had made a promise for a date. He couldn't very well break it, could he? Life is indeed challenging. Kudo then set off for school, with Shiho also attending classes, as it was not the weekend yet. Only the following day would offer respite. Aoki had grown accustomed to this topsy-turvy routine, though he sometimes struggled to recall the exact date. He relied on Shiho's reminders, or he would likely forget entirely. At that moment, Aoki trailed behind Kudo, ever vigilant against the possibility of his sudden transformation back into Conan. Recently, there had been no significant events unfolding, and Vermouth was temporarily an ally. Jin was preoccupied with pursuing Akai Shuichi, leaving him no time to cause trouble. As for Korn and Kiandi, they seemed to be absent from Japan, and KIR was even less likely to appear, being an undercover agent for the CIA. At most, she would be investigating him. Creating chaos was far from her agenda. However, just as Aoki was following Kudo, a figure passed by. Damn, where was that person? How dare they knock him down last time? If I find you, Aoki was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. And he swiftly turned to look at the individual from earlier, only to find that the person had vanished without a trace. In an instant, a thought struck him. During his previous visit to Moonshadow Island, it seemed that a shadow had accidentally knocked someone away. Could it have been that very individual? Alas, he had come seeking him. It appeared that he had unwittingly offended someone. His intent had merely been to knock the person down. Yet the force of the Dark Spectre had been far too great, resulting in the individual being sent flying. Chapter 83. The club president is indeed in a high-risk profession. Aoki continued to shadow Kudo. However, his thoughts were consumed by the words of the person he had just encountered, which seemed to have been spoken with intent. The long stretch of road had remained silent until his presence, when those words were uttered. Was this not a confirmation of his involvement? It appeared that caution was imperative. Previously, he had merely intended to apprehend the individual and inquire about their circumstances, hoping that if they were not affiliated with the zoo, a friendship might blossom. Yet, given the current situation, such a prospect seemed increasingly unlikely. What a nuisance. However, now was not the time for distractions. He must wait for Conan's return, as he still needed to draw blood from him, given the connection to Shiho's antidote. Although he was not truly a pervert, one could not associate with a young girl without arousing suspicion of being one. At this moment, Kudo had encountered Ran, and the two entered the school together. Midway, Kudo, in a moment of impulsivity, called out Ran-ne, inciting her anger to the point where she nearly struck him, subsequently unleashing a punch that shattered a nearby utility pole. This served as a warning to Shinichi Kudo to be mindful of his words. Kudo, realizing he had adopted Conan's mannerisms for too long, turned to see Aoki right behind him, which provided him with a semblance of relief. Aoki followed closely behind him, a plan they had long devised. He feared Aoki might suddenly depart, which could potentially expose him, and it would not bode well for Shiho either. Suddenly, Kudo felt as though he had stumbled upon Aoki's vulnerability, namely, Haibara Ai. Although he was aware of this leverage, he dared not act recklessly. What if he faced another beating? Aoki shows no mercy, striking with a ferocity that leaves a bruise upon his head. Merely reflecting on it brings forth pain. As Kudo embarks on his academic journey, time swiftly eludes him, yet in his perception, it feels as though only 2 hours have passed. Upon glancing at the clock, he is astounded to find that it is already 6 o'clock. Aoki promptly went to fetch Xiao Ai, simultaneously preparing a syringe. The two of them disguised themselves and hurriedly followed in Kudo's footsteps. Recently, they arrived at a restaurant, the very place where Kudo Yusaku confessed his feelings to Kudo Yukiko. Now, Kudo Shinichi wished to declare his love. Perhaps this was a twist of fate. Aoki and Xiao Ai sat at a distance, having ordered a table full of dishes, perfectly coinciding with dinner time. Thus, they decided to resolve their meal there. Simultaneously, they were observing the current situation of Kudo. Be prepared. I sense that something is about to happen. Aoki fixed his gaze upon Kudo Shinichi, sensing that the moment was ripe. The sun was nearing its descent, leaving only the twilight lingering at the horizon. As Shiho pondered what might transpire next, Kudo hesitated. Well, there is something I wish to convey to you. Actually, it's just... Then what is it? Ran interjected. If you're a man, just speak plainly. So? Am I not a man? Just then, a sudden scream pierced the air, and Shiho instinctively realized that Aoki had foreseen calamity. Someone had perished. Kudo, on the verge of confessing, immediately dashed over to the scene upon hearing the commotion. Every time he attempted to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by others announcing that a body had been discovered in the elevator, accompanied by a handgun. Come on, hurry up, Ran urged. Sorry, Ran. Let us discuss it when I return. With that, Kudo swiftly departed, leaving Ram behind, sighing in contemplation, her mind occupied with the earlier conversation, pondering what Kudo Shinichi truly intended to express. And thus, she waited over 800 episodes. At that moment, Ran mused, could it be a confession of love? The mere thought flushed her cheeks. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. She earnestly wished he would conclude the case swiftly, eager to uncover his intentions. Meanwhile, Aoki and Shiho sat nearby, indulging in their meal, while Shiho glared, feeling irked by Kudo's abrupt departure to solve the case. This fellow was utterly vexatious. It was merely a simple confession. Why complicate matters so? Stop looking. Things won't revert now, at least not until he resolves this case, she thought. Aoki, unhurried and composed, finished the last bite of his meal. After all, as long as the case remained unresolved, Kudo would not revert to his original self, at most. He would feel a momentary discomfort, especially since he had already brought a change of clothes. Suddenly, Aoki paused, recalling that in the original story, Kudo had hidden in the restroom after transforming back, and at that time, he was not clothed. Had he not been exposed to AI? At this moment, Aoki was fully prepared. Having summoned the Dark Spectre to monitor Kudo's condition, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would occur. The victim was named Tatsuya Tatsumi, a 58-year-old president of a gaming company. 3 employees of the company had discovered the body while intending to return to the office for some items. Takagi had already conducted a preliminary investigation and relayed the information to Inspector Megure. Megure was momentarily taken aback. It seemed peculiar that they would return for something at such a time. Megure inquired, returning for something? Takagi explained, today marks the 20th anniversary of their company, and they intended to retrieve a bouquet they had prepared in advance. He continued, their company occupies 3 floors, the 13th, 24th, and 36th. As for the elevator, it appears to be for company use only. According to the investigation, it was revealed that the deceased had been feeling unwell and planned to visit the office before heading home to rest. Takagi thought to himself that although it was not a large corporation, maintaining 3 floors indicated considerable wealth. Megure crouched down to examine the body and noted the disarray of the clothing. He surmised that the assailant had acted out of greed, resulting in a fatal mishap. Suddenly, Megure paused and turned to Takagi, asking, isn't this place familiar? Didn't a similar case occur here before? I recall being a rookie back then, when a peculiar individual stood nearby, talking to himself. Takagi, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that when Megure was still a novice, he had been in school and could hardly have known about the incident. Disappointed, a voice interjected, the culprit was not motivated by money. He merely killed the president by accident. Megure smiled and clarified, exactly. Just like now, huh? Kudo, my dear fellow? Shoo, keep your voice down. I must remain inconspicuous. Especially with Aoki present. If he hears us, I might find myself in trouble again. Kudo quickly gestured for Inspector Megure to lower his voice, recalling Aoki's earlier remarks. Megure shot him a glance. You're employing that tactic again. In Chapter 84, no rewards, you may refrain from giving them. Truly, at this moment, Aoki and Kudo ordered another round, for the previous stake had been insufficient, considering Kudo would solve the case. Aoki pondered, where were the system rewards? It had been 2 days since the school play incident, and the system seemed rather lethargic, delaying the rewards despite the narrative being completed. Previously, the system had behaved similarly, causing Aoki to nearly forget about it altogether. Did the system perhaps forget? Or was it uncertain about what rewards to bestow? Aoki produced a lollipop, the very reward given by the system, which he had no intention of consuming. However, AI appeared to take a liking to it. This item bore no side effects. It simply made one indifferent to their surroundings while focusing solely on enjoying the lollipop, hence its moniker, Seduction Lollipop. Yet, business was at hand. He resolved to partake in the lollipop later. AI had sampled it once before and found it delightful, though she found it odd that she enjoyed it so much. After a brief interval, Kudo's predicament had been resolved. However, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest, a precursor to transformation. He hurried to the restroom to avoid being seen. The shadow that had been watching him returned to Aoki's side. Upon seeing the shadow's return, Aoki realized the transformation was imminent. Let us go. Kudo is about to become Conan. With that, Aoki retrieved the clothes he had prepared earlier, along with a syringe for drawing blood. AI immediately stood up, taking Aoki's hand as they headed toward the restroom together. Oh no. At that moment, Kudo's body had shrunk, transforming into that of a child. Internally, he was in turmoil. After finally becoming an adult, he was reverting so soon. How frustrating. Just then, the restroom door swung open, and upon seeing Aoki, Kudo breathed a sigh of relief. However, AI, trailing behind, was about to peek into the restroom when Aoki covered her eyes. Don't look. You might develop a squint. AI could only roll her eyes. Kudo was merely a child now, just a little boy. What was there to see? Once Conan was dressed, AI promptly drew his blood. Really? Why must you revert now? Conan, shielding his arm where blood had been drawn, felt nothing but exasperation. He had mustered the courage to confess his feelings, yet before he could utter a word, he had transformed back into Conan. Be grateful. This is merely an experimental subject. If it weren't for your insistence, AI wouldn't have shared it with you. Furthermore, Consuming too much of this medication may lead to some degree of resistance. Did you not heed the warning? Upon witnessing his continued complaints, Aoki delivered a decisive punch, subsequently adopting a serious demeanor. "Ah, that hurts," Conan exclaimed, emerging slowly from the restroom, a sizable bump forming on his head. The swelling from this morning had only just subsided, and now he faced yet another blow. "Am I your nemesis?" Having completed his task, Aoki turned to leave with Shiho, leaving Conan to contend with the aftermath. After all, the trouble had originated with him, so it was only fitting that he should rectify it. As for how Conan would handle the situation, that was no longer Aoki's concern. Moreover, at that moment, Shiho was preoccupied with the urgency of returning to her research. The longer they delayed, the more likely the blood would coagulate, complicating any further investigation. Thus, she was eager to leave, prioritizing the return to her studies above all else. After a few minutes, the duo finally arrived home. Upon their arrival, Shiho immediately dashed towards Professor Agasa's residence. "Professor, are you indulging again?" Shiho remarked, noticing the remnants of food clinging to the professor's beard, her brow furrowing in disapproval. The professor, caught off guard, had never anticipated Shiho's arrival, let alone stumbling upon him as he snacked on sweets. "Ah, this," Professor Agasa thought to himself. "You all went out on a date, and I can't even enjoy a little dessert?" Upon seeing Shiho return, along with the vial of blood she held, he quickly deduced that Shinichi had transformed back into Conan, thus explaining Shiho's sudden return. "Damn you, Shinichi. Couldn't you have waited a little longer to revert?" Conan retorted, "I wish I could." With a resigned sigh, Shiho hurried to the underground laboratory, where all her materials were stored. In truth, Shiho was not lacking in finances. On the contrary, she was quite affluent, having earned a significant sum from the Black organization. Each time she received funds, they were swiftly transferred to various accounts, over 20 in total, none of which were her own. Concerned about her safety in her current form, she consolidated her money but, for added security, also utilized Aoki's account. The Aoki account will not be scrutinized as long as the transfers are executed in batches. Essentially, it remains undetected. So it is. At this moment, Shiho sits before the microscope, examining Conan's blood alongside his usual samples, which leads her to uncover certain secrets. Now, Shiho feels a surge of confidence. Given a little more time, she will be able to develop it herself. Meanwhile, at the 6th base of the Black organization, Jin gazes at the object before him, a slight smile gracing his features. How splendid. It is none other than an Apache helicopter, the very one that Jin piloted during the Tokyo Tower operation in the storyline. Observing the newly arrived weaponry, Jin is tempted to take it for a spin. Unfortunately, there are no current missions that necessitate a helicopter. Reluctantly, he turns to leave. But with the equipment now at his disposal, he is determined to seize the opportunity to test it out when the chance arises. By the way, isn't Aoki capable of resurrection? Let him test the weapon. However, considering Aoki's temperament, Jin decided against it. He feared that Aoki might suddenly lose his temper, and he could be unexpectedly stabbed by a shadow. After all, he cannot perceive the shadow. Even if Aoki were to employ underhanded tactics, as long as he remained unharmed, there was little that could be done against him. Damn it. I am, after all, his superior, yet I find myself fearing a subordinate. This will not do. I must summon him for a duel. My heart cannot find peace without delivering a proper beating to Aoki. With that thought, Jin took out his phone and directly dialed Aoki's number. "Jin, come to base 6. Aoki, what is going on? Another assignment? Increase the payment." Beep, beep, beep. Jin abruptly hung up the phone. That chatterbox. He shouldn't have called in the first place. Every time he opens his mouth, it's about increasing the pay. What a lunatic. At that moment, Aoki was also puzzled. What is up with Jin today? Has he hit a midlife crisis? Nevertheless, he brushed it aside, for it was of no concern to him. He was engrossed in the system. As a reward had just arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the plot. You have received the reward, original stockings of Xiao AI. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the plot. You have received the reward, child's clothing. System. If you're uncertain about what to provide, you need not give anything at all. I want to hold it against you. However, what do you intend with these items? To be a pervert? Chapter 85. Today is somewhat perilous. It is unwise to venture outside. Original stockings of Xiao AI. I can procure at any time. Do I truly require your assistance? Aoki currently finds himself in a predicament, yet his body remains remarkably honest, promptly shedding his attire. The stockings, of course, are destined for preservation. The primary focus, however, lies on the garment itself. After all, it is a reward from the system and should possess some unique attributes. The children's outfit is crafted from a special fabric that remains undamaged regardless of how much it is pulled or torn, maintaining its integrity even if one's body suddenly enlarges. Furthermore, it boasts exceptional defensive capabilities, requiring no special cleaning. Truly a must-have for both home and travel. Upon reading the system's description, Aoki felt utterly bewildered. How did it seem that he was straying further down a perverse path? Nonetheless, this garment is genuinely impressive. Endowed with numerous effects, it fits Xiao AI perfectly. He had previously feared for her safety. Now, equipped with this attire and a handgun, she would be akin to an impenetrable fortress. However, Xiao Ai is still engaged in her experiments, and he cannot disturb her at this moment. Meanwhile, in a villa in Tokyo, Longchuan is dead. What a useless fool. Robbing a bank only to fall victim to a black-and-black situation, he has brought disgrace to our organization. A man sat before a computer in a dimly lit room. The only illumination emanating from the screen, casting a glow on his face. This man is none other than Rum. It had been several days since Longchuan's demise. Yet he only just learned of it. Not only are his subordinates incompetent, but even the members of the organization proved to be unreliable. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although he was uncertain about who was responsible, he could hazard a guess that it was likely the work of Mimosa. Jin was unlikely to take action. As they were all part of the same faction and all hold senior positions, he understood the repercussions of eliminating a member. Mimosa is indeed intriguing. He finds himself increasingly eager to recruit her. What future lies in following Jin? Such talent ought to be his own. However, since she has killed her subordinate, he must teach her a lesson, provided he can gather evidence. Otherwise, Jin will not spare him, and even the B0SS would be incensed. You shall follow her, if possible. Attempt to make contact, but do not reveal your identity. Rum instructed, gazing at the screen displaying a woman's silhouette. Given her appearance, she must be quite a beauty. The woman nodded at the computer, then gracefully bowed and powered down the device. Her movements were fluid, devoid of any hesitation. How tedious. To have me engage in surveillance. Such tasks are far from enjoyable. I would rather be sent to eliminate someone. The woman lamented. Her discontent palpable as she tossed her hair. Yet, with Rum's orders in place, she had no choice but to comply. After a moment of tidying herself, she promptly set off. As dawn broke the next day, Xiao Ai finally completed her research. She had compared the blood samples from Conan in his shrunken state with his normal blood, compiling a wealth of comparative data. With this information, she could successfully concoct an antidote to restore him to his original form. Fortunately, there was no school today. Yawning, Xiao Ai returned home to find Aoki still asleep. But he had left behind a set of clothes that seemed tailored for her. Out of curiosity, she decided to try them on. They feel pleasantly cool and exhibit impressive elasticity. They appear remarkably durable. However, she found it peculiar that this bodysuit resembled a battle outfit from the 9 Dragon Pearl series. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought and resolved to change back into her pajamas, as it was time for rest. Just then, Aoki's door swung open. Good morning. You're back already? Aoki, still groggy and unaware of the situation, abruptly embraced Xiao Ai and collapsed onto the sofa, shutting his eyes once more. Xiao Ai, taken aback, found herself in a precarious position, half undressed and caught in his grasp. Anger surged through her, and she swiftly delivered an elbow strike to Aoki's abdomen. Instantly awakened, Aoki exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing? That hurts." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Ai hastily removed her clothing and flung it at his face, then darted back to her room. Aoki was left bewildered, still trying to piece together what had just transpired, realizing only that he had been struck. Starting the day with such an encounter left him feeling that misfortune awaited him if he ventured outside. He opted to return to sleep. Work? What nonsense! Aoki grumbled. Settling back into slumber, the pain insufficient to rouse him, he resolved to remain horizontal as long as possible. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai concealed herself in her room, a flush creeping across her cheeks. She had never anticipated Aoki would suddenly embrace her, especially while she was undressed. How infuriating. Tomorrow, she must go shopping and make him carry her bags. She would exhaust him. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through her, prompting her to sit upright and scan her surroundings. She sensed no immediate danger but furrowed her brow in confusion. Why did it feel as though someone had been watching her? Qingmu, feeling a sense of helplessness, scratched his head and then rose to prepare for his departure. It seemed prudent to leave this place for the time being. Xiao Ai still had that piece of clothing, and there should be no issues. Furthermore, in the original narrative spanning over 1,000 episodes, no incidents had ever occurred in this vicinity, rendering it an unequivocal safe zone. Observing the desolate surroundings, Qingmu decided to seek a meal first, as Xiao Ai was still in slumber. Speaking of which, had he done something earlier? Just as Qingmu pondered over his recent actions, 3 girls suddenly approached from a distance, rushing towards him with enthusiasm. It's Qingmu, our esteemed advisor. We are your fans. May we have your autograph? I would love to take a photo. Aomori was instantly bewildered. He had just stepped outside, yet someone was already pursuing him. Today was supposed to be a day of seclusion. Alas. However, upon noticing that there were only 3 individuals, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, their relentless persistence would inevitably attract a larger crowd, leaving him with no escape. Very well. Thus began a flurry of autographs and photographs. As he was reluctantly thrust into the spotlight, after bidding farewell to the trio, Aomori finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed prudent to retreat to the base for a while, to evade the fans lurking outside. He truly could not bear it any longer. Why are you here? There is no assignment for you today. At that moment, Jin was smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Aomori arrive at the base, he furrowed his brow in confusion. The mere sight of Aomori cast a shadow over his day. All the joy he had felt was now utterly extinguished. Chapter 86 Aomori. Hola. Jin. Mutta. Today has been rather unfortunate, so I thought I would come and hide for a while. I trust you won't mind? Aoki reclined on the adjacent sofa. His eyes closed in a state of repose. He felt an overwhelming aversion to trouble. Today, the organization had no assigned tasks, and the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. It was a sanctuary, as only those affiliated with the organization would venture here, rendering the place exceedingly safe. Meanwhile, Jinju furrowed his brow, harboring discontent towards Aoki. Although he found the fellow insufferable, Aoki was one of his subordinates and possessed strength surpassing his own. Come with me to the training room, Jinju declared. A cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth as he tossed his silvery hair and rose to his feet. At this moment, Aoki appeared utterly bewildered. He had only just closed his eyes, yet it seemed that mischief was afoot. Very well. Today, he would teach Gio a lesson, allowing him to comprehend his own prowess. Subsequently, the two made their way to the training room, where Vodka was already engaged in practice. Typically, he had little to occupy his time, often shadowing his elder brother. With nothing else to do, he had taken to training. However, midway through his regimen, he noticed his brother's arrival and intended to greet him. Yet, upon catching sight of Aoki, his expression soured, and he frowned in displeasure. Ah, you seem particularly spirited today, little Jiajia. Upon spotting Vodka, Aoki immediately greeted him. Huh? Little Jiajia? You scoundrel. Upon hearing this moniker, Vodka's face turned an ashen hue. He was poised to step forward and deliver a powerful punch to Aoki's face. Enough, Vodka. Step aside, you will come with me. Jin interjected swiftly, sensing an impending altercation between the two. Today, he desired to find someone to practice with, and he could not allow Vodka to seize the opportunity first. Upon hearing Jin's command, Vodka promptly retreated, standing to the side with an obedient demeanor, choosing to disregard all other voices but that of his elder brother. At this moment, Aoki stood facing Jin in the training room, both poised and ready. Meanwhile, Vodka's heart swelled with joy. Today, his brother was exceptionally serious. And he was finally going to witness Aoki's misfortune. Go for it, big brother. Annihilate him. After all, he won't truly perish. You can do it as many times as you like. Qingmu felt a sense of helplessness. These two truly exemplified the saying the husband sings while the wife follows. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Before Jin could make a move, Qingmu took the initiative to launch an attack. Observing the sudden onslaught, Jin immediately retreated, raising both hands to deflect the incoming strike. However, Qingmu had merely feigned an attack in the next moment. He crouched low and executed a sweeping kick that sent Jin crashing to the ground. Jin rolled to the side and swiftly regained his footing. Seizing the opportunity while Qingmu was still rising, he leaped into the air, aiming a powerful kick towards Qingmu. Aoki was unable to evade in time and took the kick directly. However, the force was not too great. It seemed that Gio had held back. Almost immediately, he swung his fist rapidly, launching an attack towards Gio. Yara yara. Ora ora ora. For some inexplicable reason, Aoki suddenly recalled Jojo and felt compelled to shout that out. Indeed, it was exhilarating. At that moment, Gio appeared utterly bewildered. It was merely a skirmish, yet here was Aoki, shouting nonsensically. However, as he felt the terrifying power behind the fist, Gio became even more perplexed. How could each punch be stronger than the last? Have you been on something? Faced with such ferocious onslaught, Gio could only hastily dodge. If struck, even survival would come at the cost of broken bones. Just as he was about to step out of bounds, Gio gritted his teeth and extended his hand to intercept the punch. To his surprise, the force was incredibly powerful. Merely catching it left his arm feeling weak and numb. On the surface, it appeared to be a fair exchange, yet inside, Gio was panicking. Aoki was behaving unusually today. His previous fighting skills had been abysmal. Although he had not improved in technique, his strength had significantly increased. This was what one might call, one force breaks 10,000 techniques? Muda. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck Gio. Perhaps he had found a way to counter it. If he couldn't overpower him, then he would join in. Thus, the two continued to shout and swing their fists in the training room, leaving Vodka utterly dumbfounded. Was this really his elder brother? Why did he seem somewhat unfamiliar? Vodka was already numb. Aoki truly was toxic, leading his brother astray. After a while, both Aoki and Gio were left panting heavily. Haha, Gio, is that all you've got? Tired already? Aoki gazed at Jinjio, who was panting. A faint smile gracing his lips. Jinjio furrowed his brow, then steadied his breath before producing a cigarette. Let us call it a day, he declared. Your combat skills remain rather lacking. You ought to refine your techniques. He would never admit that his hands had gone numb. Now, lighting a cigarette was merely an act of bravado. Jinjio then turned to leave, and upon reaching a secluded spot, he clasped his hands together. His expression twisted in pain. Damn, this kid is truly ruthless. It hurts like hell. Meanwhile, in the training arena, Vodka was distinctly displeased. I'm coming to fight you. Aoki, never mind, Xiaojia. I am quite fatigued today. Let us discuss it another time. Vodka, are you afraid? Aoki, enough. I have no time to indulge your foolishness. And your skills are inferior to Jin's. Fighting you is merely an act of bullying. Upon hearing this, Vodka became enraged and charged forward with a punch. However, Aoki swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack, and extended his left foot, causing Vodka to stumble and fall to the ground in a most humiliating manner. "See, I told you. You are incapable. You should practice more." With that, Aoki turned to leave, as the hour was still early, and he thought it best to return home for a brief respite. Yet, Vodka, burning with indignation at being bested, felt a deep sense of shame. His combat skills had been taught by his elder brother, yet he found himself unable to defeat Aoki, a realization that stung his pride. Despite his frustration, he recognized his limitations. After all, even his brother had only managed to achieve a stalemate against Aoki. Furthermore, Aoki had the ability to resurrect in the ominous presence of the Black Phantom, making any attempt on his life futile. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Aoki had a sister, did he not? If he were to capture her, Aoki would surely be furious. While he had no intention of resorting to murder, teaching Aoki a lesson seemed quite feasible. With this thought, Vodka's interest was piqued. Although his brother had advised against provoking Aoki, he believed that tricking him would pose no issue, provided he remained cautious of the Black Phantom. "Humph. Aoki, you insufferable wretch, I shall teach you a lesson this time. Do you cherish your sister? What will you do if I take her away?" Aoki, who had already departed, now leaned against the wall, having overheard Vodka's words. It appeared Vodka truly had a penchant for courting disaster. Initially, Aoki had felt his previous remarks were somewhat excessive and considered returning to offer some consolation. However, upon hearing Vodka's intention to target Xiao Ai, he realized that Vodka was in for a reckoning. Chapter 87. Xiao Ai's concerns. Glancing up at the sky, Aoki noted that dusk had descended. He rose to leave the base, confident that returning home would be safe. He found the situation rather bothersome. Vodka was indeed intent on causing trouble, and he needed to prepare in advance. First and foremost, he required a handgun suitable for a child. One with minimal recoil, perhaps a Browning M1910 would suffice. It was compact, had little kickback, and would be easy to conceal. However, where could he procure such a firearm? It would be inadvisable to obtain it from within the organization, as that would arouse Jin's suspicions, almost forgetting the existence of the web marketplace. He considered that transactions there would evade the watchful eyes of the distillery. Upon returning home, he immediately booted up his computer to search for available firearms. If he found none, he would post a mission. Under the promise of a significant reward, there would surely be someone willing to sell. Yes, the wording was apt. While Aoki browsed the website, a figure approached from behind. "What are you doing?" Startled by the voice, Aoki turned to see that Xiao Ai had awakened. Clad in a pink pajama set, cradling a matching pink rabbit plushie in her arms. "Nothing much. Just remember to wear that outfit I gave you. It's bulletproof and features self-cleaning capabilities." Aoki smiled as he gazed at Xiao Ai. In truth, Xiao Ai's attire bore a striking resemblance to a swimsuit. However, since it was worn beneath other garments, no one would be the wiser. Yet, upon hearing his remark, Xiao Ai's cheeks flushed crimson. The memory of that morning flooded her mind. Aoki, half asleep, had suddenly enveloped her in an embrace. How utterly peculiar. Nonetheless, she found herself intrigued by Aoki's comment regarding her outfit. Such a delicate garment could serve as a bulletproof vest, complete with self-cleaning properties. What kind of advanced technology was this? Although she lacked expertise in this area, it struck her as remarkably fascinating. Perhaps she could explore this further. It might prove useful for outings. Though she certainly did not wish for some pervert to leap out and ambush her. Subsequently, Xiao Ai turned and retreated into her room. She had noticed Aoki browsing firearms on his computer earlier. Could there be a new mission on the horizon? The organization typically provided weaponry, so there was no need for him to procure them independently. If it were for personal use, he could simply retrieve them without issue. Moreover, he had gifted her that outfit. Was he selecting her weapons for her? This fellow, always engaging in unnecessary actions. However, considering it was for her benefit, Xiao Ai could only sigh in resignation, a faint smile gracing her lips, though it quickly faded as thoughts of her sister surfaced. She instinctively reached for her phone to make a call. Yet, before she could press the final digit, Aoki's voice rang out unexpectedly. "Ai-chan, dinner is ready." Having just roused from slumber, Xiao Ai realized that Aoki had prepared the meal. She glanced at her phone, then, in resignation, set it down and turned to head toward dinner, fully aware that her actions might reveal her intentions. Nevertheless, she simply could not resist the urge to hear his voice. "I'm coming." Aoki did not mention the matter of vodka. He merely advised Shiho to exercise caution, as recent circumstances may not be entirely safe. Although it is unlikely that anyone would intrude upon her home, however, the possibility of an abduction on the way remains. Upon hearing this, Shiho nodded, realizing the necessity of vigilance whenever she steps outside, at the very least ensuring that her hair color is concealed, which should suffice for her safety. After dinner, Shiho did not retire for the night. Instead, she engaged in examining her clothing. Yet, no matter how she scrutinized it, it appeared to be merely ordinary attire. However, when she attempted to pierce it with a needle, she discovered that it could not be penetrated. Even when she pressed her hand against the fabric and thrust a knife with force, nothing transpired. It was as if there was nothing there to touch. What material could this clothing possibly be made of? Shiho felt a profound astonishment, as it was utterly unimaginable. Nevertheless, she had no intention of further investigation, for it served as her protection, and should it be damaged, there would be no second chance. After hastily donning the garment, Shiho proceeded to the professor's residence. Though there had been some progress the previous night, a significant amount of experimentation remained before a viable antidote could be developed. The blood sample provided by Kudo was now rendered unusable. The experimental materials were still insufficient, and she would need to extract more from Kudo. If only there were others who could revert to childhood, there would be ample materials for experimentation, though regrettably, the probability was exceedingly low. At this moment, Shiho was in the underground laboratory, surrounded by various glass test tubes filled with numerous unidentified liquids. These were the fruits of her recent research endeavors. However, they were merely experimental products, lacking even the efficacy of a temporary antidote. Gazing at these test samples, Shiho let out a weary sigh, uncertain of when she would finally succeed in developing a cure. Yet, she remained unperturbed. There was no point in rushing. Although she yearned to create the antidote, her current materials were limited, and with insufficient experimental resources, she could only produce a second-generation temporary remedy. Meanwhile, Aoki had located a seller, an individual affiliated with a gang involved in the arms trade, from whom many firearms in Tokyo originated. While the quality was not exceptional, they sufficed for ordinary use. Should one desire better quality, additional payment would be necessary. For Aoki, money was not an issue, quality was paramount, particularly since it would be for Shiho's use. If the quality were subpar and the weapon was seldom utilized, what would happen in a moment of need if it failed? The quality options are indeed available, though they come at a higher price. A Browning M1910 costs 500,000. If you settle for a slightly inferior version, it is a mere 100,000, which is already quite reasonable. Deal. The items will be entrusted to the website's personnel. Once I receive the goods, the payment will automatically be transferred to your account. I expect no quality issues. Should you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences. Certainly. The website's personnel are very diligent and possess numerous professionals. I will not mislead you. Let us hope it remains so. After a brief discussion, Aoki shut down his computer. This time, the items would be delivered by the website, with the delivery address set elsewhere to prevent any gang members from tracking him back to his residence. For safety's sake, this was the only option. Aoki then took out his phone and glanced at the date, April 12, 1999. It was utterly absurd. Yesterday was 1994. And today it had inexplicably jumped to 1999, such a vast temporal leap. No wonder Conan's age fluctuated, eternally stuck at 7. It was now 5 in the morning. Yet it felt as if it were still the previous afternoon. The timeline of the Conan universe was enough to drive one to madness. It made me feel utterly foolish. Chapter 88. Vodka. Trimble. Aoki. The following afternoon, Aoki arrived at the designated trading location, ensuring that no one was in proximity to the target, save for a solitary box that lay there. Aoki approached to open the box, and after confirming the contents, he turned around, acknowledging the receipt of the goods. Although the entire process was remarkably swift, a diminutive figure appeared on the way home from school. Upon noticing Aoki carrying a box, the figure immediately furrowed his brow and hastened to follow. This individual was none other than Conan, who had just bid farewell to Shiho and the others moments ago as he prepared to head home. As for Shiho and her companions, they had already accompanied the doctor and were en route to the swimming pool for some leisure. Earlier that day, the doctor had sent a message informing Aoki of their outing, assuring him that as long as they were not embarking on a camping trip, there should be no significant concerns. That little rascal Conan. Aoki was acutely aware that he was being followed by Conan. However, he chose to disregard the little brat, knowing that Conan could not keep up with him. He quickened his pace, swiftly navigating through the bustling streets before disappearing into the crowd. Conan furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering what Aoki had just taken and realizing that Aoki seemed to have noticed him. He sighed, acknowledging that he had underestimated Aoki's perceptiveness. What could Aoki have acquired? Although it appeared inconsequential, Aoki's demeanor suggested caution. Could it be that Aoki had purchased explosives? This notion was quickly dismissed. After all, Aoki was a member of the police force. Surely, it must be for self-defense. Yet, Conan realized he had never witnessed Aoki in action, nor did he know the extent of his fighting capabilities. Sensing that he had correctly deduced Aoki's intentions, Conan decided against further pursuit, opting to head home and rest instead, having completed his homework earlier that day. Upon returning home, Conan was greeted by the sound of a music box, which piqued his curiosity. The melody seemed to herald the arrival of spring. Suddenly, it struck him that it was summer now. The last time he had been shot was in winter, and his attendance at Rand's performance occurred in spring. How reasonable. As Conan opened the door, he discovered a visitor in the house. "Is this your child?" the woman inquired, glancing between Kagoro Muri and Conan with a hint of confusion. Kagoro snorted dismissively. "He's just a little rascal staying with me. I certainly don't have such a troublesome son." Conan's lips twitched in irritation. "Who would want to be your son?" "You old fool. Right. You should tell Conan about what just happened." Rand interjected earnestly. Conan always manages to uncover the crucial details and assist Dad in solving cases. Perhaps he can discover something of significance. At this, Kagoro felt quite reluctant. After all, he was the detective in this household. If this little brat were to guess something correctly, how could he maintain his reputation? However, Before he could voice his objections, the woman seeking assistance spoke up. Actually, it turned out that the woman had been waiting for someone, but had seen no sign of them after quite some time. Just as she was about to leave, a beeping sound from a pager caught her attention. Only then did she realize that a bag had mysteriously appeared beside her. The bag contained a pager, which bore a message: "This music box holds some value. Sell it for money, and do not give up on your dreams." Meanwhile, at the swimming pool, Shiho, with her disguise in place, was unable to swim and thus sat on the sidelines, enjoying her time as Conan was not present. As long as Conan was not nearby, no cases would arise. However, a shadow lurked in the distance, observing her movements, though Shiho remained unaware of their presence. Suddenly, she turned her head, feeling a strange sensation as if she were being watched. Yet, she sensed no hint of the organization's presence. Could someone be attempting to abduct her? She recalled Aoki's warning from the previous night to remain cautious. With that thought, she took out her phone and sent Aoki a message. Having done so, she felt a slight sense of relief, realizing that she seemed to have developed a dependency on Aoki. This was not a favorable sign. She could not rely on him for everything, as it would diminish her vigilance. Besides, she possessed that outfit, which could protect her from bullets. There would be no need to call on him next time. What's wrong, Shiho? Dr. Agasa approached, adorned with a swim ring and wearing diving goggles. Clad in a peculiar blue and white striped swimsuit reminiscent of prison attire, Shiho shook her head and turned away, stifling a laugh. Dr. Agasa's appearance was rather hard on the eyes. While shorts might have been acceptable, this style was distinctly feminine, making it all the more awkward on a man. Nothing. I'm just a bit tired. I'll head back to the car to rest. Shiho sighed and left the pool, as she had no desire to swim, preferring to soak in a bath at home. She was waiting for Aoki, even though she would not be harmed if someone were watching her. She lacked combat capability and could not resist. Just then, Shiho froze, her body trembling involuntarily. Nearby, she sensed the presence of individuals from the organization. Was it the owner of the gaze she had felt earlier? The realization that they might have discovered her sent a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the rear door of Dr. Agasa's beetle was flung open, and a large hand seized Shiho. It was Vodka. His forceful entrance had damaged the door. Shiho quickly regained her composure and began to struggle fiercely. Let me go? When my brother arrives, you'll pay for this. She knew her disguise was plausible enough that she would likely not be discovered, so she opted to act like a child. Initially, Vodka had been puzzled by her resemblance to Shiho Mayano, but her current behavior dispelled any doubts he had. Hee. So you're Mimosa's sister? Once I capture you, that guy will have to bow down and apologize. That man led my older brother astray. It's all his fault. Shiho was utterly bewildered by these words. What did it mean that Aoki had led Jin astray? Aoki was so formidable that he could engage Jin in a battle of wits? Don't worry, little sister. I want to kill you. But I want you to watch your brother grovel before me. Chapter 89. Just everyday language. At this moment, Shiho's face was a mask of rage, though it was all an act. After all, she was merely a child. If she overperformed, it surely would not bode well for her. Internally, however, she was filled with dread. The organization's actions instilled a profound fear within her. Without Aoki by her side, she feared she wouldn't even be able to speak. Vodka procured a length of rope and swiftly bound Shiho before leading her away from the scene. The parking lot was nearly deserted, so no one noticed the commotion. Shiho's sense of calm was feigned. She knew Aoki would come for her, so she simply had to wait. Vodka took her to an abandoned building, where he had prepared a series of traps and mechanisms. He was confident that Aoki would not perish, so no matter how dangerous the situation, it was of little consequence to Aoki. Meanwhile, Aoki had just returned home and, upon receiving Shiho's message, immediately thought of Vodka, causing veins to throb on his forehead. Vodka, do you seek death? Although he had anticipated this day would come, he never expected Vodka to act so soon, especially since he had just acquired his weapon. Aoki armed himself and stepped outside, consumed by a singular desire for retribution. He was determined to teach Vodka a lesson, to make him understand the reason behind the vibrant bloom of flowers. Soon, Aoki arrived at the designated location, which happened to be the very building from earlier. Vodka had bound her loosely, anticipating that she would send a message to alert Aoki of her situation. Though his intellect may not be remarkable, he had often engaged in such scenarios, and over time, he had developed a certain proficiency. While an ordinary individual might have chosen to use the stairs, it was evident that Aoki was far from conventional. He instructed his shadow to propel him upwards, swiftly reaching the rooftop. As he ascended, reminiscent of his previous infiltration, he was relieved to find that Xiao Ai was unharmed. Meanwhile, Vodka remained vigilant, fixated on the staircase. He believed Aoki would opt for that route, and with the abyss behind him, who in their right mind would venture there? Aoki, are you speaking of me? I am another, not a mere human. At this moment, Xiao Ai had already seen Aoki soaring from the side, her eyes widening in confusion, yet she refrained from voicing her inquiries, as they were still atop the building. First, he untied Xiao Ai and instructed her to hide aside. Now, he was ready to unleash his fury. Vodka, do you wish to meet your demise? The voice emanated from behind Vodka, who was fixated on the staircase, suddenly taken aback. He hastily turned to look. realizing that Aoki had stealthily approached him, and the little imp was nowhere to be found. To be able to silently arrive at my back. You truly live up to your reputation, Mimosa. Bang. Unperturbed, Vodka drew his handgun and aimed it at Aoki. Without a trace of hesitation, he pulled the trigger. At this moment, Aoki's expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently upon the bullet. He then tilted his head to evade it, a skill granted by the system's dynamic vision. Typically, he had no occasion to employ such a skill. Possessing an immortal body rendered evasion unnecessary. However, with Xiao Ai present today, he could not reveal his resurrection ability. Although Xiao Ai would not vocalize her thoughts, the presence of Conan posed a risk. Should he divulge his secret to Xiao Ai, Conan might become suspicious, leading to potential doubts about himself. From her concealed vantage point, Xiao Ai observed Aoki dodging the bullet, her brow furrowing. This was beyond the realm of human capability. Was it not? Although she was aware of Aoki's formidable prowess, witnessing such a feat was unprecedented. In that moment, having successfully evaded the bullet, Aoki swiftly approached Vodka, delivering a powerful kick. Even as he fired multiple shots during the confrontation, Aoki effortlessly dodged them all. Consequently, when his kick struck Vodka's abdomen, the latter was propelled backward, soaring through the air for several meters before narrowly avoiding a fall from the building. Cough, cough. Alas, what tremendous force. If it had been any greater, I fear I would have plummeted. Vodka slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite Aoki's immense strength and the presence of the Black Phantom, for the sake of his brother, such injuries were trivial. Acknowledging Aoki's ability to evade bullets, he resolutely discarded his handgun, preparing to engage him in close combat. Qingmu shook his head in exasperation, sighing at the sheer foolishness of this individual, knowing full well he stood no chance against him, yet still seeking to provoke a confrontation. However, this suited Qingmu perfectly. Before Vodka could make a move, Qingmu surged forward, appearing before him in an instant, and delivered a powerful punch to his face. A tooth flew from Vodka's mouth, and he staggered backward several steps, teetering on the brink of the building's edge. Regaining his composure, Vodka prepared to launch another assault. Zinniai. Aoki did not even bother to glance. He merely tilted his head to evade the attack. Although his combat skills were indeed exceptional, he was currently consumed by rage, desiring nothing more than to land a couple of punches on Aoki's face. However, his speed was utterly inadequate. He could not even graze Aoki. In an instant, Aoki raised his foot and sent him sprawling to the ground, subsequently placing his foot upon him. Were it not for the organization's regulations, you would already be dead. You should be grateful to the organization for allowing you to live. If you dare to lay a hand on my sister again, I will ensure your demise. Mark my words. Aoki bent down and gently patted his face before turning to embrace Xiao Ai, making her way downstairs with a measured pace. As for Vodka, he lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, blood seeping continuously from the corner of his mouth, clearly gravely injured. Damn that mimosa. Vodka staggered to his feet and began his descent. In his current state of injury, he was utterly incapable of fulfilling his mission and must return for treatment. If his elder brother found out, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aoki had returned home with Xiao Ai to rest. Madaraku, I'm utterly exhausted. Ai-chan, please give my shoulders a massage. Aoki pretended to be lifeless. Earlier, while observing you in combat, it seemed you were not nearly as fatigued. Xiao Ai sat on the sofa, watching Aoki feign death, and a few dark lines appeared on her forehead, clearly expressing her exasperation. Reluctantly, Aoki rose and retrieved a leather case. This is for you, he declared. This handgun has minimal recoil and is suitable for children. You should carry it at all times to avoid any future peril. Intrigued, Xiao Ai recalled having seen Aoki browsing the internet a few days prior, evidently preparing weapons. Moreover, the arrival was remarkably swift. Humph. By the way, what did you do to Jin to incite such rage in Vodka? At that moment, Xiao Ai reflected on the earlier events, feeling somewhat puzzled. Honestly, I did nothing significant. I merely taught him some everyday phrases. Quite normal, really. Chapter 90. Such adversaries are indeed challenging to confront. Upon hearing Aoki's explanation, Xiao Ai expressed her skepticism. Even the typically honest Vodka was so enraged he contemplated murder. You expect me to believe your claims of innocence? Cough, cough. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Acknowledging Xiao Ai's doubtful expression, Aoki cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. His statement wasn't entirely erroneous. Indeed, they were greetings of sorts. Never mind. Just exercise caution. Although Vodka is an honest man, he can also be quite obstinate. If he managed to abduct me this time, he could easily eliminate you next. Xiao Ai sighed in resignation, shaking her head. Turning, she retreated to her room. She had been captured by Vodka earlier and had forgotten to inform the doctor upon her return. Aoki observed Xiao Ai's departure, pondering thoughtfully as he stroked his chin. This Vodka is rather petty. The gentleman Jin did not utter a word, yet this lad was exceedingly agitated. Could it be that the two share some clandestine secret? Perhaps, fencing? That seems rather improbable. Although Jin exudes an air of aloofness, it is unlikely that he harbors such inclinations. Surely, one cannot expect that affection would blossom over time. It would be prudent to maintain a distance from them in the future, for he certainly does not wish to be enveloped in such fervent sentiments on a daily basis. Aoki scratched his head and then rose to his feet. Though he had acquired the firearm, he had yet to test it. It was imperative to ascertain its functionality first. Should any issues arise, he could always seek after-sales support. Thus, Aoki took little Ai by the hand and headed towards a more secluded location, certainly not the base. As Jin remained there, and it was likely that little Ai had no desire to go. Initially, she had hesitated to accompany him. But the thought of potential complications with the gun during use compelled her to join. However, it was not little Ai who would handle the weapon. She would simply observe Aoki, as he feared for her safety. By allowing her to watch him test the firearm, he hoped to identify any potential issues. After all, while he would focus on recoil and ease of handling, he might overlook finer details. Being a scientist, little Ai possessed a keener eye than his own. After a brief trial with the handgun, during which no issues were detected, Aoki finally entrusted it to her. Little Ai, what day is it tomorrow? He suddenly recalled that it had been quite some time since he had visited the police station, even longer since he had assisted in solving a case. Would he have lost his consultant title? Tomorrow is Friday. You haven't been to the station in a week. A week? I could have sworn it felt more like a month. Just yesterday, I checked the date, and it seemed like it was still Monday. Indeed. The world of detective work was as perplexing as he had always known, yet the passage of time felt utterly disordered. Never mind. I shall visit the police station tomorrow. Perhaps resolve a case, and make an occasional appearance. It would at least demonstrate that I have some utility. However, Aoki was soon struck by the realization that he was an undercover agent for the syndicate, needing to relay information to them. Yet, this was merely the police department. Even if he gathered some intelligence, it seemed of little consequence. He felt the necessity to find a more opportune moment. He must become a formal member and ascend to a higher position to prove his worth. Otherwise, should the organization become serious, staying in Japan would be untenable. And he had no desire to live on the run, for even wealth would be of no use then. Very well. I shall pay a visit to the police headquarters tomorrow. Xingmu sighed helplessly, truly reluctant to go. The mere thought of work gave him a headache. He harbored a strong aversion to his job, not to the point of losing his temper, but certainly felt quite displeased. Perhaps he should consider starting his own company? Then he could inform the distillery that this undercover mission was futile. Although it could occasionally help them escape when necessary, it was merely a rare occurrence. Upon returning home, Xingmu collapsed onto his bed, finding no game to engage in. He had grown somewhat weary of the previous inventions by Dr. Agasa. He decided to visit the doctor the next day to see if he had any new creations. Recently, his games had been selling quite well. So he must have earned a considerable sum, which would be perfect for him to craft a glider for future missions. Otherwise, having to summon a shadow each time was becoming rather tiresome. It wasn't that the shadow was ineffective, on the contrary, it was too effective. And he feared developing a reliance on such formidable power. Just as Xingmu was about to drift off to sleep, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Upon checking, he found it was from Jin, prompting a frown of confusion. You better have something important. Otherwise, you will regret it. Mimosa has a mission. Jin's message indicated a task was at hand. Reluctantly, Xingmu rose to leave. In the middle of the night, Aoki, who had woken up to use the restroom, spotted Xingmu preparing to leave with his clothes. Initially, she presumed he was going to meet a girl, but considering his nature, it seemed improbable. It appeared to be another matter concerning the organization. Could it be that Jin had learned about the incident with vodka being struck by Xingmu? Aoki shook her head in resignation and returned to her room. At that moment, she felt no concern for Xingmu facing trouble with the organization. For even someone as powerful as Jin could be affected. It was evident that Xingmu possessed a certain toxicity. She wondered if she too might become infected. Now, Aoki found herself worried about potentially turning out like him. Just then, Xingmu's computer screen flickered to life, illuminating the darkroom as the final document opened. It contained records regarding the shadow. Name: Xingmu Jihe bloodline. Subhuman ability: resurrection, Black Phantom resurrection. Regardless of the severity of injuries, he can recover after death, returning to his optimal state, even if reduced to mere pulp. Black Phantom, unconscious, possessing formidable jumping abilities, capable of leaping up to 500 meters into the sky, and moving at incredible speeds. When the Black Phantom harbors murderous intent, it becomes visible. Its weakness remains unknown. Xingmu had not completed this information, providing only a rough outline, concluding with the statement weakness unknown, which only served to enhance the credibility of the data. Previously, he had informed Jin about the existence of the Black Phantom but had refrained from disclosing its abilities. As for the resurrection capability, he merely mentioned the possibility of infinite resurrection without elaborating on the restoration of his condition. Thus, upon seeing these details, the organization members believed them to be genuine. Of course, they were authentic, yet incomplete. The primary focus lay in the information gap, preventing others from grasping the true intelligence, enabling Xingmu to counter any adversary. Such a perverse ability. It seemed even he was unaware of his own weaknesses. In a certain apartment, a woman sat before her computer, scrutinizing the information she had uncovered, furrowing her brow in dismay. To oppose such an enemy was tantamount to courting disaster. The Black Phantom was invisible to the naked eye, leaving one to merely await their demise. Though the shadow revealed its murderous intent, how could one compel such a thing to manifest? Furthermore, the information indicated that the Black Phantom lacked consciousness, making it exceedingly improbable to exhibit murderous intent. The shadow possesses 3 weaknesses. It can be influenced by electromagnetic waves, is fearful of water, and suffers the most damage when the head is attacked. A group has been created, 910245127. Those interested may join to engage in discussions face-to-face. Urging the author for updates. Chapter 91. Chingmu. I am Rum. Remember that. What task awaits? Aoki plopped onto the sofa, casting an impatient glance at Jin across from him. Particularly irked by the memory of the earlier incident when Vodka had abducted little Ai, his temper was somewhat frayed. Had the individual before him not been Jin, he might have resorted to violence. Yet, pondering further, where was Vodka? Never mind. After all, he was not in any mortal peril. This is your assignment. At that moment, Jin slid a document towards him, detailing the task at hand for Aoki. Upon witnessing the situation, Aoki felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sighed deeply. He then picked up the document and glanced at it, only to have a tempest of emotions surge within him. The mission was to assassinate their prime minister. He had never anticipated such a daunting task, which seemed utterly unfathomable. Yet, for Aoki, it appeared almost fortuitous. However, a sudden unease washed over him, as he suspected that Jin harbored ulterior motives. The prime minister's residence was undoubtedly fortified with rigorous security measures and an array of surveillance cameras. Moreover, the assignment specified that Jin would also be monitoring the situation. Was it possible that he believed Aoki had indulged in vodka during the day, thus feeling particularly irked and intent on setting him up for failure? Although the specifics eluded him, an instinctual warning resonated within Aoki. He could not accept this mission. This task should be entrusted to someone else. Aoki pushed the document back, shaking his head in refusal of the task. Although, given his capabilities, taking a life would be a trivial matter, he feared that Jin might set him up, leading to an exposure of his identity, which would be no trivial affair. The smoke curling from Jin's lips hung in the air, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound silence. At that moment, Jin's expression darkened considerably as he drew his handgun, aiming it at Aoki. You must undertake this mission. You have been specifically designated for it. Aoki furrowed his brow, pondering who could have appointed him for this task. Aside from the organization, no one should be privy to his codename. Was there someone within the organization who sought to harm him? There are always nefarious individuals who wish to bring about my downfall. He then cast a glance at the gun pressed against his companion, Jinjio, as an inexplicable anger surged within him. Who issued this mission? Jinjio replied, this is not information you are entitled to know. As for this assignment, whether you wish to or not, you must accept it. Aoki, what a grand spectacle. Pressing his head against the dark muzzle of the gun, he declared, come on. After all, I possess an immortal body. Even if you were to kill me, it would be futile. However, upon hearing Aoki's words, a vein throbbed on Jin's forehead. If this fool could perish, he would have truly relished the opportunity to take a life. But alas, the man was indestructible. Moreover, pulling the trigger could potentially lead to a fracture, resulting in Aoki inadvertently taking his own life. Ultimately, Jin chose to relent. He lowered the weapon in his hand, gazing at Aoki with a hint of exasperation. He, too, was unwilling to undertake this assignment. Yet, someone had specifically requested Aoki for the task. Even the B0SS was involved, having made a call to inform Jin that Aoki must handle this mission. It was the B0SS. Although it wasn't his assignment, he was compelled to ensure its completion. Leaning back against the sofa, Jin conveyed this to Aoki. Thus, his earlier remark about Aoki not needing to know was made. However, Aoki's resolute demeanor left little room for further discussion. If he was determined to learn, then so be it. Indeed, Aoki was momentarily taken aback upon hearing it was the B0SS who had summoned him. The only individuals who could relay such matters from the B0SS were Rum and Jin. Jin would not beat around the bush. It could only be Rum. Aoki furrowed his brow as he took a seat, then picked up the documents once more. Though he was a member of the coded ranks, the exposure he had to vital information was exceedingly limited. The aspiration to dismantle the organization was fraught with challenges. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of the intelligence at hand. Moreover, in Japan, there were a total of 10 coded members, the majority of whom operated under the designation Chi. They were either undercover agents, deceased, or rendered entirely ineffectual. One could hardly blame Jin for his current disposition. It was merely a consequence of insufficient manpower. Aoki's unique abilities necessitated his retention within the ranks. Surely, this was a request from Rum? Only he would possess the audacity to negotiate terms with the B0SS. Aoki rose, turning his back to Jin. In response to Aoki's words, Jin remained silent, abruptly taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Noting his lack of response, Aoki departed without hesitation. Once he located Rum, he vowed to eliminate him first. You revel in your lewdness, do you? How dare you expect me to do your bidding, truly underestimating my temper. Aoki drove away from the base, while Jin remained there, exhibiting no signs of concern. He was not worried about Aoki's potential failure. Rather, he anticipated the successful completion of the mission. His thoughts were occupied with how to deal with Rum, a figure who never made an appearance. Even meetings with Jin occurred solely through video calls. Meanwhile, Aoki had arrived at his destination, a two-story villa, approximately 200 square meters in size, adorned with luxurious amenities. It was estimated that acquiring such a villa would require no less than 100 million. Aoki swiftly donned a different expression to conceal his identity. He placed a cigarette between his lips and struck a match to ignite it. Hiss, shadows. Eliminate them all. Aoki did not intend to infiltrate. Rather, he planned to eliminate them all directly, for no one would witness the deed, and even if they were to be slain, it would go unnoticed. As the dark grains of sand materialized, they coalesced behind him into a shadowy figure, intricately bound in bandages, which appeared hollow and devoid of bone. The black sand drifted about, as if it might vanish at any moment. The dark specter lifted its head, gazing intently towards the villa ahead, and suddenly surged forward with a swift stride. The patrolling bodyguards outside had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when they found themselves lifeless. Their bodies severed and collapsed to the ground, while their bewildered companions remained in a state of shock. In the next instant, they too were gone, and crimson liquid spilled across the earth, ultimately converging to form a small stream of blood. Aoki stepped forward towards the villa, where the bodyguards surrounding it lay scattered, lifeless and bloodied, a gruesome scene of carnage. The count surpassed 100, and at that moment, none remained alive. Subsequently, the shadow moved inside the villa, methodically eliminating the remaining personnel. Finally, Aoki stood before the Prime Minister, who was utterly paralyzed by fear. The Prime Minister found himself standing in the room, bewildered, listening to the continuous wails of anguish from outside. Though he could not comprehend the unfolding chaos, he instinctively knew he should flee. Yet, inexplicably, his body refused to respond. Moments later, he suddenly noticed a man approaching. Clad in black, the figure appeared youthful, yet exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. Who are you? The Prime Minister stammered, panic overtaking him. Had this individual been responsible for the slaughter outside? I am here to kill you. My name is Rum. Remember it well. Aoki's expression remained impassive as he slowly approached the Prime Minister. However, it was not Aoki who acted. It was the shadowy phantom. The figure extended its hand towards the Prime Minister's heart, and astonishingly, it penetrated through his body, seizing his heart with an iron grip before exerting a sudden force. In an instant, the Prime Minister's pupils dulled, and his body staggered before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 92. I am your fan. After successfully eliminating the Prime Minister, Aoki produced a camera and captured images of the lifeless body before exiting the premises. He took several shots of the corpse lying on the ground before finally turning to depart from the scene. Gazing into the distance, he observed the sun rising in the sky, its rays piercing through the clouds and bathing him in warm light. Aoki stood in place, letting out a sigh. Just moments ago, it was still 10 o'clock at night, yet now daybreak had arrived. The thought of Xiao Ai resting at home lifted his spirits. Despite the annoyance caused by Rome, the anticipation of her waiting for him rendered his worries trivial. Casually, he sent a photo to Jin before turning away from the scene and heading home. However, the reminder of his obligation to visit the police station momentarily dampened his mood, making him feel inherently unsuited for a life of servitude. Yet, as he glanced at the calendar, he was astonished to discover that today was Saturday. How extraordinary. I've time traveled, but perhaps this is for the best. I shall forego the police station visit. Upon returning home, Aoki found Xiao Ai just awakening, dressed in her pajamas. She emerged, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at him. Good morning. By the way, Officer Megar visited last night. He mentioned a homicide case over at Cud's, and he intended to summon you for assistance. However, you were occupied with an assignment for the organization. In the end, Cud resolved the case himself. While yawning, Xiao Ai entered the bathroom, brushing her teeth as she relayed the information. Upon hearing this, Aoki was momentarily taken aback. That young lad Conan had managed to stir up yet another storyline. Just recently, he had advised him not to seek the limelight. Understood. As he gazed at her petite figure, a smile crept upon Aoki's lips, though he swiftly became aware that his expression was somewhat inappropriate and promptly reined it in. Fortunately, Shiho did not catch sight of it. Otherwise, he would surely be labeled a pervert. Shiho, what's wrong? At that moment, Shiho had just exited the restroom and, hearing Aoki call her suddenly, inquired with a hint of confusion. Come take a stroll with me. You shouldn't always stay cooped up at home. It's important to get outside and enjoy some fresh air. Otherwise, it's not good for your eyes. Aoki smiled as he glanced at Xiao Ai, noticing that she had changed into new clothes and was wearing the little bag he had previously purchased for her. How swiftly she had acted. Was it possible that she felt a hint of excitement? Let's go, he said. Oh. Upon hearing Xiao Ai call out to him, Aoki promptly rose, realizing he should take some money with him. Otherwise, it might not suffice for their shopping today. As they stepped outside, Xiao Ai led the way. And whenever she spotted something she fancied, she would immediately swipe her card to make the purchase. Aoki assisted by carrying items. Although no money was spent, he felt an emptiness within, as Xiao Ai surprisingly refrained from using his funds. How disheartening. What troubles you? Xiao Ai inquired, noticing his despondent expression. Just a moment ago, he appeared fine. Why would he be upset over my expenditure? I am not troubled. Aoki, having sensed her scrutiny, straightened his posture, asserting that he was merely fatigued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai couldn't help but chuckle, then approached Aoki from behind. If there's nothing wrong, then carry me. I happen to be quite weary. Without giving Aoki a moment's respite, she leapt onto his back, causing him to break into a cold sweat, as his hands were already occupied, though he felt slightly burdened. An unexpected sense of joy blossomed within him. Aoki carried Xiao Ai forward, and along the way, he spotted a vendor selling balloons. Suddenly struck by a mischievous whim, he approached and purchased one. He then tied the string around Xiao Ai's wrist. What are you doing? I'm not a child. Xiao Ai exclaimed upon seeing the balloon in her hand, letting out a resigned sigh. It is merely to prevent you from getting lost. As long as I can see your balloon, I will know where you are. Aoki, with a serious demeanor, was playfully deceiving, as he was reminded of Conan. There was a previous scene where Ran had bought him a balloon and tied it around him. Upon hearing this, Shiho cast a sidelong glance but did not remove the balloon string. Instead, she allowed it to remain wrapped around her hand. After all, it was a gift from Aoki. Though she was not particularly fond of balloons. Are you Aoki's advisor? At that moment, a figure approached from a distance. A young woman who appeared to be a high school student, her hair adorned with twin braids that swayed as she ran. For some inexplicable reason, Aoki's mind drifted to a saying, twin tails can enhance attack speed. Upon noticing the approaching girl, Shiho furrowed her brows, revealing a hint of animosity. Aoki's advisor. I'm your fan. May I take a photo with you? The girl beamed, holding up her phone. Upon hearing Aoki's words, his expression stiffened momentarily, but he soon replied with a smile, of course. Hurry and send them on their way. I still wish to accompany Xiao Ai for a shopping spree and have no time to converse with you. However, after the two took a photo together, the girl did not depart. Instead, she gazed at Xiao Ai with a look of confusion. She is. Aoki. She is my sister. Her name is Haibara Ai. Girl, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Mio Yako. I have also joined your fan support group, and I never expected to encounter you here, advisor Aoki. Upon hearing this, Aoki found himself in a state of exasperation. I certainly do not wish to encounter you, he exclaimed. Why not simply act as though you have not seen me? Otherwise, with that remark you just made, I fear someone shall be upon us shortly. And I shall find it impossible to depart. And what is this fan support meeting you speak of? I must admit, I am completely unaware of such a thing. My apologies, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps we may converse another time. With that, Aoki promptly rose and took by the hand, making a swift exit without affording any opportunity for further discourse. He was determined not to be ensnared in conversation, as he wished to devote his attention to. After traversing a considerable distance, Aoki realized he was no longer being followed, and he settled down with a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, they did not follow. Aoki sat on a long bench, reaching out to take a cigarette, but upon remembering that Xiao Ai was still present, he retracted his hand. You truly are quite popular. Unlike me, I can only have you carry me away. Beside him, Xiao Ai observed Aoki's demeanor with a half-smile and couldn't help but speak. Qingmu was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering who had instilled such words in her. Well, I do not even know her. She merely happened to catch sight of me. Xiao Ai remarked. Is that so? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that she was initially seeking you out. Aoki, how can that be? Shiho, do not underestimate a woman's intuition. Before Aoki could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Ai. Upon hearing her, he found it somewhat peculiar. Yet he did not dwell on it. After all, she was merely an ordinary person. What threat did she pose that warranted his concern? Very well, indeed. Aoki, I shall procure 2 bottles of water. Please remain seated here and do not wander off. Xiao Ai, I am not a child. Hearing this, Aoki chuckled as he stood up to depart. After having run such a considerable distance earlier, he now felt a numbing fatigue and was in urgent need of water to alleviate his thirst.